to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Tuesday morning, where it is day 2 of the Brian Murphy vacation, which also means it's day 2 of Carrie Crowley filling in live in studio. And Carrie, I would like to apologize for another Giants loss last night. That's going to be the story of the day. The Giants losing last night on Carson Wizenhunt's debut. Giants go down 6-5. They've now lost 4 games in a row, 10 out of the last 12. And we're going to continue to spiral down to the gravitational pull of 500. Even with Murph on vacation, somehow, some way, this Giants team will still find a way to lose a game. What's up, Carrie? How we doing on a Tuesday morning?
My man, Marcus Boucher. What a privilege it is to be here in studio. Part of my 3-day stint out here in Daly City. Farhan Zaidi out, Buster Posey in, Brian Murphy out, Carrie Crowley in. Nothing changes. Everything stays the same. The gravitational pull is real. We feel it.
808 KNBR. Will we ever play the win package for Carrie Crowley? Because it seems like it doesn't matter if Murph's on vacation or I'm on vacation. Things just fall apart. And usually Murph is the cooler. Usually when he goes on vacation, the Giants start winning. That is, unless he shows up at the ballpark that they're playing at. The last time I checked, Murph was not in the building last night. I went down to Oracle Park because I wanted to see the major league debut of Carson Wizenhunt, something that we can discuss all throughout the day. We'll have Dwayne Kuiper on at 7:30, and we'll get his breakdown of Carson Wizenhunt making his MLB debut. But really, it feels like we're trending back in the direction of being stuck in the middle at the MLB trade deadline. We talked a lot yesterday about whether or not the Giants would be buyers or sellers. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to call in and check in today. Shoot us a text. I've been pretty definitive on my stance of where the Giants are going to go at the trade deadline. But Carrie, after losing another one last night, after losing 10 out of your last 12 games, it feels like this last stretch of baseball is going to affect what the Giants do moving forward at this year's trade deadline.
And I think it absolutely should impact Buster Posey's vision for the present and for the future of the San Francisco Giants. I'm not here to sit here this morning and say they should outright sell, take every player off this roster, strip it down to its parts, and then move forward. But what I am saying is, if you get the right phone calls, if someone blows you away for a Tyler Rogers, a Camilo Doval, someone really wants Wilmer Flores, you have to entertain those ideas. The challenge, and we discussed this yesterday, Marcus, is that the Giants just aren't the proverbial sellers in terms of a bunch of players about to hit free agency. This is a team that's kind of in purgatory because look at their roster right now. Matt Chapman signed for the next 6 seasons. Willie Adames signed for the next 6 seasons. Rafael Devers signed for the next 8 seasons. Elliot Ramos under team control. Jung-Hoo Lee under team control. There just aren't position players that you can take off of this roster that will have value on the trade market. No one is looking at Willie Adames and Matt Chapman and saying, man, we have to do everything we can to acquire these contracts. Now, the Giants might get calls on Robbie Ray. It's an entirely different possibility when you're talking about a pitcher who's got 1 year left on his deal, scheduled to make $25 million next season. But let me ask you this, Marcus. What about the Giants' young pitching talent right now suggests they can weather the storm next season without Robbie Ray? They're going to go into free agency needing to replace him. Are they going to find anyone better or cheaper than Robbie Ray at this point? You're weakening 2026. And so you look at their options, and I'm sorry to say, these are bad options. Like, the Giants don't have a good path toward buying. They don't have a good path toward selling. And the reason is they're not good.
Yeah, and you bring up a really good point right there, Carrie, because as naive as I was maybe back in spring training when I was thinking about the future of the Giants rotation, I'm like, man, even beyond Robbie Ray, Justin Verlander, Jordan Hicks, can you imagine the days of having Logan Webb, Kyle Harrison, Carson Wizenhunt, Landon Roop, Hayden Birdsong as your starting 5? And you're like, damn, that sounds like a pretty good homegrown rotation. Well, we know that Kyle Harrison's now gone. He's out in Pawtucket trying to pick up a slider, just trying to make the big league roster with the Boston Red Sox right now. So he's out of the rotation. Hayden Birdsong can't find the strike zone right now. He's struggling up in Sacramento just to throw strikes, so he's currently on hold. Landon Roop, he's on the IL with elbow inflammation. We talked about this yesterday. Anytime you have an elbow injury, it starts to get a little suspicious. So next thing you know, all these young guys that you're talking about are dropping like flies. We did get to see the debut of Carson Wizenhunt last night, and I'd say it was a solid outing. Got tagged in the first inning, left that changeup hanging over the plate. Nick Gonzalez takes him deep, lets 3 up in the second, and then settled down with 3 scoreless innings. But I'm not coming away from last night's outing saying, this is your future ace, this is your number 1 guy. But I'm also not coming out of the outing saying, this guy's a bust, he's not a top prospect. You tell me, what did you see last night from Carson Wizenhunt in his debut? And this is a guy that maybe could potentially be part of this rotation in the future that we were just talking about.
I mean, we asked the question on Monday morning before Carson Wizenhunt's debut, could he be anything more than a good fastball and an elite changeup pitcher? Because with 2 pitches, you're typically a back end of the rotation starter or a mid reliever. Maybe if you throw a great breaking ball, you can be an elite reliever. Last night, Carson Wizenhunt, in his major league debut, 85 pitches, 9 sliders, 0 whiffs on that pitch. That told me everything I needed to know about where he stands in his development right now, Marcus. It's no different from Kyle Harrison, who, as you said, down in Pawtucket, trying to learn a slider right now. Until Carson Wizenhunt adds that 3rd pitch to his bag, and let me tell you, folks, it ain't happening in August. It ain't happening in September. In all likelihood, that is an off-season development for him. He's limited in terms of his ceiling. That is the reality. I like this kid. I love the changeup. I think it could be a real weapon at the major league level. He could have a long, extended career. But what's the role? Because to me, top left-handed pitching prospect in the organization, you would want that to be a number 1 or a number 2 starter. But without that 3rd pitch, the ceiling is what it is. It's probably number 3 or bullpen arm.
Yeah, 9 sliders last night. Really didn't even see him dust off the curveball. Saw him throw it a couple times during warmups, but it looked a little flat. He even talked about it after the game. The curve wasn't there. His slider was a little firm, and he even said his changeup was a little bit firmer than he would like. Not the typical swing and miss stuff that we saw. I mean, the one that Nick Gonzalez kind of floated over the middle of the plate, but that's the thing. Big league hitters will make you pay for your mistakes. And it seemed like even though it was Wizenhunt's debut, they had a book on him. They had a scouting report. They knew about the changeup. They were sitting on it. They were hunting it. And Carson Wizenhunt even spoke after the game about how maybe they relied too much on the changeup early on. But to your point, in the big leagues, these are big league hitters.
Yeah.
If you go into this game with 2 pitches, they'll eliminate 1 and sit on the second one, despite how good it is. So it's going to be key for his development moving forward to get that 3rd pitch, maybe even a 4th pitch. But I do think that are things to take away. The fact that he was able to settle in and get through 5 innings, that's huge, especially coming off that bullpen game on Sunday.
They absolutely needed it. Carson Wizenhunt turned in a start last night that was good enough for the San Francisco Giants. That loss was not on him.
Well, guess what? He comes out of the game, and it's a 4-4 ball game.
Exactly.
And the Giants have an opportunity to go out and win. Then Carson Seymour comes in after Carson Ragsdale had previously been released from the roster to get Carson Wizenhunt on the 40-man. A lot of Carson talk going on this morning. And no, this is not Carson Daly's late-night TV show. We're talking Carson. Carson Seymour came in throwing 97, 98. I thought showed some signs of maybe a potential bullpen arm moving forward. But of all people, it's Andrew McCutchen. Good old Cutch, who goes deep to put the Pirates up by 2 runs. Giants try to battle back with a 9th-inning rally, but guess what? They come up short again with a runner on 3rd. Mike Yastrzemski pops out. Patrick Bailey rolls over. Ball game, and the Giants did not get the big hit that they had been getting a lot in the first half of the season.
And look, if you're judged by your ability to make games dramatic in the 9th inning, the Giants are having a heck of a July.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's not how you judge Major League Baseball teams. Bringing Patrick Bailey to the plate with the tying run up, Giants do that extremely well. Unfortunately for the Giants, that only worked against the Philadelphia Phillies. Right now, it ain't happening for them. He comes up, he rolls over to the right side against David Bednar, and look, that loss is not on Patrick Bailey. It's on the fact they left, again, double-digit runners on base last night. They came up with bases loaded, 1 out, and the 2nd inning, had an opportunity to really break this game open, really fight their way back. Matt Chapman goes down swinging on a pitch way outside and in the dirt. Jung-Hoo Lee gets rung up on a fastball well in on the inside corner. Easily should have been a swing, not a situation where Jung-Hoo Lee can let that ball go by him. It wasn't even borderline. And so you got your middle-of-the-order hitters letting you down in those critical situations last night. Marcus, the one thing that we can take away, Willy Adames continues to play good baseball, good situational hitter. almost every other player in this Giants lineup right now, failing this team at the moment. And I know, look, they score 5 runs. That's supposed to be good enough to win at Oracle Park. Nevertheless, you got to help the kid out when he makes his Major League debut. You got to fight your way back against the Pittsburgh Pirates. That is the common denominator here, is the Giants are losing against good teams. They're losing against mediocre teams. And really, since the middle of June, they've lost against the bad teams. And that is damning.
The Pittsburgh Pirates are 45-62, and they're going to be one of the biggest sellers at this week's trade deadline. And 2 of the guys who could be sold were in the game last night struggling. Mitch Keller only lasted 2 innings, had over 70 pitches. This is a guy that everybody's talking about as like one of the main trade pieces. I brought it up on the show yesterday about a guy that could stick around in San Francisco even after this series. I don't know if I want him after that performance yesterday against the Giants, but it's a fact that you didn't take advantage of getting into those positions where you created some traffic on the bases. I mean, it's good news that they didn't go over with runners in scoring position like we saw over the weekend against the Mets when they went 0-23. So it's good news that they went 4-13 with runners in scoring position last night, but they still left a dozen guys on base, 12 of them. Hell, I'll throw in a baker's dozen, put a 13th out there just for the hell of it. But the Giants left too many guys stranded in a game that they could have won and a game they probably should have won, because even with David Bednar out there in the 9th inning, another guy who's a popular name when it comes to relievers being traded, he throws 30-plus pitches, and they don't take advantage of it there. Bob Melvin said it best. It felt like earlier this season, the Giants were finding ways to win these games, but lately it feels like they're finding ways to lose these games, Gary.
It's true. I mean, you look at their record in May, 13-14. You look at their record in June, 13-14. You look at the record in July thus far, 9-13. Does that suggest to you that the Giants are about to go on a run? They're about to make a playoff push and go for a wild card spot, that Buster should buy at this deadline and lean in on this roster? Because this team has now been bad for 3 months. We're talking about a team that's been subpar, below mediocre for 3 months now, and really 2.5 months, because they were okay at the beginning of May. They started to fall apart at the end. That's when their offense had that 16-game streak, failing to score at least 4 runs in a ball game. You talk about the month of June, we remember it for the failures against the Marlins and the White Sox, and we're going to remember the month of July by their absolute collapse heading into the trade deadline. It's incredibly unfortunate, and unfortunately, they need to be judged extremely harshly, because this is a team where Buster Posey laid out the expectations. He bought Rafael Devers. He went out and said, we are going in on this year's deadline. We were going in on this year's playoff push. And the Giants have done nothing but pull out of this race.
And in the middle of those 3 months, they decided to give Bob Melvin a contract extension. And next thing you know, the Giants go 9-13 since that contract extension. So that's something that we can discuss too. The timing of the Bob Melvin contract extension, if that changes the Giants' approach at this year's trade deadline after everything that Kerry laid out post Rafael Devers trade, and the fact that the Giants are back in the mix with a gravitational pull, only 1 game above 500 with a 54-53 record. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to check in all day today on the text line, or if you want to give us a call. Busy show today with a lot of Giants baseball talk, but also a little 49er football, as yesterday was the first padded practice. So we've got updates from Robert Saleh on the rookies, and like I said, we've got more updates from Bob Melvin and Carson Wizenhunt on last night's game and what it means for this week's trade deadline. We'll get the guest list and say what's up to young Tony on the other side. It's Kerry Crowley filling in for Murph on the Murph and Marcus Show on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We're still giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. You can go see these guys bowling for soup. 1985. Does this take you back? When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
The windup, 3-2 pitch. He struck him out with a changeup. And he got a couple of swing throughs on that changeup from the left-handed hitting O'Neill Cruz. And Wizenhunt to the plate. Fastball struck him out swinging. Good one on the outside corner. Pitch to Cruz. Swing, hard ground ball to second, to his left under the outfield grass. Wisely's got it and throws him out at first. That's the 85th pitch of the night from Wizenhunt, maybe his last one. And his family and friends who are here, there are 8 or 10 of them, give him a standing ovation, as to a lot of other Giants fans behind the dugout. And he is through 5 in his first major league game.
I mean, obviously it's an honor just to be able to get a chance to play in the big leagues. It's every kid's dream, but I just got to go out there and compete and fill up the zone. Tonight was a little adrenaline here and there, overthinking things a little bit, trying to do a little too much. I just got to go out there and be myself.
The voice of number 88, Carson Wizenhunt, after his major league debut last night. 5 innings pitched, 4 earned runs on 5 hits allowed, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts on the day for Carson Wizenhunt. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Tuesday morning. Kerry Crowley filling in for Murph today and tomorrow before we bring in FP Santangelo on Thursday and Larry Kruger talking a little 49er football down at Levi Stadium on Friday. But today we're talking about Carson Wizenhunt's debut and him coming out to the bump yesterday, not only wearing Bryce Eldridge's spring training number 88, but rocking a little Chris Stapleton White Horse. Is that what we're going with here, Tony?
I do believe so. I was watching on TV, of course, and I think I heard the right song. This is White Horse. You can really, I'm almost positive that this is it. You were there. I would have to ask you.
See, you're right. Now, I don't have the most country knowledge in the world, even though I will be going out to see Jason Aldean this weekend down at Levi Stadium. So maybe
Jason Aldean's not playing at Levi Stadium. Morgan Wallen's playing at Levi Stadium.
I'm going to go see Morgan Wallen this weekend at Levi Stadium. Again, I'm not the biggest country head. Hey, I got the invite. Somebody offered me a ticket. And if you offer me a free ticket to a country concert, guess what? I'm going to show up. Oh, my God. Where do you stand with country music?
I'm a huge country music fan, but mostly some of the older guys. Like, I've seen Kenny Chesney 7 times in concert. I saw Toby Keith 6 times. Tim McGraw I've seen 6 times in concert. I actually got a visit in the San Francisco Giants press box during the 2021 season from Tim McGraw.
Wow.
He was sitting up in the booth. Marty Lurie knew I was a huge Tim McGraw fan and seen him several times in concert. He brought him down. We got a photo together in the press box.
You know, his dad was a great ball player. Tug McGraw.
You know, I was talking to him about stories of watching him play.
Yeah, I raised him. What can you say? I raised this kid. Well, yeah, I'll be going down to one of those country concerts this weekend down at Levi Stadium.
Brooks and Dunn playing on Saturday night, by the way.
I don't even know who the hell that
Brooks
is.
and Dunn, legit.
We're talking,
Maria, my goodness.
Oh, are we talking Rod Brooks and Danny Dunn? That's a combination I want to see. But last night we saw the combination.
That's really good.
We saw the combination of Patrick Bailey and Carson Wizenhunt. Little country introduction. I mean, Patrick Bailey is a big country fan too, with his former walk-up song anyways. But let's talk about the battery. Let's talk about the future of this rotation. Let's talk about the future of the Giants, because here comes that gravitational pull, and they're 1 game above 500. and it looks like they're desperate for help in the starting rotation. That's why they made the call to Carson Wizenhunt, and we broke it down yesterday for anybody who missed it. We both thought this was kind of a break glass in case of emergency. Not exactly the situation where you were rewarding Carson Wizenhunt, even though I thought he pitched well enough earlier this year in Sacramento to warrant a call up to the big league level. At the current time of this call-up, he wasn't pitching at the best he's pitched this season. But regardless, the Giants are running out of options, and that's why they had to break the glass yesterday.
Exactly. If you look at Carson Wizenhunt's season, the time to promote him where he earned a promotion was actually in late May, where he had 4 consecutive starts at AAA, where he had gone 7 innings, giving up fewer than 2 runs. He was at peak form in late May. But if you look at his numbers in June and July, he's tailed off. Still the best ERA in the PCL among qualified starters. But here's the thing. Here's the caveat about that. That means you haven't been called up to the big leagues. If you're the best among qualified starters, it means you're still taking down innings in the minor leagues. So we'd agreed Carson Wizenhunt had pitched well enough this season to put his name in the conversation for a promotion. But this was not the situation where Tim Lincecum got called up. This was not the situation where other players throughout Giants history forced their way to the big league level. I think of Logan Webb entering the 2021 season where he really wasn't on the radar to come up to the big leagues and start, even though he'd spent the entire 2020 season at the big league level. The Giants had some depth entering 2021, but he was so good in spring training that they couldn't ignore it anymore. It was Landon Roop this spring where they couldn't ignore it anymore. They had to get Roop in the rotation because he was that dominant. Carson Wizenhunt was simply good enough and the next man up in terms of the Giants were just decimated due to injuries, decimated due to the fact that Hayden Birdsong couldn't throw strikes, and decimated via the trade of Kyle Harrison, which, look, you're going to make that trade every single time that offer is presented to you if you're the San Francisco Giants. Nevertheless, it weakened their pitching depth.
Yeah, and when you move on from your top left-handed prospect in Kyle Harrison, guess what that does? That promotes Carson Wizenhunt into your top left-handed pitching prospect, but overall just your number 1 pitching prospect. And that's not saying anything bad about his development, but he's also 24 years old, and we're still talking about the same things that we talked about with Kyle Harrison, developing that 3rd and 4th pitch. Because at the big league level, you can't go into a game, especially as a starter, as a 2-pitch guy. And look, he has 2 pretty good pitches. We know that the changeup is elite. He even said yesterday that he didn't have the greatest feel for it, so I'm expecting even more swings and whiffs if you go through his whiff rates from his perspective in college and all the way through every level of the minor leagues. With that changeup, he's been dominant with it. But guess what? When you're still throwing 93, 94 miles per hour, big league hitters are going to be able to hit that. And Carson came out of the gates, touched 95 on the gun, was a little wild. I'm sure he had some adrenaline rolling. Also got to throw into a factor that Mitch Keller went out there and threw I don't know how many pitches in that first inning, was done after 2 innings and 70 pitches. So there were long gaps in between each inning also. And it seemed like he got more and more comfortable and started to settle down. And what we were talking about in the first segment, he gave you 5 innings of work, which is actually the first time that the Giants have had a starting pitcher make his debut and work 5 innings since Logan Webb in 2019. So there are signs that this could be something of the future. I just don't know if fans are coming away from last night's game saying, oh, that was electric. That was Tim Lincecum. That was Madison Bumgarner. That was even Kyle Harrison making his home debut a couple years ago against the Reds.
Exactly. You look at Wizenhunt's performance last night in over 85 pitches. The average velocity was 92.4 miles per hour. That is not special at the major league level anymore. You look at the swings and misses that he generated with his changeup, his best pitch, only 4 of them. You look at the confidence in throwing that 3rd pitch, the slider. He threw it just 9 times out of his 85 pitches, didn't get a single whiff on that offering. So there are some things to like. The fact that he battled through 5 innings, the fact that he gave up 4 early runs and settled down and was able to keep the Giants competitive, put himself into a situation where the Giants offense came alive. He actually would have earned the win in that ballgame. But there are also kind of some red flags moving forward where you look at and you say, has he taken the next steps in his development? Can he take the next steps in his development by staying in this rotation in the months of August and September? Or do you wait for that development to come during the offseason where he can tinker with a breaking ball grip, where he's not throwing max velocity, where he can come into spring training with a fresh perspective on the season? I think for the 24-year-old left-hander, the answer is I don't know. And I think the answer will be dictated by what the Giants do at this trade deadline, Marcus, because if they don't go out and add a starter, we're looking at 11 more starts at Carson Wizenhunt. We're looking at 11 more opportunities to really see what he can do at the major league level. But if they do go out and add a starter, it relieves some of the pressure on him to have to develop at the major league level, to have to face the Mets, the Padres, all these big teams moving forward. The Giants have 2 series with the Dodgers in the month of September. Maybe it's good for him to face those teams. But if he only has 2 weapons and guys are sitting on the changeup as they did last night, maybe it's not that good for him and not that good for a San Francisco Giants team that might want to preserve some of that trade value if he's still on the roster past Thursday.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This was against a Pittsburgh Pirates lineup last night. Not a Dodgers lineup, not a Mets lineup, not a Phillies lineup. Now, again, it's still his first start of his career. We'll see how it plays out, but you're absolutely right. It's going to be dependent on what Buster Posey and Zach Manassian are able to do in the next 2 days leading up to the trade deadline, which brings us to our guest list because we have some great baseball minds that we're going to talk to today. So, yeah, ring those horns, young Tony. Pop that mic on, and you tell us, Mr. Country Head back there, who's coming on the guest list today?
I'm a Morgan Wallen guy. I do enjoy it.
So am I. I'll be there this weekend. I just found out.
No one's a bigger fan than Marcus.
I just found out I'll be there this weekend.
That's hilarious, by the way. Jesse Rogers, MLB insider for ESPN. He's going to join the show at 6:50. We'll have Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30, Big Hit 7:50, and then Jim Bowden at 8:15. Let's do remember, trade deadline July 31st at 3 p.m. our time. So just stay tuned.
Right around the corner, too.
Right around the corner. Cooler content 8:30, and then Marcus Thompson at 9:30. Is anything going on with Kuminga? Does anybody know?
I hope not, dude. Come on.
We'll ask Marcus about the 49ers.
Yeah, what's going to happen first? The Giants going to win a game?
Question, and then we'll just go straight Niners.
Yeah, exactly. You think Kuminga can line up in a slot? That's what I asked Marcus Thompson at 9:30. But on the other side, let's get ready for our conversation with Jesse Rogers by taking a big picture look at the San Francisco Giants and the gravitational pull back to 500 and whether or not they should be buyers or sellers at this year's trade deadline. It's Kerry Crowley and Marcus Boucher on the Murph and Marcus Show on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I've done it long enough to know that you have to be happy with what you have, and if you get some help, then that's great. And we got some big-time help before anybody else did, really. So, we have enough here to go where we want to go.
There's Bob Melvin talking about whether or not the Giants have enough to get where they want to go. The question is, where the hell are they going? Because right now they are trending back to being a 500 team. Marcus Boucher, Kerry Crowley, Young Tony, John Joe Curley back on a Tuesday morning with my favorite country artist, Morgan Wallen. I believe this is the song, What Do You Want, Tony?
What I want. What do you want, Marcus? What do you want at the trade deadline?
I want a lot, Tony. I just want to win a damn game because the Giants have now lost 4 games in a row in 10 out of the last 12, which means we're going to have some tough conversations about what the hell they want to do at the trade deadline and what Buster Posey is going to do after already pulling off a blockbuster trade, bringing in Rafael Devers, paying Willie Adames the largest contract in San Francisco Giants history, working out a contract extension with Matt Chapman. Like, all the signs would point towards the Giants not being sellers, especially when you throw in the fact that the Giants just gave Bob Melvin a contract extension. So do you think any of that factors into the decision, or do you think it's more about the recent stretch of bad baseball that has the Giants back on the outside looking in at a wild card spot right now?
Well, let me answer your first question there about Bob Melvin and the Giants' decision to exercise his option for the 2026 season on July 1st. This came as a relative stunner to a lot of Giants fans at the time, and I get it. They just played some terrible baseball against the Marlins and the White Sox. But in the moment, I thought it was the only lever that Buster Posey could pull to attempt to galvanize the clubhouse. He had just traded for Rafael Devers, and then there were essentially no roster moves to make until potentially right now, this week, late July, because he'd already done the Lamont Wade Jr. for Dominic Smith move. He'd already flipped backup catchers on the roster. There just weren't that many levers for him to pull, and so I thought Buster Posey decided the best thing that he could do to show confidence in the club at that point in time was extending or exercising the option for Bob Melvin. But I will also say this. The decision to exercise Bob Melvin has no bearing on whether or not Bob Melvin will actually be back in 2026. Every manager in baseball, every coach in sports is most likely to be fired when they have a year left on their contract. It's not going into a lame duck season, not the end of a year where your contract runs out. It is with 1 year left on your deal. That's when all of these coaches, all of these managers are let go. That is when Bob Melvin could be let go if the Giants continue to spiral out of control. I, for 1 second, did not believe that guarantee that Bob Melvin will be back in 2026. To me, he still has a lot to prove over the last 2 months of the season. And I think that there is still a tough road ahead for him to keep his job. In no way, shape, or form do I think that exercising the option guaranteed that Bob Melvin is back next season.
And especially the way that things are playing out right now. And I know we get into this discussion a lot about whether or not it's the ingredients. Is it the chef? Is it the actual guys eating the food? Is it the players on the field? Because here's the thing, like, these guys are struggling with runners in scoring position. They're getting guys on, but they're leaving ducks on the pond. It's not Bob Melvin going up to the plate. Now, I also disagree with some of his bullpen decisions and when to put guys in and overall strategic aspects as well. So that also plays a factor into everything. But I've been thinking about this players-only meeting that they pulled off about a week or so ago, Monday night, after that embarrassing game where Rafael Devers looked lost at first base and they kind of had to regroup and there just wasn't a lot of energy. And Willie Adames said, there's not energy in the clubhouse right now. And they held a players-only meeting and they bounced back for 2 games and we're like, oh, they're back on track. It's like, well, how to get to that point? How do you come out of the All-Star break without energy? How do you come out flat, especially after going out and making a trade like Rafael Devers?
Yeah.
Like, that's the type of move that is supposed to inject life and blood into this clubhouse. Buster Posey talked about being in the clubhouse when the Giants traded Zach Wheeler for Carlos Beltran. And yes, we can look at that trade in hindsight now and everything that Zach Wheeler has done, but he talks about being in that moment, being in that clubhouse, and what that message that Brian Sabian has sent to them and how they all rallied around it. We haven't seen the rally with that team Now, does that start with the top? Does that start with management? And does it trickle down from there? Because I think when you're seeing another collapse at this part of the season where you've lost 10 out of your last 12 games, some of that blame and responsibility has to fall on Bob Melvin and the coaching staff.
Look, if you're 500 over these last 12 games, if you're 6-6, you can pick and choose who the blame falls upon. It can be a manager. It can be certain players who didn't produce. The reason that you didn't go 8-4 and put yourself in better position can be pinned on 1, 2, 3, 4 different guys. When you go 2-10 over 12 games leading into the trade deadline, when you lose 6 consecutive games at Oracle Park, which, by the way, the Giants have done now stretching back to before the All-Star break, that's on everyone. That's on management. That's on the coaching staff. That's on your manager. And that's also on your players. When you go 2-10, the blame is on every single person because almost no one is meeting responsibility, meeting expectation, and playing the way that they need to be playing.
209 on the Golden State Lumber and Shroom text line says, look, this Giants team is not just dealing with recent struggles. They've just stopped getting lucky. And yes, you can say a lot of baseball is luck. There's a ground ball with eyes. There's a dying quail. Put the ball in play and good things will happen. But the Giants simply just aren't putting the ball in play right now. And we can go back to the first half of the season where they had their 9-10 walk-off wins. Last night, I was there. The energy was great in the ninth inning. It felt like they were going to get that big hit, but they didn't get it. And once again, we're talking about the Giants and their shortcomings and them stranding guys on base. But that's been a problem with the offense the entire season. So I don't know how much more you can improve it at this year's trade deadline. And here we are 2 days away and 5 minutes away from talking to Jesse Rogers about what's the biggest need for the Giants and what do they need to do to maybe not even just salvage this season, but Buster Posey's plan moving forward, Kerry.
Exactly. So it feels like we have the same conversation every year about this time, Marcus. And it's felt like this last year. It's felt like this for the early portions of Farhan Zaidi era. I want to ask you, do you remember anything about Bruce Bochy's final season in San Francisco, 2019?
What about it?
When the Giants were sitting at this specific point in time, they were 54-53. We all look back at Bruce Bochy's final season and think, man, they were never competitive. They were never going to have a shot with Boch. That was Farhan Zaidi's first year. They could have just, run a different manager out there. Nothing would have changed. They were 54-53 at one point of that season, just like they are right now, teetering around 500. And that was when Farhan held on to Madison Bumgarner, held on to Will Smith, made those decisions that ultimately ended up kind of setting the franchise back a little bit by not recovering the draft capital or the players who could ultimately help you moving forward. And that's what we've always talked about with the San Francisco Giants is they haven't had enough for the last decade in their farm system coming up to the major league level. Because you can talk about the top pitching prospect coming up and making his debut in Carson Wizenhunt, who's got a promising future ahead of him. But if your left-handed pitching prospect doesn't have 3 pitches that he can come up with and try to dominate with, what's his ceiling? Because that's the reality. The prospects the Giants bring up, almost all of them have ceilings that are capped at some level. It's not superstar caliber players. It's guys who have flaws, who are coming up to the major league level, not fully developed and forced into action because of the flaws of the major league roster at these specific points in time. So really, this is an organizational failure of the last 10 years that we've seen materialize over the last 10 to 12 days.
And the biggest issue to me is the reason why they're not replenishing is because they refuse to go full rebuild, because they still want to sell tickets, because they want to be competitive each and every year, which is where we are right now, which I hate the fact that we're talking about a team 54-53 being competitive and being 3-4 games out of the wild card, but that's what happens when you add a third wild card to the mix now. But because they've never gone full sell mode or full tank mode, they've never had a chance to replenish the system like the Houston Astros or the Oakland/Sacramento A's and Nick Kurtz and Tyler Soderstrom and all the players they have. Now the Giants have had draft picks. They've hit on some. They've missed on a lot also. So that also plays into this factor here. But it's because they want to sell tickets. And if you're looking at the business perspective of all this, they've had their most sellouts since 2017. So they are selling tickets this year, but they're just not getting the results right now currently that fans are looking for. And if they keep playing like this, people are going to stop showing up to the ballpark.
I mean, I also believe that as a franchise, as an ownership group, you have a moral responsibility to try. And I give the Giants credit for trying on an annual basis, but at the end of the day, it's results-based too. Like, you can try every single season, but if your strategy doesn't change enough to the fact that you can compete realistically for a wild card spot, that you can be a true trade deadline buyer every single year, then what's going on? You need to look at your processes. You need to evaluate personnel. You need to evaluate your front office. And the Giants made that change from Farhan Zaidi to Buster Posey. A lot of folks thought that it would be an overnight transition into a bold, new, aggressive era. And for the early portions of it, it looked like it would, with Willie Adames being signed, with Justin Verlander being added to this rotation, with the Rafael Devers trade that was supposed to be the foot on the gas pedal move for the San Francisco Giants. But the reality is we are learning that it takes time in baseball. And while the Giants came into this season with the intent to try, while Buster Posey made the move to be aggressive to go get Devers, we are seeing that this roster was extremely flawed coming into this season.
Buster Posey told us about 2 weeks ago that the expectation is to always make the postseason.
Which is great.
Of
it
course.
should be. That should be the standard in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm. We'll see if those expectations are the same at the trade deadline and whether or not he's a buyer or a seller. Jesse Rogers from ESPN is coming up next. We'll talk to him about names like Camilo Doval, Robbie Ray, Tyler Rogers, or maybe a few pieces that the Giants could go out and trade for to maybe stop this slide back to the gravitational pull of 500. It's Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley filling in for Murph on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And
Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we are back live on the Murph and Marcus Show. Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy today, and the Murph and Marcus Show is always sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. And Kerry, we're getting closer and closer to the MLB trade deadline, which means it's time to check in with one of the best writers in the country, covers Major League Baseball for ESPN, straight out of Chi-Town. Jesse Rogers is joining us this morning. Jesse, Marcus Boucher, Kerry Crowley here on the Giants flagship radio station. How you doing this morning, Jesse?
I am probably doing better than Giants fans these days, right? Boy, it's been a rough stretch, but I'm doing well. Good to be with you guys.
Appreciate your time. I know it's a busy, busy week, but you're absolutely right. Giants have now lost 10 out of the last 12, and it feels like somehow, some way, they've gotten worse since the Rafael Devers trade. Jesse, just from a national standpoint, what is your breakdown of the San Francisco Giants right now?
Yeah, it feels like a game of whack-a-mole. You know, when they get some good pitching, they can hit. When they hit, they can't pitch, especially since the All-Star break. I mean, the relief corps, which was the strength of this team, is just kind of falling apart. Sometimes that can happen in the second half as guys, you know, build up the appearances and outings. But why they haven't stabilized since Devers, I can't put my finger on. I was in San Francisco those first few days after getting him. They beat Boston. You beat that Boston series after losing game one, and it looked like things were going to go in the right direction, and they just kind of turned around. But I think a lot of people are sort of confused by it. I don't know if water is finding its level after the hot start the Giants had, or there's something else going on here. In other words, were they always a 500-ish team, or they really have they tanked because of some other reasons? I mean, they're not pitching as well. That we know. But why this is all going on right now, or since Devers, I can't put my finger on.
Jesse, I think after the Devers trade, everyone locally was under the assumption that Buster Posey would just continue to add, that he would look to be among the more aggressive buyers at this year's trade deadline. Now the Giants are sitting at 54 and 53, 2 days away. They're 4 games out in the National League wildcard race. They've been passed by the Reds, passed by the Cardinals. Do you still think it's realistic to think the Giants might buy, or could they trend towards selling here over the next 2 days?
Well, they could do both. They could do a little sell of a reliever, too, and then just add on the margins. But even if they don't subtract, I don't think they're going to be that aggressive in adding. I think it'd be on the margins. I just don't – first of all, I don't think a lot of huge names are going to move. Obviously, the Diamondbacks have Suarez and a couple pitchers. But, I think the Devers trade was kind of a one-off in a way. Like, I didn't think it was an indication that Posey is all in. I thought, it's a franchise that has some money to spend and an opportunity to get a player to come to San Francisco, a pitcher's park, get a good hitter, and it just matched up. Perfect timing for the Giants to grab him. But I think he would have tried to do that no matter what the Giants' record was, to be honest, because star players don't move that often. So I think that was a one-off. I think he might try to add a little bit on the margins to get back in it, because he's not the type to just sort of give away the season, but I don't think they're going to do anything big.
I think most people in the baseball world were surprised that Buster Posey was able to pull off that Rafael Devers blockbuster trade. Do you think there will be a player bigger, or should I say maybe a bigger superstar than Rafael Devers traded at this year's trade deadline?
Yeah, I mean, the names would be like Mackenzie Gore or Joe Ryan, and I don't even think they're bigger names than Devers. Maybe Gore is, but I don't think either of them are going to go. I do think Kelly or Gallen on Arizona and probably Suarez as well. I think those would probably be the biggest names to move. I mean, if Sandy Alcantara gets moved, he's a big name, but he's not pitching well. So Devers is probably going to be the best overall player that got moved this season.
Jesse Rogers of ESPN joining us here on KNBR. And Jesse, the Emmanuel Clase news that comes out on Monday morning kind of shocked Major League Baseball followers and fans, and I think also maybe changes the relief market a little bit. The Giants right now have had, as you mentioned, a good bullpen this season. Tyler Rogers is a pending free agent with an ERA under 1.6 right now. Camilo Doval still closer caliber arm, even if he lost the closer job in San Francisco. I think it's possible that those arms become more coveted by some of these other contenders due to the Clase news.
I mean, sure, every data point is important, and that was a guy that was going to be on the market. There's a lot of closers that should be on the market. Iglesias from Atlanta, Finnegan from Washington, maybe one of your guys, like you mentioned. There's a few others out there as well, I think, that are going to move. Helsley on St. Louis, probably the best of the group, even though he's not having the season he had last year. So the Class A thing is a data point, like I said, but I don't think it changes the market all that much, because we know at the end relievers always end up moving. There's a lot available, and I think they will move in the last 24 to 48 hours.
We've been talking about some of those Giants relievers like Camilo Doval and Tyler Rogers, but I also wanted to ask you about Robbie Ray, whose name I hear is popping up maybe in trade rumors. What do you think the Giants do in that situation, and do you view him maybe as the Giants' most valuable trade asset?
Maybe. I don't think they're going to move him. I don't think so, because then you really are sort of just giving up on the season. I mean, starting pitching is so coveted. You guys have had your ups and downs. I mean, Logan Webb hasn't looked good the last couple starts. So I don't think you can just sort of get rid of one of your guys and expect to hang in there, because I think that's what Buster Posey wants to do. No matter what happens at the deadline, I think he wants to still go for it. I mean, they traded for Devers. They still have a decent core, and they're only 3 or 4 games out. Like you mentioned, you just got to get on a little win streak after this losing skid. So I don't see Robbie Ray going, because that really is kind of waving the white flag, in my opinion.
Jesse, it's a fascinating race in the National League right now. You've got the Brewers at 63 wins. You've got the Cubs at 62. The Dodgers and the Mets all at 62. It's jam-packed at the top. The Phillies right there at 60. Which team to you is most intriguing at this year's deadline, and which teams in the National League could be most aggressive in your opinion?
I think the Phillies and Mets are going to be both really aggressive. I think the Mets are looking at Luis Robert or Cedric Mullins. The Phillies, I know Dave Dombrowski understands the moment they're in. They've got to go for it this year. Schwarber's a free agent. Realmuto's a free agent. The dynamic in that locker room is going to change after this season. I think the Phillies and Mets probably are going to be the most aggressive, along with the Cubs leading to the deadline on Thursday.
Jesse, the Giants are 54-53, and we're talking about them buying at the trade deadline. The Arizona Diamondbacks are right below them at a 51-56 record. Seems like they are sellers. Do you think the Giants would be interested in either Merrill Kelly or Zach Gallen to bring into this rotation?
Yeah, sure, they'd be interested. I just don't know if they're going to give up that prospect that's going to get it done. They're just going in the wrong direction at the wrong time. I mean, you want a losing skid like this in May or June. Don't want it near the deadline. Now, Buster Posey is new and a bit of a wild card and a competitor, so that's why I talk about he's not going to wave the white flag, and maybe he'll zig when you think he's going to zag. So, I mean, every contender-ish team is going to want Gallen or Kelly, especially Kelly. Gallen's not pitching as well, but I just don't know if that's the move for Buster at this deadline, the way things are going.
You mentioned 2 pitchers earlier that I wanted to follow up on. Joe Ryan, who has ties here to the Bay Area, being from Marin County, but also Mackenzie Gore. It seems like those are 2 of the top pitchers available on the market. How big of a price do you think that would cost teams to acquire those guys?
Huge. It's huge right now. We're talking they want major league, not just ready players. They want players off your major league team if you're a contender, and prospects. And not many contenders subtract from the major league team to add to their major league team. So the price is huge. It's like multiple top prospects plus a major leaguer, that kind of stuff. So I think there's one thing we forget at this time of year. There's only 2 times a year that teams really talk trades, in July and basically November, December, right? And so even if you don't make a deal in July, there's many times where you find out what your guy's worth. You go back and forth, and you use that information later on. I think that's what the Nationals are doing. I could be wrong. I know Mackenzie Gore's agent is Scott Boras, so there's some concern about him staying there long term. But I think both Minnesota and Washington are testing the waters to see what a return would look like, and maybe they get the grand slam return and they do pull it off. So my point is, you have these conversations just in case it leads to something, but not many teams trade their aces, unless it's a full-on rebuild. And I don't think either team is doing a full-on rebuild. The Nats have already done one, and Minnesota actually has a decent core So I just don't see that team starting over either.
And I'll tell you, our text line, our phone line blows up every day with calls about Joe Ryan. Everyone here wants to bring him home to the Bay Area, and the Giants just don't have the prospect capital to make that type of deal happen. Jesse, I did want to ask about kind of the position groups that you think could be most active at this year's deadline. I know there's always a rush on relievers in the final hours before the deadline. You brought up Luis Robert and Cedric Mullins. Maybe, another outfielder who could be on the move is a target of every Giants fan, but again, they probably don't have the capital to bring him in. Is Stephen Kwan of the Cleveland Guardians. Are there any groups of positions that you're watching closely where teams could be really making a flurry of moves in the final hours?
I mean, you're right. It's easy to just answer relievers because that's what it's going to look like. I mean, a closer on a non-contending team is useless. There's just no point, especially if he's going to be a free agent or even if he has a year and a half left. Like, you may as well – you can get a lot for a closer at this time of year, where if you tried to trade one in December, nobody wants a closer. But they're all looking for him in July. So I do look at that market almost every year. I mentioned some of the names. And then even, the top setup men. So I think you're going to see that market really get interesting. But you brought up some names. I mean, there's a lot of times, you don't see that many hitters actually move or impact players in the outfield. But Quan, Robert, there's probably a few others I'm not even remembering. I mean, third base will be interesting. McMahon's already gone. Suarez, not as many teams normally need a third baseman, but we know that there's a few that do, whether it be Cincinnati or Seattle or maybe the Cubs upgrade there. The Yankees already did that. So I think there's the ability for some more movement in markets that I don't normally think there will be, especially third base and outfield. And then, of course, Edward Cabrera, Sandy Alcantara, Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen. So there's a little bit of availability at every market, starter, reliever, and that outfield group, along with at least Suarez at third base. So I think it's going to be interesting. Everyone's talking about the high prices. They're going to come down in the last 48 hours, so stay tuned tomorrow and Thursday especially.
Last couple minutes here with ESPN's Jesse Rogers ahead of Thursday's MLB trade deadline. And Jesse, I just want to ask you big picture perspective on Buster Posey, especially since the Rafael Devers trade. Has the national or maybe the inside the organization view kind of changed around the league of how other GMs and president of baseball operations are now viewing Buster Posey halfway through his first season?
I haven't asked a lot of people about it, but my feeling is they're feeling him out. They're getting to know him. I watched the interview he did the other day on the broadcast, and he was talking about the fact that, at the trade deadline, it is about relationships, and I'm just starting to get to know these other GMs. Now, of course, he probably knows some of them as a player, but now he's an executive. He's one of their colleagues, and it's a different dynamic. So I think people are kind of feeling him out and he's feeling them out, but I think they respect him. I think they respect who he is and his baseball knowledge. Now let's just see how clever he can be long-term in this job. Devers' trade was a bold move, looks good on paper, has to play out that way. You got a lot of money tied up in him. He has to perform, and now Buster has to build on that. So he's just at the beginning of this thing, but I think he has the respect, but I don't think he has the relationships just yet around the league, and that's big, especially around trade deadline. If you know someone really well, you can get something done quickly. So Buster's, there's a learning curve there, but there is for any new executive. But he does have the respect, and that's where you have to start with anyone.
Jesse, before we let you go here, tragic news in the baseball world yesterday as the sport lost Ryne Sandberg, and you wrote a tremendous piece. I know you're based in Chicago about Ryne Sandberg, teammates and opponents remembering him, and some really, really incredible quotes in this piece. And I'd just love for you to tell us, being based in Chicago, what he means to that city, to that community, and really to the baseball world as well.
Yeah, certainly in Chicago, there's a fan base about my age in the 50-ish range that really adore him. I grew up, imitating his stance. One of the early all-around kind of middle infielders, where you didn't see second baseman hitting 20-plus home runs back in the day. Well, he did. He had the power and speed. To this day, like Cub players will look at his stat line and can't believe one year he won the MVP. He hit 19 triples with 19 home runs and like 30 stolen bases in 1984. That wasn't what a middle infielder did back then. He was kind of a scrawny guy, but his swing, John Smoltz told me, was just perfect for Wrigley Field. There's some angles there to run all day, and he did that with the doubles and the triples, the extra base hits. Just a great all-around player, a 9 or 10-time Gold Glove winner, so just could do it all, again, at a time when middle infielders were not known to do it all. And then gracious, complete gracious superstar. Current-day players talk about it. His teammates back in the day talk about it. Humble, quiet. In fact, he was just not great with reporters because he was so quiet and soft-spoken, but he was awesome with fans, awesome with teammates. Even today, players, Nico Horner, Dansby Swanson, talked about the fact that he never sort of big-timed anyone. He never told them, back in my Hall of Fame days, I did it this way. He was always curious. So the quintessential gracious superstar, and I think that's why he's going to be remembered fondly all over the baseball world.
Yeah, it's a great piece, and you can find it right now on ESPN.com. Jesse, I know it's a busy week, so we'll let you go. Really appreciate your time, and thanks for coming on.
You got it, guys. Good luck. Be well.
There he is, ESPN's Jesse Rogers, giving us a preview of the Giants. And we should remind you that you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. And it sounds like a lot of the conversation that we've been having per the past couple of weeks, the national perspective of seeing Buster Posey already act as a buyer to go out and make the Rafael Devers trade, which would suggest that they're not going into full sale mode. You heard Jesse Rogers say he does not believe that Robbie Ray will be traded. I'm in that same camp. I actually think there might be more value in keeping Robbie Ray for this year and trying to trade him next year because it might be easier to trade him when he doesn't have $24, $25 million attached to him. But that was one of my first takeaways. What were your takeaways to Jesse Rogers?
I mean, it's very interesting to get the national perspective on Buster Posey, and I think that Jesse had a really good point about heading into a trade deadline where it's your first year on the job. You didn't come through a traditional front office path, so you don't have those built-in relationships if you're Buster Posey. I think he will need to rely on general manager Zach Manassian, who's well-known in Major League Baseball circles, who can help make those connections if he wants to get a deal done. Jeremy Shelley, who's been assistant general manager for the Giants for the last 30 years. But when you're doing that, you're typically relying on deals to get done on the margins. And Jesse brought that up. It's not as if the Giants are going to go big game hunting at this year's deadline or sell off their best players at this year's deadline, because it's not really realistic to think that Matt Chapman or Willie Adames or Rafael Devers or Jung-Hoo Lee are going to be traded. There aren't teams that want to acquire those type of contracts, particularly with the way that any of those players are performing right now. So to strip the Giants down to their parts just isn't a realistic idea of what this team can accomplish at the trade deadline. So I think Jesse hit the nail on the head on expecting this team to potentially add on the margins because, Marcus, we discussed this. They need a starting pitcher. Yeah. It doesn't matter if that's a AAA guy in another organization who can just come up and make 10 starts for you, or if it's a true Merrill Kelly or Zach Gallen who gets you into that postseason chase again. The Giants just need innings at this point. Like Jeff Samardzija was valuable to the Giants even at the end of his career because the dude took down innings. They don't have those guys right now. Justin Verlander today is under pressure to throw 6. That is how desperate this team is headed into July 31st deadline.
And the problem is, everybody wants pitching.
Yeah.
It's not just the San Francisco Giants. Buster told us the other week, you can never have too much pitching. I mean, literally everybody is looking for arms, not just in the starting rotation, but also in the bullpen, which means that the Giants could deal from a stance of depth if we are talking about guys like Camilo Doval or even Tyler Rogers.
And this, to me, is the most interesting component of the San Francisco Giants trade deadline because Camilo has value. Tyler Rogers, with his sub-1.6 ERA, has tremendous value as a pending free agent right now, a player the Giants could re-sign this offseason even if they dealt him. And so, because of that, the Giants could get those prospects in return, and they could also evaluate the pitchers inside the organization. Do you want to get a look at Keaton Winn as a reliever moving forward? Do you want to get a look at Trent Harris, AAA pitching prospect whose ERA has skyrocketed since getting to the PCL, but has major league stuff? If the Giants trade those pitchers, they can still get looks at those guys. They can still feel confident about evaluating them entering the 2026 season and get a better grip on the future that they might not be able to get if they keep those 2 pitchers for a stretch run. It doesn't look like it's going to materialize the way that we once thought.
Yeah, and obviously if you're thinking about them being a postseason team this year, you would love to have as many bullpen arms as possible. But you got to be realistic with yourself at the trade deadline also. There's a chance that the Giants could get hot, but hope is not a great strategy. And if you're thinking about the future, maybe losing guys like Tyler Rogers, after Taylor already left this past offseason, that was a contract I didn't like too much. But you're looking at Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval, it's like there's some value there, and it wouldn't set you too much further back long term because of Randy Rodriguez.
Yeah.
And because some of the other pieces you already have in the bullpen. And that's why I do think there will be more mixing and matching, but I still want another starting pitcher.
Of course.
But it's like, that's the price, though, because even for Merrill Kelly or Zach Gallen, there's going to be other teams offering prospects. Like, I asked a question about Mackenzie Gore and Joe Ryan. That, to me, are two pipe dreams because I just simply don't think the Giants have enough unless they're willing to part ways with Bryce Eldridge. But he's essentially untouchable to me because you don't have anybody else that resembles the power that he can provide for you in that farm system.
Well, I do think there is a potential path, and not one that I would anticipate the Giants would explore in the middle of a season, but one that could occur this offseason. Let's say there's a young starting pitcher out there. It doesn't have to be Joe Ryan. It doesn't have to be Mackenzie Gore, but someone with multiple years of team control where the Giants already traded away Kyle Harrison. They feel as if Hayden Birdsong might be a reliever long-term. Let's say that's a hypothetical. They could go into this offseason, the one player in their organization who has surplus value on the trade market. Giants fans probably don't believe so right now, but Elliot Ramos does because he's got 3 years of team control left in a Giants uniform. He's got power. He can provide that for you in an organizations where they don't necessarily have that corner outfield DH type that Ramos gives the Giants. He could be someone who they could use as a trade chip to get a pitcher with 2 years of team control left. Now, it might also take pairing him with Carson Wizenhunt to get the pitcher that you really want, but that could be a move that Giants fans would realistically entertain. It would also force the Giants to then dip into the free agent or trade markets to go get another outfielder because realistically, you're losing Mike Yastrzemski in free agency this offseason. You're not bringing him back. Can you rely on Grant McCray or some of these other outfielders at the highest levels of the organization? I don't know. The answer is yes. Luis Matos, do you want to give him a full season in right field? If you want to contend, the answer to me is no. So could you use Ramos as a trade chip to go out and get that pitcher that you covet? To me, the answer is yes. And to me, that time will come in December or January.
Yeah, see, that's an interesting strategy, especially if you're talking about doing it next year at the winter meetings or even beyond. But for this season, it'd be so hard to move on from a guy like Elliot Ramos. And not saying that you're suggesting that, but I've heard other people suggest that because people are suggesting everything. 808 KNBR is a number.
That's the goal.
Hell, throw some crap at the wall and we'll see if anything sticks here. That's what we do for 4 hours a day on the radio. But everybody's got their trade scenarios. Some people want to move on from this contract. Some people want to move on from that contract. But what you're saying about Elliot Ramos is the team control and the fact that he's coming off an all-star year and the fact that he's had a lot of base running blunders this year and bad defensive showcasing out in left field. I think maybe you would entertain that option, but then you'd be talking about upgrading at 2 positions in the outfield over Yaz and Matos and then trying to find a left fielder moving forward when you just trade James Tibb, your first-round draft pick from last year, and there's not a whole lot depth in the system unless you are focusing down the road for guys like Dakota Jordan, even Bo Davidson, who seem like they're a year or two away.
Exactly. The ETA on any promising prospect in the Giants farm system outside of Bryce Eldridge is 27. You are going to go through an entire 26 season where you're expected to get very minimal contributions from guys inside your own farm system. And that, to me, is an indictment of how this organization has drafted and developed over the last decade or so. We were talking this morning, Marcus, about the anticipation of a pitcher coming up like Carson Wizenhunt, about the anticipation preseason for the San Francisco Giants of Wizenhunt, of Roop, of Birdsong, of Harrison. And is this 2016 all over again? Are we waiting on Chris Stratton and Tyler Beede and Kyle Crick, Andrew Suarez to all materialize into the next great Giants rotation? Because we saw that movie play out. We saw that picture. We know how it ends.
Yeah, there's 2016, there's 2010, 2012, and 2014 too. But yeah, totally different stories. We'll continue to break down Carson Wizenhunt's debut yesterday and, of course, break down the trade deadline and whether or not the Giants maybe will move on from a few pieces like Camilo Doval or Tyler Rogers to maybe replenish some of this farm system and get some of those prospects. 808 KNBR is a number. If you want to check in on the trade deadline, you can also get into some 49er talk with Robert Saleh talking about the rookies in camp down at 49ers facilities in Santa Clara yesterday. Your call, 808 KNBR is a number. The show rolls on with your thoughts before we get to Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30. It's Murph and Marcus with Kerry Crowley in for Murph on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Marcus Boucher checking back in on a Tuesday morning with our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us, what do we do if you have unfiled tax returns?
You let us take care of it for you. You know, it's amazing how many people don't file returns. And the number one reason is people just don't have the money to pay it. So they don't. They make a mistake. Then year two rolls around so quickly, and people say, how can they file year two when they didn't file year one? And by the way, they still don't have the money. Then it becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle, always looking over your shoulder. Is today the day the IRS agent comes knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage? And then they do what I call the crazy. They do all types of things that really harm themselves. Folks, it doesn't have to be. If you don't have the money to pay the returns, that's okay. We want to make a deal for you. If you don't have your records, that's okay. We'll get all the records the government has on you. If your bookkeeping is really bad or non-existent, that's okay. We have a bookkeeping department. The bottom line is, if you haven't filed a return, let us go ahead and take care of it for you before the government does something bad to you. The only thing you have to do is call us for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, take care of this for me.
That was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney, too. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online at moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, that's going to be interesting as to how he goes about it. I know that they're looking. They're spending a lot of time looking. And I think the one thing with Buster is that if he is going to make a deal, he's going to make a deal that isn't going to benefit just this year. It's going to benefit the next couple of years. I don't think they're interested in a rental for 2 months. I think they're interested for a player in the future. And if an opportunity rises up that they can improve themselves, and not only for this year, for the next couple, 2 or 3, then I think that's the kind of move that they'll make.
The voice of Mike Krukow on these very airwaves yesterday morning, about 12 hours ago, because in 10 minutes we'll be talking to his partner, Dwayne Kuiper, about his thoughts on the trade deadline just 2 days away. Marcus Boucher here, back with Kerry Crowley, filling in for Brian Murphy this morning, and all week long, or I guess until tomorrow. Then on Thursday, we'll get FP.
Then I'm getting traded for FP.
And on Friday, we're going to the bullpen and calling up Larry Kruger to close out the game because there could be some bullpen movement this week during the trade deadline. A lot of movement and a lot of reaction on the text line this morning after we just wrapped up our interview with ESPN's own Jesse Rogers. People are checking in. 415 said, boys, the ship is sinking. It's time to sell. 408 simply says, sell, sell, sell. But 707, say it backwards, says, boys, they're only a few pieces away. Look how close they are to competing. So there are various opinions of what the Giants should do at this year's trade deadline, Gary.
I mean, everyone calling for a sale. I get it. I totally get it. You watch this team lose 10 of 12 games. It's been horrible. This is some of the worst baseball I've seen the Giants play in the last 3, 4, 5 years. It has been abysmal in every facet of the game. In days they'd pitched well, they haven't hit at all. In days they've hit, they haven't pitched well. Nothing is clicking for this team. But at the same time, when you say sell, who do you mean? Because you can't sell Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, Jung-Hoo. These are not contracts that other teams would acquire right now. So is it just Tyler Rogers, Camilo Doval, and maybe Robbie Ray? I totally get the idea of selling Rogers and Doval, but if you trade Robbie Ray, who's your number 2 next year? Do you want to win next year? Like, do you expect the Giants will go into 2026 with a better number 2 than Robbie Ray? Look at the free agent market out there. Look at the pitchers inside their own farm system. Tell me you have confidence in the pitchers inside the own farm system. It's why it's fascinating to me, Marcus, when people say, like, replace Mike Yastrzemski in right field. Have you looked at AAA Sacramento? Have you looked at AA Richmond, which, by the way, is having, like, the worst season ever? There's no one inside the organization who's better. It's a failure on the previous regime. It's a failure on the current regime in the Giants front office that they can't replace these players from the inside. So I am all on board of the idea of trading away players who can bring you value in return. I just don't think the Giants have that many players to trade away.
I love when Kerry asks me questions like that. Who do you sell? And it's different because usually when I'm in the number 2 chair with Murph, I have to answer immediately. But as a driver, I'm basically like hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And how about we ask the audience? Because look who we have on hold. It's Mark in Pleasanton who wants the Giants to sell at this year's trade deadline. Mark, Kerry has a question for you. Who are you selling and what moves are you making? What's up, Mark? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Good morning. First of all, I called last week, and I said my complaint with the Giants is that they never rebuild, which I heard actually Kerry say this morning. I want them to rebuild. I want a commitment to 2 to 3 years of rebuilding. When I hear Krug, who I love, talk about getting a player that's going to help them now and in the future, it's not realistic. You're going to have to trade it. You wouldn't. Like Javier Baez was traded for Pete Armstrong, which took 3 to 4 years to get to the major leagues. I'm not interested. It seems like the Giants are more focused on the business side and making sure the stadium is filled than they are in building a quality team. Kerry said it almost perfectly. You have to be willing to get prospects that you develop, and you have to commit to rebuilding. I just don't see the Giants doing that. And it isn't just this year's team, which is flawed. It's the past 9 or 10 years. They're the same team every year for 2021. They're projected to be an 83-win team. They can maybe sneak into the third wild card. It usually doesn't. They go out and sign a bunch of free agents who have qualifying offers and are older, and it just repeats itself over and over again. I think it's just going to repeat itself over and over again next year. I don't see any change.
I hear what you're saying.
I'm just
I hear
negative.
I hear what you're saying, Mark. Now, when it comes to this year's trade deadline, who do you think would be the most valuable piece? Who would you be willing to move on from to maybe get back some of those prospects?
Well, the most valuable piece is Robbie Ray. But is it better to trade him now? Is it better to trade him at the offseason? Is it better to trade him next year's deadline? You need to commit to a 2 to 3 year rebuild, then make your decisions based on that. So it's not trading Robbie Ray to help you for this year. How do I get my own Pete Armstrong? How do I get someone like that? How do I place bets? The weird thing about the Giants is they won 3 World Series based on this incredible farm system, all these great young players. And I don't understand why they can't look at that and say that's how you build a winner. Unless you're the Dodgers and spend over $300 million, you need to have a core of young players. That's the best way that's the most effective way to win.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying,
to me,
Mark.
It's not just that you're.
Go ahead.
I don't see it happening. It's not the Giants' way. To me, it's very frustrating. It does not show an understanding how other teams build. And that's how Tracy Rogers was. It's just whatever. I actually thought Buster Posey might have the juice to convince ownership to rebuild. This things he said at the beginning of the season, which is he built from the farm system and the young players. But he hasn't really done that. And actually, I think the Devers trade is fine. He's going to be a good player. He's going to hit. It's just they need to. I actually like the Devers trade better for the Red Sox. They got rid of older players that spent a lot of money. They went young. Whatever. I just find it very frustrating because it seems like most other teams rebuild, and the Giants can be more focused on putting butts in seats.
Yeah, Mark, I hear you. Thanks for the call. Appreciate you checking in. I don't know if I'm on the same page as you as the Red Sox winning the Rafael Devers trade already because I think we have to let this play out for the next 6, 7, 8 years. But I understand the frustration because he mentioned it, Kerry, the Giants' way. The Giants' way the last 5, 6, 10 years have been to kind of be in this middle ground where they have not committed fully to a rebuild, where they have not replenished the farm system with prospects, but they still want to be competitive. And now when you have a roster with Rafael Devers on it, when you give the contract extension to Matt Chapman, when you give Willie Adames the biggest contract in Giants history, that tells me that all the signs are pointing towards them wanting to be competitive right now. So it's going to be hard to break everything down and rebuild for the next 2, 3 years like our friend Mark wants to do.
3 quick points here. You can't rebuild when you pay Rafael Devers, Matt Chapman, and Willie Adames. The Giants aren't in a position financially to rebuild. The Giants also can't rebuild when you hire Buster Posey. And furthermore, like the expectation among fans should be that this team, this organization, this franchise competes every year. The standard should be much higher. Anyone who says they want to rebuild, let me ask you, in year 2, year 3 of the Giants losing 102, 104 games, how do you really feel about that? Are you excited to watch Giants baseball that night, knowing that the players that are on your team are going to be gone the next season? We kind of saw a half-hearted rebuild, and we saw the Giants fans' visceral reaction to that. Imagine that, but 5 times worse, because that's what a rebuild feels like. No one actually wants a rebuild when you're in the rebuild. Rebuilds, hypothetically, we all love them. We all think they're great. We all think they're going to turn out like the Astros, like the Cubs. Reality is 95% never do.
Yeah, and you've seen how upset fans have been this season. Could you imagine a season next year without some of these pieces? Now it seems like we are going down a little bit of a rabbit hole, but I got to pull the plug here and get out. Scarecrow and a couple other callers. Chris, I see you guys on hold, but I made a promise to myself that I would not be late to Dwayne Kuiper. He's right around the corner on the other side. 7:30 sharp. Be there or be square. Kuiper next with Kerry Crowley and for Murph on the Murph and Marcus Show.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Aha! Tuesdays are smooth days, which means it's time for Dwayne Kuiper on the Murph and Marcus Show, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And Kuiper, the interview might sound a little different today because Murph is on vacation, which means we made the call to the bullpen to bring in Kerry Crowley this morning to talk to you. Kuiper, good morning. How you doing today?
I think this is as good as the Devers trade, to be honest with you.
We're going to go like 13-20 after this, Kuiper?
Well, I'm not sure I want to go that route, but I am pretty pleased that Murph isn't here. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, this is truly a blockbuster trade. It's huge for the show, huge for the program. But let's start with last night's game, Kuiper, and get straight into it. Giants lose to the Pittsburgh Pirates. Carson Wizenhunt makes his debut. What were your takeaways from last night's game?
Well, I think we all have to have a pretty good idea what can happen if you throw out a kid that's never pitched in the big leagues before. And you always hope that it's going to go great, right? But you also realize that there may come a couple of times during the game where things are going to go sideways, and then he's going to have to get out of it. And I think the inning that really hurt the most is the inning where he walked two guys, and then eventually both those guys scored. Overall, I thought throughout the game he figured some things out. He got a little bit better. And then, Seymour comes in and he pitches pretty good, but he hangs one pitch to a veteran guy like Andrew McCutcheon, who really is showing some age. But a hanging breaking ball is a hanging breaking ball. And his home run ended up being the difference. But overall, listen, I heard Jesse Rogers coming in, and I agree with him. I mean, you can get through the season, and you hope that you don't hit a long stretch where you pitch well, you don't hit. You hit, and then you don't pitch well. And if you get one of those streaks, you just hope it doesn't last for very long. And the Giants got to end it really soon. Otherwise, this season's over with.
Dwayne, I know that throughout Buster's playing career, one of the things that he was so good at was weathering a slump, weathering a losing streak, making sure that if he was struggling at the plate, it wouldn't impact him at the field and vice versa. How do you think he's handling this stretch as an executive? And really, over the past 2 months, the rough stretch of baseball, how is it shaping his perspective heading into Thursday?
Well, I think this is much harder on him now than when he was a player, because as a player, you can do something about it. You can get into that clubhouse. You can shake some guys up, and you certainly can do something behind the plate and at the plate. And, now he's an observer. And I think this is really hard on him. But, as a good executive, you can't really show it too much because everybody's looking at you to see if you're expressing yourself one way or another. So I think this has been hard on him, but watching him work and how he goes about his business, really the last thing I'm worried about is Buster Posey.
Kuiper, with the Giants losing 10 out of the last 12, outside of the impact with the front office and the organization with the trade deadline, how do you think this impacts the clubhouse and the overall vibes going into the deadline?
Well, I mean, they're miserable right now. I mean, that's the way it is when you're going through a streak. I mean, you're trying everything, to get things back on track. Look, they win 2 games in Atlanta, and I think they scored 9 or more in those 2 wins. And all of a sudden you start to think, all right, well, now this is what we're talking about, and we're on track, and we're going to roll. And then you come home, and you face a really good Mets team. And the game on Saturday night is the one that just crushed me. I mean, look, what do I have at stake in this? Well, I love what I do. I love my team. But I can go home and get over it pretty quick. That game on Saturday, I did not get over it quick at all. I mean, you hit that many balls hard, and you got nothing to show for it. Yeah, that really wears on you, and I think it's wearing on everybody.
Yeah, and Kuiper, it seems like the offensive struggles are kind of, I don't want to say blown out of proportions, but they're definitely under a magnifying glass right now, especially after the Mets weekend where they went over 23 with runners in scoring position. But you are seeing signs of life from Rafael Devers. Jung-Hoo Lee's hitting over 300 in the month of July. Willie Adames is swinging it better than ever. So there are reasons to believe that the offense should be performing better than they currently are right now, right?
Yeah, the runners in scoring position, when I kept hearing it on and on and on during the ESPN broadcast, I was like, well, you guys aren't paying attention because of all those at-bats, almost close to half of them, the Giants had made good, solid contact and had good at-bats. So, I mean, it's disappointing you don't knock guys in, but if you're doing your job and hitting the ball hard, there's nothing you can do after you hit it. So yeah, I mean, I think they're doing a lot better offensively. Sometimes it doesn't show, but but they're also running into, at least against the Mets, two all-star pitchers, and they do miss the kids' schemes, which in a lot of ways I'd like to see them. In other ways, I'd like to avoid them. But anyway, I mean, it's a long-winded answer to saying, yeah, I do think their at-bats are a lot better, including at-bats with runners in scoring position.
This National League race is fascinating to me because you've got 5 teams kind of jam-packed at the top between 60 and 63 wins with the Brewers, the Dodgers, the Mets, the Cubs, the Phillies. But there's that 6th playoff spot that now exists, and I think that's the reason that some fans are clinging to hope right now. You've got the Padres, the Reds, the Cardinals, the Giants still in it, Dwayne, even after this stretch of 10 and 12 where they've lost and haven't played good baseball at all. How do you look at that, and do you see it as an opportunity? Do you see it as maybe a far-off goal that you just got to get things back on track first before you can think about that wild card spot? How does that shape your perspective of this race?
I look at it this way, Gary. About 2 weeks ago, the Texas Rangers were sellers, flat-out sellers, out of this completely. And now in a matter of 2 weeks, now they're buyers because they're right in contention for a wild card spot. And that's what happens in 2 weeks. So you have to convince yourself as an organization that you can do that too. And that's how you have to look at it. I mean, when these ball players go to the ballpark, I know for a fact that they're thinking that they're going to win that game. Well, now you got to do some stuff to make sure you do win that game. And then if you can, get on a good streak, because it's going to take that to, what are you, 4 back of the Padres? It's going to take that to catch these guys. But you can do it. But you got to get on a little bit of a streak.
Kuiper, after the organization went out and traded for Rafael Devers, that to me showed that this is a team that is not going to be sellers at this year's trade deadline, which would make most fans believe that they could be buyers. So if you were looking to upgrade at one position on this roster, where would your ideal fit be right now for this team?
Well, I mean, look, if you could get Ohtani, that'd be great.
I like that idea, Kuiper.
Then you could, you got a starter and a hitter. That would be awesome. But realistically, I think what you need is a veteran starter, maybe a fringe guy that can eat up some innings, and take a little load off of, the Wizenhunts and the Seymours and give Birdsong a little more time to get back here and, give Landon Roop a little bit more time to get that elbow to calm down. So, I mean, that's basically what I would think that the Giants, need to come up with right now. But, I mean, we all have to remember that when this trade line is done, they still will have made the biggest trade of all of them.
Yeah. The Rafael Devers trade is going to overshadow anything that's done in the next 48 hours. But, Dwayne, one other story that I wanted to ask you about this morning is about the tragic passing of Ryne Sandberg. I know that your careers overlapped a little. He started to really take off in his career right as your playing days were wrapping up. But what do you remember about an early Ryne Sandberg with the Chicago Cubs when you were out there?
I did not see a Hall of Famer in him when I played against him.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons was
I remember when we were going over how to play, the Cubs hitters before the game, and he was a right-handed hitter, and Frank Robinson had me playing Sandberg like he was a left-handed pull hitter. And, maybe not that exaggerated, but, a guy that you play straight away or even a little bit more towards the line, and always be aware that he could be involved in a hit and run almost every time there is a guy on first base. So to me, that's not a Hall of Famer. But then, he was a young player then, but then each year as he grew as a player, he started to more and more look like exactly what he was, and that's a Hall of Famer. Truly a good guy. Mike had an interesting note the other day, and I don't know if he mentioned it on the air or not. Of all the, he won a ton of Gold Gloves, right? And according to Mike, they got a stat out there where he never caught a pop-up.
Huh.
And I'd have to do a little research to see if that's true, because that really sounds unusual. But he could not deal with pop-ups. And Mark Grace caught all the pop-ups. Sean Dunston caught all the pop-ups. And that was the one kryptonite for him was pop-ups, but definitely a Hall of Famer.
He might be the only Hall of Famer to never catch a pop-up in his Major League Baseball career. But Kuiper,
Yeah, it sounds like that's a little bit of a stretch, but it is true. I know that he did not like pop-ups at all.
Well, speaking of the Hall of Fame, Kuiper, before we let you go, we did see Ichiro Suzuki, CeCe Sabathia, Billy Wagner, Dick Allen, and Dave Parker inducted into the Hall of Fame this weekend. Did you have any favorite memories or stories or favorite moments from the Hall of Fame ceremony this weekend?
You know what? I didn't see it. I mean, it just happens to be when I'm usually working, although this particular Sunday game was on ESPN, so Mike and I were not at the ballpark. But I had my hands full. My daughter's about a month away from having a baby, so we had a baby shower, and there are friends coming in, sisters from Wisconsin. So on the list of importance on Sunday, watching the Hall of Fame was down on my list, so I can't answer it.
Well, did you get a chance to see any of the Lucille Hall of Fame ceremony on Sunday?
I don't believe it was televised.
It's a shame. It's a real shame.
But I mean, I did see some of the people running around during the ESPN broadcast. And you know what? Congratulations. I mean, Lucille's been, such a big part of what goes on before the game, during the game, and it was great that all the other mascots came in to honor him. I'm really happy for Joel. Good for him.
Yeah, it was a fun time celebrating Lucille on Sunday. Looking back to some more fun times at the ballpark.
If he walked into the studio right now, would you know what he looked like?
Oh, Lucille, absolutely.
You mean the man in the costume?
The actual man inside the mascot costume.
In the costume, the person, would you recognize him?
No idea.
No.
No?
No.
Gary?
No.
Have you ever seen him?
He's very good about keeping his identity hidden.
He sits next to us in the press box to eat every night.
Wow.
So I'm sure I'd know who it is. I just don't know the actual Lucille.
Yeah, I mean, he is a handsome fellow. He does not need that costume for some action, trust me.
Does he eat fish every night before the game?
Well, that's his meal. But he has to have tartar sauce, which is a little unusual.
I love it. I'll keep an eye out for him in the press box, Kai. Appreciate it.
No, anyway, congratulations. I mean, you spend that much time inside that costume, although he doesn't have to deal with humidity like some of these men and women have to do in the Midwest or on the East Coast. But still, it's not an easy thing to do. And he does a great job.
Absolutely. Credit to Lucille making the Mascot Hall of Fame. Kuiper, you're a Hall of Famer in our books. You know that. Appreciate your time as always. We'll talk to you next Tuesday, and we'll see how this roster looks like post-trade deadline.
All right. See you guys.
See you, Dwayne.
There he is, Dwayne Kuiper on the UMA guest line, giving his thoughts on the Giants getting swept by the New York Mets and then dropping last night's game to the Pittsburgh Pirates. We'll keep that conversation going on the other side. In the big hit, 808 KNBR is a number. Is there anything that Dwayne Kuiper said that maybe encouraged you to be a buyer at the trade deadline? Is there anything that Jesse Rogers said earlier that makes you think you want to be a seller at the trade deadline? We had Andrew Bagley on yesterday. He said that the New York Mets wanted to leave town with Camilo Doval. We'll get your thoughts on the other side. Should the Giants buy or sell at this year's trade deadline? It's Kerry Crowley filling in for Murph on the Murph and Marcus Show on the Sports Leader.
I am pretty pleased that Murph isn't here. Let's put it that way.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We're still giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento. So stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win, your chance to go see Bowling for Soup. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And for caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
In terms of adding before the trade deadline, what part of the team?
I think we're keeping our options open. I mean, I always have an eye on pitching just because, especially in our ballpark, pitching and defense is going to win you a lot of games. So have an eye on the pitching market, but really just open mindset. But at the same time, I think, Buster, the main thing for us and our group is we like the players that we have right now. We believe that we've got a good team, and there's a lot of baseball left to go. Haven't really had the start that we wanted coming out of the break, but hopefully can get on a roll here and put some wins together.
The southern twang of a Buster Posey on Sunday Night Baseball, talking about the current state of the San Francisco Giants. Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Tuesday morning. It's Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy. And, of course, you know me. I'm the water boy, Marcus Boucher. John Joe Curley behind the scenes, printing out the rundowns. And young Tony giving us a little country rejoin here in honor of Carson Wizenhunt making his Major League debut yesterday, and me figuring out this morning that I'm not going to a Jason Aldean concert. I'm actually going to go see Morgan Wallen this weekend at Levi Stadium.
Oh, my God. Pretty incredible. And the opener on Saturday night, these folks, Brooks and Dunn.
Oh, I'm going to get to see Rod Brooks and Danny Dunn in person.
Slightly different.
This is phenomenal. I'm a big Brooks and Dunn fan.
Yeah. Of course, Brooks and Dunn head over
here.
Yeah,
exactly. I went to the Brooks and Dunn University, actually. All riffing aside, it's time to talk business because it's the business of baseball and it's the business of the trade deadline. And after the Giants have lost their 4th straight game, their 6th straight game at Oracle, and their 10th after the last 12 ball games, Kerry, it feels like they're heading in the wrong direction. Hell, it doesn't feel like it. They are heading in the wrong direction. The gravitational pull of 500 is back in our life. They're 1 game above 500, 4 games outside the wild card picture. And meanwhile, you have teams that are within 3-4 games of them, like the Arizona Diamondbacks, committed to being a seller at this year's trade deadline. So it's been a big topic this morning. We just talked to Dwayne Kuiper. We talked to Jesse Rogers earlier. We will have Jim Bowden on at 8:15 to get his thoughts on what the Giants should do at this year's trade deadline. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to check in. But Kerry, reset for us. What are your thoughts on what the Giants should do at this year's trade deadline?
Well, I think they need to, as Buster Posey said on Sunday Night Baseball, evaluate every option. But that doesn't just mean evaluate potential additions to this team. I think it means they need to be taking calls about current players on their Major League roster, because at 54 and 53, this is a team that doesn't have the look of a playoff squad and hasn't had the look of a playoff squad, if we're being honest with ourselves, since early May. The Giants went 13 and 14 in May. That's when their offense started to fall apart. That's when they had the stretch of 16 consecutive games without scoring at least 4 runs. In June, they got off to a decent start, and then they fall apart after the Rafael Devers trade. There was a game on Sunday when they were at Dodger Stadium where they won that game, where Kyle Harrison comes off the mound because he's traded. Sean Jelly steps in and pitches. They're right back in first place. Instead, they start losing, and they start losing in dramatic fashion. They fall to the Miami Marlins, 3 consecutive losses at home. They lose 2 of 3 to the lowly Chicago White Sox. And Marcus, things haven't gotten better in the month of July. And so what does that add up to? It adds up to a team that really isn't competing and hasn't competed for a playoff spot for the better part of 2 months. So if Buster Posey gets calls on Tyler Rogers, a pending free agent, on Camilo Doval, who after Emmanuel Clase's placed on the administrative leave list, he might be one of the top bullpen arms available at this year's deadline. He needs to take those calls incredibly seriously, because at the same time, you look at the caliber of prospect in the Giants farm system, you understand there aren't that many players they can go out and they can add that are impact players because they don't have prospect depth. And so that hurts you in 2 ways. It means you can't go get the players you want in the trade market, and the players who need to come up through this farm system and ultimately help this Major League roster, they simply aren't there right now. The Giants don't have the depth that's going to make this team good in 26, 27, and 28. So Buster Posey has to balance the short-term needs of this franchise. Heck, they need someone to take down innings with the long-term needs of this franchise. They need to start winning series. They need to start winning games. They need to get back to the playoffs, and that needs to happen sometime within the next 2 years. And really, quite honestly, it's a disappointment that it probably won't happen this year.
Yeah, it really feels like this has truly been a roller coaster season for the San Francisco Giants with its highs and its lows. And look, that happens with every baseball team. But now it feels like you're strapping in for drop zone and you're going straight down, which means something needs to change right now. But how much can change? Because I have came out on air multiple times with the statement that I don't think that the Giants will be true sellers at this year's deadline, especially after already making a blockbuster trade like they just did for Rafael Devers. After Buster Posey stepped in with Farhan Zaidi to give the contract extension to Matt Chapman. After Buster Posey and this front office decided to give the biggest contract in San Francisco Giants history to Willie Adames. Like, when you make moves like that, that doesn't tell me that you're in sell mode. Now, I do think that there could be a mixed message maybe being sent with some selling, some buying. I don't think we're going to see anything close to the blockbuster type of trade that we saw with Rafael Devers. Not just with the Giants, but maybe across Major League Baseball. Like, there's not going to be a bigger name than Rafael Devers. So that factors into the conversation also. But I don't think the Giants have enough unless they really want to get rid of their top prospects like Eldridge and Wizenhunt and Dakota Jordan and Bo Davison to go out and get a Mackenzie Gore or even a guy like Joe Ryan, who everybody wants here back in the Bay Area. So what does that mean moving forward? Because it's obvious that they need help in the rotation. Do they have enough to go out and get a Merrill Kelly or even a Zach Gowen? Do they hit up the Oakland/Sacramento A's about a J.P. Sears or a Luis Severino? But who wants to take on that contract? Because that's also the conversation you need to have with the Giants having this narrative of rolling back the payroll going into this season. It seemed like Buster Posey has maybe adjusted those plans and has gotten some more financial flexibility. But how much more flexibility does this roster have after committing this type of money? Not only to Devers, Chapman, and Willie Adames, but Jung Hoo Lee also. And these other players who are currently on the roster, how much can you improve? And how realistic is this team to come in to compete when they've had those flashes of looking like a playoff team this year? But for the majority of the season, they have not been a playoff team.
Well, it's why at 54 and 53, I don't think you can look at the Giants and say they will be a classic buyer, adding up rental players, going out and getting relief pitchers to fortify the bullpen. But I also don't think you can look at the Giants and say they're a classic seller. Why are the Arizona Diamondbacks a seller compared to the San Francisco Giants? Because the Diamondbacks have Eugenio Suarez. They had Josh Naylor. They've got Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, all very good veteran baseball players who will all hit free agency this offseason. The players the Giants have scheduled to hit free agency this offseason simply aren't as coveted. It's Tyler Rogers, a setup man in the bullpen. It's Wilmer Flores. It's Mike Yastrzemski. Anyone who's watched Flores and Yastrzemski over the last 2 months isn't looking at those players as true impact additions, whereas you look at Naylor, 800-plus OPS. You look at Suarez, 36 home runs at the time where, yesterday he gets hit on the hand. That leads to questions about his availability. You look at Kelly, he started playoff games. You look at Gallen, he's got an extended track record of success at the major league level as opposed to what he's done this year. But you look at the San Francisco Giants rotation, I mean, could you sell Justin Verlander? If you do, who comes up and makes those starts? Do you bring Hayden Birdsong back to the big league level to start 10 more games for you this season? Are you confident that that's not going to put extreme stress on your bullpen? Do you trade Robbie Ray with 1+ year left on his deal, understanding that if you want to compete next year, which we all know Buster Posey does, then you need to go out and replace Robbie Ray through a trade or free agency? Are you going to find a better option on the trade market or in free agency? The answer in all likelihood is no. So it just means that the Giants have to be creative, and that's very hard to do. It's a tough needle to thread, but they've put themselves in this situation with their failures over the last 2-3 weeks.
Well, especially when we get into this narrative of whether or not the Giants should go into a rebuild, which, let's be honest, they're not doing right now with the amount of talent and the amount of money that they have committed to this roster. But if we did want to play this game and go down the road, how much rebuilding do you have to actually do? Because we just mentioned it. Going into the season, I thought the 2026, 2027 rotation was going to be Logan Webb and Kyle Harrison and Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong and Carson Wizenhunt. There's your 5 homegrown starters. That, to me, would suggest a rebuild because you're doing it with your in-house prospects. Now, 4 of those 5 guys I just named are still around, but there's now question marks around those guys. Carson Wizenhunt just made his major league debut, worked through 5 innings. Seems like he settled in after his jitters maybe got to him in those first couple innings. The ruling is still out, obviously, on Carson Wizenhunt. Landon Roop was playing fantastic this year, was one of the best pitchers in the rotation. He's dealing with that elbow inflammation. Hopefully it's not too serious. You mentioned Hayden Birdsong trying to find the strike zone right now in Sacramento. So that to me leads that there's going to be a lot of question marks into next year's rotation and even beyond that. And that's why I don't think that they're going to trade Robbie Ray at this year's trade deadline, because you're going to need a number 2 to go into next season. And you're definitely going to need a number 2 if you still have this belief that you are a postseason team and can get into a 3-game wild card series. That's why you can't get rid of Robbie Ray right now in a classic sell move versus next year when you still have him under control for an additional season. And if you're in that same situation next year, sitting at 54 and 53 at the trade deadline, then you answer the phone, and then maybe you do make the move on trading someone like Robbie Ray to replenish some prospects.
Rebuilds always, in theory, sound good. It's like the player at AAA always sounds like a better option than the struggling major leaguer on your roster. But those are all hypotheticals. You look at this Giants roster, there are very few teams across Major League Baseball, Marcus, who are worse equipped for a full-scale rebuild than the San Francisco Giants. And why is that? Because you've locked in Matt Chapman for 5+ more seasons. You've locked in Willy Adames for 6+ more seasons. You've locked in Rafael Devers for 8+ more seasons. If you were to go full-scale rebuild, you'd have to find trade partners. Those simply don't exist for players with those contracts, players producing as they are right now. So the Giants must move forward. And when you've got that core, you either have to lean in, which Buster Posey has shown that he's willing to do, and I believe will continue to do next offseason, or you have to lean out and settle for the mushy middle, settle for the mediocrity that's characterized this franchise for a decade. And so what is it? Do you want more mediocrity, or do you want to push in some chips and see what's possible? I think come 2026, the Giants will be pushing in more chips. They'll be seeing what's possible, but they also have to grapple with the reality that they have not drafted and developed nearly well enough for more than a decade now.
That's the key, and I will remind everybody that you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, but that also has to be the blend between going out and paying for some of these top players. And look, I'm not saying that the San Francisco Giants or the LA Dodgers are they going to spend that type of money, but let's not mess around and pretend like the Giants are a poverty franchise. Like there's some middle of the country Kansas City Royals. I'm just throwing names out there. The Tampa Bay Rays, the Sacramento A's.
Yeah.
The Giants have money. They're going to control all of this market. So they are a team that should have a top 10 salary every single year. And that's what the Dodgers are doing. They'll sign a Shohei Ohtani, a Mookie Betts, a Freddie Freeman, but then they'll also surround them with their prospects and their farm system. And then they have enough prospects to go out and trade for some of these guys so that they can get Mookie Betts for Alex Verdugo and Jeter Downs. It wasn't even a great trade, but still, they have the prospects to go out and make moves like that. And that's what you're kind of looking at now with the Giants in this nucleus of players. But also, you have a homegrown all-star in Elliot Ramos, who I know some people are frustrated right now, and some people might want to see on the trade block as well. Patrick Bailey is another name that Giants fans get frustrated with, but that's a Gold Glove catcher. Then you start thinking about the future and maybe adding Bryce Eldridge into this lineup down the road. I mean, the guy has 4 home runs in the last 6 games. He's on a tear. He's on a heater right now in Sacramento. They're still going to be patient with Bryce Eldridge. But that's what you're dealing with here. It's not just this season going all or nothing, playoff or bust, but it's also year 1 of the Buster Posey plan, and he's trying to surround this roster around guys like Rafael Devers and Willy Adames without breaking it all down and going through a 3-4 year rebuild.
Exactly. The Giants have lost 10 of 12. We've said this all morning. It is horrible baseball. They're in one of the worst stretches of a season where over the last 3 months, Marcus, it's been characterized by a lot of really bad stretches, whether it be offensively or right now, the pitching hasn't come together. This is bad. This is bleak. This isn't good. But at the same time, I think the Giants as an organization, the Giants ownership group, Buster Posey, the president of baseball operations, owes it to this fan base and owes it to Major League Baseball to go in each season. There are folks who say rebuilds are good, rebuilds get you reset. I'm of the belief that when you're a franchise that sees itself as a top 5 franchise in Major League Baseball, which the Giants view themselves as, they view themselves as one of the jewel franchises across this sport, that it is your obligation every single year to do what you can to win. Now, does that mean there are hard decisions to make when you're 54 and 53 at the trade deadline? Absolutely. But at the same time, I don't think that San Francisco as a franchise dating back to 1958 has ever shown an idea that rebuilds are acceptable here, that rebuilds are the norm, that rebuilds can be what lead you into the future. The Giants suffered through some bad years post-Barry Bonds, but it wasn't as if they weren't trying. They were also recovering draft capital there where they built up with Tim Lincecum, with Madison Bumgarner, with Matt Cain, where they were also signing free agents who weren't necessarily good, who weren't necessarily winning. But Brian Sabean was trying to put together a roster that would ultimately save his job and ultimately keep him in San Francisco so they could build that nucleus for the future. And so it's a hard road to travel down because you're never going to want to lose 100, 105 games like the folks in Houston did, like the folks in Chicago did. And I'm not of belief that rebuilds are really a healthy concept. We've just become conditioned to them through watching other franchises do it. But 95% of them, they fail. And so are you okay with losing 100 games without ever knowing if your team will ever be good again? I don't think that's an idea that Giants fans would actually be amenable to when, push comes to shove, when the rubber hits the road.
Everybody wants a rebuild, but nobody actually wants to experience the rebuild and go to baseball games because I've seen what this roster has looked like with nameless and faceless players. And guess what? The attendance dropped.
I was going to say, you've seen what this roster looked like. You also saw what the ballpark looked like.
Exactly. And that's the key thing here, too. Rebuilding is going to drive fans away. And I know that Giants fans hate hearing this because all they're focused on is winning. But in the business of baseball, winning is selling tickets. And there's been more excitement and energy surrounding this team than there has been since the 2021 season. Let's be completely honest with you. And they've had more sellouts this season than they've had dating back to 2017. So this is a fan base that is rallying around these guys on this roster, which is why I don't think you can tear it down and start thinking about a rebuild, which is probably going to lead us to this middle ground where we're always at with the trade deadline. Gary.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, it is incumbent on Buster Posey to break this cycle. When he stepped into this job as the president of baseball operations, he knew how big of a challenge that it would be. He knew that the expectations that he would set for the franchise are far higher than what had been set in the previous years for San Francisco because he believes this to be a World Series caliber franchise, a team that should be contending on an annual basis. So like we said yesterday, forget the fact the Giants were picked to finish fourth in the National League West. Forget the fact that most analysts, Fangraphs, Baseball Reference, pegged the Giants to win 82, 83 games. Buster's expectations are higher, so your expectations as a fan should be just as, if not higher.
There is one reason, in my opinion, of why Buster Posey returned to this role, returned to this organization, returned to the Bay Area after he retired and moved back to Georgia. It's because Buster wants to win. Buster's not here to blank around.
No.
We've seen the money he's already committed. We've seen the moves that he's already made. We've seen the willingness to move on from top prospects like Kyle Harrison and James Tibbs. That tells me that Buster means business and he's here to win because we are in the memory-making business. Right now, though, people are not having fun at the ballpark. They're not having a lot of good memories unless we're celebrating Lou Seal going into the Hall of Fame on Sunday.
Exactly. And I would rather go down trying than spend 3 seasons sitting there wondering if any of these draft picks are ever going to make it to the major league level. Because let's be honest, Marcus, the Giants have had draft picks for the last 10 years. There have been a lot of guys they took in the first round. They had the number 2 overall pick in 2018, and it was Joey Bart.
Yeah. And you know who is leading the AL MVP odds right now? Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, who was also drafted in that same draft class as Joey Bart. We can go down this road. Corbin Carroll drafted right after Hunter Bishop. The list goes on and on and on for all my MLB draft heads out there. But stay tuned because we do have a draft head. Jim Bowden joining the program next to talk Major League Baseball trade deadline on the Murph and Marky Show with Kerry Crowley in for Murph on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We're still giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento in October. And we got a little bowling for soup for you. They're going to be out there. Blink-182 is going to be out there. Deftones, Korn. A lot of good bands going to be out there. So stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're calling number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we are back on the Murph and Marcus show on a Tuesday morning. Kerry Crowley filling in for Murph today, and now joining us on the UMA guest line, MLB insider for CBS Sports, former MLB GM and front office executive member, Jim Bowden, joining the program. Jim, I know it's a busy week with the trade deadline coming up on Thursday. Thank you for joining the program. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing great. It's always a fun time, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen over the next 52 hours.
Yeah, a lot's going to happen in the next 52 hours, but we got to take a step back with these San Francisco Giants, who have now lost 10 out of the last 12 games, and it seemed like the expectation was that this was going to be a much better team since the Rafael Devers trade, but the success hasn't been there. So, Jim, what are you seeing from a national perspective on the San Francisco Giants, especially post-Rafael Devers trade?
Yeah, I mean, look, I first of all, it was a great trade that the Giants made. Buster Posey and Zach Manassian did a tremendous job being able to get Devers for the return that they gave. And as you know, and everyone that follows baseball knows, normally the year that you get a major trade like that, whether it be a free agent or a trade, normally it's the next year, the following year, that you get the true return that you're looking for, because a lot of times people don't understand the human element, right? So, you know, you're living in Boston, your family's living in Boston, now all of a sudden you're moving to San Francisco and you're living there, and there's a culture change, and there's new teammates, new fan base, new housing. There's so much that goes on, and sometimes, you know, there's a little bit of an adjustment period. And, you know, I also never read into the ups and downs of a season. I guess because I was a GM for over 16 years, with 162 game schedule, I never care about snapshots. I always felt like when you wake up, whatever your record is, that's who you are, right? I mean, and so, yeah, the Giants have been through a tough grow. Lost 4 in a row. I think they're 2-8 in their last 10, if I'm not mistaken. They're game over 500. That's what they are. And I think that they made some great additions with Willy Adames in the offseason and Rafael Devers in June. But I still think the Giants are a bat or two short of where they need to be. The pitching's been pretty good all year. So, look, I like this team. They're only 4 out in the playoff race. I think the way they're playing is kind of who they are right now. And I think, you know, I don't think they're as bad as what they are now. I don't think they were as good as when they were playing at their best. I think this is a team that can stay in the race in August and September and make it interesting because of the pitching staff they have.
Jim, because of that belief, because you think that the Giants can stay in the race, and Buster Posey has been pretty adamant that they can as well, do you think that will shape his trade deadline perspective as a potential buyer, as someone who could add on the margins? Or do you think he's more likely to take some calls on pitchers like Tyler Rogers, like Camilo Doval, who could be coveted assets in terms of bullpen arms available?
Well, I'm being told by opposing GMs, and the Giants have not commented on or off the record with me, so I'm only going on what opposing GMs have told me, that the Giants have been aggressive looking for another power bat. And so they're in on some of the hitters that are out there available. For example, Luis Robert Jr. of the White Sox, who a lot of teams are in on. But they've kicked the tires there. They've kicked the tires on Tyler O'Neill, Lane Thomas. a bunch of other guys. It seems to be that based on the input I'm getting, because I asked about Quan and I didn't get a positive response on him because his name has been bandied about. It sounds like they're looking for a right-hand power hitter. That's kind of what the focus is. And so I don't think you're going to see the Giants do a lot at the deadline. I think they make one trade. And hopefully for a big right-handed hitting power back, because it seems like that's what they want to do. Now, in terms of your thought about selling at the same time, I think Buster will always be open to making trades that's going to help this team in the long term as much as the short term, and that's what all great executives do. You got to balance the two, right? So sometimes you make a deal that's better for next year than this year, and that's okay. That doesn't mean it's going to necessarily hurt you in the standing. So, I could see him possibly listening, but everything that I'm hearing from opposing GMs over the last week tells me the Giants are trying to add and not subtract.
Jim, you know farm systems and prospects extremely well, and we've already seen Buster Posey move on from guys like Kyle Harrison and James Tibbs. So how much do you think it would cost the Giants to go out and maybe trade for one of these bats without really draining the entire farm system?
Well, my own opinion is that, and I like Tibbs, right? But the guys that you're mentioning, you got Rafael Devers for him, right? None of those players that you mentioned are ever going to play an All-Star game or win a Silver Slugger or win a Gold Glove. And Rafael Devers, you're going to have for a long time have a middle-of-the-order impact bat, something the Giants haven't been able to acquire in free agency really since Barry Bonds, right? And I think it was such a huge pickup for the price. I can tell you if I were the GM of the Red Sox, you were not getting Devers without giving up Bryce Eldridge. You wouldn't get him. Now, I would have done Devers for Eldridge straight up, but you were not going to get Devers for the package that you got if I was running the Red Sox. And so I thought they did a phenomenal job. And I think when you look at Eldridge, that's the next star coming. So you're going to have Eldridge and Devers for a long time, and that's going to be awful fun. I think at the end of the day, the farm systems are supposed to be there for two reasons. One, to develop players to help you win at the big league level, but they're also there to trade for better players. And we can't lose sight of that. It's okay to trade prospects if you're getting better players and players that have maybe a more proven track record. Everybody loves prospects, but I always tell people, go back and look at MLB Pipeline or Baseball America or The Athletic. Go back and look at who they ranked as the top 100 prospects 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and today, and see how many prospects panned out and how many did not. And it'll absolutely blow your mind. So, sometimes prospects are really just suspects.
Yeah, we've seen a situation similar to that with a guy like Marco Luciano, who could be involved in a trade package maybe this week. And it seems like, Jim, a lot of Giants fans are looking for the Giants to go out and get a starting pitcher. We've mentioned a few names like Merrill Carey and Zach Gallen, but the two big names that Giants fans want are Joe Ryan, who has ties to the Bay Area from Marin County, and also Mackenzie Gore. What can you tell us about those guys' markets and how much those guys are going to cost?
Yeah, you're not getting either one. So if that's what the fans want, I'm just letting you know you're not getting either one. Number one, Joe Ryan's not getting traded. The Twins are in the process of selling. Now, I will be clear. They'll listen to you if you call. If you call and offer them Eldridge and Birdsong, you'll get Ryan probably, but you're not going to do that. So, they're not going to trade Ryan. I think it's more likely they trade Duran and or Griffin Jacks in the back end of the bullpen. And in terms of Mackenzie Gore, which is more complicated, they have an interim GM in Mike DiBartolo, right? And it's clear he's going to trade Kyle Finnegan and Mike Soroka. He'll listen on Gore, but understand this. He has the interim tag in front of his title. So the first question is Mark Lerner, the owner, going to let an interim GM trade his biggest trade asset? Or is he going to wait till the offseason when he hires a team president like an Eric Neander or whoever he's able to bring in? Or is he going to let that person decide how to trade Gore, right? I think if you're DiBartolo and you want to try to get rid of the interim tag and stay there, you're going to probably recommend a deal to the owner if you get one that you like. But honestly, it's not going to come from the Giants because as much as I like the Giants farm system, there are a lot of farm systems I like a lot better that can offer a lot more than San Francisco, especially since Eldridge can't be part of a Gore package.
Jim, you did the job as Major League General Manager for 16 years. What is the most challenging component of Buster Posey entering his very first trade deadline and trying to get a deal done in your mind?
First of all, I have tremendous confidence in him and Manassian in the trade deadline because they're very measured, very, very careful. They're not going to make a mistake. They're not going to have a knee-jerk reaction, right? Buster, as a player, had a slow heartbeat. He's competitive, but he also knows how to draw the line, and that's the kind of makeup and baseball IQ you need at the deadline. So I think it's pretty clear that he knows who in his farm system will trade, who he won't. I think he's pretty clear on how he views the value of the players he's chasing. And just observing him since he's been there, I don't think you're going to see someone that overpays in a trade. I think if he can add a big bat, he will. And I think it will be at a price that is fair and reasonable and something that he's not worried about being burned on later on.
A few more minutes here with Jim Bowden on the UMA guest line today ahead of Thursday's trade deadline. And Jim, yesterday we had Andrew Baggerlia on from The Athletic, and he told us about how the Mets were hoping to leave town with Camilo Doval. I know you already touched a little bit on him and Tyler Rogers and his Giants bullpen overall, but do you think the Giants are taking any phone calls on anybody currently on the roster? Do you think there's interest, and who would be the most valuable trade piece?
Well, I mean, I would trade Doval. If the Mets wanted to give me Ronnie Mauricio and Ryan Clifford, they can have Doval right now. Yeah, I think Mauricio is a very under-the-radar bat. You know, he doesn't really have a full-time role with the Mets. I think he has a chance to be an impact guy. I really like Ryan Clifford a lot in their system. I think he's got a chance to be a guy. So, I mean, I think the one thing that's fun about the Mets is they have some pieces. They have some bats that are young, non-arbitration eligible. And, you know, my philosophy was always, I'll trade relievers. I'll be honest with you. Relievers come and go. They have great years, then they have bad years, then they blow out. You know, in my career, you know, I traded Jeff Shaw for Paul Konerko, and then I turned him into Mike Cameron and turned him to Ken Griffey Jr. I traded Jeff Brantley for Dimitri Young. I traded Dave Berber for Sean Casey. You know, I would always trade the relievers. I didn't mind trading closers whatsoever. If I can get an everyday player that can impact 140, 150 games, I'm doing that all day long. I can get relievers. I can develop relievers. There are so many pitchers right now in the minor leagues that throw 96 to 100 that just need the right pitching coach, the right analytic department, the right science department, and you can make them, right? You really can. What's hard is to get those everyday position player bats that can hit 25 home runs.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that, Jim, but that's why you're the best at breaking it down. Appreciate you coming on today. Enjoy covering the trade deadline. We'll continue to follow you, and thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it, guys.
There he is, Jim Bowden, one of the best in the business. No nonsense. You got a trade request, he'll shut it down. Sorry, Giants fans, you ain't getting Joe Ryan anytime soon.
But how about that Camilo Doval, Ronnie Mauricio? I think that's a deal that pretty much every Giants fan would make. You think about the future of this team at second base. Ronnie Mauricio, who launched a ball out of Oracle Park the other night, he's got 6 home runs this season, a .252 batting average, 778 OPS. I mean, Marcus, he's 24 years old. He would step in and immediately be a solid everyday player for the San Francisco Giants. I don't know that the Mets do that deal, but I love the idea from Jim Bowden, and that tells you a little bit about how Camilo Doval could be valued at this year's deadline and why he could be, in reality, the most valuable asset that the Giants have if Buster Posey were to pursue avenues of subtracting off the Major League roster to address another Major League need.
Yeah, and especially that theory and mindset that also you can build relievers, especially when you have an all-star like Randy Rodriguez already in your bullpen. You could cut ties where you wouldn't lose too much and still have a plan for the future, and also maybe plan around guys like Carson Seymour or maybe these other arms that maybe Trent Harris, who represent the Giants at the Futures game. Maybe there's more on the way, and maybe this is the time to replenish some of the prospects while still staying competitive and not hurting yourself that much.
Exactly. There are ways to maneuver at every trade deadline, but specifically for the San Francisco Giants at this one, where they could make moves off of the Major League roster, still add to this Major League roster, and even get slightly better. So you're taking away some guys who've been here for a little while. Let's say a Doval, a Rogers, a Yastrzemski, a Flores. If you're able to add some young talent, Buster Posey could prioritize the near-term and long-term future. It's just an incredibly difficult needle to thread. We talked to Jesse Rogers, we talked to Jim Bowden, and it seems to them like if the Giants make a move, it will probably just be one move. So that's very tricky as well.
Yeah, what's that move going to be? We'll find out later this week. Buster Posey and Zach Manassian have some big decisions to make, but don't worry. They'll stop by the Murph and Marcus Show every Thursday on the Executive Show to talk about it. We'll have Larry Baird this week, followed up by Buster Posey and Zach Manassian. So tune in as always. But coming up next, it's the cooler of content, the best sounds of the sports world. We'll go down to Santa Clara and check in with Robert Saleh live from 49ers training camp next on the Murph and Marcus Show on the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we are back live on the Murph and Marcus show on a Tuesday morning, day 2 of the Murph Vacation Extravaganza. And filling in this morning is Kerry Crowley, who's taking his second dip into the cooler of content. And we thought to cool everybody off from all this Giants trade talk, we'd take a trip down to Santa Clara, where, hey, they probably are drinking from the cooler on the sidelines, because we got some content from Robert Saleh, who's back in the building. And I got to say, Kerry, just one of my biggest takeaways from being down at 49er training camp last week, even before they put the pads on, was just seeing the presence of Robert Saleh. Not just his bald head, but also the energy and the vibe that he brings to the sideline, something that feels like has been missing the past couple of seasons.
I mean, Nick Bosa was blunt in his assessment of what the 49ers were lacking, and it was that type of a presence when Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans walked out that door. The 49ers had Steve Wilkes, a former head coach who didn't necessarily jive with Kyle Shanahan on the system that he wanted to run. Nick Sorensen, who seemed like it was maybe a year or two too early for him to take over that responsibility. But Saleh's been the head coach in a major market, the New York Jets. He comes back to San Francisco with the confidence that this job will be significantly easier for him, and to do the job that he did in 2018, which is build up a young nucleus of players and turn them in to one of the NFL's best defenses. I think he's up for the challenge.
Yeah, we are a long ways away from Steve Wilkes refusing to leave the booth a couple seasons ago.
Boothgate was incredible.
Boothgate. And maybe I can try this riff on you because you're closer to my age than Murph is. I used to compare Steve Wilkes to Stoop Kid from Hey Arnold.
There we go.
Stoop Kid won't leave the stoop. Steve Wilkes won't leave the booth.
Good.
Eventually, he left the booth. Stoop Kid left the stoop. It was not a happy ending, though, for Steve Wilkes, but it will be potentially a happy ending, or maybe a happy reunion for Robert Saleh, who brought Gus Bradley back into town. Here was Robert Saleh at the podium yesterday, joking about going bald, the stress of coaching up rookie players, but also the excitement to get his first 5 straight draft picks into training camp.
Yeah, it's the whole defense. I mean, I think for every great play they make, there's sometimes we give rookies a leash, right? You get so enamored by all these really cool plays, but there's 5 plays where, I'm bald because of them. But no, they're always exciting to work with. To be honest, it's exciting to work with all of them. It really is. Like even Fred, going through and just having conversations with him, it's like a completely different level than it was the last time I was here, right? But yeah, you can say similarities if you want, but I feel like every year there's growth that happens throughout the football team, and this year's no different.
Robert Saleh joking about pulling his hair out because of bad play calls, but here's the thing. He might grow his head of hair back like a chia pet, being back with the 49ers versus his days out in New York dealing with Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, this is certainly easier. He loves the assignment of working alongside Kyle Shanahan. Obviously, everyone in the NFL who's an assistant wants to be a head coach. That's the reason he left San Francisco to go take that Jets job in the first place. But when those head coaching opportunities dried up this winter, when he had the chance to come back to become a coordinator somewhere, the obvious choice was San Francisco. And even with the rebuild on that side of the ball, no Malik Collins, no Leonard Floyd, no Javon Hargrave, he was ready to take on this assignment, and the 49ers helped him out by using their first 5 draft picks on defensive linemen. And Marcus, every day I'm enjoying just reading about these guys' development, reading about the potential. And I know potential doesn't mean anything. Much like, prospects in baseball, rookies in football have a long road ahead becoming impact players. But Michael Williams, Alfred Collins, C.J. West, blank canvas for Robert Saleh to mold into great 49ers.
Yeah, it's been exciting to see some of the clips just from practice yesterday. First day in pads, but even just being down in Santa Clara last week, you can see the size of these rookies. So let's dive into some of these rookies so Kerry doesn't have to read about them. He can hear Robert Saleh talk about them. And the first one he talked about was the first-round draft pick, Michael Williams, who I've already seen them moving around, which I love. Little outside, little interior pass rush action too, pairing him with Bryce Huff. Again, small sample size, but I'm intrigued with what I've seen so far. And it sounds like he made one hell of an impression yesterday, first day in pads. Here was Robert Saleh talking about Michael Williams and how likely it is that he's a day 1 starter.
Even if it was a discussion, it doesn't take long. Just look at him, right? Super. I mean, he's very powerful. He's got great hands. He's got great leverage. He has great flexibility to go inside and out. And, so he's unique in that regard, which we knew, and which is why we were so excited to go get him. But he's every day he's just going to get better and prove that he belongs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it looks like he belongs because it's only been 1 day of practice, but the reviews that you're getting from his one-on-one yesterday, the profile that we were talking about yesterday. The 49ers have not had the luxury of drafting recently because they haven't had a lot of first and second round draft picks. I would expect Mykel Williams, especially after we talk about some of those departures on the defensive line, to absolutely be a day one starter and need to make a day one impact on this roster.
And there's two ways that this can go. For 49ers fans who say, oh, you're being too generous, you're being too optimistic about these players, we don't know what they will become. Sure, that might be the case. It's the first days of training camp. But as long as these guys are on the field, healthy, going through their reps, that's better than some of the players the 49ers have drafted in recent years, than some of the picks they didn't have in recent years. One of the reasons the 49ers, Marcus, found themselves in this situation is because of all they gave up to go get Trey Lance in that draft. And so they weren't replenishing the defensive line with young talent. As long as these guys stay healthy, as long as they stay on track, that is a better development than the 49ers have had with rookies in a long, long time now.
No, they have not been able to really hit on defensive linemen outside of Nick Bosa, obviously, but that's a layup. He was, second or third overall pick that year? Since a guy like DeForest Buckner. But wait, sounds like Mykel Williams might be getting comparisons to Defoe. Here was Trent Williams, or should I say Robert Saleh, reacting to Trent Williams' comments about comparing Mykel Williams to DeForest Buckner.
That's a tremendous compliment for a young man, but he's got the lankiness and the fluidity, like the basketball body that him and Eric both had. But the ability to play D end on the outside and then be able to kick on the inside when he needs to. He's got that great flexibility. But trying to think of guys, I don't want to pigeonhole him. I don't want to put a ceiling on what he's capable of.
Yeah, you never want to pigeonhole a guy, but you hear him even throw out a count to Eric Armstead with that size and also that versatility, which is going to be key when you bring in a guy like Bryce Huff, who we know is essentially a pass rush specialist. But if you can get Mykel on the edge on first and second down, maybe pin teams back to a third and long situation, that's when you can slide him inside, have some pass rush up the middle, and still have Bosa and Huff on the outside.
I mean, the challenge for every first-round draft pick is proving that they can be a three-down player. It's like in baseball when we talk about Carson Wizenhunt being a two-pitch pitcher right now. He needs to develop that third pitch to be truly trusted as a starter long-term in the NFL. For Mykel Williams, it's can you start on base downs outside as an edge rusher, and then on passing downs, can you then swing inside and be that interior rusher so that Bryce Huff can come on the field? It sounds as if he has all the tools in his toolbox to do that. It sounds as if he has the physical makeup to do that. And that right there is enough to tell you that the decision to draft Mykel Williams was probably a very good one. Now, it all has to materialize on the field for him, but he at least has that potential from day one. The ceiling is there. That's exactly what the 49ers need to hear.
Yes, and I also want to see how he fares against the run also, because we've been talking all week long, hell, all offseason long about these big bodies that they have drafted. But it wasn't just Mykel Williams. Also Alfred Collins and C.J. West, who I heard put on quite a show yesterday. David Lombardi was reporting that he went 5 for 5 in his one-on-one matchups first day in pads. Well, let's hear from Robert Saleh on his impression so far of what he's seen from C.J. West.
Yeah, I mean, he's like a little fire hydrant, right? I mean, he's powerful. He's got heavy hands. He's going to be fine. Like a lot of rookies, there's so many things that they're learning, that especially on the interior of the D-line. It's a game within a game, and the first thing they learn is pocket push, and then they learn how to capture an edge and rush from there. So I wasn't there. I heard he did a really nice job over there. I'm excited to get to the tape to see it.
He's a little fire hydrant. Who does this guy think he is? FP Santangelo? Oh, my God. Shout out to the fire hydrant who will be hosting with me on Thursday. But it is, interesting. We talk about these different body types. You look at Alfred Collins and C.J. West. These are guys who are built differently. Yeah. Alfred Collins is a lot bigger, a lot taller, while C.J. has a lower center of gravity, almost like a little wrestler in there in the trenches, Kerry.
Exactly, and the challenge for C.J. West is the first step off of the football, and can he keep that pad level low? Because I think if he's able to do that, if he's able to get off the football, he can be not just maybe a 2-down guy for the 49ers, but potentially long-term a 3-down guy. I don't think that materializes first year for him. I think he has to master stopping the run. That's the first challenge for him. You don't expect him to be the same type of pass rusher that you would anticipate that Mykel Williams could be, because he's playing on the interior. But remember, Marcus, the 49ers were 28th in run defense last year. Anyone is going to be better than what they had on the defensive line last year. So if C.J. West is able to put himself in a position that he can be trusted week 1 against the Seattle Seahawks, that's a massive development for the 49ers, because you think about this regime, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, they haven't always hit on the early round draft picks. But what they've done a nice job of is finding guys in the middle rounds. Look at Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, former 5th-round draft picks. George Kittle, a 5th-round draft pick in their very first year, 2017. If you're able to get C.J. West into workable shape year one, that's a hit in the 4th round, and that's a big development in this 11-player draft class.
Yeah, and this is coming after a season where you were able to hit on guys like Dominic Pooney, Renardo Green, who's going to be starting on the outside this year. Mustafa, once he comes back from injury, could be one of your starting safeties as well. So it's something definitely we're going to keep an eye on throughout all of training camp. C.J. West and Alfred Kaufman's going one-on-one against Dominic Pooney as the young guys try to step up and help out the vets on this roster. But, of course, we got to show some love to the vets, too. Yes. And show some love to Brock Purdy, who welcomed a baby to the Purdy family, I believe this weekend, if not yesterday. So shout out to Brock and shout out to CMC, who now have the dad strength on their side. But we did want to check in with a veteran who almost said goodbye to the 49ers this offseason, Kyle Juszczyk, who is still running routes for Kyle Shanahan. And here was Kyle Juszczyk yesterday talking about how the vets need to step up and how it also increases the overall competition, getting some new young blood down at the 49ers facilities.
Yeah, I think maybe in a way it does. Just as a vet, sometimes it's kind of fun to show the young guys what it's really like out there, because I'm sure they all have an idea and a vision of what it's like to be playing with professionals. And I think until you do it, you don't totally know. Sometimes it's fun to show those guys what it's like.
Sometimes it's fun to show those guys what it's like. Those are some of my favorite stories. You're welcome to the league type of moment. Not just in football. I mean, our guy Carson Wizenhunt, I had one last night with Nick Gonzalez golfing that hanging changeup. Welcome to the bigs, kid. That's what it's going to be like for Mykel Williams going one-on-one with Trent Williams, or any of these rookies going up and stepping up. Like, could you imagine being Nick Martin trying to cover Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield? Good luck.
And this is why you need a competitive, intense training camp. This is why it's important the 49ers don't have contractual issues and headaches that they're dealing with right now, because you need these welcome to the NFL moments to happen during training camp, to happen during the preseason. So the week one you get out there against the Seattle Seahawks, Mykel Williams isn't being blown up on a trap. You want that to happen with Kyle Shanahan running Kyle Juszczyk into him at the line of scrimmage, as opposed to the Seahawks and Mike is it not Mike McCarthy up there, but
you're talking the other
Mike McDaniel, not
Mike McDonald.
Mike McDonald,
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy, Mike McDaniel, Mike McDonald. There we go.
Yeah,
there we go.
Old McDonald had a farm, and he's got it up in Seattle, and now he's got Cooper Kupp and Sam Darnold with him.
There we go.
Yeah,
good stuff.
yeah. Real good. And it's good to check in on the 49ers. We'll continue to cover training camp. Young Tony was telling me he's got an update on the Brock Purdy,
so both
Christian McCaffrey situation.
Both CMC and Brock Purdy had 2 baby girls.
Baby girl, let me see you do your dance, let me see you twirl. Shake it in the club with your homegirls. Take a pic for the
I had to get that in. Sorry, guys.
Tony just had to.
Yeah.
Stop the entire show to pull the e-brake. But I'll pull the e-brake and tell you that the Cooler of Content is sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. And we're getting closer and closer to Tony. Stop playing
Carrie, your
Drake.
thoughts on Drake? Marcus hates Drake.
No. Look at the clock. Look at the clock. Clock. No time for Drake, but it is time to talk Giants trade deadline. Giants baseball is back on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I've done it long enough to know that you have to be happy with what you have, and if you get some help, then that's great. And we got some big-time help before anybody else did, really. So, we have enough here to go where we want to go.
We like the players that we have right now. We believe that we've got a good team, and there's a lot of baseball left to go. Haven't really had the start that we wanted coming out of the break, but hopefully can get on a roll here and put some wins together.
The voices of Bob Melvin and Buster Posey speaking about the current status of the San Francisco Giants, who have now dropped to a record of 54-53 after dropping 4 straight games in 10 of their last 12 matchups. Well, I don't know if I can say good morning after that, but welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show. It is Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy. Murph is off this week, doesn't want to hear any of your trade proposals or what the Giants should or should not do. But if you want to check in, 808 KNBR is always the number. But, Kerry, we have spent a lot of time this morning, and we'll probably spend a lot of time tomorrow morning and on Thursday morning talking about the direction of the San Francisco Giants, whether or not they will be buyers or sellers. But we've also had a couple of great guests in between, talking to Jesse Rogers earlier, of course, talking to Krukow and Kuiper every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then we just got done with a conversation with Jim Bowden, talking about maybe a couple potential names that the Giants could be interested in. Just a reset for the audience in the 8:55 hour. What are your thoughts currently with the Giants, and how much of an impact does this recent losing streak maybe impact what the Giants do at this year's trade deadline?
Yeah, I think that the fact that they've lost 10 of their last 12 games and the fact that they haven't had a winning month since April absolutely has to factor into Buster Posey's decision at the deadline. Now, Marcus, that does not mean the Giants are sellers, because unlike the Arizona Diamondbacks, who have 4 great players who you could trade, who are going to be true rental types, who are going to hit free agency at the end of this season, the Giants roster just doesn't stack up to being a traditional seller. Even their most coveted starting pitcher, Robbie Ray, isn't going to be a free agent until the end of the 2026 season. That makes deals more complicated. So I think you could see the Giants take some calls on relievers like Tyler Rogers. You could see them take calls on players who will be free agents like Mike Yastrzemski and Wilmer Flores. They just won't get that much back in return when you're talking about the type of rentals that they're trading. Now, it also means that Buster Posey could look to patch up some of the flaws with this roster, and he may have done this independent of where this Giants roster stands right now. 54-53, you could throw that out the window for the fact this team needs a starting pitcher because they don't have the depth to cover innings right now. They don't have enough arms to handle every 5 days in the rotation. And then you start to look at, hey, where else could you think about marginal improvements for this team? They don't have any top right-handed bats in this farm system right now. They don't have any guys on this Major League roster, save for Luis Matos, capable of really providing depth in the outfield as a right-handed bat. And Matos hasn't done that much with his playing time this season. So I think you could see a combination of buying and selling, but really just smart moves that try and make the Giants better, not just now, but also prioritizing 2026 as well, because I think Buster sees that as a competitive window too.
Yeah, I think that's the situation that Buster and Zach Manassian and the entire Giants organization are now finding themselves in, is how do you improve this year's roster without also giving up on the future of this Giants roster and the future of this organization? Like, it's funny. We just had Jim Bowden on. He's like, yeah, you give up Kyle Harrison and James Tibbs. Guess what? Neither of those guys will ever be an all-star.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't see the future. I'm not Nostradamus. I don't know what Kyle Harrison's going to develop into. But best case scenario, James Tibbs turns into a guy like Rafael Devers. And, like, that's the point of having prospects, is to replenish your system. And now we're looking at a Giants offense, even with the addition of Rafael Devers, that still feels like it could use an upgrade at 1 or 2 different positions. Now, it was Ken Rosenthal who reported last week that the Giants would be looking to make an upgrade at second base and potentially at right field over the Mike Yastrzemski, Luis Matos platoon. I think I would prefer to focus on that right field upgrade more than a middle of the infield upgrade, because you still have Casey Schmidt, Tyler Fitzgerald is still in the farm system. So it seems like you have some options there. So if you are looking for an outfield bat, sounds like Jim Bowden has a couple suggestions. Here's what he's hearing from around the league, that other front offices are saying that the Giants currently might be in the market to trade for a big bat.
Well, I'm being told by opposing GMs, and the Giants have not commented on or off the record with me, so I'm only going on what opposing GMs have told me, that the Giants have been aggressive looking for another power bat. And so they're in on some of the hitters that are out there available. For example, Lewis Robert Jr. of the White Sox, who a lot of teams are in on. But they've kicked the tires there. They've kicked the tires on Tyler O'Neill, Lane Thomas, a bunch of other guys. It seems to be that based on the input I'm getting, because I asked about Quan and I didn't get a positive response on him because his name has been bandied about. It sounds like they're looking for a right-hand power hitter, that's kind of what the focus is. And so I don't think you're going to see the Giants do a lot at the deadline. I think they make one trade and hopefully for a big right-handed hitting power back, because it seems like that's what they want to do.
It seems like that's what they're in the market right now for. And I know when we talk outfielders, a lot of our audience starts immediately bringing up the name Stephen Kwan because of his Bay Area ties. But as Jim Bowden just said, he's not even sure Stephen Kwan is going to get moved at this year's trade deadline. And, of course, he is a left-handed contact first bat. That's not exactly what the Giants are looking for, even though we have seen sort of a shift in philosophy, at least from the front office when it comes to their draft class and focusing more on contact first guys. So it seemed like Stephen Kwan would be a perfect fit. But I don't know if that's the type of move, and I don't know if the Giants could afford to go out and get a guy like Stephen Kwan. Now, he does mention a few other names, right-handed bats, Luis Robert, Lane Thomas, Tyler O'Neill, Ryan O'Hearn is a name I've heard out there. One name that I'm interested in is Adolis Garcia from the Texas Rangers. Like, I would love for Bruce Bochy to take a phone call from Buster Posey and maybe think about moving on from Adolis Garcia, who has 15 home runs this year, batting average around low 220-ish. But this is a guy that can square a ball up, can give you some power, and can give you some quality defense, I think, as well out in the outfield. Now, Kerry, where do you come down on the market of a right-handed bat, and who would be at the top of your list?
Yeah, I just don't think there are that many great right-handed power hitters out there at this year's deadline. And you start to think about, what's the best possible move for the San Francisco Giants to make them competitive, not just this year, but next year? I don't know that there's a rental who you could get. Taylor Ward down in Los Angeles with the Angels is someone who makes you better right now, can play left field for you. So you have Elliot Ramos, potentially moving around. But also, you've also got to consider who else is out there, and that's Ramon Laureano of the Orioles. You've got Harrison Bader of the Minnesota Twins. He's someone who I think the Giants ought to consider acquiring simply because he upgrades their defense in left, in center, and right. He can play every single day. He takes Mike Yastrzemski and Jung Hoo Lee's bat out of the lineup against certain pitchers, which gives Bob Melvin some more flexibility. I just don't think there's a great cure or solution out there on the right-handed hitting market that will fix every flaw with this Giants lineup right now.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up the name Ramon Laureano because of his past ties to Bob Melvin, obviously. I would assume that they have a good connection and a good kind of repertoire. But also, I don't know if that's moving the needle here. He's having a better season than a guy like Adolis Garcia, 15 home runs, hitting 279 on the year. Cedric Mullins is another former All-Star out in Baltimore. We know that the Orioles are sellers right now. I know that there's a big portion of the Giants fan base that wants to go out and trade for Adley Rutschman. I don't know if Buster's pulling the trigger on that move, especially when he actually is a fan of his Gold Glove catcher, Patrick Bailey. So I don't see that as being realistic. But these are the options you're looking at now because there's not going to be a player better than Rafael Devers traded at this year's trade deadline. And that's one thing you have to keep in mind, too. When everybody's going to give out their trade deadline grades, they better include Rafael Devers in that grade also.
Yeah, they will include him, but at the same time, are you going to include the collapse that the Giants have been through since acquiring Rafael Devers? Because the day that they acquired Devers, they were a game out of first place in the National League West. They were very much a part of this National League playoff conversation. Everyone believed that that was the move that was going to put this team over the top and send the Giants, propel the Giants toward an October run. Instead, this team's done nothing to suggest that it's going to be a playoff caliber squad this year. This team has fallen back in the race. They've now been passed by the Cincinnati Reds, by the St. Louis Cardinals. So we can look at the Devers trade and say, great move for the San Francisco Giants, maybe long-term because they get the hitter that this franchise has craved for so long, has tried to bring in through the years with the Harper pursuit, with the Judge pursuit, with the Ohtani pursuits, and they haven't landed a hitter of that caliber. Now that they have one in Rafael Devers, the pitching staff has started to fall apart. The defense hasn't been nearly as good. The rest of the lineup players have struggled. And so it's what the Giants have done around Devers that kind of clouds this trade deadline. It makes things more complicated for Buster Posey because I think if you say, even if they just go 500 since the Devers trade, they're very much in this wild card mix. But right now, it's hard to say this team needs to go out and get a rental. It's hard to say that this team needs to go out and find upgrades for 2025 when really 2025, the outlook looks more bleak by each passing day.
Yeah, especially with the way that things are headed right now. And you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, which means it feels like something needs to change and there needs to be some type of shakeup, which means you could see guys on the current Major League roster maybe be shipped out so that you are working the margins of maybe trying to get prospects or even that right-handed bat on the roster right now, which means you have to give up something because these guys aren't coming over here for free. Now, a name that we've heard over the past couple of days has been Camilo Doval in this bullpen situation. Here was Andrew Baggerly yesterday on the Camilo Doval situation and how he was hearing reports that the New York Mets were trying to leave town with Camilo.
Yeah, just hearing things around the league and especially, my Mets counterpart, Will Salmon, is really clued in. He's a really hard worker. He's one of just our most plugged-in beat writers, I think, in terms of, what people are saying around the league. He talks to a lot of executives, a lot of agents. And, I can tell you the Mets would have loved to have left San Francisco with Camilo Doval. And there are a lot of teams around the league that need, sort of top-flight relief help. And some of the teams that have the really good relievers that are kind of on the fence, whether it's Clase with Cleveland, like a Griffin Jacks with Minnesota, some of those teams are kind of known to be tough to deal with. And so I think there's a hope among, some of these contending teams that the Giants would make Doval available because he's just a guy with undeniable arm talent.
I mean, especially when you throw in the fact that after this conversation with Andrew Baggerly came out, Emmanuel Clase got placed on this kind of
administrative leave
list.
list.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he got in trouble, so that now takes one of the best relievers off the market. We saw David Bednar last night throw 30-plus pitches. Did work out of a jam, but with this news, it makes Camilo Doval one of the most attractive pieces from a relief standpoint on the market. And the fact that you already have an all-star in Randy Rodriguez, who's next in line to maybe step up as the closer, maybe that's the move to maybe go out and get one of these right-handed bats.
Yeah, I think it's certainly an interesting move from the Giants' perspective because they feel as if they'd be trading from an area of depth, and there's almost no other part of the roster, Marcus, that they feel as if they have quality depth in the minor leagues. Whereas if you traded Doval, there are players that you can bring up. They're not going to be nearly as good as Camilo Doval, and they're not going to be nearly as reliable as Doval, but they're going to feel as if the drop-off isn't as steep. Whereas if they trade someone else on their major league roster, they would feel as if the drop-off would be steep. They say Justin Verlander, he's a pending free agent. Houston, a team that he knows well, that he's pitched for in the postseason, wanted to add another starter. Let's say that was a deal that was in consideration. It's not right now, but let's hypothetically say it was. The Giants would be out a pitcher who's taking down a start every fifth day for them, and that puts them in an even more compromised position. Whereas if you take one bullpen arm out of the equation, you bring someone up from AAA, you're not losing that much right now in terms of what that bullpen is able to give you on a day-to-day basis, especially if you bring someone up who can give you multiple innings at a time, because the Giants are in a situation right now, Marcus. We've got Randy Rodriguez, Tyler Rogers, Ryan Walker, and Camilo Doval pigeonholed as one-inning guys. It is very difficult to go through an entire season with 4 one-inning guys in your bullpen, so maybe that is a move that they would consider making just so they get a little bit more length out of this group moving forward.
Yeah, well, you don't got to ask me if I'd make that move. Jim Bowden said he would make that move immediately. Here was Jim just a few minutes ago talking about the topic of maybe moving on from Camilo Doval.
Well, I mean, I would trade Doval. If the Mets wanted to give me Ronnie Mauricio and Ryan Clifford, they can have Doval right now. I think Mauricio is a very under-the-radar bat. He doesn't really have a full-time role with the Mets. I think he has a chance to be an impact guy. I really like Ryan Clifford a lot in their system. I think he's got a chance to be a guy. So, I mean, I think the one thing that's fun about the Mets is they have some pieces. They have some bats that are young, non-arbitration eligible. And, my philosophy was always, I'll trade relievers.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I don't want to say relievers are a dime of a dozen. I mean, look at guys like Ryan Walker who stepped into the closer role last year, but look how quickly that also changed. So maybe there is more value in trading a Ryan Walker or Camilo Doval or even a Tyler Rogers. And hell, if you're offering Ronnie, who I just saw on Saturday night, torch the Giants, I probably would have made that trade too, if we're being honest.
And there are also relievers that you can fast track in your farm system. You can say, hey, here's a guy at AA. We can get him up to AAA for 5 appearances and then get him to the big leagues. Even if the ERA isn't good, if you see swing and miss potential, that is the number one thing you need to see in evaluating a relief prospect. Can this guy generate whiffs with a 2-pitch mix at the major league level? I think the Giants have a number of players in their farm system that they would feel comfortable bringing up to the major league level and saying, we're going to give you a 2-month runway. And if it doesn't work out, you don't have a guaranteed spot next season. But this is also an organization that has shown in recent months it can find a reliever if needed. Matt Gage has just recently appeared. Perfect ERA. Joey Lucchesi brought up the day the Giants traded for Rafael Devers. I was a skeptic. I didn't think he would succeed in this Giants bullpen. He's pitched to a sub-2 ERA. This team historically has shown that it can go out and mold former starters into relief pitchers, and I think that you could do that post a Doval era, which who knows when that will end. Maybe he's got a few more years left in San Francisco. But hypothetically, if you wanted to entertain that offer right now, Ronnie Mauricio plugs a huge hole for you in this infield at second base.
Yeah, he's the guy that you could move around the infield, especially when we are talking about maybe one of those positions you do want to upgrade would be at second base. But I want to ask you about a guy that we thought maybe could be a part of the plan at second base. We thought maybe he could be a part of the plan at shortstop. We thought maybe he could be a part of the plan in the outfield. We thought maybe he'd be part of the plan this year as a right-handed bat against left-handed pitching, Marco Luciano, and what this all means for him. Because I think he's one of the biggest trade pieces the Giants have right now, because I don't know what their plan is. And if you're talking about going out and adding a right-handed bat, he's got 19 home runs this year in Sacramento. Now, AAA pitching is obviously a lot different than Major League pitching. He's still hitting it somewhere in the 220s, but to me, that shows that there's not a lot of confidence in Marco Luciano. If you're going out looking for a right-handed bat, we could get into a situation where the Giants are looking to package Camilo Doval and Marco Luciano in a package to go out and trade for one of these right-handed bats.
Well, and I think package is the important part, because there was a point in time, say 2018, 2019, when Luciano would have fetched you an incredible major league player in a trade, but his value has diminished significantly through the years because he doesn't have a position defensively. He strikes out a lot. He hasn't had confidence at the plate in his limited major league experience. And so right now, because he is out of options in 2026, that means any acquiring team would have to keep him on their 26-man roster throughout the entirety of the season. That's a lot to ask of a player like Luciano, who has no track record of extensive success at the major league level. So I think that diminishes his trade value and means he's a piece of a bigger package. Does that include Doval? Does that include another prospect in the Giants farm system? I don't know. But Luciano alone isn't enough to bring you a piece who can help you now and long term.
Yes, and it sounds like he could be one of the biggest pieces. Jim Bowden agreed with us. Bryce Eldred, Carson Wizenhunt. We don't expect those guys to be traded at this year's trade deadline. But Buster is going to have to get creative as well as Zach Manassian and its entire front office, because right now, things aren't working and you're trending in the wrong direction. So they'll have 2 to 3 days to assess the rest of this roster, assess this series against the Pittsburgh Pirates with Justin Verlander back on the bump today. And we'll talk about those decisions as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline. But coming up next, we'll take a trip down to Levi Stadium to hear from Robert Saleh on the rookies who have been impressing at 49ers training camp. It's the Murph and Marcus Show with Kerry Crowley on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We're still giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento. It's coming up in October, so stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. Blink-182, Deftones, Korn, Bring Me the Horizon, A Perfect Circle, Rob Zombie. All these bands are going to be out there. Some wild names. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer. And you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we are back on the Murph and Marcus show on a Tuesday morning. Carrie Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy. And I think Carrie might have more knowledge about this rejoin than Murph would ever have. Carrie, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this a little bowling for soup that I'm hearing right here?
I would never correct you, Marcus. This is bowling for soup. This is a classic.
A Carrie Crowley classic. Does bowling for soup end up on your Touch Tunes playlist?
That's a good question. I think if you're at a place for over about an hour and a half, 2 hours, this, generally speaking, gets into the mix.
Dude, I'll tell you this funny story real quick. I actually took my parents up to North Star for the first time.
Oh, what a treat.
And I was telling them the story about the legendary Carrie Crowley and how he controls the Touch Tunes.
Well, it's not me. It's Murph's cousin controlling the Touch Tunes. I'm just the guy, passing along suggestions.
You know a guy who knows a guy.
I'm not the man playing 3,000 songs, able to skip the line.
All right. Well, just like Carrie Crowley knows a guy, I know a guy who knows a guy that can get you tickets to the Aftershock Festival. And that guy is John Joe Curley. So right now, give him a call and we will take one winner. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR and you will win 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival October 7th through October 5th at Discovery Park in Sacramento. Furnished by Danny Wimmer. Find rules at KNBR.com. BlingOnline.com, and you'll have a chance to go see Bowling for Soup, Blink-182, Deftones, Korn, Good Charlotte, the All-American Rejects. The list goes on and on and on. Give John Joe Curley a call right now. That is, if you're not calling in to John Joe Curley to talk a little 49er football, because we do have Marcus Thompson coming up on the other side. But first, we got to get your thoughts on the 49ers heading into training camp. First day of padded practice yesterday. Highlights and reports coming out left and right about who won one-on-one battles, who's catching passes, who's dropping balls, who's getting interceptions. What was your breakdown and your download of day one of padded practice at 49ers training camp?
I mean, I think one of the most important components to 49ers training camp is getting Ricky Pearsall back on the field, because they've already had Jacob Cowing go down with a hamstring injury. Juwan Jennings walk off the field off of Sunday with the calf issue. This is a wide receiver core that won't get Brandon Ayuk back until maybe midway through this season. So Brock Purdy's got to have at least one reliable target, understanding that Demarcus Robinson in all likelihood will be suspended for the first 2 to 3 weeks of the season. The 49ers can navigate. They can throw the ball to George Kittle. He was their leading receiver last year. He will be their leading receiver again this year. They can throw the ball to Christian McCaffrey coming out of the backfield. They can split him out wide and use Isaac Guerrero and Jordan James as their running backs if need be. But they need at least one dependable player. And Pearsall, Marcus, has the ceiling. Look, I like Jordan Watkins, a 4th-round draft pick. I like some of the other young receivers. They've got a veteran, Russell Gage, who I think is poised for a bounce-back year if he's able to stay healthy, was a former 50-catch guy with the Atlanta Falcons. But ultimately, it's about ceiling at the wide receiver position. Ricky Pearsall has it because of his ability to separate, his ability to make tough contested catches over the middle of the field. We saw it over the final few weeks of last season. And with Juwan Jennings out, with Jacob Cowing, who had a great offseason, sidelined right now, they need at least one guy. And yesterday, the reports indicated that Pearsall and Purdy had a nice connection. They've got to be able to maintain that into the first few weeks of the regular season.
Yeah, I saw a report that Ricky Pearsall had a nice sliding catch yesterday. And really, that was my, I want to say biggest concerns, but it was one of my concerns going back to OTAs and hearing originally about that injury that placed Ricky Pearsall on the PUP. Now, to your point, he's activated. He was out there catching passes yesterday, and that's what he needs to do. He needs to build that chemistry with Brock Purdy moving forward, because when you're looking at the future of this 49ers wide receiver core, yes, they want to work out a contract extension with Juwan Jennings right now, but there's no guarantees with Brandon Ayuk and his contract moving forward, especially coming off the ACL, MCL surgery. There's no guarantees that he's ever going to get back to being that true number one wide receiver, which leads to the questions of whether or not Ricky Pearsall can turn into that guy. Now, it's funny, when we talk number one receivers on this team, we only talk wide receivers. We don't talk about Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle. I think those guys would probably get more targets than maybe anybody on the roster. But let me ask you this. With the uncertainty of Brandon Ayuk and not knowing when he's coming back, with now Juwan Jennings dealing with his calf injury, where he wasn't at practice again yesterday, with Deebo Samuel being traded to the Washington Commanders, with Demarcus Robinson possibly spending a suspension to start the season, which wide receiver is going to lead the 49ers in receiving yards this year? Would the odds-on favorite be Ricky Pearsall, or would it be this other wild card that maybe we're not thinking of?
Well, I think if he's healthy, it has to be Pearsall. The 49ers need to see that next step in his development because they used a coveted first-round draft pick on him. And when you're a team like the San Francisco 49ers that used up draft capital in the way they did to go out and get Trey Lance and have that backfire on you for the next few seasons, you need your next few first-round draft picks to hit. And Pearsall was someone who obviously dealt with a very scary situation last year of the shooting that kept him off the field early in the season, but also has dealt with some soft tissue injuries through the last few months with the San Francisco 49ers. When he was on the field at the end of last season, we saw the trajectory that he could be on. We saw him really, Marcus, I think exceed our expectations from after what he dealt with in the month of August last year to get to the point that he was in week 16, week 17. I thought that was a tremendous arc for him, showing that he could come through that adversity and contribute and become a trusted weapon for Brock Purdy in a Kyle Shanahan system that's really difficult for young rookie receivers to contribute in. So if he's able to take that next step in his development, there's no question to me that he will challenge really probably George Kittle for the most receptions on the San Francisco 49ers, even ahead of Juwan Jennings, who was 77 catches, 975 yards a season ago. I think Pearsall is just able to separate more. And this season, it's going to be about separating in man coverage. The 49ers weren't able to do it last year. Pearsall is the one guy who seems to have that ability. He's fearless going over the middle of the field. We saw that brilliant touchdown pass against the Bucs last year where he went over soft portion of the middle of the field and he scampered away from the defense. I just think that he has that breakaway ability and really the possession ability as well to get to the first down marker and get to his marks. I think that to me is the biggest key moving forward because Kittle's reliable. McCaffrey's reliable. Pearsall still a big question mark because of his health.
Yeah, and you're looking for that key word, separation, where the 49ers struggled last year. But it wasn't just last year. Let's go back to the last time they were in the Super Bowl, squaring off against the Kansas City Chiefs. Like we sit here and praise Brandon Ayuk for his route running ability. And sure, there was a few plays in that Super Bowl game where he was open and Brock Purdy wasn't able to get there in time because you're not blocking Chris Jones, busting through a wide open offensive line right up the middle. So yeah, we can get into those discussions. But to your point, there was no separation last year from any of the wide receivers. And they were the worst yak team in the NFL, which is unheard of when it comes to Kyle Shanahan's offense. Like, they're known as the yak boys, yards after the catch. Every single year since Kyle Shanahan showed up in Santa Clara, they've been one of the top teams in the league. And that disappeared last year. So who knows if that's Deebo Samuel losing a step? Deebo's now gone. How are you going to replace his role? Well, there's going to be a common theme here. It's going to be the second-year guys stepping up. As you just mentioned, Ricky Pearsall, but I'm also looking for Isaac Guerendo to step up. Maybe not only just in a Deebo Samuel-type role with his background as a wide receiver going back to college and back in high school also, but also you're going to need him to step up as the RB number 2 with Jordan Mason being traded to the Minnesota Vikings. Like, I feel like Murph always gives me crap for this because I always bring up Jordan Mason. He's like, you're really obsessed with Jordan Mason being traded. I'm like, yo, he was the leading rusher in the NFL last year without Christian McCaffrey. Now, we're all sitting here hoping and praying that Christian McCaffrey can stay healthy, but we also know that he has the track record of not being the healthiest running back. So you're going to need Isaac Guerendo or one of these rookie running backs to also step up. You're going to need that second-year development of Dominic Pooney on the offensive line. Hell, you're going to need other guys to step up like Ben Barch with the departure of Aaron Banks and other pieces that you're missing on offense. And then, of course, that leads to the rookies on the defense side of the ball, but also the sophomores on the defense side of the ball. It seems like that's the big theme of this 49ers training camp and maybe the entire 49ers season. Is not rebuilding, but reloading for the future and having these young guys step up to help out the core nucleus that the 49ers decided to extend and move on with this offseason.
Well, it can't be classified as a rebuild when you're paying Fred Warner to be the top linebacker in the NFL, when you're paying Nick Bosa to be one of the top 6-7 defensive ends in the NFL, when George Kittle is the highest paid tight end in the NFL, when you've got Christian McCaffrey, Kyle Juszczyk, Trent Williams, Brock Purdy, all of these veteran guys who are Pro Bowl caliber or in many cases all pro caliber. It's not a rebuild. It is in many ways a replenishment of your roster and relying on younger, more athletic, and maybe in some cases less injury prone talent. Now, rookies get injured. They hit a rookie wall. That's going to be the biggest challenge for the 49ers this season is getting through weeks 12 through maybe 16 of their schedule and proving that some of these young guys like an Alfred Collins, like a Mykel Williams are going to be reliable during that portion of the season. But at least at the beginning of the year, I'm fascinated to see how Robert Saleh molds this young defense because the 49ers haven't been in this kind of a situation on the defensive side of the ball, relying on this few proven veteran players since 2018. And that was when Robert Saleh really started to build in San Francisco. The 49ers developed something special. They had the two towers on the defensive line in Eric Armstead and DeForest Buckner, but they built around them with the addition of Nick Bosa, with Dee Ford coming into his own in 2018. In 2019, you add Dre Greenlaw into the mix next to Fred Warner at the linebacker position. You've got Jimmy Ward and Jaquaski Tart back at the safety spot. They had a really good nickel corner in K'Wan Williams. And you look at this year, Upton Stout vying for that nickel corner job. There are a lot of physical parallels between those two guys. Undersized, but stout. And Upton Stout might be able to play in the box. If he's able to, that's big. You've got Malik Mustafa on the back end of the defense. You've got Jason Pinnock, who they're really excited about, who was under Saleh in New York with the Jets. There are a lot of pieces here, but molding it all together into a workable group that's successful, that's what they weren't able to do last season. They had some nice players, nice stories in Renardo Green and Mustafa, but this year it's about the big step forward this group needs to take, and really, it all starts with being far more reliable against the run.
It's the mold and it's the blend because you also have to remember that since Robert Saleh's last stint in San Francisco, I believe there's only 2 or 3 defensive players on the entire roster. Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, and I think Kevin Givens might have been around the squad back then too.
Yeah, Kevin Givens, we forget. Undrafted free agent, right?
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's like, oh, it's just Fred Warner with Nick Bosa. It's like, What about taking what I'm given? And that's Kevin Givens. So he's back with Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh damn near has as many pieces from the Jets as he did with the 49ers. But that's what he needs to fix, and that's what he needs to mold. And hopefully, even with these new pieces, we see better play calling than what we saw last year with Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley, because I thought that also factored into the red zone issues, not being able to get off the damn field on third down.
And a big part of that is not just play calling, it's conditioning. The 49ers didn't have the depth on the defensive line last year, and that's why these rookies are so important. You need 7-8 guys to be able to rotate in. Otherwise, you're going to see a repeat. Collapsing against the Rams, collapsing against the Cardinals, collapsing against the Seahawks in the fourth quarter in devastating fashion. If you have depth, that doesn't happen. If you have conditioning, that doesn't happen.
We'll talk about some of that depth and conditioning with Marcus Thompson down in Santa Clara, talking 49ers football next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we are back live on the Murph and Marcus Show, a Tuesday country edition that young Tony is going with here, with Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy this morning. And joining us now on the UMA guest line is the one and only Marcus Thompson. Marcus, what's up, my man? How you doing this morning?
What's going on, homies?
Nothing much, man. We're trying to figure out what the Giants are going to do at the trade deadline. We're trying to figure out what the 49ers are going to look like this season. And we're also trying to figure out what the hell is going on with Jonathan Kuminga. So let's go ahead and start there, Marcus. What's the latest you're hearing on Jonathan Kuminga after it was reported this morning by Mark Stein that the Warriors have offered a 2-year, $40 million contract to Jonathan Kuminga?
Yeah, this is approaching its time, mostly because there's nothing else happening out there, and eventually they have to just figure out this whole situation. I'd be surprised if Kuminga took the 2 for $40. I'm sure it has a player option, so it kind of served as a free agency thing, but that's not a number he wants. So this is the beginning of the negotiation. I can't find the date, but I do think there's a certain point they have to sign him by, because if they get past that, he won't be eligible to be traded at the deadline. So we figured about the beginning of August, this thing will crank up into July, beginning of August. So we're starting to get there. It's probably going to be, we're headed that way now where it's going to be resolved.
At what point this summer, Marcus, did you get bored or tired of being asked about Jonathan Kuminga and a potential resolution?
It was way before this summer. This has been like a never-ending story. We talk about it just about every episode of Warriors Plus Minus. And it got old in the playoffs when it was clear Steve wasn't playing him. And it's just like, all right, he's not playing him. What you want to do? Like, there's no more ways we could say this. He's not going to play him. So yeah, it's oddly enough, Jonathan Kuminga is on the scale of stories that consume us from the Warriors' perspective. He might be the smallest name star we've ever had that takes it like this. I guess Jordan Poole, maybe. That whole situation was kind of big. I remember Patrick McCaw had a problem, and it was like, yeah, it was a story, but we moved on from that quick. Like, it wasn't that big of a deal for a guy who doesn't play that much. It's surprising, but that just tells you where the Warriors are. Like, he means that much these days.
Yeah, Marcus, it feels like that's the issue. This thing just keeps dragging on and on and on, and it doesn't feel like there's a resolution anytime soon. But what we do know is that the football season is coming soon, so let's switch over to the side of the 49ers. First padded up practice yesterday. What's your main storyline from 49ers training camp this year?
Yeah, it's always got to be the quarterback in the NFL. So Brock is going to be a big deal, except you won't learn anything about Brock in training camp. Like, he just needs to get through healthy. So as far as like what we learn, getting to the quarterback is the next most important thing. So the fact that CJ West looked like a baller in day one, the 4th round pick, was like, okay, hold on. I was interested in just reading about what's up with the number 1 pick and how that was going to pan out. But the idea that the 4th round pick was cooking means, if nothing else, like, there's going to be some competition, and they just need to get to the quarterback. Like, that's the bottom line. They have to get to the quarterback if they want to be any good. And part of getting to the quarterback means somebody taking advantage of the attention Nick Bosa draws. So how that works opposite Bosa is going to be critical. But yeah, CJ West balling. I did not see that one coming. That wasn't on my bingo card.
4th round draft pick out of Indiana. Had a good day in padded practices yesterday. But, Marcus, one of the things that fascinates me is this is a team coming off a 6-11 season, and I think a lot of folks expect them to contend for the NFC West title, to be right back in this now that they've got this 11-player rookie draft class. What do you think of as maybe the biggest concern for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch entering this season? Like, what could hold them back? What could keep them down a level for a second consecutive year?
the Los Angeles Rams is one. Like, that's a pretty big one. But like in-house, they need Christian McCaffrey to be incredible, right? They need another offensive player of the year type season. I mean, you saw what happened when you don't have McCaffrey. Like it just killed everything. And now you don't have Debo, and you basically made the bet that you don't need Debo because you got McCaffrey. So he's got to be incredible, and he's got to be on the field, because if he's healthy and on the field, he's probably going to be incredible. So that's the one thing that I think, if you're looking at single moves that could really hurt this, is McCaffrey is somehow not available or not excellent. That's going to be like fine cuts, because Brock Purdy needs him terribly, right? And if the 49ers don't have a good offense, then that's a big problem. So to me, yeah, Christian McCaffrey is A1, but you're just assuming that, again, that's just a health thing. If he's healthy, he's going to be great. I feel like who's next to Kurt Warner? I mean, not Kurt Warner. Fred Warner. Who's next to Fred Warner in the middle of the field? Yeah. That's going to be critical. If they can't answer those problems, to me, if you got to answer the question of how you get into the quarterback, the front seven throughout this entire time has been the foundation of the 49ers being good. I mean, outside of offense, they got to get that front seven. So if they got to answer the question of who's opposite Bosa and how they get to the quarterback. But to me, you lose Greenlaw, that's like a big deal. That's always been that package deal. When they were good, it was Navarro Bowman next to Patrick Willis, right? Like, you got to have that 1-2 punch to really cover the middle of the field and be able to, supplement the pressure on the quarterback. Fred Warner needs a beast next to him, and that emergence is going to be a big deal.
Marcus, it feels like there's some concern about the overall depth in the wide receiver room for the 49ers. You mentioned it, Deebo Samuel's now in Washington. Brandon Ayuk obviously recovering from the injury. Juwan Jennings left practice on Sunday with a calf injury. Ricky Pearsall was activated off the PUP list, but is there a concern about the overall lack of depth in that wide receiver room?
Or just like top-end talent.
Yeah.
Let's see, Ayuk is your best receiver, and he's coming off ACL. And even if he was like top tier, if he was in his best conditioning, he's at best like a lower level number one receiver, and he needs somebody opposite him to be who he needs to be. So to me, like the ceiling of the wide receiver core is also an issue, as in addition to like its depth. They're going to need somebody to emerge, and that, again, that's going to fall on Christian McCaffrey, right? And Brock Purdy being great and elevating these receivers. But yeah, to me, that's a little bit more manageable than some of these other, concerns they have. But it's definitely one. Like, who's going to be Brock Purdy's go-to? But you don't have to be incredible at wide receiver. You just got to get open, and you got to get the ball on time. So players like Robinson and Juwan Jennings, maybe Pearsall, like, they can get it done if McCaffrey's good and Brock is on point.
49ers have this interesting mix of long-tenured veteran stars who are Pro Bowl caliber at their respective positions, and then a bunch of rookies or inexperienced players, unheralded talent. I wonder, Marcus, when you look at the group of guys who've been here for a really long time, I want to ask Marcus, the writer, is there anyone who you'd really like to do like a deep dive feature on, who you feel like 49ers fans should know more about as they enter maybe this next stage of their career, this next competitive window down in Santa Clara?
Oh, man. Now see, this is why you're good. You know exactly how to tickle a man's fancy. Get me inspired. That didn't come out right, did it? Yeah.
No, it didn't.
Pause.
It did
Pause.
So what? I'm grown. No, seriously. I don't know if he's old enough, but I'm fascinated by Lenore.
Yeah,
I think Lenore is just such an interesting. I love to kick it with Lenore just because, like, he's the perfect like middle ground between I swear I'm a superstar, but also, man, I came from nothing, and I'm like I had to fight for everything I got in this league. Like, to me, he's insanely interesting. Like, I would love to. Lenore is definitely on the list. I personally believe George Kittle is on the list, and he is probably one of the most under-featurized players in the league. And I think that's partly his doing, but he's got an incredible story that has not been told yet. You just know it. People like him they don't grow on trees. So there has to be some incredible origin. I've been thinking about this for a while. Like, what really made like Kittle this way? Like, he's such he's like the nicest person in the world, and also a maniac. I think less so on the jovial front. Fred Warner is a very interesting guy. These guys tick differently. They love pain. They think violence is great. And these are the same people you'd be like, hey, can you watch my grandmother for a little bit? And they'd have a great time. I like that contradiction of that dichotomy of person is fascinating to me. I really do think that's where I would want to go. I'd want to, like, hey, give me some time with them and tell the truth, and we good. I'm going to produce something great.
Yeah, Marcus, I got to say, Murph and I had the opportunity to sit down with George Kittle last week for about 20 minutes, and I don't think we asked a single football question. We were talking about going to Grateful Dead shows with Nick Bosa and just all these different facets of life, including him partying and singing a duet with Taylor Swift. I mean, we see him now show up at the ESPYs, do little Caesars commercials. Is it possible that George Kittle is the biggest superstar on this 49er roster?
I think it's very possible. Like, he's the one who gives himself, he's probably not the biggest name or the best talent, but he gives himself the most. He understands the game of like media and attention and what fans really want. He makes people feel good, and that's a unique trait. And I've watched it, and this is, I know this is all like calculated. They all know what they're doing, right? But also, he's this way when it's not in front of the cameras. The cameras love George Kittle. The microphones love George Kittle. But also, when they're not there, he does the same thing where he just knows how to make people feel good. That makes him a unique star. Like, he's going to go down. He may not win a Super Bowl. He may not win an MVP, but he'll go down as one of the most memorable and beloved 49ers players because he's just got that spirit that attracts fans. So, it's one of those situations where if you out in the streets and you got, Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Trent Williams out there, Brock Purdy, George Kittle might fight you for the biggest crowd just because people know if I'm around George Kittle, I'm going to get a good experience. Yeah. And that's an ode to him, really.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there, Marcus, and that's because game recognizes game, and we recognize game. You're the best in the business, Marcus. Always appreciate you jumping on with Murph and I and filling in today with Kerry Crowley.
Okay, just for the record, Kerry, I did not bring up your cornrows.
Yeah, you didn't. You didn't.
I went through
Thank
a whole
you, Marcus.
segment. I went through a whole
15
segment.
minutes. I told Marcus actually before the segment started that you would, but yeah, I figured you'd make it through.
This counts as me not doing it.
Thank you.
Oh, but now I got questions about the cornrows.
We got questions. There's no answers coming.
We'll have to follow up on another time, Marcus. Appreciate it as always, my man.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, peace out. Kerry Cornrow Crowley. Maybe something that we can discuss next as we close out the show. Maybe it will be, what did young Tony learn today? Did young Tony ever have cornrows? We'll find out on the other side next as we close out the Murph and Marcus show with Kerry Crowley filling in for Murph on the Sports Leader.
Kerry, this is why you're good. You know exactly how to tickle a man's fancy.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. The sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The windup, 3-2 pitch. He struck him out with a changeup. And he got a couple of swing throughs on that changeup from the left-handed hitting O'Neill Cruz. And Wizenhunt to the plate. Fastball struck him out swinging. Good one on the outside corner. Pitch to Cruz. Swing, hard ground ball to second, to his left under the outfield grass. Wisely's got it and throws him out at first. That's the 85th pitch of the night from Wizenhunt, maybe his last one. And his family and friends who are here, there are 8 or 10 of them, give him a standing ovation, as to a lot of other Giants fans behind the dugout. He is through 5 in his first major league game.
Closing out the Murph and Marcus show, featuring Kerry Crowley on a Tuesday morning with the sounds of Carson Wizenhunt's major league debut. 5 innings, 5 hits allowed, 4 earned runs, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. He becomes the first Giants pitcher to throw at least 5 innings in his MLB debut since Tristan Beck went 5 1/3 innings back in 2023, but the first Giants starter to go more than 5 innings, or should I say go 5 innings, since Logan Webb made his debut on August 17th, 2019. So no, Kerry, not the electric double-digit strikeout stuff that maybe some Giants fans were expecting, But both of us kind of had tempered expectations going into the start yesterday for Carson Wizenhunt. Despite being the top pitching prospect in the system, it felt like this was more of a break in case of emergency call-up instead of truly rewarding it. Now, that's not taken away from his moment and his dad finding a way to fly into the game yesterday. It was cool to see Carson Wizenhunt rocking number 88 on the bump yesterday. What was your breakdown of the top prospects' first outing in a Giants uniform?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that we all wanted to see was how much Carson Wizenhunt would trust his third pitch, which is his slider. And of 85 pitches that he threw over the course of 5 innings, he threw just 9 sliders, and he didn't generate a single swing and miss with that offering, which tells you that he's really just a 2-pitch guy at this point, which puts a ceiling on his potential at the major league level. So until he learns that third pitch, which probably won't happen until the offseason or next spring, he's more of a back-end rotation starter or, at this point, maybe a long reliever for the San Francisco Giants because you can't really get by on 92.5 miles per hour as your average fastball velocity with one great secondary pitch, the changeup, to be an elite pitcher at the major league level. It takes a lot more to get guys out consistently. It's a Pittsburgh Pirates lineup that doesn't score a lot of runs. They got on him early. I think he did a nice job settling down yesterday. The Giants needed someone to give them length. He got through 5 innings, which was important for this team. But right now, I still think the book is going to be out on his development at the major league level because of that lack of a true third pitch.
Yeah, it's a Pittsburgh Pirates team that is now 45-62 on the season, and they were able to tag him early for 4 runs. But to your point, he was able to set in, but he's got to be able to settle in and figure out how he's going to attack major league hitters. Because if I know he has a great changeup, if you know he has a great changeup, if young Tony knows he has a great changeup, guess what? Major league hitters are going to know that he has a great changeup. And you could see that with the approach yesterday from the Pittsburgh Pirates, really sitting on that changeup. Nick Gonzalez taught him a lesson in that first inning, going deep, allowing his first home run of his career. But then he also bounced back and threw another great changeup to O'Neal Cruz and struck him out. So we saw some flashes, and it sounds like he could get another starter too, depending on what the Giants do this week at the trade deadline.
I mean, it's all out of need for this team at this point. There is no one who can reliably take down innings beyond Logan Webb and Robbie Ray. Justin Verlander goes today, and the Giants essentially need 6 from him tonight. And how often has he been reliable enough to give you a quality start this season? And then the Giants are going to have another hole in their rotation because Landon Roop is on the IL right now. Hayden Birdsong is toiling down at AAA, trying to get his command under control, and Kyle Harrison is pitching in the Red Sox organization. So the Giants went from having this supposed surplus of pitching depth at the beginning of the season to come into the July 31st trade deadline, and regardless whether they're a seller, whether they're a buyer, regardless of what Buster Posey envisions for this organization, they need another arm. Like, they can't get by for 2 more months without getting someone who can give you 5 to 6 innings. I'm not saying they need to go get a frontline starter. I'm saying they need someone who can just give you bulk. Jeff Samardzija type quality is what this team needs at this point.
They just need somebody to be able to eat up some innings. And maybe that's the biggest benefit of Carson Wizenhunt's debut yesterday was eating up those innings after the bullpen game on Sunday. Or maybe one of the biggest benefits is the fact that we had an all-country rejoin list today on the Murph and Marcus show because, young Tony, refresh my memory. What was Carson Wizenhunt's warm-up music that you just rejoined with?
It was White Horse by Chris Stapleton.
Which led us into a country digression, which leads us into what did young Tony learn today?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay.
That's right. What did young Tony learn today? Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Now, Carrie, sometimes on the show, it's not only what did young Tony learn. Sometimes we play the drop of what did OG Murph learn.
Inquiring minds want to know, what did OG Murph learn today?
Now, here's the issue, though. I don't believe we have a sound bite for what did OG, or should I say Unc Waterboy, learn today? Because I essentially know everything under the sun. Well, apparently, I did not know which country concert I'm going to this weekend. And so that's why I said, Tony, cue up some Post Malone, because I had some help figuring out who the hell I'm going to go see this weekend. Because my country music is essentially guys like Jelly Roll and Post Malone. I saw him down at Oracle Park a couple weeks ago. I thought it was great. But I'm not a huge country music guy. But when I get a phone call to go down to Levi Stadium to go see Jason Aldean, wait. It turns out it's Morgan Wallen this weekend. Carrie, thank you for the help of telling me who I'm going to go see this weekend.
Hey, anytime. And really what you're going to see is Brooks and Dunn on Saturday night. Those are the legends that you're going to see on Saturday night. How they're opening, it's incredible to me. Those are Country Music Hall of Famers.
I mean, I'm so curious of how that dynamic of
It's a big upgrade, too, by the way, from going from Jason Aldean to Morgan Wallen and Brooks and Dunn. I mean, what else could you ask for?
I mean, I'm a Brooks and Dunn head. Rob Brooks, Danny Dunn are two of my favorite all-time co-workers of all time, so looking forward to seeing them jam this Saturday. Now, Carrie, you told me you are in the country crowd. You will get down with some country music.
Absolutely.
Who's your favorite artist?
Of all time, I've seen Kenny Chesney 7 times live.
Wow,
Kenny 7 times.
You blew through that early 7 times.
Yes.
That's impressive.
First time I saw him was Oracle Park 2012, and then I saw him about 6 consecutive years after that.
Look at that now. Young Tony being from Kentucky, Louisville. You're a big country guy, I would assume, right?
See, by association, I was telling Curly earlier, that's all anybody listens to in Kentucky. So when I was living out there for 14 years, better part of 14 years, I was very against it. But since moving out here, it's wild. Like Morgan Wallen's a big name. Post Malone is now a country singer.
Yeah,
Kenny
he is.
Chesney's a good one, too. I mean, there's a lot of good country. Chris Stapleton, White Horse, I was bumping that on the way to work today.
And don't forget the OG family of country music, Beyonce. Yeah, shout out
She
to
won a Grammy
Shabuzi
for
on
that
that
album.
one. She did. She's a country music artist. Yeah, I'm not a huge country guy. Didn't really grow up on it. But the older I got and the more I started drinking beer, I started to get more into country music, if I'm being honest with you. And maybe my last hot take of the day, my only take really on country music, I can only listen to it during the summer. It has to be hot outside.
All
Don't
right.
give me any country music in the winter.
Well, and it's perfect. We're overlooking Marchbank Park on a beautiful Tuesday morning.
And that's why
Great
that
time for
country music is sounding good. It's a Country Tuesday previewing a Reggae Friday where Larry Kruger is going to get to experience Reggae Friday for the first time. But if you're looking for a hotter takes than which part of the year you should listen to country music, stay tuned because Larry Kruger and John Dickinson are coming live from Levi Stadium, 49er training camp with a full recap of what happened yesterday with the 49ers' first padded practice of the season. So shout out John Joe Curley, shout out Young Tony, shout out Jim Bowden, Jesse Rogers, Dwayne Kuiper, and all the guests we had on the show today. But when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on, we can fix that. It's time for the Midday Show.
I am pretty pleased that Murph isn't here. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, he's like a little fire hydrant.
Kerry, this is why you're good. You know exactly how to tickle a man's fancy.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and Greg Selber.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
It is John Dickinson and Larry Kruger in for Papa and Silver here on this Tuesday. We're coming to you once again from Levi Stadium where the 49ers are going to be on the practice field coming up in about a half hour to 45 minutes. It is training camp practice number 6. It'll be the second one in a row in pads. So we'll get Krug out on the practice field for a little bit as practice gets underway here at Levi's. But, man, Krug, a lot to get into today. Again, the slide continues for the Giants. A little bit of an update that wasn't really much of an update on Jonathan Kuminga, but more clarity on what the Warriors' offers have been as it relates to trying to get him to sign a contract to come back. So we can get into that from Mark Stein. Between now and 2 o'clock, Susan Slusser, Mark Spears set to join us, Krug's practice report as well. But, man, we got to start Giants, I think, in addition to everything else. The slide continues. Make it 4 in a row now and 10 of 12. Carson Wizenhunt hit around a little bit the first couple of innings. He settled in, went 5. But the Giants, after battling back from down 4-1, they give up a McCutchen home run, and they come up short in the 9th inning trying to rally. They lose 6-5 to the Pirates, and they are 1 over 500 now with the trade deadline a little over 2 days away.
Yeah, and you know, it's like, what does Buster do to try to, save this thing? I mean, they're clearly in a free fall right now, and they're just struggling. They're just really struggling. And listening to Jim Bowden this morning, the former GM of the Reds, Nats, I think a couple other teams maybe as well. He says the Giants are after a big right-handed bat, and that's good to hear because they need one. And, he named Luis Robert. I would love to see Luis Robert in a Giants uniform. Now, I know Robert's had a bad year, And he's had some injury problems for sure. But you're talking about a guy who's got 40 homer power, big time athleticism, really an above average defender. He can play center, he can play other spots. So I like, you need to name some other guys as well, but I like Luis Robert. They just can't, they don't really hit. Bednar, though, they were hitting Bednar in the ninth, man. They were hitting him, and it looked like he's 97. He's got good stuff, but they were hitting him, and they were just like one big hit away. And how many times have we said that this year? So just another rough loss for the Giants. And this is a team, this one hurts even more than the Mets games because you gotta beat the Pirates. Come on. I mean, they're 45-62.
Horrible on the road.
They're 14-37 on the road, and you let them roll into your yard and put 6 on the board and beat you. Last night was not a good game. But the Pirates have, that was the thing. There's a lot of rumors about the Giants and the Pirates maybe hooking up in a trade. Pirates have some nice pieces, and just watching last night, I wouldn't mind having Mitch Keller. Some of the guys that they have over there. I wouldn't mind having O'Neal Cruz. I wouldn't mind having Cabrian Hayes, the kid, the second baseman. Gonzalez who popped one out?
Yeah, Kiner Falefa hit a home or had a big hit as well.
But how about Nicky G? How about Nicky Gonzalez? He's a good little second baseman. So I don't know what the Giants are going to do, but they need a win. Bad, really bad.
Yeah, they do, and they'll turn to Justin Verlander, who got his first win in his last Giants start on Wednesday, and that was the last win for the Giants. They get swept over the weekend by the Mets, and then they lose the series opener to the Pirates. It's getting more and more daunting in the National League wildcard race as you kind of look around at last night. The Mets went down to San Diego, opened up a series there, and the Padres got down and came back and then blew a lead in the ninth inning. Mauricio, the young third baseman, hit a game-tying home run in the ninth inning off of Suarez, just the second home run he's allowed all year. And he got Suarez in the same way he got Randy Rodriguez the other day on Sunday Night Baseball. But the Padres beat the Mets and stopped their winning streak. So San Diego now has a 4-game lead over the Giants. But here's the other part of the problem for San Francisco. The Giants are now behind the Cardinals and the Reds as the first 2 teams out in the wild card race. The Padres hold the spot. Cincinnati 2 back of the Padres, St. Louis 3.5 back of the Padres, and the Giants now a half game back of St. Louis and 2 games back even of Cincinnati. Cincinnati, again, that first team out. I don't know that it changes anything. I didn't think we were going to get to this spot when we discussed it last week early, where you were considering selling for the Giants. It doesn't sound like they're going to look to do that. I know we touched on it yesterday, but man, I mean, the scenario that I sort of put out there when we discussed it last week was, well, maybe we need to have another conversation about the Giants' direction if they wind up, going 2-7 or something like that over the 9 games leading into the deadline. And you look at it right where they are right now. They end up taking 2 of 3, but they're 2-5 right now with 2 games to go in that stretch.
Yeah, I mean, the whole labeling and the monikers of buying, selling. Was the Devers deal a buy or a sell?
It's a massive buy.
It is, but you what did you get rid of? I mean, you didn't really move anybody off your major league roster.
But you got the player. You got a player that you have not been able to even sniff in recent memory.
So you'd call that a buy.
I think that's the biggest buy. Like I know in terms of what they gave up, maybe not, but that's Devers is a bigger buy than Chapman, a bigger buy than Adames, a bigger buy than Jung-Hoo Lee. Devers is the biggest buy they've had in terms of star hitter since I don't know when.
Kevin Mitchell.
I mean, long time.
Kevin Mitchell, July of 1987, probably. Yeah, I mean, it was a great trade, I think, and eventually, I think it's going to look that way. I think they're probably busters in the market for a baseball trade. I don't think he's going to sell. Though I could easily argue that, man, you could get the most for Robbie Ray, and I don't think you should sign him long term. I wouldn't sign Robbie Ray for $30 million a year for 5 years and a year and a half when he's a free agent. I wouldn't do that. But I don't think they're going to trade him. I don't think they're going to sell. But I do agree with Krukow, who said yesterday that if they buy, they're probably not going to buy. It's not going to be a rental. It's going to be somebody that they have control over. I'm looking at this Pirates team and I'm thinking, they have David Bednar, Andrew Heaney, Mitch Keller, Nick Gonzalez, O'Neill Cruz would be the long-term great piece. I would be very interested in a deal with the Pirates if I could make a deal. I mean, and the Giants have, in Camilo Doval, in Carson Wizenhunt, in Marco Luciano, they have some, and others, if they wanted to trade a Bailey or a Ramos or a Matos, they have trade capital to make something happen. So the fact that they're interested in Luis Robert and that they're interested in buying a bat tells you that they're trying to build a lineup.
Yeah, and while they're certainly not in a rebuild, I do think that they're in a retool. And they go out and they get Adames and they sign Chapman to the big deal. They make the Devers trade. And Matt Chapman discussed that. I mean, he viewed the Devers trade. We can play the clip after the game Sunday as, no, that's Buster showing that he's going to bring guys in and look to add, and there's no sense in his mind of looking to tear anything down or lessen some of the veteran proven talent that's on this roster. But it's not a rebuild at all, but it is I think they like their third baseman. They like their shortstop. They like Devers as the first baseman of the future, and they're looking around. Can they get a second baseman or a right fielder that add to that group that they've brought in to make the true core? We can question, is Jung-Hoo Lee really a part of the longer-term core? Now he's signed as he is. Is Elliot Ramos somebody as a young hitter that is going to be in the long-term plans? I think you'd on paper say probably yes, although you never quite know. But I think the Giants are looking to add, they're going to try to win in 2025, and I'm not trying to make an excuse, but I think they're also right now trying to use this as an opportunity to set up 2026 to where they can be even more formidable than they've proven to be here as we get to late July.
Are we getting to the end of the Yaz run?
I think so.
Sounds like, it sounds like if you're going after Luis Robert, you're going after Luis Robert to play right field probably instead of Yaz.
They want an everyday, I think, starting outfielder.
Yeah.
And so whose spot would he take?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you could always keep Yaz on the bench and then send out Luis Matos if you want to do that.
And I think you said it last week. I mean, that's probably a better role for Yaz at this point. Somebody that's a pinch hitter and not maybe playing a couple times a week and instead of the everyday, essentially, against right-handed pitching option.
You're not going to run anybody down or outrun anybody if you have. I mean, I'm not putting this all on these guys, but if you're putting out Brett Wisely and Mike Yastrzemski in your everyday lineup,
even Casey Schmidt. I know they like Casey Schmidt, and he got hot there for a minute, hit some big home runs, but
you don't like Casey Schmidt.
No, he's not your everyday second baseman.
Well,
in my mind,
I think he's got a lot of talent.
In my mind, he's not.
Yeah, I mean,
not
he
right
might,
now. He may come. He may be eventually.
He's
their
Casey
best
Schmidt.
option. I get all that. He's their best option of what they have.
Yeah,
but find a better option.
Yeah, they need more. They need a second. They need some help at second base, and that's why I'm looking at this Pirate team. They have Nick York, the midi kid in the minor leagues. They have Nick Gonzalez playing second base. I would love either one of those guys. Would be great Giants. So I mean, if the Giants and Pirates could cook up a deal, I'd be fine with that. When you look at the Giants, what do the Giants really need now? Too, they could use some starting pitching, and the Pirates with Heaney and Keller have a couple starters that are healthy and could give you. I mean, especially Heaney's a veteran lefty. He doesn't blow anybody away. He's probably like 92, 94, somewhere in there. But I've seen him, and there's no doubt he's going to get moved, I would say, in the next 24 hours.
All right, he's Larry Kruger. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Where are you at on the Giants now as they sit only a game over 500 at 54-53? Couple of days to go before the trade deadline. Let's get into Carson Wizenhunt's major league debut coming back and assess. Rough first couple of innings. He settled in over his final 3 innings, but it winds up not being enough. Giants end up losing to the Pirates 6-5. We'll get into that. But your phone calls as well. We're out here at 49ers HQ for training camp practice day 6, and we're talking about it all right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Is this the new rock bottom for the San Francisco Giants as they lost their series opener to the Pirates of all teams? How does this recent downward spiral change Buster Posey's plans heading into the trade deadline? Dial us up at 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. No Gregs today. Filling in for Papa and Silver, here are John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the sports leader.
The windup, 3-2 pitch. He struck him out with a changeup. And he got a couple of swing throughs on that changeup from the left-handed hitting O'Neill Cruz.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Larry Kruger. Carson Wizenhunt last night, no decision in his major league debut as he goes 5 innings, allowing 4 earned runs. The one homer, Nick Gonzalez got him in the first inning, a 2-out homer after he had retired the first 2 hitters he faced. But 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 earned, a couple of walks. The walks ended up costing him in the second inning as Isaiah Kiner-Falefa with a 2-run double with 2 out, 3-1 Pittsburgh at that point. Then Tommy Pham drove in Kiner-Falefa to make it a 4-1 game there. Giants would tie the game. Wizenhunt would settle down, pitching through a leadoff infield hit for his first 0 in the third, 3 up, 3 down in the fourth, and then third time through the order in the fifth, he got Pham and McCutchen. So 85 pitches, 49 strikes, but he does give up the homer and the big double and 4 earned. What did you think of Carson Wizenhunt last night?
I would have liked to have seen a few more strikes, and he he's really a 2-pitch guy, and you don't really realize that till he rarely throws that slider. It's 2 great pitches, right? It's an explosive mid-90s fastball, and then it's a changeup from an identical arm angle. So I think, it's going to be interesting. This is a very, very highly competitive league, and the advanced scouts get paid good money to turn off your water. And when you're a 2-pitch guy, it's going to be interesting to see if, what the adjustments are and, how he progresses. Can he, he's got 2 dominant pitches. Can he exist at the big league level as a starter? And pitch the innings required with 2 pitches and just a kind of a third pitch that's kind of still in the developmental stages? Or is he a reliever? Is he a lefty reliever who could be really, really nasty? Because they don't time up that change very easily. You can tell it's a real mental hurdle for the hitters to try to hit his changeup. So it's going to be interesting to see. He was good last night. I like the poise that he showed. He gave up the home run in the first. He's got his whole family there. And then he regrouped with, he finished with 3 scoreless innings and got into a nice little rhythm. I think his next start will probably tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, and I think, you look at it, anybody coming up in the position that he's coming up, forget about being the top pitching prospect in the organization, but coming up at a moment where the Giants needed desperately a starter.
Yeah.
So tough spot there. And again, I think you like the final 3 innings of his outing and the poise, as you mentioned, that he showed. But, you give up 4 in the first 2 innings. You can't really call it a good outing, but it's a major league debut. And I think it's enough to earn another start. I think for sure that I would definitely say. It's going to be interesting to see, though, what the Giants do as you look ahead here with Justin Verlander pitching today and then Logan Webb tomorrow. And then the Giants are going to find themselves, right back in. Robbie Ray Friday in New York would be projected. And then the Giants can bring Carson Wizenhunt back on Saturday if they want. But at some point they're going to have to fit in another either bullpen game or 5th starter. But with the off days, these next couple of Thursdays, they can tinker with it. Do you think he gets that next start?
There's so much.
They also could make a trade and have somebody ready to start this weekend.
I got to think, when you look at this, if the Giants are not in sell mode, that means they have to add some veteran starting pitching. I don't know who it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be Mitch Keller or Andrew Heaney or who exactly it's going to be around the big leagues. But if they're not going to sell, that means they're going to have to find some starting pitching somewhere. And I can see them making a big baseball trade that moves some of their more attractive assets and maybe nets them a young power bat for the future and an arm. I'll give you an example. The White Sox. We just heard Jim Bowden, and we're going to hear Bowden here in a bit talk about Luis Robert. The Giants are supposedly on the trail of Luis Robert. Well, how about Luis Robert in a deal and get Adrian Hauser? And now maybe you get another arm for your rotation. So I do think Buster's going to make a deal. I do think it sounds like Bowden says they're hot on the trail of a bat. But if they're not selling, I think they have to be in the market to add a starting pitcher. Otherwise, then maybe it's going to be Wizenhunt and Seymour as rotation pieces the rest of the year. If they're going to go internally and just with their pitching, that could be the game plan as well. We may see Wizenhunt and Seymour for the rest of the year.
Yeah, and Seymour gives up the home run in relief to McCutchen that proves to be the difference in the game after Wizenhunt got through 5, allowing the 4 earned runs. Let's hear from Jim Bowden as promised, and here's the first one on the Giants being in pursuit of a power bat.
Well, I'm being told by opposing GMs, and the Giants have not commented on or off the record with me, so I'm only going on what opposing GMs have told me, that the Giants have been aggressive looking for another power bat. And so they're in on some of the hitters that are out there available. For example, Luis Robert Jr. of the White Sox, who a lot of teams are in on. But they've kicked the tires there. They've kicked the tires on Tyler O'Neill, Lane Thomas, a bunch of other guys. It seems to be that based on the input I'm getting, because I asked about Quan and I didn't get a positive response on him because his name has been bandied about. It sounds like they're looking for a right-hand power hitter, that's kind of what the focus is. And so I don't think you're going to see the Giants do a lot at the deadline. I think they make one trade and hopefully for a big right-handed hitting power back, because it seems like that's what they want to do.
All right, so there you go. That's the first one there. Robert O'Neill, and then Lane Thomas, a right-handed bat, as opposed to I think we were talking about Alec Thomas, a left-handed, really good defensive center fielder with the Diamondbacks. But no, Lane Thomas is of the right-handed ilk.
Well, and Tyler O'Neill, the former Cardinals, got a lot of right-handed power. And he was on the injured list not that long ago. I'd be interested to see how he is physically, and also Robert, because Robert's had a lot of injuries. But Robert is super intriguing. Now, why is he intriguing? Because he's got unbelievable power, speed, defense. He's 6'3", 225. He's young. He's having a down year, so you're buying him at his kind of low ebb. But there's a lot of belief that he's going to turn it around and become a 30 home run center fielder, and that could be an outstanding addition. So, Luis Robert, the White Sox are an interesting match for the Giants, and if they could get Hauser and Robert, I'd be willing to move a couple prospects. I mean, it's, Robert is not a rental. Robert is it's like a Devers deal. It's like, hey, we're building the middle of our lineup. We don't have a 3-4-5. This is the way Buster's looking at it. So we need a 3-4-5. So here comes Devers. You re-sign Chapman. Maybe you trade for a guy like Robert, and now you've traded for your 3-4-5 that you are been unable to sign these types of hitters in free agency. So it makes sense.
And Robert's making $15 million this year.
He's got options next year, though.
2 club options for $20 million, one in 2026, one in 2027 before he becomes a free agent at that point. So yeah, if the Giants wanted to keep him for $20 million next year, they could do that. If they wanted to keep him for 2027, they've got a club option for $20 million to be able to do that as well with Luis Robert. The other topic that's popped up here, and Andy Baggerly of The Athletic and also his counterpart that covers the Mets, the idea of would the Giants be open to moving Camilo Doval? And let's hear what Jim Bowden said about that. On the idea of trading Camilo Doval.
Well, I mean, I would trade Doval. If the Mets wanted to give me Ronnie Mauricio and Ryan Clifford, they can have Doval right now. I think Mauricio is a very under-the-radar bat. He doesn't really have a full-time role with the Mets. I think he has a chance to be an impact guy. I really like Ryan Clifford a lot in their system. I think he's got a chance to be a guy. So, I mean, I think the one thing that's fun about the Mets is they have some pieces. They have some bats that are young, non-arbitration eligible. And, my philosophy was always, I'll trade relievers.
All right, so there you go. I think Mauricio is less under the radar given what he's done the last 2 games for the Mets over the last 2 days. He hits a homer against Randy Rodriguez to tie a game, and he hits a homer against Suarez of the Padres last night in the 9th inning at Petco Park to tie a game that the Padres ended up walking off the Mets. But a couple of big time hits for young Ronnie Mauricio.
Yeah, and first of all, the Giants don't need Mauricio because they have Chapman, but Mauricio's an awesome young player. He's fun to watch, and what a game he had the other day. But as far as Bowden on the relievers, there's one more cut. Walter, if we can get that last cut on why he likes the idea of trading relievers. And this is what I was telling you yesterday. It's like relievers come out of nowhere, they return to nowhere, and to me they're ideal trade pieces, especially if you can build your lineup. Here's Bowden.
I'll be honest with you. Relievers come and go. They have great years, then they have bad years, then they blow out. In my career, I traded Jeff Shaw for Paul Konerko, and then I turned him into Mike Cameron and turned him to Ken Griffey Jr. I traded Jeff Brantley for Dimitri Young. I traded Dave Berber for Sean Casey. I would always trade the relievers. I didn't mind trading closers whatsoever. If I can get an everyday player that can impact 140, 150 games, I'm doing that all day long. I can get relievers. I can develop relievers. There are so many pitchers right now in the minor leagues that throw 96 to 100 that just need the right pitching coach, the right analytic department, the right science department, and you can make them, right? You really can. What's hard is to get those everyday position player bats that can hit 25 home runs.
And I think the other position where I look at it is if you aren't really considering yourself, and the Giants would never say this, but if you're not really considering yourself a championship contender this year, again, not something you're going to say on the record, but I think we can all kind of see, there's a difference between being a contender on July 29th and being a team that, if we get in, we can make some noise, right? Like those are two different categories. So for me, if you're not truly a contender, I think you can give a reliever because you really want those guys for the postseason. And so if you're not a contender, I think you can give a little bit there and build it back. And if you need to add a reliever the next year that you think you're a legitimate contender, you can do that, but you might be closer to being a legitimate contender because you add or get the bat that comes in trade for maybe moving somebody like Doval.
We had a neighbor years ago who spent a lot of money putting together just a beautiful mailbox. I mean, JD, this thing was amazing. It was a beautiful mailbox. It had their name on it, and it was had two tones and had a metal thing on the side, and it was totally nice. But you know what? Then 6 months later, they were telling us how they had all this damage to their house because they had a leak in their roof. And I'm thinking to myself, I didn't say it, but I'm thinking to myself, hey, if you hadn't spent so much money on your mailbox, maybe you could have fixed your roof. Having a closer is like having an expensive mailbox. It's awesome. But if you don't have a lead in the 9th inning, it's kind of useless. I'd rather have a roof. And to me, hitters and your 3, 4, 5 and your 1 through 8 in your lineup, that's your house. That's your roof. That takes more precedent than your fancy mailbox, and that's your closer. So I mean, I kind of agree with Bowden. I mean, I think they come out of nowhere, they return to nowhere, trade the hot reliever. I mean, remember the Astros traded the hot reliever to the Red Sox once upon a time for this guy named Jeff Bagwell. The hot reliever was Larry Anderson. Oh, they had to have Larry Anderson. They gave up Jeff Bagwell.
Oh, Bowden mentioned a couple of names I didn't. I mean, you got Sean Casey. How
about that? For Dave Burba?
It was
Jeff Brantley for Dimitri Young. Dimitri Young raked. So, yes, if you can trade Camilo Doval, who's a great arm, man. I mean, he is an awesome arm. I could see why teams would look at him and go, oh, I want that guy in my pen. He's awesome. If you could turn Camilo Doval into a couple of everyday players, man, that would be great.
All right, he's Larry Kruger. I'm John Dickinson. We'll come back. We'll continue the Giants conversation as it relates to the trade deadline just about 2 days away. We'll also find out what Krug's looking for out on the practice field. 49ers, second straight practice in pads. Before the off day, it's training camp practice number 6. What is Krug looking for? We'll get his thoughts there before heading out to the practice field. It's JD and Krug for Papa and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. No Gregs today. Filling in for Papa and Silver, here are John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the Sports Leader.
I think that, regardless of how we played, obviously that it sucks to lose 9-11 and, kind of slip out of the, the standings a little bit, but we're still right there, and we play a lot of the teams that are, right in front of us and right in the thick of it with us. So, I think that, Buster's made it clear that, we go out and get Rafi and, it makes sense to continue to try to improve this team and, for this year and the foreseeable future. So I think we expect to add and to continue to get better and to continue to make a push to make the playoffs.
All right, that was Matt Chapman on Sunday night. The 9-11 has turned into 10-12. Giants lose to the Pirates last night, series opener at Oracle Park. But he referenced Buster going and getting Rafi Devers and said, hey, we expect to add despite the fact that they've fallen here in the standings.
Well, they should. It's year one. Buster is building. He didn't inherit the team that he wanted, so he's building the team that he wants. And it's
kind of on the fly a little bit, which is okay.
It's Shanahan Lynch 2017, right?
I don't think it is because
it's year one.
Year one, yes, but I think the 49er Giant comparisons are different. The Niners tore it down to the studs. Like the Niners in between 60 and a lot of it was done for them by Chip Kelly because that team and Trent Baalke at the end was so void of talent. But the 49ers I think they had the worst roster in the NFL when Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch took over going into 2017. I think everybody knew they were going to be bad in 2017. They started 0-9, right? And then ended up 6-10 because they won 5 straight games at the end of the year after they made the Jimmy Garoppolo trade. They had no quarterback. They had no foundation. They had, I think.
What was the Giants over under this year? Wasn't it like 70?
It was in the 80s, I think. I think it was in the low 80s.
Okay, I thought it was like 77.
But I view this as like the Giants. He inherited kind of a mid team that wanted to go philosophically, I think, do things differently than the prior regime had done it. But they were trying to go from 80 to 85 to 88.
Well, they hadn't won a playoff game in a decade.
That's fair. I just think the Niners...
A playoff series, I should say.
And again, maybe it's semantics. Maybe it's not the right discussion to have right now. But I just think the Niners, the first year, that was a complete rebuild that took 2 years for them to actually be a good football team again. And everybody knew it.
I hear you, but sometimes I look at the Giants and I'm like, you got Matt Wisely and you've got some guy named Knizner, and I'm looking around and I'm going Yaz in a corner outfield spot, and you were totally content early this year with Lamont Wade playing first base.
Well, those are the parts he inherited that maybe weren't.
I don't think Buster had what he wanted, but he's building it. The point is he's trying to build it now, and so it's really not about. It's not about their status in the race. I've been looking at it that way as, they're here, they're this far back in the division, they're that far back in the wild card. It's not about their status in the race. It's year one of his regime. He's trying to build the team that he wants, and he's going to systematically do it. And I think it's smart, and take advantage of every single, reshuffling of personnel to see if you can make a move that builds this thing. If you can come away with a big middle of the order bat. If the Giants can finish the year with a Devers, Luis Robert, Ramos middle of the order, that will be a whole lot better than what I saw when I was in spring training. So I do think I like that he's starting there.
Interesting. Alden Gonzalez put this note out, and this was looking at the Giants, and we've talked about their record now, 13-22 since the Devers trade. I didn't realize this, but the 13-22 since the Devers trade on June 15th is the worst record in the majors. The worst record in the majors since the Devers trade. They've scored 132 runs over the last 6 weeks plus a day, and that is tied for the Pirates. The Pirates woefully inept offensively, tied with the Pirates for the fewest runs scored Devers, Alden Gonzalez writes, Devers has gotten it going lately, but it hasn't really mattered in terms of wins and losses.
Incredible. It's easy to point to that. And I'm sure, somebody from Boston would look at that and be like, yeah, Devers is a cancer. We dropped him on you guys.
Still rather have
you
him.
guys sunk like a stone. But that's not the truth. It just happened to coincide with the fact that Wilmer Flores came crashing back to earth and Jung-Hoo Lee forgot he was a $19 million player, and the pitching staff started to wear out. The Giants have lost 8 times this year, 1-0. And there's just no aggressiveness at all to speak of. I mean, the fact the Bags dropped that yesterday, the Giants had 2 stolen base attempts in the month of July, 2 attempts. So, I mean, anything, they're just a very, I mean, in their yard, it feels like it takes a series of 5 hits to get 2 runs.
No question.
It feels like either because they can't hit it out and they have no speed. So if you can't hit it out and you have no speed, you're a station-to-station baseball team, and that's what it feels like. I mean, it feels like you're sitting there going, how are the Giants going to get 3 runs? Well, someone's going to have to hit one out. That seems unlikely. Well, somebody's going to have to hit a gapper with a bunch of guys on, but there's so little speed, and they're so unaggressive on the base pass that they're not getting those easy runs, and they need every run they can get.
Yeah, and I keep coming back to it. I think you look to get that right-handed bat that's an everyday hitter in the outfield at the corner spot. I know there aren't a lot of great second base options really available at this deadline, but I would look potentially to move there with the intent on upgrading. I do think you need to add a starting pitcher. I wonder. And Susan Slusser is going to join us coming up at 11:50. I'm going to ask her because left-handed reliever's been something on her radar for a while, and you would have thought rightfully so because of the Eric Miller injury, the little elbow deal that put him on the injured list. But Lucchesi and Gage have handled it to this point. So I wonder if now left-hand reliever is almost the 3rd or the 4th thing on the list, given how the starting pitching has opened up, and we'll see what they do with Wizenhunt, whether he makes another start. But I feel what at one point might have been their number 1 priority might be a month later their number 4 priority.
Well, who knew that Lucchesi could come out of nowhere
He's been awesome.
And be what he's been? I mean, it's a good story, too, because he's a Bay Area kid, and he's getting a chance to play for his Bay Area team, and that's cool. But, I mean, the stuff he's bringing out there he's not pedestrian stuff. The guy's got 93, 94. He's got multiple things he can do with the ball. He can move it in and move it out, up and down. He's a veteran. He's pitched all over Timbuktu, so he's got kind of a steeliness to him. There's a resolve. He's not nervous out there. He looks in command. So, yeah, I like what I've seen out of him.
49ers practice coming up here. You're going to head out to the practice field, Krug. It's day 6. It's the end of the second block. Basically, they go in these 3-day blocks here the first couple of weeks of camp. They went Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, took Saturday off, came back Sunday, no pads, and then Monday, Tuesday, yesterday, and today in pads. Yesterday was the first padded practice, so back out there today in pads. What are you looking for day 1 in pads to day 2?
Well, I'll tell you, day 1 in pads, JD, the thing that really jumped out is this has potential to be just the volume draft class that the 49ers are badly in need of. I mean, it couldn't have come at a better time. I think of the most impactful draft 2-year run for the 49ers in their history probably was 85, 86, right? 85, they trade up, they get Jerry Rice. 86, they trade back, and they got Fagan and Roberts and Don Griffin and Tim McKyer and just you name it, all kinds of guys, including the Hall of Famer Charles Haley. And it became that was the backbone or the restocking of the shelves. 87, they were great, got bounced by the Vikings unexpectedly. They win it all in 88. They win it all in 89. They could have won it all in 90, lost to the Giants in the championship game. That, to me, that 87 through 90 run, the early 90s run, which also coincided with Dallas getting great, was the greatest run in Niners history. And it was all because of that 86 draft class. This year's draft class is loaded. I'm seriously, I counted like 10 10 guys who could potentially start, and the Niners have 18 rookies that, to me, look pretty good. So we'll see. Mikael Williams looks fantastic. C.J. West, I thought, looked the best of anybody. But it's a very deep class. Marquise Siegel and Upton Stout yesterday had terrific days out there. So I'm looking for this really deep, unbelievable 2025 rookie class and what they look like today, day 2 in pads.
And more reps for Ricky Pearsall. I feel like you mentioned it yesterday. Like, are they? And you can understand why, because I think there is going to be so much on his plate, and he is coming off the hamstring. You don't want to do too much too fast, have him wind back up on the shelf and unable. But I want to see, stretch him out a little bit. I think would be the one thing that I would say I'd be looking to see on the practice field on the offensive side of the ball. All right, Krug's going to take off and head for practice. He'll rejoin us coming up around noon. But coming up next, we're going to switch gears. There was a little bit of a Jonathan Kuminga update from Mark Stein on his Substack. We'll get into that as it relates to what the Warriors' offers for Kuminga are set at, and would he really take the qualifying offer? We're going to ask Mark Spears that as he joins us of ESPN and Anscape next, right here on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. No Gregs today. Filling in for Papa and Silver, here are John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the Sports Leader.
All right, welcome back. Rolling along here from Santa Clara, 49ers training camp. Let's go out to the UMA guest line. Pleasure to be joined by Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape joining us here, talking a little hoop. What's going on, Spears?
Oh, man, just out here in L.A. About to head over to NBA today and do the show. And was at Chris Paul's press conference yesterday, which was quite interesting. So
Always is.
Basketball never dies, right?
No, it never does. It feels like we're kind of getting toward what traditionally are the dog days, right? Once you get to August, but I'm looking up at the Warriors and all the moves they've made on my sheet of paper here for July, and it's a completely blank sheet of paper. Let's kind of get in.
I'll tell you one thing that's interesting is, yesterday I go to the Chris Paul press conference. I get back to my hotel, and I'm sitting in the lobby, enjoying a glass of vino, and I didn't have my glasses on, so my eyesight's not the greatest. And then suddenly this guy walks up, and I'm like, oh, that's Gary Payton II. So he was here with one of his buddies, and we talked for a minute, and he just was basically telling me that JK's holding up everything, and he still was quite hopeful that, and his preference was to be in a Warriors uniform and re-sign once the JK thing gets done. Whether he's staying or going.
Well, that I think would be a welcome to Steve Kerr, and I think the Warriors fan base if GP2 could be back in the fold. Obviously, it's been reported where they are with DeAnthony Melton and Al Horford. Yeah. But the Kuminga resolution is kind of holding everything up. I found it interesting. The numbers have been roughly at this point, I think, in terms of what's been speculated upon. Mark Stein on his Substack put the range of the Warriors offers right around $20 million per year. So two and 40, maybe if there's a third option, 3 and 60, that kind of range. Yeah. Do you think it's realistic? Because I know last week, and your new colleague Anthony Slater put out there, that they're considering the qualifying offer. Kuminga and his agent Aaron Turner strongly considering it. Do you think that's realistic for Kuminga to, quote, bet on himself for $7.9 million when there might be $40 to $60 million in guarantees on the table, when he'd be maybe betting on himself for a franchise that has shown they won't play him even when they really need him?
Yeah, that's a great question. I just happened to see a quote today where it talked about Shabazz Muhammad and how Jeff Teague told him, because he got offered like a 4-year, I want to say like $50, $60 million deal. Sorry, I have a little bug in my throat. Down and it didn't work out for him. He never even made that kind of money again. But I think Kuminga is like young enough where if he took the Warriors deal, it's not that long. I mean, what is he, like 22? Like get 40 for 2 years and then become a free agent and do what you want to do. I don't think it's a bad deal. I think that, to me, the bigger question is what's his role, right? And if you're going to bet on yourself, you better have a great role, because, yeah, it's cool to be an unrestricted free agent, but if you haven't had a bad season, then you're kind of putting yourself back in the same trick bag next summer, even though there will be money if you, as one general manager told me, what has he proven? What is his worth? So, to me, if I'm him, I'm only coming back if I know without a shadow of a doubt that I have a starting role, a significant role ahead. If I'm going to take that 1-year deal, even if I'm going to take the 2-year 40, if that's the case, like there has to be an ironed out role that works for him. But I did see another report, and I'm not sure if this is true or not, that he spoke to Scott Perry, with the Kings.
Right.
And if you're having those kind of conversations, that tells me you're looking to walk out, right? Like if you're talking to other GMs and stuff like that. So as long as it's prolonged, I don't know, man. I just don't feel. I feel like his last Warriors days have been played.
Well, it sounds as if, and we're talking with Mark Spears here on the Sports Leader, it really appears as if he would prefer to go. It kind of, reading the tea leaves from my end, I mean, it seems like he might even be willing to take a little bit less from another team if he's going to have the desired role. And he almost wants the Warriors. There's almost a Warriors tax. And like, I'll come back, but you're going to have to pay me extra to come back and basically accept your role, because I'm looking at it like, I don't think, we can get into qualifying offer versus no qualifying offer, but I don't feel like either way he would be a starter on this team, especially if he took the qualifying offer. I mean, that makes him even easier, I think, to maybe bury at that point. That's kind of the nuclear option. But what do you see through all of that?
Well, the one thing, too, is if he does take, say, the 2 years, 20, maybe the Warriors look at it as such as, well, it might be more advantageous for us to trade him if he has that kind of contract. I still remember when Nene signed a deal with the Nuggets, and then they ended up trading him a couple months later, which isn't that what happened with Blake Griffin too? Like they traded him to
got the big deal and then ended up getting traded.
Yeah, so I could see that even if he were to sign, like to me, like a 20, but he would, if I'm him, like, can he get the no trade clause, right? Put in there. I guess he does if he signs the qualifying offer. But if I'm him, I mean, to me at this point, if you're not coming back, if you are coming back, what are we waiting on? That's why I'm like, he must be going, because the Warriors are probably trying to seek whatever is the best compensation for him that they're comfortable with. Because if he's coming back, then what's the holdup? Find it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's he doesn't want to, and it's interesting. I think he's weighing, I think he's weighing the qualifying offer versus the amount of guaranteed money he'd get with the Warriors, plus the, if the Warriors sign him, to me, it's too far.
How much weighing you gonna do, man? Like, if he's staying, then do it. That's why I'm saying he must be going, because this is taking far too long for somebody to just remain there.
Well, that's why I think it's at such a stalemate, is the fact that he, again, if you ask him straight up, you want to be there or not, I think his answer would be no. Yeah. But then it also, the financial component comes into it, because you have to have a team willing, like my read is this. I'll get what you think about this. Mark Spears joining us here on the Sports Leader. He wants $30 million a year. Okay, $30 million a year isn't out there. But I think the Warriors also probably have the best offer financially on the table for him, because we know Brooklyn had cap space, but they haven't been interested. All these other teams, Sacramento, Phoenix, whoever else, they don't have the cap space to get close to an offer that is even in that $20 million per year range that it's reported the Warriors are at. So the Warriors have the best offer, which is short of what he wants. But the only way he can get the money and go is if the Warriors play ball with them. But then you've got to have the other team involved in the trade, make it desirable enough for the Warriors to be able to get something back. And so it's like 5 or 6 different boxes that need to be checked, and only maybe 1 or 2 of them are.
Yeah, it's well, they say it's complicated, man. It's but I just keep saying, man, I just feel like his last day as a Warrior is gone. It's just, to me, it's like, what did the Warriors pick? I mean, if the Suns don't have a first-round pick for them, what would they give back? I mean, what do the Kings want to offer? If it's 20, then maybe it helps you get somebody from the Kings. or the Suns that might be more significant. But it's like, and the Warriors aren't alone. I mean, Josh Giddey hasn't signed. He's restricted. Cam Thomas hasn't signed. He's restricted. So, there's certainly company there too.
Do you think the Warriors, what's been reported, and this was via Anthony Slater, now of ESPN, that the Warriors, the criteria basically for any trade package involving Kuminga, a first-round pick, a good young player, no bad contracts in return. Are the Warriors asking for too much in your mind?
No. I don't think so. But so that tells me they do believe Kuminga has value. I do think first, it depends on what's coming back, right? Like for the Kings offer, yeah. The offer doesn't at all. So, okay, if we're going to take these two guys, a young player who hasn't proven himself and a vet that basically won't play much, then that the pick is what excites you, right? So, but that's the thing. I think, one, Phoenix doesn't have one, and Kings are probably not in a position to give up a first. So just driving in the same circle.
No doubt. As you listen here to KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Hour number 2 here, John Dickinson, down at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara. Mark Spears joining us here on the sports leader. I want to go back to GP2. You said you saw him, you caught up with him a little bit. Why do you think it appeared, at least, that maybe GP2 wasn't going to be in the cards for a return to the Warriors? And do you think there's been a door opened here, maybe that had been at least partially shut?
Well, I think the thing that's attractive for him to stay with the Warriors, they could get a multi-year deal. I don't think those similar things are available at probably the same, that minimum rate anywhere else. So, the Warriors can give him the best offer. I think he loves it in the Bay. Would like to be around longer. This is a guy who's worn a lot of uniforms and hasn't had a ton of stability, and is someone who, because of his Bay Area ties and his father, I think he always has an opportunity there to make some side money that, perhaps he wouldn't make in other markets. So, by talking to him yesterday, it seemed very much hurry up and wait.
Yeah, and it sounds as if that's where DeAnthony Melton and Al Horford are as well, as it relates to this Kuminga situation and getting resolved. Let me ask you this, because I it's sort of an informal poll among media folks that we have conversations with. If you look at the Warriors offseason, and let's just say a month from now, it's all right, they signed Horford, they signed Melton, they brought GP back, they brought Kuminga back with the intent to trade him in season, but he does, let's say, agree to somewhere in that $20 million a year reported range, but then they're going to look to move him. And if that's it, how much better do you think the Warriors made themselves this offseason compared to where they were when they got beat by Minnesota?
Well, to me, the big thing is health.
Of course, always.
Certainly being healthy. Like, I still feel like they need to get another big. They need to get an athletic big, somebody who jumps, rim protector, catches alley-oops, does all those kind of things. So you got to remember, there's still a long time. Training camp is not until October, so I think that's a better question to answer probably when we get closer to that, because I think once restricted free agents drop, then you're going to see a lot of signings and potentially even trades happen.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I'm looking at some of the. I don't see that big out there, and you're right. I mean, that is the one type big they don't have. I'm looking at a list of best available free agents. What's your sense? What's your sense that it ends up with Russell Westbrook? Is he going to wind up with Sacramento?
I mean, maybe that's why he hasn't signed yet either, right? Waiting on. I think a lot of teams are just waiting on Kuminga, waiting on Cam Thomas, waiting on Giddey. A lot of players are, and then once those things happen, a flurry of things will drop by the wayside.
Chris Paul's fascinating. I did want to ask you about that. What was the tenor of Chris Paul? Did he get into anything that's going on league wide? Obviously, somebody that's been in the Players Association and the president and all of those kinds of things. There's been a lot of discussion about the CBA and the job that CJ McCollum did after CP. Was there any conversation about any of that kind of stuff?
He is extremely excited to be home. I don't know, the team could have enough in roster, and I think he would have been excited. He kind of came at the wit's end in terms of being away from his family. His son's playing in high school, and he's going to be a sophomore at Campbell Hall, out here next year. So I think he, but once the dust it's like, oh, shoot, this roster is actually pretty good. And we have a chance to do something special here. So I think Chris Paul is super excited to not only be a part of this team coming home, but also I think he realizes that this is one of the few championship caliber teams in the Western Conference.
Spears, appreciate it, man. I know you got to roll. Have a good time today. We'll be watching for you on the NBA Today show, and always appreciate the time, my friend.
All right, brother. Drive safe coming back.
Yeah, always. Appreciate it. Mark Spears of Anscape and ESPN joining us here on The Sports Leader. Yeah, this Jonathan Kuminga situation continues to be at a stalemate. We'll get into it a little bit coming up later. But, yeah, Mark Stein on his Substack with the reporting that the Warriors' best offers to Kuminga at this point have been in the 2-year, $40 million range, but Kuminga's camp has continued to seek out sign and trade opportunities. I mean, let's be honest, he didn't want to be here. But we already kind of knew that. But the one thing that I think is becoming more and more clear is the fact that I think he would take a little bit less to be able to move on if the role promised to him is more conducive to him being able to flourish in a manner that can get him paid again here, maybe in the next couple of years. And he is 22, going to play next year at 23. His birthday's in October. But, it is accepting the Warriors' offer, 2 and $40, maybe a player option for a third year at another 20 for $60 million total. It feels like that is the absolute last resort. And it also feels like last week was a coordinated effort, let's say, in an attempt to try and get the Warriors to move and just accept maybe a lesser offer, which is something that they don't have to do. I don't think the Warriors, and look, I could be proven completely wrong on this, but I don't think the Warriors should fear Jonathan Kuminga taking the qualifying offer at $7.9 million. I just don't think it's smart for him to bet on himself going back to a Warriors team that at that point would be very easy for them to just not play. It would be very easy for him to just be treated as a role player who, if he's ineffective, he just won't play and he won't get the opportunity to flourish. Yeah, he'll get his freedom in terms of unrestricted free agency next year, but he won't get the opportunity to flourish in the manner that gets him paid at the level that I think he wants to be. Plus, who signs up to come back for less money to a place that you don't want to be? Like, who says, yeah, I'm going to take less money? Like, people take less money to go somewhere they want to be. And I think Kuminga, like I've said, would do that. But who takes less to go back to the place they don't want to be? Like that doesn't make sense to me. So I don't think the Warriors have to take the lowball Kings and Suns offer. I don't think at this point they should fear Kuminga accepting the $7.9 million qualifying offer at all. And I don't think they have to be, and they're not in a position where they have to overpay to keep him. The market is the market. He wants 30. Nobody really at this point, I think, is even offering close to 20. And so the Warriors can get right in there in the low 20s, and they've got significantly the best offer, 3 times as much per year potentially as the qualifying offer, maybe $6 to $8 million per year more than what another team would be looking to offer in some kind of a sign and trade. And so the waiting game continues as it relates to Jonathan Kuminga. All right, good stuff there from Mark Spears. Let's go ahead and take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll switch gears. We'll talk a little bit of football and hear from Robert Saleh, the defensive coordinator, back with the 49ers. We'll get a little bit of his press conference now that the pads are on at 49ers practice. That's coming up. Also set to hear from Christian McCaffrey and Demo Lenore. Between now and noon, Susan Slusser is going to join us at 11:50. We'll get into the Giants conversation with the trade deadline now 2 days away. But that's all coming up next. JD and Krug here in for Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Morning Show with Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley had on former GM Jim Bowden to discuss the Giants' plans heading into the trade deadline and said that opposing GMs across baseball believe the Giants are still trying to add a right-handed power bat. Who is it and at what cost? Check out that interview at thesportsleader.com, anywhere you get your podcast. And we also want your thoughts, Giants fans. Dial up 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
And we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line now. Steve, tell us about unfiled tax returns.
Something that happens all the time, cuts across all walks of life, all kinds of people. Number one reason, people don't have the money to pay the taxes. So they make a mistake. They just don't file the return. And before you know it, year 2 rolls around, and they say, now how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. No problem. If that's you, we want to make a deal for you. Suppose you say, but you don't have your records. No problem. We'll get all the records the government has on you. Suppose you say your bookkeeping is either a mess or non-existent. No problems. We have a whole bookkeeping department for you. The bottom line is, whatever your situation, we're very familiar with it. We want to take care of it for you. We want to do everything for you. We'll file all the old back returns you need to file. If you need to make a deal, we'll make a deal. And then, most importantly, you get your normal life back. All that you have to do is just pick up that phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of this for me.
That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. You can give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. No Gregs today. Filling in for Papa and Silver, here are John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the sports leader.
And brought to you by Redwood Credit Union as well. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. Back here from Santa Clara, we got Krug's takeaways from 49ers practice coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. Susan Slusser is going to join us before that to talk some trade deadline as the Giants slide continues. Now 4 in a row and 10 of 12 in the loss column. They dropped the series opener to the Pirates. Back at it tonight with Justin Verlander on the mound. 6:45 first pitch here on the Sports Leader. But let's go ahead and hear from the defensive coordinator, the man back in the building after a few years away as the head coach of the New York Jets. Robert Saleh addressing the media yesterday. Wanted to give everybody a little snippet of that and get a little insight on him being back, who's looked good, and the first day of 49ers practice in pads.
How much could you glean from the first padded practice out there?
I'll be honest, the first padded practice forever has always been the most disappointing day of the year. But not to say today wasn't good or anything, but everyone gets hyped up for pads. But I think the guys did a good job protecting one another, came out and competed. It was a big day from a load standpoint. So, but it was a good productive day.
Coach, any impression you like to watch when pads go on as far as the one-on-one stuff? I know you're
any one-on-ones? Yeah.
Backer guy.
I like watching the DBs, the corners. They're I like watching them compete.
And out today with that group.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we're going through and we're fighting through with regards to our man techniques and what we want to get accomplished and the way we want to teach it. It's a part of what we do, obviously, and so there's some really cool opportunities to get a lot of things cleaned up.
What are your impressions about the rookie class? On that note, talking about the
defensive guys. No, there's some guys, Michael is he's going to be a hell of a football player. And Nick Martin's doing a really nice job. Upton's doing a nice job. There's some young guys. CJ West is doing a really nice job. They're all the way across the board. Siegel, he's getting his legs underneath them. Alfred Collins, they didn't get any OTA reps, so they're coming along. But it's a promising group. It's exciting to work with those guys. They're sponges. Every day is something new, and so they're doing a very nice job.
Out in that role, you find yourself being able to give him more stuff. How's he adapting to learning all that?
He's a sharp kid. It's definitely not too big for him. We've got to be careful as a coaching staff. You still got to slow play it, regardless of how smart you feel like they are. There's still a lot of things that they're still learning. So you just want to. We'll push the envelope, but never too far to where he can't execute his job. But that's stuff we're learning, trying to figure out who he is and what he's capable of, and that's really for everybody on the defense. It's finding out what they're capable of and pushing the envelope to meet that line of their ability to execute to their God-given ability.
You just mentioned Upton, but the two of them, between Stout and Pinnock, what are you seeing out of the two of them? Have they impressed you so far in training camp? They seem to be getting quite a few reps in the first group. Stout kind of going both between the first group and the second group. Just what have you seen out of them two?
And Pinnock, Stout and Pinnock? Yeah, JP's familiar with the system. He's got such great athleticism, length, and he's very, very smart. So he's been doing a nice job in there. And like I said on Stout, he's doing a really good job. He's, the biggest thing for all these rookies is just do your job, be 100 in that regard. And I think he's doing a really nice job. He's been beat a few times. Obviously, there's a couple of coverage things that he's been beat on, but it's all learning. And it's for all those guys for the entire defense. It's grinding through rep after rep and trying to fine tune your craft.
Robert, you mentioned CJ, and I don't know if you were at the individual drills there, but definitely looked like he had a bull rush.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the size, at least the height of the other two guys drafted, but is that what you see from him, just that kind of power, quick power?
Yeah, I mean, he's like a little fire hydrant, right? I mean, he's powerful. He's got heavy hands. He's going to be fine, He's like a lot of rookies, there's so many things that they're learning, that especially on the interior of the D line. It's a game within a game, and the first thing they learn is pocket push, and then they learn how to capture an edge and rush from there. So I wasn't there. I heard he did a really nice job over there, but I'm excited to get to the tape to see it.
You gave Dallas Flowers some praise during one-on-ones today. If they're giving a rep,
He had a really good rep. Surprised the rest of the DBs didn't jump up and down for him, man. It was a really nice rep. He had perfect technique, put himself in good position to make a play, and he made it.
What did you see from him early in camp? It seems like he's had some flashes here.
Yes, same thing as everybody else. It's with Bernardo down, that third corner spot's just wide open, so everyone's going to get a turn. Everyone's going to get a shot at it, and he's definitely been doing good things and improving daily.
Pinnock when he was drafted by the Jets when you were at the Jets, right?
Yeah.
And then he went to the Giants after that. How much of a different player do you see now than the one that came in as a rookie?
I wouldn't say player as much as man, if that makes sense. Obviously he was young, second year when we had to cut him, but he's a dad. He's feels like he's grown like 20 years, but he still has that youthful athleticism and burst. But working with him and his intent, his demeanor, his intent when he gets in the building to get better, he's been fantastic.
Robert, did you ever tried a hot dog?
Has he asked you why did you waive me?
Oh, we already had that discussion a long time ago. But he's done a great job, because at those points in these players' career, you have a choice to either fold or keep getting better. And he went to the Giants, and credit to Wink Martindale, found a role for him, and really gave JP confidence that he can play in this league.
Miles mentioned maybe some similarities in 2018. Maybe you brought that up, the younger players working in to kind of set a foundation. You got these guys now, they got the pads on. Do you feel some similarities, maybe especially on the defensive line, is kind of building a foundation with younger, rookie players?
Yeah, it's the whole defense. I think for every great play they make, there's sometimes we give rookies a leash, right? You get so enamored by all these really cool plays, but there's 5 plays where I'm bald because of them. but no, they're always exciting to work with. To be honest, it's exciting to work with all of them. It really is. Like even Fred, going through and just having conversations with him it's like a completely different level than it was the last time I was here, right? And then. But yeah, you can say similarities if you want, but I feel like every year there's growth that happens throughout the football team, and this year's no different.
You didn't overlap with Diamond Leonard when you were here the first time.
I didn't.
What's it like to coach him at this stage of his career?
Yeah, he's I think a dog is the right word. The guy has no fear. He asks the right questions in meetings. He's fearless at the line of scrimmage. He's fearless in coverage. He's fearless in the box to go make tackles. Like he's a dude, and he wants all the smoke of every number one receiver in football. Like he'll back it up. He talks about it, backs it up. He's our kind of guy for sure.
Mike Hill looked like locked in with the one. Seems like, was that even a discussion even in the offseason? Like he's going to be a starter.
Yeah, I don't. Even if it was a discussion, it doesn't take long. Just look at him, right? He's super. He's very powerful. He's got great hands. He's got great leverage. He has great flexibility to go inside and out, and so he's unique in that regard, which we knew, and which is why we were so excited to go get him. And but he's every day he's just going to get better and prove that he belongs.
Trent Williams said that Michael reminded him a lot of Buckner. Is there any guys that he reminds you of?
I don't know. Buck is that's a tremendous compliment for a young man, but he's got the lankiness and the fluidity, like the basketball body that him and Eric both had. But the ability to play D end on the outside and then be able to kick on the inside when he needs to. He's got that great flexibility. But trying to think of guys, I don't want to pigeonhole him. I don't want to put a ceiling on what he's capable of.
You mentioned Fred Warner when he was a rookie and like how different he is now. You put a lot on his plate when he was in that first year. Do you go back and look at how to balance where it's too much and too little with these new guys?
Yeah, Fred was a tremendous learning experience for me. I always tell the story back in 2019, if you guys remember that defense was pretty damn good, and we had that Halloween game against Arizona on Thursday Night Football, and it was the first time we were playing Kyler Murray, and I feel like I personally, I take responsibility. I put an enormous amount of pressure on Fred in that game to make sure that we were in the right call, and I did not do him I did him a disservice because he was thinking the whole game and not playing. And so the learning experience for me, it's not about the call. It's not being in the right call. It's about making sure that the players can go fast as heck. And so Fred was kind of that trigger where they all have a breaking point. Doesn't matter. And Fred is, he's like a computer smart, and it's but at the same time, they still got to be able to do it within 20 seconds of getting a call and being able to react and play fast. So you're always trying to learn your players, and you're always cognizant of what that ceiling is, because you never want to sacrifice their ability to play fast just for the sake of being a guru as a play caller.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. No Gregs today. Filling in for Papa and Silver, here are John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the Sports Leader.
All right, good stuff from Robert Saleh. We'll hear a little bit more from Christian McCaffrey and Demo Lenore coming up here momentarily as our training camp coverage continues here on the Sports Leader. John Dickinson, Larry Kruger, Krug's practice observations from day 6, the second day in pads. Coming up a little bit after noon. Also, Susan Slusser of the Chronicle is going to join us. We'll get the latest on the Giants as their slide continues. Trade deadline, little over 48 hours away. I'm looking at the clock right now. I'm trying to do the math. Looks like we're about 51 hours and 23 minutes and about 50 seconds away from right now being at the trade deadline. But let's get another taste of the flavor of 49ers camp. A couple of pressers here from Christian McCaffrey and also Demo Lenore as 49ers training camp rolls on.
What's up, guys? It's never good, you know. I mean, you just got to pray for the best in situations like that. It's definitely a reminder not to take, you know, any day for granted. You know, you're in a non-padded practice and dudes get carted off. That's, you know, it's a serious sport, and, you know, just pray for the best for him. They've been great. They've been great. They show up every day ready to go. They listen well. They work hard. Definitely great additions to the room. Definitely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, Bobby's the best in the business, so when he talks, we all listen. Even if he's coaching somebody else, everybody's looking to get a pointer or two, and those guys do a great job of taking in information and then applying it. Yeah, just trust the plan. You know, they've written up a really good plan, and just trust it, and, you know, do everything I can every day to, you know, get better. Yeah, very similar to 2 years ago. It's been such a blessing. Yeah, I mean, it was been on cloud 9 ever since she was born, and you know, it's definitely been special for me. It's life-changing, that's for sure. And I'm grateful for my wife. She does a great job, you know, letting me still, you know, keep football going and working my butt off, and so it's been great and such a blessing.
There's been some good notes on your brother coming out of his camp. How much did you guys work out this offseason together, and what kind of year do you envision for him?
Yeah, he was with me every day this offseason, and that was, you know, that was such a blessing to be with him all year. It's you know, anytime you get to train with your brother, you know, playing in the NFL, it's really cool, and spending time with him. Obviously the training went well, but you know, it's the meals, it's the off time that you get to spend with them. Just reminds you of when you were kids and stuff. So it was awesome, and he, you know, he looks great. It's good to hear he's doing well. I got to check in with him. The time change is killing me, but I'll probably give him a call today. It was awesome, man. Yeah, he just hit us up and wanted to get some work in, and obviously somebody like that who I have the utmost respect for as a player and a person. I was super fired up that he joined us for a little bit, and I don't have any bad things to say about him. He's a special guy, special person, and a special player. Yeah, there's a bunch of different stuff. You know, every day is, you know, I feel like sometimes there's new gadgets and gizmos, and there's, you know, chambers, the hyperbarics, the hypoxic training, the breath work, the pool, all, you know, there's so many different things that, you know, we just try to take every little ounce, and if you can find an advantage or an edge, we do it. Yeah, I think it's when needed. A lot of guys, when you're 21 years old, you feel great and all the time, and sometimes ignorance is bliss. And so if guys have their own tailored plans and they feel good, that's the most important thing. But whenever these guys ask for help, or if I see something, I'll say something.
Kinder's got some crazy contact balance, and I'm just kind of wondering, for training in the off season, is there anything that you guys do to get better at contact balance?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of different things you can do. I mean, there's a million balance drills out there on the field, in the weight room, stuff like that. Obviously, single leg strength exercises and plyometrics and all that stuff. A lot of it's natural too. I think sometimes people are blessed with abilities that come pretty naturally. Best moment? I think seeing my wife as a mom has been the coolest thing, and just how much she loves it, and how hard she's been working, but just how much joy it's brought her. That's been the coolest thing, just seeing both of them, bond over just holding her, and definitely is, the best moment of my life. Congrats. Yeah, I've always had a pretty determined mindset, and I've always, wanted to be great. And having a daughter, I wouldn't say I'm working harder. I wasn't not working before, but definitely just puts things into perspective that, you just want to show up and be the best person you can be, because you have somebody to be an example for. No, not in 30 seconds. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, it's basically breath work where you fluctuate your SpO2 numbers to get a stem cell flush into your system. In short, you could chat GPT it or Claude it. It might have a better answer than that. Yeah. Appreciate it, guys.
You and JJ were mixing it up a little bit on the practice field the other day. You got a little rivalry going with him?
Oh, no, that's just how we greet each other. That was our first day being able to see each other, full tilt. Of course, we wasn't in pass, but that's just how we greet each other. Oh, yeah, I love it. I feel like the whole defense, from the linebackers, the D-line, secondary, the back end, I feel like everything is coming together. We all playing with confidence. We all got that camaraderie within each other, and then we, just making plays.
What have you seen from Upton so far, especially at nickel?
Just really the game slowing down for him. Like I mentioned the first time during OTAs, that was like when I first noticed it. He had hit me up. That was one thing. That was like the first step when he had hit me up. Then he came to my house, and then we got on the board. We was going over the defenses and stuff. And then I just seen how, after that, the game just slowed down for him. And I seen, the plays that he making, the stuff he reacting to, it's slowly coming together for him. Really with RG, he came to LA, so I just showed him around town in LA. We worked out a couple times, but I know this is gonna be a big year for him, and I'm excited for him. Just really the confidence level. It always take that big jump from year 1 to year 2, to be on the island and play corner. So I think his mindset is everything changed and flipped, and he's ready for action.
What makes Robinson a tough cover? It seems like he's had a lot of success this week.
Really, he's crafty. I told him I had faced him my rookie year when we played the Chiefs here, and I told him he had got me on it was like a dig. I was it was a corner route, but it was supposed to be a dig. So the Chiefs had went against the tendency, and ran something off the special dig and just ran a corner. And I was just telling them, ever since that moment, I ain't never slept on him. I felt like he was always crafty. I love it. Just to be a guy that the young guys look at for help, or whenever they need somebody to talk to or a shoulder to lean on. I'm always there. Really just how they, follow suit. When people first get here, they don't know how, we run to the ball, the intensity we play with, and, of course, how Saleh implemented the all gas, no brakes. Just seeing everybody just, adapt and, follow behind one another. Really just, I'm different than who I was, 5 years ago. So just being at the right place, not really, hanging out in areas that I shouldn't be, So I want to apologize to my teammates, the organization, and to my coaches and to my family, for a mistake.
I'm some third coordinator in 3 years, but how much has Saleh changed things, or is it just the same defense with a different guy?
Really, it's kind of some of the same stuff, but the way Saleh is bringing in, his techniques and how he does things, I feel like the defense is more confident within the scheme.
You say corners, no receivers. What do you think of the kid Nair?
I'm sorry, you said.
What do you think of the big rookie Nair?
Oh yeah, he's nice. He's gonna be nice. Him making contested catches, him being that tall, able to run deep and run routes. You don't really see a lot of guys like that. I'm sorry, you said. Oh yeah, it's kind of hard because we all play in the same position. So you kind of, when you see your brother down, you kind of like put yourself there, and it's prayer. We praying for him, and we hope everything is gonna be all right, and that he get back to us safe and sound. Excuse my language. Same shit, different toilet. Oh yeah, I love Juwan. That's my brother. He gonna come to work every day. He gonna be the same person. So, it's never, when we, guys scuffle out there, it's never really, personal. It's just the love of the game.
Debo Lenore there, and Christian McCaffrey, also Robert Saleh, giving everybody a little taste and feel and vibe of what's going on at training camp. Krug's going to join us from the practice field, fresh off the practice field with his observations from training camp day 6, the second day in pads. That's all coming up. But next, we get back into the Giants with Susan Slusser of the Chronicle as things continue to heat up here. Trade deadline inching closer. JD and Krug in for Papa and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. No Gregs today. Filling in for Papa and Silver, here are John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the sports leader.
All right, moving along here from Levi's Stadium. John Dickinson, Larry Kruger. Krug's practice observations coming up at about 12:15. We hope to connect with Susan Slusser of the Chronicle here momentarily. Get the latest on the Giants as it relates to the trade deadline, which is 2 days away. Thursday, 3 p.m. Pacific. Giants are going to be off. Giants trying to get back on track. The slide continues 4 in a row now in the loss column for the Giants after they get swept by the Mets. They lose the series opener last night to the Pirates in Carson Wizenhunt's major league debut. It's 10 of 12 overall, 6-5 last night to the Pirates at Oracle Park, and the Giants' worst record in the majors. I couldn't believe it when I saw it since the Devers trade. Not saying there's a correlation necessarily there. It's just stunning to me when you look at how well the Giants were playing to work their way all the way up to 12 over 500 that Friday of the Father's Day weekend. And Casey Schmidt hits the grand slam at Dodger Stadium. Giants and Dodgers were tied on June the 13th at 41 and 29. And since then, things have gone completely in the opposite direction. 13 and 24 overall, 13 and 22 in the time that the Giants have had Rafael Devers. And so it just has not worked out to this point. Devers has been a little hotter with the bat lately, but it's been just much more of kind of the all systems fail in a different way for the Giants on different nights, right? Some nights they just don't hit. Often it's inability to get the big hit with runners in scoring position. They've been more prone to one key mistake, whether it's an error or a series of errors or an error on the base paths and ending up being something that costs them. And lately, they're not even winning as consistently as they were earlier on in the year when they're scoring 4 and 5 plus runs a game either. And so that's something. I mean, you look at last night, they end up with 5 and they lose. Now they did get the couple of 9-run outings against the Braves going back to the road trip. They win both of those games, but they lose the opener when they score 5. They score 6 the finale in Toronto and don't get a win there. And it's just kind of a different thing, although mostly a hitting issue, but it's kind of a different thing on a different day for the Giants that is doing them in. So what do they do now at the deadline? I think it's interesting. I don't know that much changes, but you start looking at the standings in the majors, and it's tough. I mean, the Giants find themselves in this position where they're not only not the third wild card, but they're not even the first or the second team out currently. As you look at it, 6 teams get in each league, and you've got the Padres who have that third wild card with the 3 wild card spots now. And the Reds are 2 back of the Padres. The Cardinals are 3.5 back of the Padres. The Giants are another half game back of the Cardinals. So 4 back overall. And I mean, forget about the second and first wild cards at this point. And also you start to look around at the division, and the Padres trying to put a little bit of pressure on the Dodgers in the division. They're only 4 back of the Dodgers are the Padres, but the Giants are now 8 back again. They had been 9, 10 back and whittled it all the way down to where it looked in the weekend right there before the All-Star break like the Giants were going to have some action, and they lose the final 2 games of that series after winning the opener, and it really it's all kind of snowballed on the Giants since that particular point in time, with the sweep coming out of the break against the Jays, then the ugly loss a week ago in Atlanta. Then they win a couple, but then come back and get swept by the Mets over the weekend, and then the Pittsburgh Pirates take the series opener last night. So what do the Giants do at the deadline? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. That's going to be a conversation to be had here over the course of the next 2 days. We hope to connect with Susan Slusser of the Chronicle and get her thoughts on just kind of the latest and what the Giants look to do. Want to rack, if we can, Walter, the Jim Bowden clip that we played a little bit earlier as he joined the Murph and Marcus show, and just kind of bring back to the equation what the Giants potentially are looking for, because I've been pretty adamant the last couple of weeks, even as the Giants have struggled here, and the slide has reached, I think, beyond any proportion that anybody could have imagined now with this team just a game over 500. But here was Jim Bowden on what the Giants are looking at as it relates to a power bat and what he's hearing from other GMs.
Well, I'm being told by opposing GMs, and the Giants have not commented on or off the record with me, so I'm only going on what opposing GMs have told me, that the Giants have been aggressive looking for another power bat. And so they're in on some of the hitters that are out there available. For example, Lewis Robert Jr. of the White Sox, and who a lot of teams are in on. But they've kicked the tires there. They've kicked the tires on Tyler O'Neill, Lane Thomas, a bunch of other guys. It seems to be that based on the input I'm getting, because I asked about Quan and I didn't get a positive response on him because his name's been bandied about. It sounds like they're looking for a right-hand power hitter, that's kind of what the focus is. And so I don't think you're going to see the Giants do a lot at the deadline. I think they make one trade, and hopefully for a big right-handed hitting power bat, because it seems like that's what they want to do.
And I think, at a minimum, some kind of a platoon bat in the outfield that can go with a couple of their left-handed hitters. At a maximum, I think somebody that just comes in and grabs the job and becomes a starting outfielder for this Giants team. But, yeah, I think the appetite obviously still there despite the 10 of 12 and the 4 in a row and the fact that they're only a game over 500. I think there's still very much an appetite, it would seem, to look to add. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. As we get into hour number 3 here, we do have Susan. All right, we do have Susan Slusser of the Chronicle, sponsored by Weichert Realtors, where home is everything. To get started, call your local Weichert office today, because at Weichert, we guide your home. And Susan also brought to you by River Islands. Come to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. What's going on, Susan?
Not a lot. How are you?
Doing well. Let's dive right into it. I mean, let's start with the play on the field. I mean, I was just mentioning it before you jumped in. It's kind of beyond belief that the Giants, they have the worst record in the major since the Devers trade. I'm not saying he caused it by any means, but it's just mind-boggling when you look at how well they were playing up until that point. You felt they still probably needed an infusion of a bat. They go and get the bat, and then it just hasn't clicked.
Yeah, it's, they've needed more than one bat all along, and this just kind of brought this all into focus. He's finally hitting more, since he's been playing in the field some. Obviously, Adames is coming around. We've seen some strides here and there on offense, but still not enough for me. And in the meantime, when you make so many demands on your pitching staff for more than half a season, at some point the pitching's going to feel it. And I think we're seeing that now too. So I think they need a couple of things here this week if they do feel that they have a potential playoff team. And knowing Buster Posey, and the fact that he went for Devers in the first place, you've got to think that they are still buyers rather than sellers. But I have to say, an awful lot of scouts have been in town saying, are they selling because our team is interested in XYZ?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. And Matt Chapman sort of echoed that sentiment on Sunday after the third loss to the Mets, and he hits a couple of home runs. And we went and got Devers, and the expectation is Buster's going for it, and we're going to continue to add. So I think that even despite the record, which is what it is here over the last 6 weeks or so, do you get any sense that the Giants would pivot? I mean, it isn't as fragile as what happens the next 2 days, is it?
Well, I mean, certainly, this is their best shot to add some significant pieces. After this, you can do stuff, but it's a lot tougher. Guys have to clear waivers. So I would say it would behoove them, if they feel like they are a team that can grab one of those wild card spots, to do something now. And I think that they will. But if they don't, look, last year at the same, we were saying pretty much the same things at the same time. Like, you don't go out and sign Soler, Chapman, and Snell to sit on your hands at the trade deadline. As it turns out, they trade Soler. They probably should have traded Snell too. That's hindsight, but I can certainly see those who say, like, look, this team is not going in the right direction. Let's, we could get a ton for Robbie Ray. He has signed beyond this year, so I'm not in favor of that. But Doval, an awful lot of teams are interested in various different pieces. Tyler Rogers could help any contender. There's got to be a huge market for him. So, I can see both sides of that. But I like this team. They're one of those teams where you go, like, if they could just get the offense going, they've got something here. But it's just yet to happen. It's been so inconsistent, and they make way too many mistakes for a team that have to rely basically on pitching and defense.
Yeah, and that's been the case big time over the course of the last 6 weeks, whether it's been errors in the field or base running errors as well. I mean, that's been really, really problematic. Do you think the priorities have changed at all with what's happened with the rotation? And I know we were talking a month ago about left-handed reliever when Eric Miller went down, but Lucchese's been really good, and Gage has done a nice job in his different role since he's come up and helped provide a little bit of length here and there. Is it, if you had to order it right now, is starting pitcher even ahead of hitter, or is it just no, they need at least one other hitter?
Man, you know what? A starter and a hitter to me are almost tied as hot. But gosh, the offense has been such a problem for so long. I might lean right-handed hitter, but clearly the rotation needs some help at this point. Unless Birdsong really rediscovers the strike zone and Wizenhunt turns into something, I think they probably need another starter. You know what? That's a toss-up for me. Left-handed reliever. Look, Eric Miller could be back in another week and a half.
Right.
And you're right. Lucchese has looked terrific. Really nice work by him, and I like what we've seen at Gage.
Yeah, so it's fascinating. I mean, a month ago it was wow. Left-handed reliever, that's the obvious one. And now, the starting pitching was doing better at that particular point. But now it definitely seems like they need a starter. But as we've discussed so many different times, it's the lineup is just too short, even with Devers in there. Do you get the sense they're looking for a platoon type right-handed hitting outfielder, or do you think they're just looking for somebody that's going to be an everyday starter, plug them in, hit them 6 or 7, and go from there?
I think they're looking at probably all the above, and then just going with whatever option they feel like is the best for them in a package that works. Look, you're not going to give up Bryce Eldridge for somebody that's not here beyond this year. So there's probably a little bit of calibration on what they're doing. I still don't think that they're going to give up Eldridge, but they are now listening on everyone because they feel like this is a team that they really do like. We'll see. This is going to be a fascinating couple of days. Buster surprised everybody by going huge 6 weeks ahead of the fact. What will he do this week when they have really identifiable needs? We just don't know. And everything that happens with this team is now sort of through this lens of what will Buster do. We're going to learn a lot here in this next handful of days.
Yeah, and I think anybody, as you said, that knows Buster thinks continue to add and go big and try to win and be one of those teams. There's always one, Suze, that August 1st the team looks completely in a bad way. It feel like there's always one team that makes a run. How far they go, sometimes they don't quite get in. Sometimes they go to the World Series. I mean, but there always seemingly is one of those teams that looks kind of out of it right around August 1st that winds up making a run. So I definitely think you can't completely discount that by any means. If opposing teams and scouts and all that are looking at you mentioned a couple of the relievers. Would it make sense for the Giants to trade a reliever, knowing that they have such a great relief core, to be able to add maybe a more sustainable bat?
I absolutely think that is one potential scenario where if you are going to deal off your big league roster, you have to do it from a position of strength. They have a few guys who could close. There will be demand certainly for Tyler Rogers. He's not the guy I would move if you think you want to do something this year. Randy Rodriguez absolutely could be a closer. I know it's been a little bit rougher for him, but of course he was going to have a few stumbles here and there. You're not going to go through a season perfect, but you could easily move him into the closer spot and move Doval. There is still interest in Doval. There's always interest in Doval. And he's getting a little more expensive. So yeah, if that's the sort of thing that gets a deal done, for sure, that would be a nice way to go.
Susan, what did you think of Carson Wizenhunt in his first game? Little rough at the beginning, but he settled in. And do you think that the Giants will give him another start? Hey, let's see what he can do.
Another very interesting conundrum. I really liked Wizenhunt. We liked what we saw of him during the spring. A little brief flashes, but the changeup is a really special pitch. I think he will be a regular big league starter down the line. If it's right now, I'm not quite sure, but it's nice to see him get a little bit of experience. The good thing is Landon Ruba is not supposed to miss a whole lot of time, so I could certainly see Wizenhunt getting another start before Ruba is back. But they could also go bullpen game, or hey, we'll see what they do here at the trade deadline. It could be some big name starter suddenly on the roster, and we saw Carson Wizenhunt. He got a little bit of a taste, and maybe we see him again in September.
Anything you're hearing? I'll just close it up with you on this, as far as just some names of interest. Maybe I don't want to give everything away that you're going to write about, and maybe haven't yet. But are there any potentially new names that the Giants have interest in, either outfield market or maybe starting pitching market?
Well, I think all you have to do is look at the list of the teams that are out of it, and any of their starters who especially have bigger contracts or are free agents at the end of the season. Any of those, and there's tons of them. That's the good thing, is there is a lot of availability of starters among these teams that are out of it. And any right-handed hitting outfielder, honestly, catcher is not a bad place to look either. I think that the Giants are probably exploring that catching market pretty strongly, and that could be a very, very interesting situation. I'm not quite ready to weigh in on that.
Okay.
But, they're monitoring that one a lot.
All right, good stuff. I know we talked about that a little bit a couple of days ago. I know Adley Rutschman's name had come up in some other reports. Would the Orioles, would the Giants? I know it probably goes beyond that, but you're right. That would definitely, I think, signal a potentially seismic move if you're looking to basically trade for an everyday kind of a catcher, obviously considering what Patrick Bailey's been able to do defensively. So not putting words in your mouth there, Suze, but I think it has been something that's been debated a couple of times here over the last few days. Good stuff.
Yeah, when you set Buster Posey as your top baseball executive, adding a top-notch catcher, that would make a lot of sense.
Great stuff, Suze. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. All right, thanks, Ed.
All right, Susan Slusser of the Chronicle. Good insights there. Would the Giants consider making a move at catcher? Again, I think if you just look at the offensive, I think it's a great point on Buster. If Buster Posey has probably a list of a handful of catchers that fit his mold, not saying Patrick Bailey's not, but he knows more than anyone the importance of having somebody that can play the position, hit at that position at a high level. And maybe the Giants feel that there is a means for them to be able to buy on somebody that could project to be the catcher the next 5 to 10 years on this roster, especially if it's somebody that they feel has struggled of late. So yeah, any right-handed hitting outfielder, any starting pitcher on a team that's out of it, and maybe a little tease of something that could be going on with the Giants looking to upgrade at catcher. I think even second base. I know they like Casey Schmidt, but corner, outfield, right field, second base, I think are the two spots in interesting there as it relates to catcher. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick timeout. Great stuff there from Susan Slusser. We'll continue the Giants conversation. Krug set to rejoin us as well coming up as we move on here from Santa Clara. John Dickinson, Larry Kruger, in for Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers training camp continues day 2 of pads. Larry Kruger will have a full report in the noon hour when he returns to the show from the practice field at Levi's Stadium. But this time, walk briskly, Krug.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. No Gregs today. Filling in for Papa and Silver, here are John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the Sports Leader.
All right, welcome back. JD and Krug here on this Tuesday. 49ers practice in the books. Day 6, training camp practice number 6, and the second consecutive day in pads. We'll get Krug's observations coming up here. No Ricky Pearsall today. He got a rest day going into the off day. Wanted to see more Pearsall, but no Pearsall out there. Mykel Williams didn't practice today, a minor ankle injury. Demo Lenore was not out there. Jordan James not out there. And then Jacob Cowing and Jawan Jennings have not been out there as well. They also put Teron Jackson on the injured reserve list after the scary injury from Sunday, where he ended up stretchered out and hospitalized for a bit, but out of the hospital and back with and around the team. He goes on injured reserve earlier today. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Let's continue the Giants conversation on the phone lines while we wait for Krug to get back from the practice field, and we start with Scarecrow in Stockton here on the Sports Leader. Hey, Scarecrow.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You know, the Giants are a little disappointing, but then again, you don't go from being irrelevant to being a playoff team in 1 year. The fact of the matter is, you've got Jung-Hoo Lee, and this is actually his first year because he didn't play last year. He lost that argument with the center field wall.
Right.
You've got Devers, who's trying to learn a new position and a new league. And I don't know that he can do that and play first base and while you're going on a playoff push. I think this is a job for next year and spring training. And, yeah, I think he might be your first baseman of the future. But by the same token, I think the biggest problem with the Giants is they've got these long-term projects that they've got stacked up, and they've got 3 or 4 of them. You know, is Eldridge going to be available? Is he the first baseman that you're going to want to have? And I think they've got themselves caught in a couple of dilemmas. You have Yastrzemski, great glove in right field, not much of a bat. You got Ramos in left field. Okay bat, some of the strangest routes to fly balls I've ever seen in my life. And then these are all these, and then you have Bailey, who is a really, really good defensive catcher, but his production is not what it ought to be or should be. Or maybe you just put him in the 9th spot and let him just be a defensive catcher. He seems to do a whole lot better than his backup does.
Yeah,
I just think that the Giants started this year thin, and literally they're paying for it now. I wish Posey would have addressed the issues on the right side of the infield in the offseason when he could have. He could have gone after Kim. That would have been your second baseman right there. The problem is Fitzgerald and Wade fell through, and it left them a monstrous hole on the right side of the infield, and it's been kind of that way all the way through.
Yeah, I think that was one spot where they chose to go young at second base. I think they couldn't quite maybe get the upgrade they were looking for at the corner outfield. Yastrzemski with his defense tends to if he's hitting down in the order and you're able to hit on some of the other hitters, then you can carry him. But he is not, I don't think, an everyday bat unless you've got a really good team hitting wise. I think it's kind of the same thing with Bailey, to your point there. All in all, and thanks for the call, Scarecrow, I'll jump in and look at it this way. I don't want to say the expectations got skewed by the way that the Giants started, because look, they started really well, and it was 8-1, and they were 10 over pretty quick. They were 41-29 in the middle of June. When they make the Devers trade, they're basically 10 over, and it's been 9 under since then, which has been among the worst in the majors. But I do think the Giants are trying to be as good as they possibly could this year with what they had added and with a little bit of what they have, while knowing full well they may have to pivot off of Lamont Wade and they might have to move off of Yastrzemski, and hell, maybe even Bailey, I think, was a little bit on the clock when you look at at the way he had fallen off the last couple of years, in particular in the second half. And I think they were trying to go young at second base. If that doesn't work, then you look to go veteran. Like, you can't get it all done in 1 year. And so while it's not a rebuild, you add talent, you find some positions for that talent, and you see how many games you can win, and you look to still add. And I think that's where the Giants are. And I've said this a bunch here in the last couple of weeks. I like and it's not a slight to this year's team, but I like the 2026 Giants more than I like the 2025 Giants already, because I do think they're going to add a bat or two in the next 48 plus hours. I think they're going to add a veteran pitcher. I think they're going to try to go for it as much as they can this year. But the reality is they're building toward next year, I think, with these moves, to where it is going to be, Devers at first and a new second baseman in all likelihood, and Adames and Chapman and Ramos and Lee and a new right fielder. Hell, you listen to Susan Slusser, maybe they're in that catcher market a little bit more than we talked about it the other day, but maybe they're in that catcher market more significantly than meets the eye, despite the fact that Patrick Bailey's a Gold Glove caliber defender at catcher as well. So I think it's going to be interesting, and we'll get back into what Susan had to say coming up here a little bit after 12:30. Krug's practice report coming up as well. Let's get one more call, and then we'll take another timeout. We'll come back. We'll reset. Dave in Marin next year on the Sports Leader. Hey, Dave.
Hi, great show.
Thank you.
When you look at Boston, Boston has the almost the best record in baseball since the Devers trade. They're only trailing Milwaukee and Toronto. And the Giants have the worst record in baseball since the Devers trade. So when Buster Posey, you got to look at the run differential. The Giants are a -4 run differential, and the Red Sox are a +5. So DraftKings already said that the trade is without a doubt in favor of the Red Sox. They're going to the playoffs. The Giants are not going to the playoffs. The Giants are on the hook for $280 million to a player who's 29 years old next year. Buster Posey did not do his homework on this one. And I think he's finding out that we're going to have the same record as Farhan last year, 80 and 82, minus Buster spent almost $700 million, including Verlander. So basically, Buster, he's not as good as he thought he was at this job. He's not prepared, and he's paying the price right now because he looks like the worst president of baseball operations in baseball, because nobody in this Major League Baseball was going to take on that Devers contract except for him. And if he would have looked at Devers' video, he would have looked and he would have saw that's not the same Devers from 2021. This is a completely different guy. He's bigger. He's hurting his groin, his quad, his back, and now you got him for 8 more years. Buster's going to be fired, and Devers is still going to be here. So is Adames, and so is Chapman. Buster will be long gone.
Dave, thanks for the call. I'm going to jump in and let you say your piece. I mean, I couldn't disagree more, at least as where things stand right now. I think you're getting ahead of yourself in a big way as it relates to that. But look, taking on Devers, if 3 years from now, this Giants team can't, still hasn't gotten into the postseason 2 years from now, and the Devers contract looks worse as he gets into his 30s, and those kinds of, those are conversations that I'm not saying we won't be having. I just think it's way too premature to be having them right now until you see what this team actually is able to accomplish. Let's see where this year ends up, and let's see where the next year ends up, let's say first. And then maybe we'll start having conversations about who's broken and who's owing who what in terms of contract. You can't have it both ways. Can't have it both ways. You can't say, oh, my team never is able to sign big money hitters to deals, so you have to trade for them. So you have to take a little bit of a risk to bring them in. That's what the Giants did. I'm sorry. The Giants could win exactly the same amount of games this year as they did last year. I'll take this year's team every day of the week from a watchability standpoint. And as flawed as they are, as mistake prone as they've been, especially the last 6 weeks, I'll take this team with Adames and Devers as a nightly watch and Chapman locked in as a nightly watch than what they were doing the last couple of years, where Fitzgerald and Wisely both would probably be out there, and we'd be watching Matos every day, out there as well. Like that. That's not or a Platoon of Palooza of a bunch of 4A guys to come up and take at bats away from Jung-Hoo Lee. I mean, that, like, miss me with all of that. Miss me with all of that. I think you got to give it a little bit more time. But I will say this, to Dave's point, there is a risk that Buster Posey is figuring here. There is risk. It's not risk-free when you take on somebody with that much money left on his deal. All right, let's take a timeout. Krug's going to rejoin us. We'll get his thoughts on all of that. 808 KNBR will continue the Giants conversation. I want to get what Krug's thoughts on what Susan had to say, because she mentioned catcher, and I said, hey, was there something that would surprise you? She brought up catcher potentially, without getting into specifics or names, as an area that the Giants could be potentially looking to improve. So we'll get into that coming up as well. JD and Krug here in the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. No Gregs today. Filling in for Papa and Silver, here are John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the Sports Leader.
All right, we're back here from Levi's Stadium. Krug has rejoined me. Practice is in the books for day 6, so the 49ers will head into another off day and then be back at it Thursday, Friday, Saturday here at Levi's Stadium, getting closer to that first preseason game, which is about 10 days away.
Yeah.
Against the Broncos. They're going to have a joint practice with the Broncos next week. So we'll get Krug's practice observations going to come up here at 12:50. That's when we've been doing it here the last couple of days. So that's coming up here on the Sports Leader. But we continued the Giants conversation. We had a great chat with Mark Spears about what's going on with Kuminga. Maybe we'll get into that at some point before 2 o'clock. But the trade deadline, I think, continues to be the thing atop everyone's mind right now, even with the Giants sliding. And we had Susan Slusser on when you were out on the practice field, and she said, look, they're looking at every right-handed hitter. They're looking at starting pitchers. Basically, every team that's out of it, look at any right-handed hitter that they have that potentially could be available, and the Giants are basically looking there. She said it's not crazy to think that they would look, if they were going to deal from the Major League roster, one of the relievers. And again, I kind of went there with Doval after Andy Baggerly did over the last couple of days, and just asked the question, could Randy Rodriguez be a closer? She said she wouldn't give up Tyler Rogers. Doval would be somebody you're going to have to pay coming up. If there was a player maybe off the active roster that they could look to move, it would have the potential to beat Doval if it could bring back a controllable type bat. She said the starting pitching market is right there at a tie in her mind with the right-handed hitters. And then she mentioned at the end, she said, hey, I said, hey, Susan, I don't want to, is it anything on any names, but I don't want to give, you to give away something maybe you're going to write about. And she said, hey, maybe catcher is a spot to look at as well, of a position that the Giants potentially could upgrade. I know there was discussion about Adley Rutschman a couple of days ago, and it's interesting. I mean, they need hitting. I think at this point, as much as anything, and look, Buster's a catcher, and she made the point. Buster has very specific things that he likes and wants to have in a catcher as a future Hall of Fame catcher. So maybe that's an area where, as great as Patrick Bailey is defensively, you'd be looking to make an upgrade offensively.
Well, it's interesting. They're obviously still in build mode, right? And that means you got to be open-minded. And I'm looking at some of the rumors. The Rangers and the Yankees have called the Cardinals about their closer, Ryan Helsley.
Yeah, he's somebody I think a lot of people would be interested in.
So you could put those two teams down as teams that might be fits if you wanted to move Doval. Then you look at some of the other rumors tied to some of the other relievers that are out there. And he's, there's not that many relievers. There aren't that many guys who have actually done the job. But the Rangers and the Tigers are interested in the Pirates closer David Bednar as a potential trade acquisition. So I hate to say it, but MLB trade rumors says the Dodgers are one of the teams that are in on Stephen Kwan. But you mentioned catcher. I think a name that makes a lot of sense is Sean Murphy, who Bob Melvin managed early in his career with the A's. The Braves are going nowhere. Murphy is 30. He's not old. He's a good player. He's got power. I think he's got 13 or 14 bombs this year. He's driven in 40. He's hitting about 230. He's a major league catcher who's got, good offense, and he might be a nice fit. I mean, especially if you have they need a better. They either need a brand new catcher or they need a much better complement to the catcher they have, right?
Yes, I think that's definitely, and Murphy, an All-Star a couple of years ago in 2023. He was a 4-WAR player in 2023 with Atlanta. And you look at it, but yeah, he's got 16 homers this year, 41 driven in, and 11 doubles. I think that is an interesting name if you're trying to read the tea leaves potentially on teams that are going to be, that are out of it. I mean, the Braves are definitely out of it, and you look at a guy like Drake Baldwin, who's also a catcher who can hit a little bit. Maybe the Braves look to go a little bit younger at that position.
Yeah, I mean, I just think Murphy seems like a guy that, the Braves aren't going anywhere. He's probably available. You might be able to get him without, it's probably going to take more to get Adley Rutschman out of Baltimore. But, that's interesting. That's really interesting because, a lot of people think of Bailey as a foundation piece, part of their future, but
he's not a this regime guy. Like, that's the thing that I keep coming back to. And again, I'm not saying they're looking to move on from everybody that's from the prior regime, but I do think that the tendency in professional sports when a newer regime comes in, I know there's some overlap as to who's here, who's not, but like Adamas is one of theirs. Chapman is one of theirs. Devers is theirs, right? Like you look at that and, Patrick Bailey's not. Jung-Hoo Lee's not. Again, I'm not saying you're looking to move, Yastrzemski was a Farhan era player. He came in with Bochy in 2019, but he was a Farhan find. Mike Yastrzemski. So, I mean, you look, they're trying to upgrade there. It seems like they like Casey Schmidt, even though Casey Schmidt is a prior era player at second base, and maybe there aren't a lot of other options as it relates to second baseman on the market. But, yeah, I mean, as much as Patrick Bailey is a quality defensive catcher, maybe, don't know, maybe we're going to find out in the next couple hours or next couple days that he isn't really their guy.
Would you take Joey Bart back in a throw in on a big deal with the Pirates? I just look at the Pirates and I'm like, wow, if you wanted to make a big shake it up kind of a deal, they're going to get rid of O'Neal Cruz, according to the reports. And O'Neal Cruz is a star talent. I mean, I know he's raw, but I would invest what I needed to invest to get that guy here. They also have Bednar, who's probably a more reliable closer. You could use Heaney. You could use Keller in your rotation. They've got second base options. They've got middle relief options. They've got Bart. It seems like they've got a lot of pieces that the Giants the Giants would want. And the Giants have pieces that they would want. If they're moving off from O'Neal Cruz, they may like Jung-Hoo Lee. They probably love Camilo Doval. I mean, I'm sure they would love to have Carson Wizenhunt or Marco Luciano or one of these guys. So maybe the Pirates are a fit. I could see the Pirates. I could see the Braves. I could see the Orioles, the White Sox. Those seem like the teams that match up well with the Giants.
Yeah, I think without a doubt. And again, the sense is from Susan that the Giants still like this team, even at 1 over, that they feel like if they can get the hitting going even a little bit, she views it as kind of the cumulative of, counting on the pitching so much, counting on the bullpen so much that now they're hitting a rough patch. The hitting isn't able to compensate for the rough patch. But if they hadn't had to, be overtaxed to the point that they were for so long, they'd be in a much better position overall. So I do think there's some belief that they think, get the hitting going, that this team still has. I mean, you got to believe you can get on a run at this point. You're 1 over. There's 2 teams in between you and the final spot now. The Padres are back to 9 over now. So you're 4 games back of them. Like you gotta make a push. Like you look at the final 55 games of the season, and you're starting to look at, can you go 32-23, that kind of thing at a minimum. Can you go 33-22 over a 55 game? That's 11 over. That gets you to 87 wins. And I think that's right about where it's going to have to be if this is going to be a playoff team. And as you look at the final, we're going to be right at the final third of the year after tonight. 108 games in, you got 54 to go. You look at, can they be that 10-11 over? That's what it's going to take. They're going to have to be the team that they were in that first third of the year, in the last third of the year. Otherwise, they're not going to have a shot.
And the old prevailing wisdom is that great pitching halts losing streaks, but that if you want to get on a winning streak, you better be able to plate some runs. You better score some runs. The Giants, when they got Kenny Lofton years and years ago, 2002, were scoring 4 runs a game. And I think they traded for Kenny in July, and they went from scoring 4 a game to scoring 6.5 a game, and they rampaged, and they came home hot, and they rode that momentum into the playoffs and rolled all the way to the World Series. And we all know how it ended, but that's what you're talking about. So I kind of like if Buster's idea is what we heard from Jim Bowden this morning, that he's really looking for a right-handed bat, that he really wants a big middle of the order power bat. I think that jives with what they're going to need to get on a hot streak. Now, maybe you can get a pitcher, a nominal pitcher, a Charlie Morton, a veteran, or maybe you can roll with your young guys out of the minor leagues. My guess is they would try to get a veteran to, 4 to 5 things, but I don't think it's going to be a star. I think it's going to be just kind of a middling, run-of-the-mill kind of a starter. But if you can get, your offense cooking where you come roaring down the stretch scoring runs, that I think is probably the best plan.
Yeah, I think, you mentioned it, but I think it really is with the pitching and the bullpen. And I'd be a little reluctant to give up the bullpen, because I think this team, even if they add a hitter or two, is still going to be playing a lot of close games, and you're going to need the hitters to be able to win enough of the close games that you're going to be playing, but you also need the bullpen to win a lot of those close games too. So I'd be a little reluctant, as much as I am open-minded on Doval if it could get you a hitter, because I do think, I don't necessarily view, my opinion, I don't necessarily view Doval as somebody that's your franchise level going to win, close down playoff games and World Series games, kind of a closer. So I think that would make him a little bit more expendable. Maybe you plug Randy Rodriguez in there and you look to add another reliever, find another reliever, create, as Jim Bowden said, another reliever from somewhere that can help fortify the bullpen at that particular point in time. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all shakes out here. But the sense is still that even despite the struggles and being won over, that the Giants are going to look to make a push, and that they believe in the team, and that they think if they can get the pitching and bullpen back to where it had been and add a hitter or two, that they can get on that hot streak that can get them to that 10 to 12 plus over 500 mark in the final third of the year.
Just to illustrate my point of why I'm always, totally willing to move relievers.
Yeah.
Here is the 2022 save leader list: Kenley Jansen,
Okay.
Liam Hendricks, Josh Hader, Jordan Romano, Daniel Bard, Ryan Presley, Taylor Rogers, Scott Barlow. David Robertson, Tanner Scott. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like there's some good pitchers there, but there's a lot that are just like they're no longer the guy, and that was just 2022. So to me, if you got a hot reliever that other people want, and somebody will give you building block pieces, guys who play in the lineup every day, and you're the Giants and you're trying to build and you're Buster, man, I would do it. I know you're right. You may trade a guy like Doval away for a hitter or something like that. All of a sudden you've got these 7-6 games and you can't win because you can't close them out down the stretch. Yeah, that's a possibility. There's no question about it. But right now in the build phase, and I think that's where they're at, all relievers should be used as trade bait.
All right, we're going to get Krug's practice report coming up fresh off the field from down here in Santa Clara. 49ers training camp practice number 6 is in the books. They were back out there in pads. Who stood out? Who didn't participate as well? We'll get into that coming up here as the Niners head into their second off day of camp tomorrow. John Dickinson, Larry Kruger, in for Papa and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Is this the new rock bottom for the San Francisco Giants as they lost their series opener to the Pirates of all teams? How does this recent downward spiral change Buster Posey's plans heading into the trade deadline? Dial us up at 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
Sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. No Gregs today. Filling in for Papa and Silver, here are John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the sports leader.
Rolling along here on a Tuesday, JD and Krug from Levi's Stadium. Training camp in the books, day 6, the 6th practice, 2nd consecutive in pads. And the 49ers headed into another off day. They'll be back out there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then the next off day after tomorrow will be on Sunday. Then they're already to game week next week, end of next week, with the joint practice a week from Thursday against the Broncos, and then the game here at Levi's against the Broncos coming up on Saturday the 9th. JD and Krug for another hour. What did you think of practice today? Do you want to start with let's start with who wasn't out there for the 49ers today?
Yeah, we got word late in the day that Ricky Pearsall was given a rest day. They're really babying Ricky Pearsall, and I'm not really sure why. Yesterday they didn't let him do the one-on-ones. Today they're giving him a rest day. He worked on a side field to start. I mean, they're really babying Ricky Pearsall, and I'm not sure what the deal is there.
He's one of their healthy wide receivers, available wide receivers. I think they want to keep it that way.
Yeah, but I mean, he gets a very light workload, and I don't know if that's in his best interest. Mikael Williams also missed today, minor ankle injury, so he's off the field today. And then Teron Jackson was placed on the IR with the neck injury. They did sign Jalen Allen, who's wearing number 76 out of Memphis, played for the Memphis Showboats in the UFL. And he actually had a couple nice plays today. He's an undersized edge rusher, but he takes Teron Jackson's spot. So those are the guys that weren't there. No Pearsall, no Mikael Williams, no Teron Jackson. And I didn't see Juwan Jennings either, by the way.
Yeah, no Jennings, no Cowing. It looks like Lenore, it was reported, was not out there as well, and Jordan James.
Yeah, and I don't know what they didn't say what the Jordan James thing was, but no Juwan Jennings, no Renardo Green. Obviously, he's out with the hammy, and then you've got you said no Demo. I don't know what Jordan James's injury was, but yeah, so that's the full list. I didn't see. Was Trent going today? I didn't see Trent today either.
Yeah, it looks like Trent was.
Oh, he was. Okay.
Yeah, looks like Trent was in there.
As far as who stood out today, man, it was. The highlight moment of the practice was Brock Purdy threw a bomb down the field, and he stepped into it, and it looked like maybe either a go route or maybe a deep cross to Jordan Watkins, and Watkins reeled it in. It probably was 45 yards down the field. So that was the highlight play. There were a number of other good plays, though. To me, the guy, though, I mean, we got our first little brawl. C.J. West and Hennessy, the center, were going at each other. C.J. West almost probably kind of mixed it up in the one-on-ones with almost everybody that he went against.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Almost.
He just has that demeanor.
He's
man.
violent.
Yeah,
he's violent. He's looking to go. He's looking to fight. He's looking to, he ain't backing away. He's not shying away. But the guy who just continues to shine is this undrafted free agent defensive tackle, Sebastian Valdez, out of Washington. He's wearing number 55. He had a bunch of great reps in OTAs, but he carried it into training camp. And now this guy is beating people with power. He had 34 reps of 225. He wasn't invited to the combine. If he had been, that would have been the most of any defensive tackle at the combine. So he's very, very strong, and he showed it. He had one where he just threw Nugent away like tissue paper, and then just bull rushing guys, and then he's beating guys with speed. It's something to watch. I mean, this guy's really something to watch. I wasn't sure if it was real when I was watching him in the OTAs in the springtime, but now that the pads are on, it's real. And this guy can win with power or speed, and you're going to hear his name in the preseason.
So
Sebastian Valdez.
Yeah, somebody to watch there. What else? I always like to go offense and defense, although obviously in the team periods they're going up against each other. But among those who were out there with the first team, how did the first team offense look today?
Looked pretty good. It was pretty. There wasn't. The ball was spread around quite a bit.
Is anybody emerging? Watkins maybe could be one, but is anybody emerging the last couple of days in your mind among the wide receivers that have the potential to make an impact, be on the team and make an impact? With Pearsall, obviously they're taking it slow with him coming back. We know the deal with Ayuk and Robinson and all of that. How are you? And Juwan Jennings isn't out there, so who's getting the bulk of the opportunity to maybe make a name for themselves?
Well, they're spreading it around for sure. But like today, we saw a couple really nice catches from Equinemius St. Brown.
Okay,
Russell Gage, the veteran, had a touchdown grab where he leaped over everybody and made the catch. Malik Knowles had a couple nice catches. Isaiah Hodgins had a couple nice catches. Junior Bergen made a catch. But I would say, the receivers that shine the most with the guys out are Jordan Watkins and Demarcus Robinson. Those are the two guys. Nair made a catch today as well. It wasn't anything huge, but he made a catch. But
Watkins continues to maybe lead that second group. In terms of, the guys that aren't Ayuk, Jennings, Robinson, Pearsall, the guys that aren't those guys, the guys in the, there's basically, Cowing's been out also, but it's, we kind of mentioned it yesterday. It's Watkins obviously is somebody that was a draft pick to where you would put him ahead of the others, but him showing in the group of Nair, Hodgins, Knowles, St. Brown, all those guys, him being the best of that group, I think is significant because he was drafted to be the best of that group.
And Purdy said it the other day. He's like, hey, yeah, we got new receivers, but we got guys, is what he said. And this is one of the guys he's talking about, Jordan Watkins. I mean, Jordan Watkins is a 4'3" guy, but he's 200 pounds. He's not tiny. He's not 168 pounds. Jacob Cowing is closer to like 175 last year. Now maybe this year he's 180, 185. But he's really thin. Jordan Watkins is bigger. He's 200 pounds, but he still has that 4'3" 4.37 speed, and he can separate down the field, and he's very productive. So he was productive in college. He looks good. Yeah, I think Jordan Watkins is going to be. I think Purdy's going to love him because he's going to be a guy who can separate down the field. And Brock, we all know Brock. Brock's aggressive. If you separate down the field, the ball's coming to you.
When you look at the defensive line, obviously C.J. West was somebody that stood out. This was a kind of doing the Twitter scout, from being here and kind of keeping the show going while you were out there. This was categorized by many as a feisty practice, as an edgy practice. It was, I think, the hottest day to this point in terms of temperature out there on the field. It wasn't maybe quite as long as yesterday, but longer, obviously, than Monday's practice, which was not in pads. You get the feel that guys are starting to work their way into that camp shape.
Yeah, I mean, and it's starting to get personal, and guys, nobody wants to be embarrassed.
A little edgy.
Like, there was one play where...
And that was basically what happened with West, right? Like, West, there was some frustration based on him dominating, right?
West, as they say, goes to the echo of the whistle. Yeah. In other words, he goes beyond the whistle, right? And so... it gets personal, man. And if you feel like somebody's getting the last shove in on you, there's going to be some pushback. There was one rep, though, where Sebastian Valdez bull rushed, and I forget who it was, 60, it might have been 69. Who's 69 on the...
Oh, I think the Niners, put the video out. I was just watching it. It was...
Did you see it?
Drew Moss?
It might have been Drew Moss. But he just kind of pushed him back, and then he kind of threw him back. Wait. Oh,
they cut it.
Cut it.
But I think.
Well, it might not have been that one. I thought it was a bigger, taller guy. I thought it was maybe Zach Johnson or something. 69. It was 69. Zach Johnson, and Valdez was going against 69. He just bull rushed him right into the lap of the quarterback, and then he just kind of pushed him back. And at the whistle, and Johnson took offense, and you could see it was like, "Hey, man, don't make it's one thing if you want to go to the rep, but don't no exclamation point at the end of the rep." And he kind of pushed back, and Valdez was like, "Let's go," he wanted to go. But Valdez is somebody to watch because he beats you with speed, he beats you with strength, and Collins, West. We didn't see Williams today. Oh, I'll tell you the one play that was amazing today. Bryce Huff he had a move, and he has given Austin Pleasance just fits. I mean, Austin Pleasance wakes up 2:00 in the morning with flop sweat thinking about Bryce Huff because Bryce Huff's making him look bad. I mean, really bad. Yesterday, he beat Pleasance so bad that Pleasance didn't get a finger on him. Today, Pleasance overset on what he thought was going to be a shoulder dip on a speed rush, and he kind of got moving a little bit to his right, and Bryce Huff just spun around on him. I felt like I was watching like an NBA, small forward going to the rack. It was like he gave him the most explosive spin and spun right into the quarterback, and everybody there, you could hear the O lineman, the D line members like, "Ooh," it was like, wow, look at this guy. This guy is just something, man. So Bryce Huff is going to be a major factor. It just continues to look like the defensive line group, whether it's the guys on the interior or the rushers, it just seems like I think that the simplest way to put it is there's a lot of promise. There's just a lot of promise that group collectively is going to be significantly better than the group that we saw last year and more in line maybe with some of those groups from 2019, 2021, that era. It's like there's different categories of football players, right? You have young guys, and then you have the veterans. You have young veterans, then you have older veterans, and then you have guys who are like street free agents, who are just like nomads, and they're here this year, and they're somewhere else next year, and they're somewhere else in 3 years, and you just can't wind up with too many. You can wind up with too many, football nomads on your defense. And then you know what happens when you get a bunch of mercenary nomads? They're in it for themselves. They're not in it for the guy next to them. They're not in it for the unit. They're not in it for anybody but themselves. And then all of a sudden you wind up with Devondre Campbell's and guys who are like, "Hey, man, What about me? What about me? And then suddenly you look around, you're like, hey, you got a room full of guys like that. This year, you got guys that are, homegrown, so they're not walking in going, well, in Jacksonville we did it this way. Well, in Houston, our deal. No, they're like, yes, sir, no, sir, yes, coach, Kasarik. No, these guys are just doing whatever you're told, what they're told, and it's a different deal when you have everybody pulling the rope in the same direction.
I think you can understand why the 49ers went down that road, and got maybe a little more veteran laden as they lost certain guys. And, you look at, Armstead ends up leaving.
Kinlaw wasn't what they thought. Solly Thomas wasn't what they thought.
They traded Buckner, even going way back.
Yeah.
To really, I think
Drake
maybe
Jackson wasn't good enough.
So it was a lot of wasn't good enough with some of the younger guys. They moved on from maybe some guys that you could make the case they could have or should have kept, and then you keep going into that veteran pool to replace. And so I think it ends up, Greenlaw ends up injured, and so you're in the veteran linebacker market, maybe quicker than you wanted to be. So I can understand the reasoning for doing that, because you're trying to win a Super Bowl, you're trying to get over the hump. But that's the one thing where you look at last year, they won 6 games, so it makes sense to not, at the point in which you win 6 games, to double and triple down again on being so veteran laden. And I think now you're seeing, and part of it is the fact that you're drafting a little higher, so you've got more opportunity to take a Mykel Williams and an Alfred Collins at different points. So you're in at different slots there. But I don't know. There's something to be said for that infusion and not being so veteran laden, even though you can understand why they tried to do it, because they were chasing that Super Bowl.
Well, it's no different than, we could take football out of the equation and just talk about the workplace. If you got a bunch of young people or, just getting going, it's like, hey, we just want to prove ourselves and show. You get a bunch of people that have been doing it for 35 years. It's like, hey, wait a second. I think we're supposed to be off today. And why am I not getting this vacation day? I think I should be getting a comp day since you asked me to do this. And, suddenly they care, where the young workers just like, ready to please, eager to please, trying to get out there and, work. Where, the Devondre Campbell player is like, hey man, this ain't the way we did it in Atlanta. It's like, bro, that doesn't matter. You're here now, and this is the way we do it here. So it's a better vibe this year. And you got to, and I said it, and you can see it, and you'll see it all in the preseason. 49ers have a ton of rookies that are going to make this team. I would say they're going to be double-digit rookies on this team, and several of them are going to be core players for the future. And there'll be some bumps in the road, as you get used to the NFL, but the talent is there.
All right, he's Larry Kruger. I'm John Dickinson. I got to ask you, was there a kicking competition today?
There was.
Do you have the breakdown, or do we want to tease the kicking competition?
Well, it's one of those things, JD, where yes, they kicked, but they had us at such a crazy angle.
Oh, you didn't get a good angle.
And they had officials sitting there, but they just didn't tell us if it was a good field goal.
Oh, so they didn't.
Not.
They didn't do that. Oh, they have.
They did it once or twice, but they didn't do it every time. And then we were at an angle. Yeah, I know. So it's very odd.
So you don't have accurate data then necessarily.
To me, it looked like they both were perfect.
Okay.
I would say nobody clanked one, and there was no obvious misses. To me, it looked like they were both perfect.
If they were both perfect today, and we'll check the reports and see if anybody else among those that were out there and are out there regularly had a different count. It's in the complete aggregate since training camp has started. Moody's a +1 at this point. Moody missed.
He was plus. He's +2, and then the other guy was
+2, but then he was
-1
in the last time they did it, which was I think Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Sunday. So overall, Moody +1 still coming into today. So that would be Moody +1, just in terms of sheer makes and misses among the kicks that we've been able to see from being down here.
I mean, ultimately, none of these practice kicks really matter. I mean, I don't want to say that doesn't matter at all, but it doesn't really matter at all. Because if the guy who dominated in practice, let's say there was one-sided in favor of Jake, but he gets in the preseason game and he misses field goals and the other guy makes them, those field goals in the games will be valued much higher than these field goals on the practice field. So that's just the way it is. But I think it's going to go to, I think the Niners badly want to give the job to Jake Moody. They want to be validated for taking Moody in the third round. And we're going to find out if Moody can outkick Joseph this summer.
All right, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Krug's training camp thoughts. Good little recap of that. We'll continue the Niners conversation. A couple other things to get to. AI predicted a very, very strong season for the 49ers. Let's get into that coming up next.
Okay.
AI loves the 2025 Niners. JD and Krug will discuss coming up here from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Morning Show with Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley had on former GM Jim Bowden to discuss the Giants' plans heading into the trade deadline and said that opposing GMs across baseball believe the Giants are still trying to add a right-handed power bat. Who is it and at what cost? Check out that interview at thesportsleader.com, anywhere you get your podcast. And we also want your thoughts, Giants fans. Dial up 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. No Gregs today. Filling in for Papa and Silver, here are John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the Sports Leader.
All right, rolling along here on a Tuesday. JD and Krug, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Any final thoughts before I give you the quick Google Gemini AI breakdown of the National Football League, each division? And then there's actually two different ones here. There's a Chat GPT breakdown as well of each game on the 49ers schedule.
Wow.
So different outcomes there. But any final thoughts from out on the practice field earlier today?
Well, interesting day. I mean, 49ers starting offensive linemen are not doing a lot of the heavy lifting. So not a lot of one-on-ones for Trent or Brendel or Pooney. So if they're really letting their backup guys kind of do a lot of the heavy lifting here early in camp. But I thought it was a good day for Brock Purdy. The deep ball to Jordan Watkins stood out. I had Purdy at like 8 of 12, something like that. He had a nice fade to Gage. He also had a nice ball to Demarcus Robinson. So he looks really, really good. And I think Bosa and Bryce Huff, these guys really, I think, are going to have they're going to make beautiful music together. I mean, I think Bosa's going to run into 4 or 5 sacks because Huff flushes quarterbacks out of the pocket. And I think Huff's going to run into some stuff because of Bosa. So these guys are going to be each other's best friends. I thought both of them looked dominant today.
Let's get to it quickly. Have it a little fun here in the final hour of the program. Let's go Chat GPT first. All right. So
okay.
We got two different ones here. Chat GPT went through the 49ers' entire schedule and gave a prediction for each of the games. All right. Now, so we've got that, which we'll do first, and then we'll also get to the Google Gemini breakdown. They did each division and gave a record going through and playing out each game of the regular season. So I'm gonna roll through, and we can play along together here. So here is the Chat GPT at Seattle Week 1 for the Niners.
Mm-hmm.
They give it a loss at Seattle Week 1. Niners have won the last 3 games in Seattle. Geno Smith is gone. First time they're playing up there on a Sunday, I think, since 2021. Little bit of a surprise there, but yeah, they gave the Niners a loss up at Seattle Week 1.
Well, it's interesting. I think that's a great advantage 49ers. Why? Because, one, you've got Sam Darnold and a brand new offense. Their offensive line is in a kind of a state of flux. They got a brand new offensive coordinator, Clint Kubiak. They're vowing to run the ball more this year. I don't know. I think it's going to take a few weeks for the Seahawks to kind of gel. And I think you want to play them early. So I like that. I think I love the 49ers to win in Week 1.
Funny part of this Chat GPT, they mentioned Geno Smith still being on the Seahawks, so maybe they're off.
Geno will guide them to victory.
Geno, has the Hawks offense humming. So again, Chat GPT, you could it's sometimes a little behind the times there. Week 2 at New Orleans, they give the 49ers a win, so they've got them 1-1 coming home to take on Arizona. And
who's going to quarterback for New Orleans? Is it going to be Spencer Rattler? Is it going to be Jay Kaner?
Well,
Is it
according to
gonna be
AI,
Tyler
it's probably Derek Carr, right?
Tyler Shuck.
According, it's probably Derek Carr, who's obviously retired.
Saints are in a rebuild. They're in a big rebuild.
Yeah, so I think everybody would agree, even AI, that the Niners are going to be I think they're going to be 2-0 coming home to face Arizona week 3. AI calls that a revenge game after the Niners got embarrassed. The comeback win here at Levi's that the Cardinals had last year in the fourth quarter, and then the last game of the year. Wow. I mean, the Niners were out of it, both teams out of it, but Arizona just put it to the Niners in week 18.
I can't decide about Arizona this year. I've seen people say that Arizona's going to finish last. I've had other people say, oh, Arizona's going to be a major sleeper team. I don't know what to make of Arizona. I mean, on the surface, they got pretty good weapons, right?
Sure.
Kyler Murray, James Conner, Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Wilson. I mean, it's not bad. They don't have a great offensive line, but they have Paris Johnson, who's a good young left tackle. And they made a ton of moves on defense. Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson, Josh Sweat. They drafted Cody Simon, Denzel Burke, Will Johnson, Walter Nolan, and others. So it's hard to say. I mean, I think Jonathan Gannon's a good coach. I like Monty Austinfort as a general manager, but something tells me the Cardinals are going to disappoint. I'm not sure why.
I kind of feel that way about them. I think the Niners win that one. Then Jacksonville's in. AI predicting a loss to the Jags. I think the Niners are going to run the table the first 4 and be 4-0.
Loss to the Jags, according to them?
Yeah, letdown spot because the Jags have weapons everywhere.
Well, they do have Travis Hunter. And they have Brian Thomas Jr., and there's no question
Trevor Lawrence goes toe-to-toe with Brock Purdy and pulls off a fourth quarter victory.
I'll take my chances there. I like the Niners in that game.
Yeah, I do too. So they've got the Niners 2-2. It does get better. They've got the Niners losing at the Rams on Thursday Night Football. I think that would be the first predicted loss for me. So I'd have them 4-1 after 5. Short week against the Rams. Although you mentioned to me we were on the field on Sunday here at Levi's. Matthew Stafford, this back soreness thing. He was expected to come back from practice yesterday or Monday, I guess it was. So yeah, yesterday. Not out there. I mean, I don't know how many games the Rams are going to win if Jimmy Garoppolo has to play a lot. A lot of people are picking the Rams, but I think it's contingent on Stafford being healthy, and obviously they have what projects to be a pretty elite defense. But I think that's one where you aren't going to win every game. I got the Niners losing that one, but the Chat GPT has the Niners losing that one as well, and starting 2-3 on the year. I've got them at 4-1.
The Rams defensively are really good if you look at their top guys, and they stayed healthy last year, and they added Poona Ford, and I like Poona. Poona's a great nose guard, and he's a real good run defender. But I mean, if Braden Fisk and Byron Young and Jared Verse and Cam Curl and all these guys stay healthy all year, yeah, Rams are going to be good. But if you look at their second team defense, they are paper thin. And any kind of injuries to any of their guys, and they had a great run last year, but something tells me they'll have a few more injuries this year, and then you're going to see that they're pretty thin. Les Snead has not built the deepest roster there.
So you got a win or a loss if we're looking at it right now.
I like it to win. That's the game in L.A.
In L.A.
Yeah, I like the Niners
Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, I like the Niners to win in L.A. It'll be a sea of red.
You got them 5-0 right now. Or lose to Seattle maybe.
No. I think they're going to beat Seattle. What was week 2?
It's at Seattle, at New Orleans, and then Arizona Jags. So you got them 5-0, brother.
Yeah, I do. I think there's a chance they could lose to Arizona, but I think the Niners will get off to a hot start.
Then they go to Tampa, at Tampa, early start, 10 a.m., still going to be relatively hot. This is October the 12th, I believe. They could have got beat last year in Tampa, but probably should have won that game going away. That was the game where Moody missed the 3 field goals, and the Niners ended up winning the game, and then things really got tough for the Niners there. Chat GPT's got a win for the Niners at Tampa Bay.
Tampa is, they're an interesting football team. I mean, Tristan Wirfs is their left tackle. He's already hurt, and Godwin's hurt right now. But this is a game that will test the Niners secondary because you got Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Emeka Egbuka. It's a pretty good trio of receivers. And Baker Mayfield's, we all know can really throw the rock. So, yeah, I think that's a tough one. Tampa got a bad break yesterday. They lost David Walker, their rookie defensive end for the year, torn ACL. So that happened yesterday in practice.
So, the ChatGPT. So they got them 3-3. Atlanta a win at home on Sunday Night Football.
Now I have that
Week
as
7.
a loss.
Okay. So is that the first loss, or you think they lose to Tampa?
I think this Tampa game could be tough.
Okay.
But I like the Atlanta Falcons this year. I really do. I'm a huge Michael Penix fan. And they've built up a nice team. They got a good offensive line. They got Bijan Robinson, probably one of the best backs in football. Drake London. They drafted Nick Nash out of San Jose State, and they've improved their defense. I mean, they finally got some pass rush this year. Jalen Walker, Ebiketie, and then they drafted they added Leonard Floyd from the Niners, but they drafted James Pierce as well as Jalen Walker. So they got a lot of speed, edge rush this year. They haven't had that in the past. So I kind of like Atlanta. I think Michael Penix is gonna take a huge step forward, and I think he'll lift the whole franchise.
All right, so you've got the Niners at 5-2. I've got them losing at Tampa, but bouncing back and beating Atlanta. So I got them at 5-2. Going into Week 8 at Houston, and the AI has the Niners losing Week 8 at Houston to drop to 4-4 on the year.
Yeah, and Houston's like a really tough team to play, depending on what week you get them. Right? I mean, it's like some weeks they look amazing. I think Houston's got the great corners and the great defensive backfield. They have Jalen Petrie as the nickel. And then you also have Kamari Lassiter, who runs a great 40 time. You have Derek Stingley, who's a high number 1 pick. So, I mean, they also got C.J. Gardner-Johnson away from the Eagles. So I really think that secondary is much improved. And then up front, you got Will Anderson. You got Azeez Al-Shaair. So, yeah, if Houston's rolling, they could be really tough to beat.
Yeah, so I think
that's
a
right?
tough one. It's at Houston. It's another one of those early games, 10 a.m. start. Although the Niners have fared pretty well under Kyle Shanahan in those, especially when they've had good teams. I think that's I'm gonna say 4-0 turns into 5-3, and that winds up being another L. I've got them winning at the Giants, as does the AI breakdown, and then bouncing back and beating the Rams here at Levi's Stadium. To improve to 6-4 there. So I've got them 7-3 after the Rams game at that point, and then at Arizona, projected loss from AI to be 6-5. I think they win that one. So I've got them 8-3. But then AI predicts the Niners to get hot, sitting at 6-5 going into Week 12. AI's got them beating the Panthers. I think everybody does.
Somebody had them losing to the Panthers. I saw that. I couldn't believe that the other day.
Winning at Cleveland, beating Tennessee. So then that's 3 in a row before losing to Indy, and then beating the Bears and beating the Seahawks the final 2. So it all adds up to 11-6 in the chat GPT, which a different way of getting there, Krug, but I've got them 11-6 as well.
The only one of the schedule that I'm a little bit like, I don't know how it's going to go. I'm a big fan of the rookie Cam Ward, and I think he's going to be good this year for Tennessee. And I think Tennessee's building. Obviously, it's still a young team, but they've got Tyler Lockett, Calvin Ridley. It's not like they don't have any weapons, and decent offensive line. You've got some pretty good offensive linemen on that line, and they're a team that Tennessee, Cam Ward, he moves around, he makes plays. It wouldn't surprise me if that game was close.
So 11-6, I think, is on point. A little weird way of getting there. A few things off a beat in terms of who's actually playing. But the Chat GPT likes the Niners. How did the Google Gemini? They like the Niners even more. So we'll tell you quickly where they did all the divisional breakdowns. So we'll give you all the playoff teams and the like on that. But they like the Niners even more than 11-6 as they went through their breakdown. JD and Krug will continue the conversation. Maybe get into a little bit on the Giants, kind of empty the notebook here on a Tuesday from Levi's Stadium. It's all straight ahead right here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. No Gregs today. Filling in for Papa and Silver, here are John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the sports leader.
All right, rolling along here on a Tuesday from Levi Stadium. 49ers practice in the books. Off day tomorrow. We're brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. So ChatGPT likes the Niners 11-6. Google Gemini, they got the Niners at 12-5, Krug. Wow. And not only
12-5.
Not only 12-5, but 12-5, good enough to win the NFC West. We'll run through the NFC West here real quick. They got the Niners 12-5, Rams 10-7, Arizona 8-9, and Seattle fourth place finish in the NFC West at 7-10. I think all of that is well within the realm of possibility. But here's where it gets even more interesting for the Niners. They've got the Falcons winning the South at 10-7, but
I agree with that.
They've got Tampa 9-8. So in the mix there, they've got Green Bay winning the NFC North this year. Green Bay 11-6, Detroit slipping back 10-7.
I agree with that.
Bears 9-8.
No way.
And the Vikings at 7-10 with Darnold moving on, and they go to McCarthy at quarterback.
Bears and Vikes will be reversed. Bears will be a 7-win team. Vikes will be more like a 9-win team. You see how good J.J. McCarthy has looked early in Vikings camp?
It's good.
He's looked good. Yeah, he's looked good.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to sling it. Like, O'Connell likes to sling it. Like, he's
got Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison.
Yeah, no doubt. And then in the East, it's Philadelphia 11-6 with the Cowboys, a surprise team. They were the surprise team at 10-7. Giants 8-9. That seems a little high for the Giants, and the Commanders being a disappointing 6-11. Now, I think that's where it goes skewed. Again,
the Commanders are not going to fall to 6-11.
It feels like the Cowboys and Commanders are flip-flopped there.
Dallas
in
Dallas stinks. They really do.
I love it. Nothing better than Krug arguing with the bot. Man.
I mean,
arguing with AI.
I think Dallas is really bad. They can't. First of all, Tyler Guyton. I don't know if you heard this. Their left tackle went out yesterday with a pretty serious knee injury. Okay, so that's their blind side protector. Then you've got a team that doesn't have much good running backs. They added Javonte Williams after his injury. They have Miles Sanders, who's done. Jaden Blue, who fumbled 9 times last year for Texas. So I don't see the runner. And, it's all on Prescott again. And then, obviously, Micah Parsons is awesome. But they're not signing him to the contract, and he's getting more and more pissed off. And then Diggs is hurt. DeMarvion Overshown's hurt. Shavon Revel's hurt. Kalen Carson's. I mean, they got a bunch of guys who are hurt. Dallas stinks. Dallas is not going to win a lot of games.
The Niners are the 1 seed at 12-5 in the NFC, and then you've got Philadelphia as the 2 seed at 11-6. Green Bay is the 3 seed. Atlanta is the 4 seed, and then it looks like you've got the Rams at 10-7 as the 5. You've got Detroit at 10-7 as the 6, and Dallas at 10-7 as the final team in there. So I think you can see where they like the Niners. That's the key point. They like the Niners. So both versions of AI in this world of artificial intelligence, like the Niners, including the Google Gemini to be the 1 seed in the NFC ahead of Philly, Green Bay, Detroit, all other comers.
It's a projection, but it's, the Niners are going to be given they've got a young, talented roster that's going to be afforded the luxury of a soft schedule. And they've got a quarterback and a head coach who are young in their prime and have been to a Super Bowl together. So, I mean, I just think that 49ers are bound to be better on special teams with Boyer. They got a lot of good young talent in Saleh and Bradley on defense. And offensively, I mean, I think they should be decent. I mean, I look at the NFC and I think Eagles and Commanders in the NFC East, Packers in the NFC North, with the Vikings, Lions, and Bears taking a step back, Falcons and Bucks being the 2 teams of relevance in the South, and the Niners and Rams are the two teams of consequence in the West. Two teams in the West, two teams in the South, probably one team in the North, two teams in the East.
Yeah, if I'm looking at it, I'm kind of with you and with the bots, the artificial intelligence on Atlanta winning the South. But I think Niners Rams. I think as long as Stafford's healthy, I think I would put those two teams ahead of the rest in battling it out for the NFC West. But I think both playoff teams. I do think the Lions are going to take a step back, but do they take a step back and fall completely out of the playoff picture? Not so sure about that. I do think Green Bay, I think, is a little overrated. I always kind of think Jordan Love's a little bit overrated, and I think it's Philly and Washington until proven otherwise in the East of the NFC. So interesting there. I'll give you the AFC breakdown just very quickly to tie it off. They didn't run through the playoffs or anything like that, but the AFC breakdown: Kansas City 12-5, shocker. The Chiefs at 12-5. Houston 11-6. They win the AFC South. Baltimore 11-6. They win the AFC North, with Cincinnati a 10-win team, Pittsburgh a 9-win team with Aaron Rodgers, and then Buffalo 12-5. The Patriots 9-8. Interesting there, but they end up in that spot where they win. Buffalo, I think everybody obviously would expect Buffalo to win the division. So Cincinnati is a 10-7 playoff team in this mix. They've got Jacksonville all the way up at 9-8. The Chargers at 10-7 as one of the playoff teams as well.
Yeah, it's funny. The AFC, I like Kansas City, Denver, and the Chargers in the West. But the rest of the divisions, I really only like one team. I mean, I like Houston in the South, but I like Cam Ward, but I don't really believe in any of those teams in the South. I do like Joe Burrow, but I think Steelers are going to fall on their face. Ravens are going to win that North. And then AFC East, I mean, it's Buffalo, right? It's Buffalo. But I do agree that New England, this is the year New England gets up off the deck, and I like them more than I like Miami. So, yeah, I mean, if you're saying surprise team, it's hard to find a surprise team. But if I had to go surprises this year, I would say I really kind of like the Chargers. I think the Chargers are coming. And they're the one team in the AFC that I think is building tremendous momentum. Amarion Hampton and Najee Harris, and Jim Harbaugh's really built up that offensive line. I mean, look at that offensive line, JD. They just signed Rashawn Slater yesterday, but they have Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater at tackles. Really good tackle combo. They got Mekhi Becton away from the Eagles, so he's just this behemoth right guard. And then they've got Zion Johnson, the Boston College first-round pick, now at center. So that's a big offensive line. You got Herbert, you got weapons with Hampton, Trey Harris, Ladd McConkey. I mean, the defense is maybe a little bit of a work in progress, but maybe they're a year away defensively. But I like the Chargers.
Did you see the story Mike Silver did on Mooney Ward, Charvarius Ward, now with the Indianapolis Colts, and obviously the tragedy that Ward went through middle of the year with his daughter, his 1-year-old daughter, passing away last year in season, and Ward dealing with all of that. There was another part to the story too. The quote. Mooney Ward said, quote, "I was hurt when I realized I wasn't getting a contract extension or an offer," going back to the Niners last year. "So I wasn't motivated. I was kind of pissed off. I knew when the season started, it was a wrap for me in the Bay. They've got Demo. They drafted him, and he's younger than me. They probably like Demo a little bit better. He's a little more physical and aggressive than me. I can lock anybody down. Kyle and John want headbusters. I'm not mad. He got what he deserved. All pros don't grow on trees, though." So it was a trying and tragic, obviously, on the personal side year for Mooney Ward there. But Mooney Ward also basically said, that the writing was on the wall and I wasn't really into it. And this was even before the stuff obviously happened with his daughter.
Well, Mooney and I have done some of the best interviews I think I've ever done.
He's a great interview.
Are with Mooney, and he's one of my favorite dudes, And I said, "Hey man, let's just talk receivers." And I just went through an array of receivers, and he was just giving me stream of consciousness answers, and it was just awesome. I mean, it was seriously great stuff, and I love Mooney, but I love him because he's real. And I love him because he's candid, but he just in a very real, candid way also just told us that he's unprofessional. So you're getting paid a grip of cash, man. And don't tell me that you weren't into it. I mean, it's candid, it's honest, but it's also wrong. They were paying you a grip of cash to show up and be a pro, and that's what being a pro is. You show up good or bad. Now the tragedy makes us all feel for him, and I talked to him a bunch of times last year, late in the year, and just being like, hey man, how you doing? And I can't even imagine what he's going through, and he's a real guy, and he wears a lot of his stuff on his sleeve. So I understand why he said that, but I'd push back and say, hey bro, I mean, that's great that you're being candid, but you just told everybody, including all of your potential future employers, that if you're not feeling it, you shut it down. And that's not a good message to send.
Yeah, and so an interview with Mike Silver, a good piece. I encourage everybody to read it. Mike, obviously, now with The Athletic, and there's some other good stuff in there, but that was one thing among the many that was notable as it got into everything.
I mean,
yeah,
I don't
disagree with that.
I mean, come on. Things didn't go well for you at the radio station, and what, you're just going to shut it down, or are you going to be a pro and do the best you can do? It's like, what, you can be a pro. Now, if somebody says, hey, JD, what was your mindset? And you're like, hey, you know what? I didn't get the offer I wanted, and so, I wasn't emotionally there, and I kind of shut it down. On one hand, we'd be like, way to go, JD, man, he's super candid and real, but on the other hand, we'd be like, JD, why'd you shut it down?
No doubt. Again, I think it is a unique situation, though, also, and again, that was something that I think was in play even before the tragedy. But the big part of the interview and the piece is basically, hey, the contract frustration, the personal tragedy, it was just a year where everything weighed on him to a point where his heart wasn't fully in it, which I think on some level, especially with the personal tragedy, you can understand. So maybe I'm a little bit softer on the other stuff, but it sounds like the other stuff had him upset even before, the contract stuff had him upset even before what ultimately happened with the tragedy of his daughter's passing in the middle of the year.
You've heard me say this a few times, but I'll say it again. All this talk about this mass exodus of the Niners' awesome players is probably one of the most overrated stories around the league, because a lot of those guys couldn't play anymore. But the one guy that they lost from last year that you really didn't want to lose, and he's going to hurt that you lost him, is Mooney, because he's a big, rangy, talented corner who was still very much in the prime of his career. And it was a cap decision, right? You can't pay Lenore and him. He says he understood, and he does, but you're losing. He is the best player that they lost from last year, in my opinion.
We'll wrap things up on the other side here from Santa Clara. JD and Krugen for Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The morning show with Marcus Boucher and Kerry Crowley had on former GM Jim Bowden to discuss the Giants' plans heading into the trade deadline, and said that opposing GMs across baseball believe the Giants are still trying to add a right-handed power bat. Who is it, and at what cost? Check out that interview at thesportsleader.com, anywhere you get your podcast. And we also want your thoughts, Giants fans. Dial up 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. No Gregs today. Filling in for Papa and Silver, here are John Dickinson and Larry Kruger on the sports leader.
All right, welcome back. Final segment. JD and Krug. By the way, in the kicking front, shout out to Nick Wagner of ESPN. He puts out, I think, the most comprehensive.
No, Nick's fantastic.
I mean, he is tremendous, but I think the best, most accurate, comprehensive, balanced
Twitter breakdown.
I mean, it's like, it's beautiful. It's like reading a full story. You're like, oh, did I miss this? Did I see that? Did I agree with that? But on the kicking front, writes Nick, both Jake Moody and Greg Joseph connected on all 4 of their tries today. So I know
there you go. That's what I said.
He had a better angle than you did, but you did say they both hit on everything. Nick had it as 28, 36, 41, and 48. So 4 attempts, which has been the norm here. When
28, 36, what did you say,
28, 36, 41, and 48 per Nick Wagner of ESPN. And Moody and Joseph both made all 4. So there was one day where Joseph was 3 for 4 and Moody was 4 for 4. And then there was another day where Moody was, or no, there was a day where there was one day where Moody was 4 for 4 and Joseph was 2 for 4.
Right.
So Moody was 2 up. And then Sunday, Joseph was 4 for 4 and Moody was 3 for 4.
Right.
So Moody was still 1 up in aggregate. And then today, they both go 4 for 4. So Moody is still 1 up.
It's like the Skins game. You 1 up, you're 1 up,
Exactly.
I'm 1 down.
And
yeah.
I'm trying
it's
to
a Ryder Cup.
I'm doing the quick math in my mind. I believe that makes Moody 11 for 12 so far, and it makes Joseph 10 for 12.
But
So
I will say
1 up.
this. If Joseph misses in the preseason, it's like, he missed. If Moody misses in the preseason, he missed. Moody missed. You know what I mean? It's like there's more angst about Moody with the faithful than there is for Joseph because of the past. So we'll see how it flies. But I think the Niners want Moody to win the job, and if it's even, I think it's going to him.
I think it's easier. I think you said this. I mean, it is easier to go with the incumbent, and then maybe you keep Greg Joseph around, or you keep his number. And if there's a problem in season, maybe you look to him, or maybe you look to somebody else who's available on the street, basically as a free agent. Another off day for the Niners tomorrow. They're back at it Thursday, Friday, and Saturday here at Levi Stadium. Do you think there's going to be, kind of switching gears here to the Giants, any movement? I mean, gosh, big night for the Giants. Giants really, really need to get not only a win, but a couple of wins here to take this series against the Pirates tonight and tomorrow afternoon. You think we're going to see a trade between now and tomorrow at 10 a.m.?
I do. And I think it could be dramatic, JD. It could be like in the middle of the game. It could be one of those. It could be. Did I ever tell you my story? I thought about it today because I was listening to Jim Bowden on the morning show. Great interview, by the way. Go check that out. And Jim Bowden said, I traded Jeff Shaw for Paul Konerko, right?
Right.
And he was talking about how you trade relievers. And I
traded Dave Burba for Sean Casey.
Right,
and
right. I was at Candlestick in the visitors clubhouse back in the day, whatever day it was that Jeff Shaw Konerko deal got done. And Chris Townsend and I interviewed Paul Konerko.
Okay.
And we're talking to him about how he was, great in Bakersfield in the Cal League, and he's been called up, and isn't it fun? He's a Dodger in the Giant-Dodger rivalry and this and that. It was about an hour before the game. Go up to the press box. Game's about to start, and this is at Candlestick, and Konerko is being escorted down the right field line because there was no way to leave,
that's how
right?
you get to the clubhouse.
That's how you get to the clubhouse. And I'm like, why is Konerko going back to the clubhouse in the first inning? And sure enough, they announced right in the game, the Dodgers have traded Paul Konerko for Jeff Shaw. I mean, what a terrible trade that was. Konerko goes on and has, a 15-year career with the White Sox, big-time power hitter, and the Dodgers get a reliever in Jeff Shaw. But we interviewed Konerko that day, and he was, I'm so excited about my future with the Dodgers and this and that. I can't wait to the tradition. And less than 2 hours later, he's a Cincinnati Red.
Quick trade to update folks on Jeff Passan. The Blue Jays acquiring Sir Anthony Dominguez from the Orioles for a right-handed pitching prospect, Jerron Watts Brown.
Great addition by Toronto. Dominguez has got a power arm. I mean, he's got 97 with sink, and he was in the. I suggested the Giants go after him. In a big deal with the Orioles. He's, that's a nice ad. He is and Toronto can hit, man. Toronto's going to be a force in the second half of the year, the playoffs. Watch out for Toronto.
Also, a quick note just to close things up on the Warriors. We talked to Mark Spears when you're out on the practice field about just the latest with Kuminga and the reporting from Mark Stein that the Warriors offer at this point has been in the $20 million per year range. So 2 and 40, maybe 3 and 60. He noted really 2 and 40 basically is right around 40 to 43 basically is where the Warriors are at. But Kuminga continues to obviously look for sign and trades. One thing I just saw pop up, the Kings interested in moving Devin Carter or Malik Monk because they want to bring Russell Westbrook in to be their backup point guard.
What a train wreck franchise. Congrats on your purple beam, though. That's a great light that you guys came up with.
Shots fired. Shots fired. All right.
Well, my brother's a big Kings fan. He lives in Natomas.
Oh, got it.
The
Okay.
judge.
So that's why you're lobbing.
That's why I'm
Okay.
lobbing,
You're lobbing
hate towards
some
Kings
verbal
fans.
shots at him.
If you follow me on Twitter at SportsLarryK, I just tweeted out Coach Yak put out a Bryce Huff post-practice quote. I love how players are so freaking honest. Bryce Huff is like, CJ West is dominant. And then he was talking about the guy that I was talking about earlier today, Sebastian Valdez. And he's like, Seabass is locked in. I mean, this guy's got a nickname already, Seabass, and nobody knows who he is. But Bryce Huff talking up Sebastian Valdez, calling him Seabass. He's locked in, and CJ West is flat dominant.
Krug, great stuff, my man. Really appreciate it. The last 7 days we've been together. Greg Silver's going to be back tomorrow, and we'll take you up to Giants baseball. But man, what a great week plus we've had together. It's been fun working with you here throughout the month.
Hey, buddy, it's always great. You make it easy. You and I can chop it up anytime. I'll be back on Friday, sitting in for Murph with Marcus from right here on the KNBR Morning Show. The next 2 nights, you can catch me at 6 o'clock on Niners Nightly, doing a full wrap on what happened. And tomorrow night on Niners Nightly, Matt Barrows is going to stop by. And then Thursday night on Niners Nightly, the great Mike Sando from ESPN is going to stop by. So some good stuff over the next couple of days.
Always a good conversation for Krug. I'm JD. Big thanks to Walter. Dirty Work coming up right now as you listen to KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini. Yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Soon as Walt gets his ass out of the chair, out of the way, and out of my line of sight. We got lives out. We got Chris Rose, the Rose Rotation podcast. You know him.
Love him.
From many great shows.
Yeah.
What do you want, the best damn sports show, period?
Good show back in the day.
The best damn sports show, period. Foul territory. That was how they used to say it. Like the voiceover guy said it.
You're right.
That's how he said it.
No, I remember.
Said like period.
I remember
with John Sally and Tom
Arnold being on that show was something.
You ever watch the movie The Stupids?
Yeah,
Tom Arnold.
Dude, another blockbuster movie from back in the day where I've seen the cover but never actually watched the film.
Not a great flick.
Yeah.
No, real dumb. As a kid, really funny.
I remember that being right next to, for whatever reason, Harry and the Hendersons.
Don't know that one.
Never saw that movie. It's where like John Lithgow He's like, going on vacation with his family, and they run into this big, Bigfoot-like creature.
Okay.
Named Harry. And they're the Hendersons.
You gotta love when a character like Bigfoot has a name like that. It's fitting.
Yeah. He's
What's
not
your name?
Bigfoot. He's Harry.
He's Harry. Dude. My name's Harry.
And we're the Hendersons.
Chris Rose going to join us at 3:50, talking some trade deadline. We're going to talk some football with him as well.
Absolutely. He was at Rams training camp on Saturday, I believe.
I'll ask him the question I've been asking every one of the co-hosts I've had for the last couple of weeks. Hey, who's starting for the Browns at quarterback? He's a big Browns guy, and of course he's on the call.
You've been asking everybody that?
No, I asked Kerry that randomly, and then I asked you, and then we just, it's funny, I had a little debate with Kerry about it. I don't know why we debated how the Browns quarterback situation would shake out this season.
I think it's pretty clear it's going to be Flacco.
Well, Flacco, but then Kerry had a good take where he said, I think it'll be Flacco to start.
Yeah.
And then he said, then I think it'll be, he said he thought it should be
Shador?
Pickett. He said he thought it should be Pickett to start.
Well, Pickett's got a hamstring injury right now.
This was 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
When you were...
Just currently, though, I'm not a Pickett guy.
Neither am I. He said he thought it should be Pickett because he said Flacco doesn't give you anything, and maybe Pickett's still something you have as a backup going forward. I was like, I don't really know. But then he got into a point where it was like, at some point, you're going to hand it over to Dylan Gabriel and or Shador.
Yeah, most likely because they got 2 first-round picks this next draft. So they want to see who they got quarterback-wise. I don't know why we're going so in depth on the Browns, but
exactly. This is kind of my point. It was sort of a riff, and then
no, I got you. But like, if I had to guess, just to give my 2 cents, I doubt that Kenny Pickett's probably on the team because you want to see the 2 rookies you drafted, and you probably feel more comfortable with Joe Flacco.
You go Flacco and then 2 rookies there. I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
All stuff we'll ask Chris Rose when he joins us coming up at 3:50.
It's not going to be Arch Manning, I can tell you next year.
No. Vic Tafer at 4:50 is going to join us from The Athletic, talking some 49er football.
The ever-elusive Vic Tafer.
Couldn't connect with him last week. Yeah. Well, we'll ask him, dude. Vic, in all your years covering the Raiders, you ever see a kicking position battle like you're seeing right now for the Niners?
I'm sure he did before pre-Jano. If Vic was with the team back then. But I want to ask him, what the hell's up with he was around with the Raiders a year ago. Did he see that Christian Wilkins was kind of a weird guy? I'm not talking about the kiss, just the fact that he's not willing to, do everything he can to get back and play with the team.
Yeah, I don't know. There's some comments out there that suggest maybe there's some other things going on.
Yeah.
So I don't want to riff on weirdo. You know what I mean? When it seems like
I don't know if he's a weirdo.
The way players are talking, that's why I'm going to stay away from the word weird. When it seems like maybe there's some other things going on.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like it.
And let's take a left turn on this one.
Okay.
All right. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Giants fall again. We'll get into all that. I know you guys are dying to. Real quick, you just pulled that. Walter dropped this in here. Look, dude, it doesn't happen often, but you know me. When I'm wrong, I raise my hand to the scorer's table. Derek said when he was sick this week, or last week when he was faking sick, he was drinking orange juice and orange soda.
It helps.
Walter, and we were like, orange soda? What are you doing that for? Walter today shows me he's drinking a Shasta, an orange Shasta. You see what it says on the bottom there?
Vitamin C, baby.
Plus vitamin C. And I was like, are you kidding me? There's vitamin C?
There is.
In Shasta. So I looked it up. Is there vitamin C in orange soda? It said a lot of orange sodas do contain vitamin C, whether it's in the process or naturally. Question I have is, which orange soda were you drinking?
I'm not going to remember.
You can remember the brand of the orange soda you purchased?
No. It was last Thursday. I went to 7-Eleven, whatever orange soda was available.
Sunkissed?
It might have been Sunkissed.
Okay, there's vitamin C in Sunkissed.
Yeah, it definitely had vitamin C in it. I'm not just grabbing orange soda for the thrill of it. I'm not Kel.
I thought you might have had it in your fridge already or something.
No. I'm not a soda guy to begin with. No. I don't have any soda in my fridge.
I'm a soda water man.
Soda water, huh?
I love like sparkling water, club soda. Yeah, I do. I mean, I like a little fizz.
That's good for the tummy when it's upset.
I like a little bubbles.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
You don't like club? do you just drink club soda normally? I've got one of those soda streams at home where I can make club soda.
That's not bad. No, you and I kind of have the same drink order. Like when we're at a bar, I'll get a vodka and soda.
Yeah, we're vodka soda guys. Yeah, that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
Gotta watch
Tito's.
Yeah, Tito's soda.
Yeah, it's the way to go.
Tito's soda lime.
Yeah, why not?
What are we, Guy Haberman? Look at us. What are we doing over here? What do we think we are, huh?
Not anymore.
No, is he off of that now?
I don't think, no. Him and Middlecoff used to have the sponsorship for their podcast.
Well, dude, and they made that a whole thing, and I was like, look at these SOBs acting like they invented vodka soda with Tito's. You know what I mean? It always made me laugh. They're like, you know what you do? You throw a little squirt of lime in there. I was like, well, yeah,
it's
man.
part of, it's
what it comes with. Yeah,
it's part of the sponsorship. I got it. I love that they would start every podcast with being like, I got Tito Beverage. That was the guy's name, Tito Beverage, who invented Tito's. His name was Beverage.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Did he change his name to that?
The man's name is Tito Beverage.
Is it like Joe Thiesman being Theismann?
I don't know about that, but definitely his last name was Tito Beverage.
His name was like Beefarage. They changed it so
if it's that close enough, you definitely have to pronounce it that way.
If it's that close, then you get the right to do it.
Beaverage.
You get the right to do it.
First name was Bert.
What's Bert Beverage?
Bert Beverage.
And they changed it to Tito. Do they call him Tito? Is that it?
Oh, there you go.
Because Tito has nothing to do with it. That's just the name of
Tito makes it sound fancier. Are you sure about that, Tim? Because yesterday he told us that
Tim,
Brent Jones was 88. He told us that Joe Namath was 14.
Beverage is spelled Beveridge.
Close enough.
Beverage.
Dude.
Close enough.
Wow.
Tito
works.
Beverage.
Well, can we get the country of origin for that name?
Always been a big Bert guy.
Have you?
Bert.
The name Bert?
The name Bert? What are you talking about?
Jim Bert.
Jim Bert, okay.
I'm more of an Ernie guy.
Anyway?
Bert.
Bert was
Bring
kind of
Bert back.
Yeah, Bert was more of the stickler. He was kind of, he had to stick up his ass the whole time.
Reynolds, Lancaster, Bacharach. Trying to think of some other ones here.
You got them all.
What's his name?
It can't be our famous Bert.
What's his name from? What was his name from Rocky?
Oh, Burgess Meredith.
No. Well, Burt Ward, of course.
Oh, yeah.
But no, I thought the guy who played Paulie's name was Burt.
He might have been.
You guys aren't helping me at all.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't remember the actor that played what's
Tim
his
in
name?
my
Paulie.
ear. Tim in my ear. You're right. Thanks, Tim. Burt Young, dude.
Burt
just
Young.
You're right, and then nobody helps me out.
You're right.
You guys just hang me out to dry and then go, yeah, you're right, dude. Thanks for the help. Giants fall.
Well, that was Tim.
Fall flat 6-5 yesterday.
Yeah, that was
Say
fun.
fall flat. I mean, they had some life offensively. Finally, they ended the 0 for 24 streak is where they got to with runners in scoring position, which mercifully that streak comes to an end. They go 4 for 13 with runners in scoring position. We'll talk more about Carson Wizenhunt. I put it out after the game on the comments from Bob Melvin where he's like, real calm and hey, man, it looked like we thought we were going to come back. It had that feeling of a game where we were going to come back, and we had that all year long, the better part of the season. Not lately, but better part of the season. That's about how mellow he was after their 4th consecutive loss.
You want him a little more fiery?
Oh, I don't know. You're bottoming out. You're the worst team in baseball since you traded for Rafael Devers. You're 9-13 since they picked up your option for next year. You're 1 game over 500. You're 2 days from the MLB trade deadline. You're starting a rookie on a major league debut. You don't have a starter for Saturday's game because you're a starter short in the rotation. You haven't called anybody else up. You're not doing much to get anything going offensively. I appreciated the stolen base by Jung-Hoo Lee early in the game. Willie Adames decided he was going to show up and start to hit in the month of July. 20 RBIs now, 5th most in the month of July. Matt Chapman, a triple and drives in a run yesterday. I don't know. This team ain't going. Nothing's turning around. This is not a team that's going to win 15 of their next 20 games.
Probably not. I mean, I don't really know.
They're 4 back now of the 3rd wild card spot, and there's 2 teams ahead of them before they get to that 3rd spot. This is not where you want to be. And the names you're hearing that Buster's going after, they don't inspire any hope in me offensively.
You don't like Luis Robert?
No, not particularly. Like 4 years ago.
Okay, well, who do you want then?
None of the offensive players that we've talked about. Where are the pitchers? I said this yesterday. I've said this for a week and a half. Does Luis Robert, everybody's pissed about the offense. Let's go get a guy who's got a 640 OPS, who's hitting 205 with 11 bombs and 293 at-bats. Where is that? Why is that helpful? How is that helpful? What does that change the fortunes of this team? It's just a new name and a new face where you go, hey, that's maybe a little bit of more excitement. Tyler O'Neill's making $16 million a year. Apparently the Giants have called on him with the Baltimore Orioles. He's a Gold Glove outfielder. It's a guy who I have liked throughout his career. 30 years old. That said, he's got an opt-out after this year. It's the first year of a 3-year deal. He's owed beyond this season another $33 or $34 million for the next 2 years. He has a player opt-out after this year. Doesn't seem like he would opt out considering he's only hitting 214 with a 724 OPS and 126 at-bats. The other name is Lane Thomas, another right-handed bat. A guy with some pop and some base stealing ability. He's only played 39 games this year. You'd be adding another 518 OPS to your roster. Why would this make anybody excited? Why does this change anything about where the team's going right now? They owe it to this fan base. I heard Kerry say it this morning. They owe it to themselves based on the fact that they've gone in this far already with the money they spent this offseason and in season with Rafael Devers to make a splash, but you got to do it at a position of need. And I get that Mike Yastrzemski's not doing much for you. I get that Jung-Hoo Lee has been hit and miss, and it's Elliot Ramos is not hitting the way he was last year or in the first half of this season. But none of this is inspiring at all. These are like pieces you add to a team that are holding on to a playoff spot and needed some depth. You know what I mean? These aren't players that help you climb back into it. So, I'm aggravated with the energy around Bob Melvin's team. to say, yeah, well, I felt like we were going to get into it. I'm sick of it, Bob. I'm sick of this, S. I'm sick of this losing. I'm sick of the lack of energy. I'm sick of the lack of offense. I'm sick of the constant mental mistakes. They've done nothing to prove that they're any sort of consistent offensive team. They are the worst team in baseball since they got one of the top 5 hitters in baseball. They've scored the fewest runs in all of Major League Baseball, tied with the team you lost to last night in the Pittsburgh Pirates since they made the trade for Rafael Devers. So, yeah, they should be aggressive. Buster's not going to wave the flag. But none of this, if these trades go down today, I'll go, cool. What are we doing now? Same thing. Any of these moves happen offensively, it'll be the exact same feeling I have right now. Show me you can put together 3 weeks of 700 baseball, and then I'll believe. But until that happens, why would I? Why would anybody? Why should we?
I hear you.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call. I guess that's it. Just me? Nobody else? Tuesday afternoon, Dirty Work rolls on. We got an NBA.
I'm not like I'm upset as
yeah,
you.
We got an NBA grab bag. We got a Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia, and we got a limp Giants offense. More to come. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
The Giants' losing streak continues as San Francisco fell 6-5 to the Pirates last night, going just 4 for 13 with runners in scoring position. Carson Wizenhunt gave up 4 runs in 5 innings while striking out 3. Tonight, Justin Verlander looks to end the skid versus lefty Bailey Falter. Pre-game 5:45, first pitch 6:45 right here on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Giants fall again last night, 6-5. 10 of their last 12 they've lost. Carson Wizenhunt makes his big league debut. What'd you think of Wizenhunt last night?
I mean, it was rough to start. I mean, he gave up that home run in the first inning and then had trouble in the second. But I thought he, kept things afloat. I mean, it wasn't terrible. He lasted 5 innings, so it was a lot to ask of the guy in his debut. I mean, it was an uphill battle. I mean, I thought that the Giants, rebounded pretty well from the start and, managed to come back in that game. I thought that the bottom of the ninth, it was good at bats from, Jung-Hoo Lee and Wilmer Flores.
7-pitch at bat there, yeah. It starts with Adames, yeah.
Yeah, Willie Adames. I thought they kept him in the game, but then you weren't, Yaz and Bailey couldn't come through in the end. So it's frustrating. I understand your frustration today. I get it. And they've lost 4 in a row, and everything you said with Alden Gonzalez's tweet about how they're the worst team in baseball since they acquired.
It's just every day. It's the same thing over and over and over again.
I know. It's Groundhog Day when it comes to this team. As much as they've been exciting and comeback victories this year, they've been equally disappointing in some of the losses they've had this year. So I hear you. The names that Jim Bowden threw out today, Luis Robert and other guys, I hear you. It's not going to fix the offense. But then again, are you just going to stand by? And, I don't think that Buster Posey can stand pat. If I was going to be honest, I know the fans don't want to hear this. He probably should. He probably should be like, what am I getting out of the guys that I expect to perform on offense? I got nothing from Jung-Hoo Lee this season. I have got nothing really from outfield ever since I acquired him. Jung-Hoo Lee's not my guy, but we signed him to a contract a year ago, so I have to go with the flow right now. Willie Adames, he's pulling things around right now in the month of July. Matt Chapman's been injured, so I'll give him a pass. But mostly those guys need to perform. So I get it, Copes. Those guys, if they're not going to perform for the rest of the season, then they're on notice. And you're not going to get rid of Matt Chapman. You're not going to get rid of Willie Adames. You just signed him to a contract.
They're also performing. They're also the ones hitting right now.
I know. I'm talking about overall, though. I mean, the Jung-Hoo Lees, you could trade him away. You could see what happens.
I don't know. He's expensive.
Very expensive, but he's not indebted to the team. I mean, it's not that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying about the emotional connection. I'm just talking about right now, this team today. Like somebody on the text said, I don't know why Copes keeps coming after Melvin. This team's just not very good. Right, but they should be better. That's what it feels like. The talent on this roster should be performing better. And I don't like the way things have operated since he was given the option was picked up for next year. And as Susan Slusser said to us, 1-year options don't really mean much. Either side can get out of that. Mm-hmm. Managers know that. Teams know that it doesn't mean much of anything. I just don't like the optics of it. I don't like the optics of that being picked up, the team bottoming out, things not going well. They traded away some of the pitching depth that they had. They now don't have a full rotation. They desperately, and it was written by Shayna Rubin as well. It's not just us saying this. Wizenhunt, for as much as he's earned, was out there yesterday out of desperation.
Of course.
And they'll have to bring, my thought is, ideally, they would start another young player on Saturday. They need another starter this weekend against the Mets. I don't want to go bullpen on Saturday. Now, some of that's going to depend on what happens in the next couple of days, next 72 hours between now and the trade deadline on Thursday, right? It's 48 hours on Thursday. But even if you make a trade for a starting pitcher by Thursday's deadline, the idea that would line up Saturday would just have to be sort of coincidental, that they haven't pitched in the time that would lead up, and that they'd be pitching on normal rest, that they'd get to the Giants in New York in time on Saturday. it has to fall on somebody. So to say, well, it's just these guys aren't that good, I get it. Players make plays. It's not Bob Melvin out there taking the at-bats. And I said this early in the year when everybody was calling for Pat Burrell's head. But some of this stuff is going to have to be evaluated, especially if they continue to fall. To say it's not on the manager, to some extent, like then why did everybody hate Gabe Kapler so bad? Why were you guys all so upset with Gabe for so many years? If it's not on the manager when the team is average or wildly ineffective in crucial situations. It's the manager's job to try to help get something going. I know they did that a little bit yesterday. They got Jung-Hoo Lee running again. 3rd stolen base attempt in the month of July is alarming.
Yes,
That's alarming for an offense that does not have anything going. And you could say, well, they're not base stealers. They don't have speed. Fine. How do you get something going? Can we get a hit and run going? That's the thing is you have to manufacture. You have to figure out a way to manufacture. The 2010 Giants had like 3 guys in the lineup on this date 15 years ago. And by the way, they were like 14 games over 500, had a much better pitching staff. The bottom 5 guys in that lineup were all right around 700 or in the 6s in OPS. Hell, Freddie Sanchez at this point 15 years ago had an OPS under 700, right? And was hitting number 2. But you had a couple of guys in the lineup who could mash. My point being is there are always going to be dead spots in a lineup. So to say, well, Yaz stinks and Bailey stinks, there's always going to be guys in the lineup who are not going to hit to the level that you want them to be as an all-star. My point is, when things aren't going well, something has to fall on somebody. And it's not going to fall on the players who are under contract for the next 5 years or 4 years. So what can be done? What can be done? And if they continue on this run of bottoming out where they're a game above 500, everybody, they just lost to the Bucks last night.
A bad Bucks team.
A bad Pittsburgh Pirates team.
They were showcasing Keller. They pulled him after 2 innings, and that bullpen is atrocious.
They pulled him after 2 because they're going to sell him. And they
don't
want to get him hurt.
Well, they scratched across 5 runs. They should have had 9.
Yeah.
They had base runners all over the place. Yeah. They had hit by pitches. You get Jung-Hoo Lee with the steal. There was a hit and run the other day. I almost fell out of my chair. I was like, oh, yeah. People do that. I forgot. And a lot of it has to do to the point where we were saying is there are dead spots in the lineup, but it's just so consistently that. And it's to your point, when you look at this lineup, and more importantly, you look at how much money they've invested into this club, you have to be of the belief that they're better than this. And the Susan Slusser thing where it's like, well, they're a little unlucky. And I always bristle at that because it's like, well, how come other teams aren't unlucky? Everybody goes through stretches where they're good and they're bad and everything. It's just, I don't think Carson Wizenhunt is the reason they lost that game. I think it's because, to the point that we've been making over and over again, it's your inability to score runs with your big guys at the plate. And now, the thing we've been begging for forever is having more than one guy hitting in the lineup. They have 2 right now. Adames and Chapman are both hitting right now. Chapman's doing really well. It's just so interspersed throughout this lineup, and it's just, you look at, and I think that you're probably like me, Cobes, where I'm sitting there watching going, how are they going to not score here? How is it not going to work out?
And every time they're finding new ways to disappoint each and every day. So my expectations are not there. I don't have playoff expectations. I have hopes. Certainly have hopes. And we've seen flashes of it, but we haven't seen any consistent flashes of it since long before Devers was here. How many times have we talked about the stretches of this team ineffective on offense and driving in runs and whatnot? But got to go back to April. I pointed this out yesterday to have a winning month. So to say, well, it's not on the manager, it's just on the players. I agree. It's on the team as a whole. Everybody wants to put it on Pat Burrell. You can't just put it on Pat Burrell and not put it on anybody else, if that's where you're looking.
No, I don't know what's going to change. And my expectations right now are that they probably will not make the postseason. But I think that they're close enough where they're in contention as far as the wild card spots. They probably will make a move. But to go back to the point I was making earlier, if I was Buster Posey, yes, you do need to get another arm because right now you're depleted in your starting rotation. But at the same time, as far as getting another bat, I was thinking about that yesterday. But really, yes, I'm with you. What is going to change? Honestly, if I was Buster Posey, I would stand pat and just let the season play out and see who really is going to be here in 2026. But expectations. This team has definitely disappointed. I remember when Carey was here the day that the day after Rafael Devers was acquired. We were like, this team has to make the postseason. That is probably the least of what they should accomplish this season. Yeah. We were saying they should make it to the second round, the divisional round, or the NLDS. And the fact that we're not even thinking that they're going to make the playoffs is disappointing. So with Bob Melvin, I hear you, Copes. It doesn't need to fall on somebody, but just what's happened in the last couple of weeks, nothing is going to happen. He is going to be here next year. Yeah. And he probably should be more fiery, but that's not his personality. It's been his MO since he's been a manager with Arizona.
It's not about fiery, though, for me. It's not like I don't need, like, anger and emotion per se, but it's just getting old hearing the same crap every single day about, well, we got close here, felt like this was going to happen. Yeah, you just kind of get caught in no man's land there. And, one more hit here, one more thing, and things are going our way. It's like, but you're at 500 ball now. You're at 500. I mean, this is a team that should have been that was in the hunt. And now there's questions about selling. I don't know. I've got very low expectations for where this team can go beyond this point because they haven't shown us. It's been 100+ games. We've talked about it. Why should I believe any different?
No, you shouldn't.
I shouldn't. That they're a 500 team.
No, because
they're
the majority of the season, their offense has been putrid. And we thought that at one point the pitching was so strong it could carry them to the postseason, and now they're depleted because of injuries. So right now, I mean, if you could have Logan Webb and Robbie Ray pitch every other day, then probably they would be a postseason team. But right now, no, that's obviously not going to happen. So I don't know what to make of this team. And, yeah, I don't know what they could do offensively. We're going to hear names the next couple of days here. I don't think even like Stephen Kwan can help them out. We'll talk to Chris Rose about him being a Guardians fan. But, yeah, they do need to get an arm. But I think that's about as much as they're going to go. So.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Pugsley, Connor, Chris, Red. I see all you guys waiting. We're going to get to your calls. Giants fans, is this season salvageable? Do you think this is something that the Giants can save at this point? I mean, there's 2 months of ball left. But as I've said for 2 weeks now, you've got to show us something for like 3 to 4 weeks at a time, that you're a different club than we've seen for 100 games. And why would we believe that? Why? Like, we know they're capable of coming back. Did have that feel a little bit yesterday. It also had that feel of they're not going to get this in, just like it had on Sunday, where they got the bases loaded and then back-to-back strikeouts with Willie Adames and Matt Chapman. 808 KNBR is the number to call. We'll get to those calls, your thoughts on the Giants, after I tell you how you can win tickets to go see Tom Papa at the Masonic October 4th of this year. Tune in between 3 and 5:45 when we get to Giants pregame tonight. We'll give you the cue to call right now. If you're caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, you'll win those tickets. Furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at knbr.com. Tim, what's our cue to call for Tom Papa?
You have the breath of a goat.
Okay, when you hear Larry talking goat breath, 415-896-KNBR.
You have the breath of a goat.
Caller 10 is going to win those tickets. We got more of your calls and your thoughts. Hey, Giants fans, do you want to sell now at the deadline, or do you believe this season is salvageable? We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America, with the worst baseball team since Devers was acquired on the Sports Leader.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Shut up, Tim. Dirty Work sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA, and you'll hear that again at 527. It's a Tuesday afternoon, our favorite day of the show. We got an NBA grab bag right around the corner, a beefy grab bag today, too. We also have a Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on a Tuesday.
See, you can't be mad on Tuesday. Come on.
I'm not mad. I'm just irritated.
I get it.
It's so lame. Why are the Giants so lame right now?
Okay, so
they're so damn lame.
Okay, so what's the ideal thing you want them to do come Thursday? Obviously, you want them to get an arm.
Be better at baseball.
Okay.
We're in the hate watch phase right now. We're in the hate watch phase.
I'm watching out of spite. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like,
nothing wrong with a good spite watch.
Hate watch. It's a hate watch, dude. The thing is, like, I'm
hate watch.
I'm working myself into a lather because the more I watch, the more I talk about it. I'm like, how can this be? People are going, well, the lineup of the team's just not good. Well, how is that the case when you've got multiple All-Stars up and down this lineup? You've got guys who effectively at times have put together incredible seasons or big-time careers.
Yes.
And that's where I go, how can this be this bad for this long?
No,
or this average?
I'm with you. It's hearkening back to what we've seen in the last few years of how mediocre this team has been. And we thought this season was going to be different. I mean, when you acquire Rafael Devers, the expectation is postseason. If they're not going to get that this time around, then yeah, that's going to be a huge disappointment. I know that you want accountability from somebody at this point. Like Buster Posey, this is his first year. And we kind of went into the season, I said it was an evaluation year. So it's kind of a mix of them being competitive, but also seeing what they have. And for a while, it was good. They could get by with the pitching, and then they were scoring runs here or there. But for the majority of the season, it's been... They've been awful. They've been awful offensively. So maybe they need to look in the mirror, or Buster Posey needs to look at the spreadsheet or a roster next season and be like, who's going to be here? This is where, like, last night was pretty alarming that they've lost 4 in a row. Now it's the last 10 out of 12. And you're like, is this team that good? Like, the end of the year press conference, is he going to say again, I'm in the memory making business? This season's not, worth remembering. As far as, like, you're competing with the Dodgers, that team just won the World Series a year ago.
Remember when we thought we had hope? Yeah, remember that?
Well, exactly. No, but I remember when Buster Posey was introduced, and he was like, the Dodgers are going to the World Series. I can't handle that. I'm not coming back in order to finish third in this division anymore.
Right.
So I appreciate him for that, and I know he wants to go back to the days where this team won championships. It's going to be a process. I do think that Buster Posey's probably going to make moves the next couple of days here that's going to help them for the long haul. But I'm with you. I don't think there's anything they could do in the next 2 days that's going to save this season right now. But knowing Buster Posey and his competitive nature, I doubt he's just going to stand by and be like, well, I thought this team was going to be good, but nah, not really. So we'll pack it in. We'll see what we got. No, he's going to try to win this season. But I don't know, what for? To just compete, to be the San Francisco Giants of old. I totally get that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't believe and that's why Jim Bowden's saying, I'm hearing that he's being aggressive and trying to get a right-handed bat. I would always rather have my GM be aggressive and pick up the phone. I want my guy to go for it always. The question you're asking and the answer to that question are a little bit different in that, like, does any of that matter? Will any of that matter?
Honestly,
and that's where
not.
we're like, I don't know. See, so I also am of the belief they're going to land a starting pitcher.
Yeah.
Because they believe Landon Roop is coming back, and they think they will be okay with that. They think if they get Roop back and they land a starter, they'll be okay. And then they figure they've got Wizenhunt. They've got maybe it's Mason Black this weekend if necessary, though he is scheduled to pitch today. He's having a really good July. You have an update, Tim? Something like that? No? He jumped up like he did. Did he not?
I didn't see him, though.
He's always.
I didn't see him.
If necessary, that's what he was looking for.
All I heard was necessary.
I was like, he jumped up looking for something. I was like, what's he doing? Go ahead, Tim. Mason Black, by the way, in the month of July, 4-3, 19 innings pitched, 20 strikeouts to 4 walks. He's having a really good month. He's scheduled to pitch tonight, though, for Sacramento. So if he does pitch tonight for Sac, he would not be available come Saturday. 808 KNBR. What do you got?
Just real quick. If they do get a fifth starter and you feel confident again in the starting rotation, and you have Logan Webb and Robbie Ray and Landon Roop, and they get a new guy in Justin Verlander, and let's just say that Matt Chapman is going to be the same guy we've seen currently right now, along with Willie Adames. If it's just that mediocre of an offense and that strong of a pitching rotation, is your faith restored a little bit to the point where they get to the postseason?
Again, it's more about they got to just show me. They've got to show me.
I know, but at one point we were saying that this starting rotation's so strong enough and the bullpen that they could be a playoff team. I still think there's a little bit of hope like that. But again, the offense has been so putrid that it makes you think otherwise.
Well, remember all the time we were like, hey, Adames will come around. Everybody says he's going to come around. He's going to get hot. It's going to happen.
And
it's
he's
going to
getting
happen.
hot now.
And he did, and then there's nobody else. That's just
I know.
It's sort of him and Chap.
And the fact that Devers is not hitting too is just remarkable. Like it's as you guys have been saying, it's always one guy and then everybody else just sucks.
It's perplexing. It's like it's a whack-a-mole game of who's hot and then everybody else goes down.
Yeah.
And then Adames has 20 ribs and what's he had 6 homers in the month or something like that. He's 5th in all of baseball in RBIs in July. He's having a fantastic month. Chapman's at like 366 over the last 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something, or since the All-Star break. And it doesn't really matter. Giants, I mean, they've been terrible.
Well, to the question that Derek's asking, the thing that sucks right now is everything sucks right now.
Yeah.
It's not just your hitting. It's your starting pitching. It's your lack of starting pitching. It's your mental errors. It's your base running errors. It's everything. And that's why I'm saying it's the hate watch phase, because you go into it going, okay, what part's going to let me down tonight? Because it's going to be something. And then it happens, and you're just like, that's the problem. But the thing is, it's all the problem. That's why it's kind of bottoming out.
Let's check with the filth. Pugsley's in West Sacramento. What's up, Pugsley? You're on the Sports Leader.
Thanks for taking my call, you guys. Coach, you nailed it earlier about all the names you brought up about for trade this, trade that. None of those guys would make us any better. And, another thing is one of my favorite texts that I do every Giants game. I feel towards the Giants just like you do, Coach. It's making me sick watching this. It's like Groundhog Day every day. Nothing's going to change. But what my favorite text to my friends is, we'll get a leadoff guy on, and my text is up. There it is, the leadoff nothing. There's no attempt.
When you get a guy on, lead off nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, lead off nothing, or lead off 2 guys on, lead off nothing. Or it's just no attempts. These guys are batting .230. Lay a bunt down. When the third baseman is closer to the outfield grass than he is to the infield grass, you're hitting .230. Lay a bunt down. Move things along, because I'm with you, Coach. This is the same thing every day watching them. We're waiting for a 2-run homer. Hey, our last 5 or 6 games, we've had 2 or 3 2-run homers, and we lost. So that's, it's mind-boggling to watch. They're not playing baseball. And another thing, Major League Baseball should be embarrassed. The only guy in the National League batting over 300 is Manny Machado at 302. I mean, I understand pitching's better than this, but this batting average, you got 300 batting. Our team is 232 batting average. And it's just, and then we got beat by the Pirates. So I'm getting hot and bothered here, Coach, because I'm just like.
I hear you, bro. I hear you, Pugsy. You're like me, man. You're working yourself out. Hey, take a breather. We're all good. You don't have to watch them again for another. It's only like 4 more hours till the games. You get some time.
Savor the time.
Yeah, savor the next 4, Pugsy. Save the next 4, and I'll see you at 6:15 tonight. Or 6:45 tonight. I appreciate the call, bro. I mean, that's it, dude. I say all this as a guy who wants the Giants to be successful. I want it to go well for Bob Melvin and for Pat Burrell and for Matt Williams and for Buster Posey.
You say this as someone who's going to watch every second of every single one of these games.
This is somebody who will be at the Yard tomorrow. You know what I mean? Who's like, this is what I love. I do this job because I love Giants baseball. And it is frustrating. But it does get to a point where I'm like, I'm an accepting fan. I'm a realist fan, I'd like to believe. Where I go, I just don't know how you turn this around unless the guys who are here change the team's fortunes.
Well, yeah, that's the big key. I mean, nothing's going to change.
Yeah,
nothing's going to change unless these guys start hitting. Yeah, Rafael Devers needs to hit. Jung-Hoo Lee needs to hit. If they don't have that, then we're looking at a major overhaul next season. So, but I also say this, as far as yesterday, wasn't kind of an uphill battle. I know that you should beat this team. The Pirates are one of the worst teams in baseball. But with Carson Wizenhunt out there, was it kind of like a given that it was going to be probably a tough ask to get that win? And even though, like, let's say Carson Wizenhunt has an amazing effort, still, though, like, he rebounded, but, like, it was a lot to ask of the kid to come in with a situation with a starting rotation.
I thought he showed some stones out there, man. The idea, to your point, that he struggled early on a little bit.
He did, and then rebounded,
To give up a home run like that early, and I heard Dave Fleming talking about it on the radio when I was leaving the station, and Barton back to North Beach. I was listening to to the radio call, and he said, when you have adrenaline like that, I imagine the changeup has to be one of the more difficult. Dave said, I've never made a major league debut myself, but he said, but I have to imagine that as a guy who relies on the changeup. Yeah, he said on the mound, actually, pointed that out. He said, a guy who relies on the changeup, adrenaline has to be a really hard thing to control that. And at one point, based on the swings that the Pirates were taking on the changeup and that home run in the first inning, they were sitting back, they were waiting for it. I mean, they have video and scouts and everything of what he had done in the minor league, so they knew what they were looking for arsenal-wise. They made an adjustment, did Patrick Bailey and J.P. Martinez and Wizenhunt, to say, hey, you got to throw more sinkers, you got to throw more fastballs. 46 of his 80-some-odd pitches yesterday were sinkers. And he got more outs on that. He threw 3 scoreless at the end. So he did settle in. Some of the nerves did go away. To say uphill battle, yes, if you're starting any day that a guy's making his big league debut, I think in general you go, who knows what's going to happen? You want to put up as much support as you can. And the Giants did keep him in it.
They did.
You know what I mean? Chapman answers back with that RBI triple. They kept him in it. Seymour, then a couple of the walks get away, and that's where I got really frustrated with Seymour after that. I guess to the point of it's an uphill battle with a young pitcher or a rookie on the mound. You never really know what to expect. So to say uphill, I would say bigger unknown game, right? Because you don't know if he's going to come down and melt down. You don't know if he's going to come out and the opposition goes, never seen this guy before, and we have no idea how to hit him yet. First time through, second time through. The more impressive thing to me was the second time through is when he settled down. Usually the second time through is when the opposition makes the adjustment to you.
Right.
They hit him early. He made the adjustment. I was intrigued by that. Real quick also, sort of circling back to the first segment when I said, hey, I raised my hand to the scores table if I'm wrong about vitamin C being in orange soda.
Yeah.
I thought 88 looked kind of cool on his back. Really? I thought it looked kind of cool.
Dude, right away you texted me and Tim saying, I don't know if I like that 88. I don't know if I like that 88.
It's funny because I was still listening at that point.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen it, and then when I got home and I put it on TV, I was like, doesn't look that bad. Kind of looks sort of sweet.
You didn't like it when he was turning around giving up that home run. You're like,
I didn't like it. It was right after the home run is when I texted. I said, I don't like that 88.
Bruce on the mound? Okay, now he's settled in. He actually looks a little better. Now.
Yeah, actually.
The second time through, looked real good.
Second time through, the 88 looked kind of sweet, dude. Then they went to Seymour, who was 77. I was like, I don't like this at all.
Yeah.
I'd like to see less.
I mean, but it was also a tough ask, like to Bob Melvin to, use the bullpen the right way after having an opener game the previous game. And, yeah, it was just going to be hard. But, let's say if Robbie, it wasn't like the Pirates were this amazing team last night. I think that if it's Logan Webb or Robbie Ray on the mound last night, they'd probably get that win. It's kind of the same deal like when you have a rookie quarterback playing, your defense has to be immaculate. And yes, the Giants kept them in the game, but they didn't. They didn't have enough runs for them to win the game in the end.
Let's go to Connor. Connor's in San Francisco on the Giants' struggles. What's up, Connor? Is the season salvageable? Where are you on the Giants?
Can you hear me?
We got you.
Oh yeah. Hey, I think we got to go with what we have right now. I think to give up more for things that don't really mean anything, like another batter who's hitting 230, we have the batters right now that can hit. And after a certain point, I think we have to just say, hey, maybe this isn't our season and look forward to next year. I think maybe getting another arm would be a good move. But as far as getting another hitter, it's not getting done this year. And maybe it's not our year, but I think we do have the pieces moving forward. And all my years watching the Giants, they've always seemed to be buyers at the trade deadline. It's never selling, never giving up. And it's like after a while, it's like, let's give up. Let's give some things up and build for the future rather than going for maybe making a wild card spot. And that's kind of where I'm at. It's just thinking, let's go with what we got. And if we don't make it, let's build for next year. But this might not be our year.
Appreciate the call, Connor. I'm not of the belief that they're selling, and I don't believe in selling when you're in the position they're in. I'm not of the belief that they sell based on where they stand right now. This is not a selling situation.
I mean, who would you sell?
Again, people keep saying Wilmer and Yaz. Again, that's not selling. That's just selling. Giving up players who are gone after the year anyway.
Selling would be like Elliot Ramos.
It would be Doval. And if you guys are like, trade Doval, then you're talking, let's sell. I'm not in sell mode. I'm not in that mindset. I'm in a probably need to, I anticipate and I still want them to add. I'm not in sell mode. I still want them to add because of where they sit right now.
But you just want an arm as far as an addition.
My point is I'm not confident. I'm hopeful. I don't have expectations anymore in the way that I did when they got Devers.
Right.
I'm hopeful because I'm a Giants fan and I want to see this happen, but I do not anticipate a move that is season-altering or season-changing. If a move happens and then things turn around, it's, again, because of the guys who are on the roster currently, not because of the move that they make. So, again, I'm not in sell mode. I'm not wave the white flag. They're 4 games out of a playoff spot, 2 months to play. Way crazier things have happened. On like August 30th or whatever of last year, the Tigers were like dead in the water, right?
Yeah.
Or like August 15th or early August last year, they've been the best team in baseball since. Like, they went all the way to the LCS last year. Like,
Right.
I'm not waving the flag going, no, this is it. Sit down, lay down, give everything up, trade Robbie Ray, go for the future. That is not my mindset. My mindset is, how can you be this ineffective right now with the talent you do have on the roster? Some of you believe that talent's not that good and they should tear it down. I'm telling you, you got like 5 guys here who are under contract. They're not tearing this down.
I don't know if it's good enough. That's my thing.
That's a fair question.
Well, for most of the season.
But they're not tearing it down is what I'm saying.
No, they're not tearing it down right now. It's not happening on Thursday, but they might in this offseason if things don't turn around. I think they have one of the best starting rotations in all of baseball. I think they probably have the best bullpen. At one point it was this season. But as far as everything else, the offense, yeah, it's a huge question marks. I don't know if Elliot Ramos is a guy on this team. I don't know if Jung Hoo Lee is a guy on this team. Obviously, Matt Chapman is, and Willie Adames and Rafael Devers, because they have contracts, and Chapman and Adames have been hitting well lately. But really, it is an evaluation season of Buster Posey's standpoint, because he has to look at, is this team really good enough to compete with the Dodgers? Is this team good enough to compete with the Padres? So the realistic thing that Connor just said, yes, they probably, I would not do anything if we're talking about like the future and what the Giants should do. But what's actually going to happen? Yeah, Buster Posey's not going to stand pat. He's going to do something.
Yeah, he has to. And again, Jim Bowden said this morning with Kerry and Marcus that he absolutely is being aggressive. And I anticipate he's going to remain aggressive. He's got to land a pitcher. I'm not as concerned about an outfield bat. It would help, sure. But I don't know that it would help on paper. But again, I don't know that any of the names that have been thrown out are intriguing enough to do anything.
But isn't it
other than
proven?
platoon?
Isn't it proven to get like an everyday outfielder for the remainder of the season over Yaz and Matos?
Sure.
So let's say you got Ramon Laureano. Is that a little bit better?
Oh, yeah. If you got Ramon Laureano, I'm juiced. Because then you got a guy who can bat at the top of the lineup, too. Because I think the lineup construction's been terrible. I think then if you had a leadoff hitter, if you had like Laureano to hit leadoff with that rifle that he's got, too, I'd play him in right field. That'd be fantastic. I would love that. If you got Laureano, that'd be great. The interesting thing is you're not hearing Laureano's name. You're hearing like other guys on the Orioles. You know what I mean? Like Tyler O'Neill. And I'm like, whoa, what's up? If we're calling out O'Neill, call on Laureano. O'Neill's making $33 million for the next 2 years after this. And he's not hitting great right now. He is a Gold Glove outfielder. He's a guy who I think is a Buster Posey type of player. I think you'd like him. But when I see Lane Thomas, Tyler O'Neill, Luis Robert, I go Brian Sabian, Saltalamacchia. Why?
What about Saltalamacchia?
Why?
Yeah. Lane Thomas. Why?
Yeah.
So, Luis Robert. Why?
Only because Jim Bowden said that today with Murphy Marcus. And yes, I don't know the guy, so I looked up his stats. And what is he batting 205 this season?
He's been hurt. I think this year he hasn't played much. And he's a guy who's been good in his career, and he steals a lot of bases. Like he would give them something they don't have, and he's an expiring contract. That would be like a rental type guy, or maybe you re-sign. O'Neill would be a guy that you'd kind of have to lock up, and that's the other thing is, do you want to commit to somebody that's sort of an unknown right now for 2 more years at the deadline? Like, I don't know if I like that idea.
Right.
You know what I mean? If that's what we're talking, just getting somebody to play the rest of the year. I don't know if I like committing to that now when you could use that money this offseason. Chris, Red, Kiko, David, Greg, Brett, all your calls coming up next. And Milt, Mert, and Mort, is the season salvageable? Dirty Work rolls on. We'll get to your calls and then an NBA grab bag. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Greg Silver.
Rams quarterback Matt Stafford has been sidelined with back soreness and will be out a few weeks, with the team eyeing week 1 for his availability.
I broke my back.
The 37-year-old is entering his 17th season in the NFL. If you have a bad back, tell us about it on the Sports Leader YouTube chat, the only place for 49er fans to talk injuring yourself while sleeping.
Spinal.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why?
I think it's funny to throw those names at the GM. You know what I mean? Like, this is what Bowden came on and said on KNBR, but that was Ralph throwing names at Sabian. That's what's so funny about that.
So I actually have never heard the entirety of that clip. So that's Ralph with Brian Sabian.
On his weekly show asking why they didn't trade for, or it might have been sign.
This is post-trade trade
I might have been offseason. Why don't they sign Jared
No,
Saltalamacchia?
it was before the trade deadline, and they said that was the guy that they were targeting, and Ralph was just literally throwing names at him over and over again. What about this guy?
What about this guy? What about Saltalamacchia?
What about Saltalamacchia?
Why?
By the way, how about a current GM of a baseball team laughing about a player from another team when suggested that he trade for him?
No, because I get it. Like, in all respect to the late great Ralph Barbieri, I mean, like, I get it. Like, it's a radio host telling a GM, "Why don't you get this guy?" And he's like, "Let me do my job, please."
that was their relationship.
It reminded me of Krug whenever Frank Caliendo would come on. He'd say, "Do the Jim Rome." It's like, okay.
I'm not a performing monkey for you.
Dance
Come on,
for me, clown.
Yeah, exactly.
What's he say? Make me a
bicycle
clown. That's it. There we go.
I'm going to make a bicycle because I want to, not because you screamed at me. Hyena.
Funny man.
Let's go to Chris in Santa Clara at 808 KNBR. Chris, what's going on? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, great, thanks. You know, it's frustrating hearing Giants fans freaking out because they're not acknowledging that this is not the same MLB that it was just a few years ago. Every team plays every team now. This is an entirely different game. Why? Because you got to look at who you already played and who you haven't. Who are the other three teams that you care about? Who do they have to still play? To me, there's only three teams any Giants fan should care about right now: the Padres, the Reds, and the Cardinals. If you look at September, the Cardinals are going to be thrashed. They are loaded up with Cubs and Brewers all the way through September. And those teams are going to be fighting it out. They're not going to just let the Cardinals go ahead and walk away with it, right? So those two series that the Giants are going to play against St. Louis, they should do well, right? There's only one team in the country that closes the season against the Rockies. Guess which one? At home, the Giants. You take a look here and you see who else. You got 6 games against the Arizona Diamondbacks, another 3 games against the Rockies. And if you look back at the beginning of the season, I mean, this Giants team, I know they're frustrating, but they swept the Astros, first place team. They won the season series against the Phillies. They didn't even have to play the Phillies again. That season series already in the pocket. They won both series against the Cubs and the Brewers. They swept the Mariners, who are not just, chump change. And it just blows my mind. Everybody's, should we sell? Should we end? Is it off? It's like, what the heck, guys? I mean, I'm a Dodger fan, and I'm here advocating for the Giants to oh, my God, chill out, guys. I mean, I love it when it's, a good battle between the Dodgers and the Giants. I'm looking at this here. I'm scared to death that we're going to have to face the Giants in the postseason because September is just an entire roll of cupcakes, and the Giants are going to make it. They're going to be on a roll. So I don't know what you guys think.
Chris, you bring up a valid point.
I mean, the Giants freaking beat the Yankees 2 out of 3.
Sure, you bring up a good point. I mean, I'm with you. But again, the record right now stands at 1 game over 500, and all that stuff is great strength of schedule. But it doesn't mean anything if you get there and you're not in the hunt because you didn't take care of business between now and then. The point you make is a good one, though, about strength of schedule remaining based on who you're up against. This Mets series was one that I viewed as very important because of where they are in the wild card standings. If you look at remaining strength of schedule, to your point, the Reds have the second most difficult schedule remaining from here on out for the remainder of the season. Their easiest opponents are they get the Pirates 7 times, they get the A's, the Braves, the D-backs, and the Angels. If you're going a little bit further down, you're talking St. Louis, the 8th most difficult schedule. They've got an opposing record for the final 54 games of 508. The Giants, on the other hand, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have the 7th easiest strength of schedule remaining. That said, that includes 5 more against the Pirates, a team they just lost to last night.
Exactly.
So again, it doesn't much matter what your strength of schedule says if you don't handle business against the inferior teams. The Giants have a winning record against teams above 500. They don't against teams below 500. We've seen this with the Dodgers and a couple other teams who are at the top. The other thing you said about teams you got to pay attention to, the San Diego Padres and your beloved Dodgers, those are the two easiest remaining schedules in all of baseball. Now, 3 of the teams left, and there are 3 of the teams in the bottom 10 or the top 10 in easiest schedule remaining are National League West teams because of what you're saying. The Padres still get to play those Rockies games too. They get to play the D-backs too. The Dodgers also do. I don't think there's much concern there on that front. I appreciate the call, Chris. You do make some good points, though, in terms of where you're going. The problem is with baseball, it's a day-to-day game, and the Giants' trend in the way that they have gone doesn't indicate that, hey, if we get to September, everything will be okay.
It's easy to play the schedule game in the NFL. Like we're doing that with the Niners this season.
Yep.
But with the Giants, we're talking about a team that got swept at home by the Marlins and lost 2 out of 3 to the White Sox.
Great point. You
and
can't
2 out of 3 to the Guardians at home.
Yep.
So I know that it looks favorable for the remainder of the season, but that doesn't matter in baseball. This team is imploding when it comes to, everything right now. I'm going to sound like a broken record. I thought the pitching was good enough. The offense has been dreadful, but lately the two are just not looking good together.
It's a great point. For everything you said, 2 out of 3 against the Yankees. They beat the Phillies, X, Y, and Z.
That seems like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, but it all sounds great, but you just put out, dude, they got swept at home by the Fish.
Yes.
By the Fish. The freaking Fish, dude. 808 KNBR, the number to call. Greg is in Morgan Hill. Greg's frustrated. Greg, what are you frustrated with? You're on the Sports Leader. Greg.
Hey, guys.
What's up, bro?
Can you hear me?
We got
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We got you, Greg.
All right. Thank you for taking my call, first of all. I just want to make points. I just want to make points. I don't want to preach or anything like that, but I think this is not my strongest. Well, my strongest point is just like you guys were talking about, is that this is not a very well hitting ball club. That's obvious. Now, when the Giants were winning a decade ago, it just always seemed like Buster came into this franchise and he brought a life where he was a consistent hitter, 280, 290, 300, above 300. And then when the Giants won, 107 games several years ago, a lot of the hitters had career years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when people start to think, well, we've done it before, we can do it again. Yeah, but there was some very special ingredients. You had a Hall of Fame pitching staff with great middle relief and closers that won 3 world championships. Once again, that 107-win team had above average career year for some of the pitchers and the other parts of the staff. So what I think the Giants are lacking, what I see is, a lot of the people are so paranoid about making trades and making moves. And it's like one of the things I admire the Dodgers about is if they make a mistake, they don't worry about it. They just keep making moves and keep making moves until they pick up the right pieces. The Giants are lacking a consistent 300 hitter. They need somebody because this ballpark is very hard to hit.
Nobody's got a consistent 300 hitter, bro. Nobody does that. That's not the way teams are winning games anymore. You know what I mean? It's just nobody's got a consistent 300 hitter. They don't care as much about it. I know we hate that, but we just had a caller who said nobody's hitting 300 in the National League, but like Manny Machado, I haven't looked at that note, but the best hitters in baseball aren't necessarily there. That's just not what the game is anymore. It's unfortunate, and we all miss that and love that about the game, but that's not how you quantify great talent and great hitters ananymore. You know what I mean?
No, but hear me out, please, okay? Okay, because
I have been.
Yeah, okay, fine. Altuve has been a consistent 300 hitter.
As a Hall of Famer, they're lacking Hall of Famers. Is that what you're saying?
I get it. I'm just trying to make a point.
Yeah.
Okay, that if you have a bunch of 220, 230, 240 hitters in there, and then you're going to complain about that this staffing of this club is not scoring runs. I'm just going back to ingredients which you was able to win with, and that was Buster Posey was a 300 hitter. Okay, he's no matter what you say, he was a 300 hitter.
15 years ago, though. That's my point, though, is the game is different than it was 15 years ago, Greg. That's what I'm saying. You can't say, well, win the game the way you did 15 years ago. You don't. Barry Bonds a consistent 300 hitter, too. Never won a ring, did he? Went to one World Series ever. Like, who's the best team in baseball right now?
Is it still?
We'll go nationally. How about we just go Brewers? You know what I mean? Like if you look at the Brewers and you look at their roster, like they're not stacked with guys who are hitting 300. They're not full of dudes who are 300 hitters. They have guys who put together quality at bats, who hit for power. Sal Frelick is their top hitter. He's hitting 295. Next, 276 is Turang. Churio, 274. Yelich, 258. Contreras, 245. Ortiz is 210. Their sixth best hitter is hitting 210. They have 63 wins. They're 20 games over 500.
To Greg's point,
they're quality at bats. They're hitting for power. They hit when they get guys on base. They play good defense. They pitch it. They put pressure on the opposition. When they get runners in scoring position, they drive them in. That's how you win ball games. I understand that 300 sounds great, but it's not like there's 300 hitters to be had. There's not like some bevy of them out there and the Giants just aren't getting to them.
No, I know. And to Greg's point where he's saying he admires the way that the Dodgers do business because they always stay aggressive. It's not like the Giants haven't been in every offseason we talk about. It's just that guys sometimes don't want to come here, or I don't think they're in the position to be doing that at the same time. Like you have three strategies as a GM in order to have success. You have GMs that accept losing, basically tanking for a long time. Those are your Sam Prestes. Those are your, the Lions for a long time. They turned it around, the Marlins. Then you have guys that teams that always stay aggressive. You have the Dodgers, Lakers, Yankees. They'll always go after the big names. And in between that, you have competitive rebuilds, like what the Niners are doing right now, and other teams where you don't want to lose all the time, but you want to change the roster up. And I just don't know what the approach is for Buster Posey. I feel like this season it was supposed to be a competitive rebuild. He obviously wanted to go to the playoffs, getting Rafael Devers. At the same time, he's evaluating the roster. But to go out and say, just go get all the guys the Dodgers got, well, that's insane. That's absolutely insane.
By the way, they don't have a 300 hitter either. Just saying. Yeah.
So how would you feel, and how would all Giants fans feel if Buster Posey came out next season and said, we got to tear things down. Like, it might be a couple of lean seasons for a while before we're really good again.
I can't imagine that happens. No,
exactly.
Here's the thing. Buster Posey ain't going to do that. You're not going to see some rebuild or some traditional breakdown. Like, people always do a rebuild, tear it down. They invested in Chapman. They invested in Adonis. They invested in Devers. Invested in Logan Webb. They're not tearing down. That's not what's going to happen. You could say retool. That's what this was supposed to be.
Exactly.
That's what this was. You're not going to see Buster say, tear it to the ground and we're building from square one. That's not how this guy operates.
And this team,
we don't know him well yet in this job, but that's not it.
And he's still figuring it out. He managed to pull off a fantastic trade just a month ago on June 15th, whatever the date was, to get Rafael Devers. But he's still figuring things out as a front office executive.
Yep.
And he's going to make calls, and we'll see what happens on Thursday. But I truly believe, we all said it at the round table, that this team is better than what they were a year ago, but they're still figuring things out. So I know that the expectations were warranted for them to go to the postseason. But really for right now for Buster Posey and Bob Melvin, everybody, I understand someone needs to take accountability for this thing, but no one's head's going to be on the chopping block besides the players. So we'll see what happens. I do believe that they will make a move. They will get a pitcher. They probably, I don't know about a bat. We'll see about that. I don't know if that changes things, regardless of what happens. But I do believe there are bigger things to come. I do think that Buster Posey is just going to have to see what this team is about. And next offseason, that's when you truly see change for the better.
By the way, just to follow that up on the getting some consistent 300 hitters, this is alarming. You know how many guys in baseball are hitting 300 right now?
How many?
7.
Who are they?
7 players in all of baseball are hitting over 300. Aaron Judge,
obviously,
Jeremy Pena, Jonathan Aranda, Jacob Wilson of the A's, who, by the way, just went down with a broken arm. Broken forearm, dude. Yeah,
man, that team has a ton of talent.
Just came across my injury desk right here. Jacob Wilson, Alejandro Kirk of Toronto, the catcher, Manny Machado hitting 302, the only batter in the National League hitting above 300, and then Michael Garcia. You got a couple of guys one at 299, one at 295, a handful there, but
so even Cal Rowley's not hitting over 300 right now.
Oh no, not even close.
Yeah,
no 7. I say not even close. He's hitting on the season 260.
Yeah,
7 players in all of baseball are hitting 300. You can hate that, but that's not the Giants' fault. That's where baseball is.
Exactly.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call. We're going to take a quick break. We'll keep the calls going coming up next. We do have an NBA grab bag coming your way. Plus, Chris Rose of Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia, and Vic Tafer, Brett, Dwayne, Lloyd, Scarecrow. We will get to your calls on the Giants. Look, I'm hopeful. I don't have high expectations, and they've not done anything to change that over the last couple of weeks. Do you think the season is still salvageable by the schedule and by the date? It should be.
Yeah.
Are they good enough? Remains to be seen, or has it been seen? We'll do more of it next. Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America. It rolls on only here on the Sports Leader.
The Athletics' Jim Bowden joined Marcus and Carey this morning to discuss the challenges Buster Posey faces ahead of his first trade deadline and the potential for San Francisco to buy or sell. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, head to thesportsleader.com or on our app.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. Giants fans not happy. A lot of people still saying sell, 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 sell. I'm like, no, that's not it.
Who would you sell even at this
point? Again, people are saying Ray and Doval have to go. And I go, why?
Why would you trade Robbie Ray?
If they're under contract, why? Why? Robbie Ray's good. Why do you not want him here next year? So then next year you go into next season with Landon Roop and Logan Webb as the only two starters you're fairly confident in?
Yeah, I know.
And then what? You got to fill out a whole rotation again? And you're hoping that Birdsong comes back? Like, that's just hope. I'd rather have another guy who's won a Cy Young and has pitched like an all-star all season. By the way, he's coming off a pretty good start. I'd rather have him here.
Exactly. Give yourself a chance to win.
I don't understand the logic in trade Ray. You're only 4 out. I'm not confident in the playoff run right now because of what we've seen. It doesn't mean blow up everything for next year and the year after.
But why would you tear down the starting pitching that's the strongest thing on the team right now?
They have a core. Is it still the strongest part of the team, though?
Well, those two guys, Logan Webb and Robbie Ray, absolutely.
Those two guys, yeah. I mean, Webb's had a couple of rough starts. But again, nobody believes that that's like, Webb's not Webb anymore. Nobody's buying that. It's just, it's a
honestly,
tough go.
Honestly, besides the Mets series, has there been another outing that I'm not thinking of the top of my head that he wasn't good recently?
He's had like 3 consecutive. The Dodger series, he did not have a good start. He's had like 3 straight starts.
Okay, yeah.
I'd have to pull it up. But Logan Webb has had 3 straight starts, I think, where he's
but not enough where you're like, man, we need to.
Didn't he start in Toronto and wasn't great? Right?
Yeah, that's the first round of the break. Right. So his last good outing was the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Which, hey, I'll take it. They didn't even mention his name, basically. They were talking to Pete Crow Armstrong. That was a problem.
But you know, there's ebbs and flows. I mean, like we saw that earlier in the season where Logan Webb had some bad outings. So
way too much Crow Armstrong.
Yeah, seriously.
They've lost his last 2 starts. They did win that game against the Dodgers. That was the Friday night game.
Right.
So if you go Webb's last 3 starts, I'll get
Dodgers,
you.
Blue Jays, and the Mets.
Yeah, I mean, in the month of July, he's not having a fantastic month of July. His ERA did go from in that Dodger game. The start before the Dodger series, his ERA was at 2.62.
Okay, still, you build the team around the pitching. Like that's
agreed.
That's what this team's all about. So
in his good.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, I get it. The mentality right now is they suck. And you should sell the trade deadline, but I'm not ready to pack it in just yet like that.
Yeah. So here's Logan Webb. His last 3 starts, 15 1/3 innings pitched, 25 hits allowed.
Yeah.
And they're 1-2 in that stretch. He's given up 16 earned in the 15 1/3. In his last 3 starts, his ERA has ballooned from 2.62 to 3.38. That's almost it's a pretty big jump there. He's only struck out 11 in the 15 innings. He's only walked 3, but he's given up 3 homers in that span. A 9.39 ERA over his last 3 starts. And when you see 3 starts and Logan Webb's only got 15, like 15 innings, you can do that. You can do that in 2 starts.
Okay, not great. Okay, not great by Logan Webb, but you know what? This team is going to have success.
My point is
the
that's the least of my concerns at this point.
Yes.
That just extrapolates how stressful it's been.
Yes.
It's why that Toronto series looked even worse, because when you lose the Webb and Ray starts, then you're like, well, damn. Then where do they win?
Right.
Because when you got an ace like Webb and you got an ace like Ray, you pinpoint starts. You go, that's a spot they can win a game. That's a day you really have a shot to win.
Well, you know a name that's been brought up lately by people that I've talked to and people that even on the station.
Who are you talking to?
Yeah, just Giants fans.
Just on the streets?
Derek's got sources.
I got buddies.
They come up, they go, Depop, Depop, Depop.
Whoa, we're not the grab bag yet.
And the calendar either.
Elliot Ramos' name has been brought up. And I'm like, I'm not ready to do that just yet. But I understand that in left field, what? What are you laughing at?
Giants fans are so funny, man.
No, I know. But
we went 35 years without a homegrown all-star outfielder. Then they get one, they're like, trade his ass. He's not a part of the future.
Well, they're mad about his lackadaisical nature in left field right now.
He's a young player, man.
And also the brain fart he had on Sunday Night Baseball where he was running the bases to third.
Frustrating for sure.
It is. I'm not ready to do that just yet. I want to see the rest of the season. And if it comes to fruition that Elliot Ramos is not a dude on this team, then yes, you have to make a lot of hard decisions maybe this offseason. But I'm not ready to sell the farm just yet because they're 1 game above 500 right now. So I would add a few. I would add, if you get Ramon Laureano, I would do that. If you could add an arm, like, Zach Eflin sounds good right now, John Gray, all the guys we mentioned. I would do that as well, just to give yourself a chance that maybe you could sneak in as the third wild card team.
They need one because I think Buster believes, I think the team believes Landon Roop would come back healthy. Somebody on the text line here just said 281 says, "Are we cursed at home? Anybody got the record? 28-24 at home, 26-29 on the road." One game over 500 overall. Let's go back out to the phone
We got
line.
a fan from Houston, 281.
What's that bastard coming to Houston? Is that a 28? Yeah,
yeah, it is.
It says Texas. There you go. Let's go out to Brett. Brett's in Walnut Creek. What up, Brett? In the Creek, you're on the Sports Leader.
What up, Brett?
Hey, what's up, guys? I was going through conflicting emotions. I'm not sure whether to yell, cry, or quit. And so I eliminated 2 of the 3, which were quit and cry, because that doesn't really solve anything. So we're gonna sort of softly yell.
Okay.
And it's what the heck? What the heck are we doing? And what I mean by that is, how come we can't play? Not only to the front of our baseball card, but to the back of our baseball card. How come we can't play to our baseball IQ? Like, hey, I'm on second, grounder in front of me going to third. I'm just going to run to third. How can we not understand that?
Yeah.
If I play left field and I break in on a ball, it might go over my head. I mean, our mental game, and this is coaching. I'm sorry. I mean, this is, the other day I was watching the announcer, and Krukow said, Bailey's having really good at bats. He gets up there, swings at a fastball down the middle, misses. Next pitch, fastball down the middle. I'll take that for strike 2. Next pitch, slider down to the dirt. I'll swing at that. That's not a good at bat, in my opinion. The other thing I'm really tired of hearing, and it's been said forever, is like, you can't hit an oracle. It's unfair. I don't know. Other teams seem to hit there.
Yeah.
If you pick the Giants up and you stuck them in Arizona or Minnesota, or do you think they're going to hit? I'm sorry, when you're 0 for 23 in a series, and granted, we broke out of the slump with a smooth 4 for 13 last night. So, sorry, 4 for 36. You can't hit. I know the caller said we'd love to have 300 hitters. How do we, if we have 250 hitters when runners are in scoring position?
Yeah.
I was a baseball nerd, and I came up with this stat, and it was called RRPA, which was relevant runs produced average. Like, I don't really care that you hit a 3-run jack when you're down 12-0. Okay, that's not helping me. What I needed to do was hit the sac fly when it's 3-3.
Yeah.
And that's what the Giants are missing. I have confidence they can do it, but they haven't been doing. They're not playing to their baseball IQ, not playing to their baseball card. They're not playing to their baseball coaching.
Brett, I'm picking up everything you're putting down. We do have to remember, I'm picking up everything you're putting down. I love the call. By the way, they give me a little note about what everybody wants to talk about when they call in. All it says for Brett is not thrilled about the Giants. And then when he started to say, I love what he said. He's like, we're gonna do some soft yelling here, and he said, what are we doing? Yeah, I was like, dude, I'm absolutely with him. Brett, I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. Call anytime. I like that point about the relevant runs created or produced or whatever it is.
Not a bad stat.
That's a good point. We do got to get to our guy Dwayne here. I know Tim's trying to squeeze some
Dwayne
calls
back?
over there. Dwayne's hanging on the line here. Tim,
it's been a minute.
I know Tim's taking calls over there. Let's go out to Dwayne in Stockton. What's up, Dwayne? You're on the Sports Leader.
What up, Dwayne?
Hey, what's up with the guys?
What's up, brother? How you been, Dwayne?
I'm cool. I'm good, man. I'm still in there with the Giants, man. I'm not giving up, man. But I'll tell you what, the filth bed sling is going to be really reasonable today.
Yeah.
Today I got to be reasonable. We're going to get there, bro. And I'll tell you why. Anybody's talking about selling, man, there's some weenies, man.
Yep.
You can't sell. That's looking like a fold. Man. That's a punk-ass move. We either buy or we stand pat and we try to get it done. Because I'll tell you why, man. We got a bunch of veterans. We don't got a bunch of youngsters out there. I mean, we got guys, man. We got veterans, and they need to pull together these last 50-plus games and get it done. And that's it, man. All the other stuff is just empty rhetoric. Hey, but I got a question for my guys, though, man. I heard something about a filth get-together.
Yeah, bro. We're doing, we put this out yesterday. We're the movie Dirty Work. They re-released, like, the R-rated cut version of the movie that had never been released before. It's the way Norm Macdonald wanted it to be made. They're airing it at the Alamo Drafthouse 2 weeks from tomorrow, August 13th. I tweeted out the link to it. We're all going to go. We're trying to get members of the Filth to come watch the Dirty Work movie with us. I know that's a commute for you, Dwayne, but we're getting together on a Wednesday night in the city to go watch that movie, the Alamo Drafthouse, have some beers, watch Dirty Work, man.
Come on through, Dwayne.
So I got another question. So that'll work for me because I'm off on Thursday. So I might just go down there. Hopefully there's a game that day. check out a
There
game.
is.
Hopefully, stay
There's-
overnight, man.
There's a day game that day.
We got a day
the-
game that day. You go to the day game. I'll see you at the game too, Dwayne.
So I'll go to the game that day, and then I'll go to the thing that night.
Yep.
Because the filthy bed slinger got to be there, man.
We gotta get
Gotta
we gotta get the filthy bed slinger out here, Dwayne. Hey, I would love to see you there, dude. August 13th. Yeah, tickets are still available. Just get a ticket to go see the movie. But yeah, Giants game is it's a home game that day, right?
It
The
is,
13th.
yes.
Yeah, we got a day game that day. I'll get you the opponent if you want, Dwayne, real quick.
Yeah, hey, listen, one more thing. I got another thing, though,
What you got?
Coach. I heard something else, and then there's one more thing after that, actually. I heard something about something about Filth merch.
Ooh, we're working on that. We're working on Filth merch. That's in the works. You'll hear. I promise you'll hear about it when we put that out.
And by the way, August 13th.
So here's the third part.
Yep.
Go
You
for it.
guys,
Go for
everything
it.
is three-pronged in life.
Yep.
Everything is three-pronged in life. And I like to use the analogy of basketball. NBA, everybody knows you need a big three, right?
Yep.
So anytime you have a good idea, bro, and we've been on to this for a while, so we do kind of got to hit the gas on it, especially what the Giants are doing, right? So what you got to have is at the stadium at Oracle, you got to have a filth section.
Ooh, dude, we
There's got to be a section there called the filth.
Yeah, that'd be good. They got the Jung Hoo crew. We got to get the Filth section.
The filth, bro. We'll all wear the filth merch, and we'll be there, and we'll try to get it done these last 50 games.
That would be
but
sick.
I tell you what, I'll call before then. I'm probably going to call every day going forward, but let's go ahead and get it together on the 13th, man, for sure.
Yeah, hey,
Let's pump
Padres
it up.
in town that day. We'll see you at the game on that day because I'll be there that day, watching the game, and then we'll do the show afterwards, and then we'll all go out and watch that movie that night. Dwayne, can't wait to see you, bro. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, man. Appreciate you guys.
Later, brother.
Later,
The great Dwayne in Stockton.
So
Out there
he goes
slinging.
by the filthy bet slinger now?
Well, where does he work? He works at like a Mancini's. Is that where he's at?
Yeah, I was like, it was
Oh,
a
I knew
Mancini's,
that.
yeah.
I knew that.
Is he at Mancini's in Stockton
Oh,
or
yeah.
something?
Every time back in the day when I was producing, the Mancini's line would pick up, and I'm like, oh, that's Dwayne.
I like that Dwayne, the filthy bed slinger. I love that, dude. That's
Did he establish that nickname while I was gone?
No, it's the first time I think I've heard him use it, but he used it a couple of times.
I like
there.
it.
We got to take a quick break. We are going to talk to our guy, Chris Rose, coming up at 3:50. Then we got a lot of business to get to.
Oh, yeah.
Then we have some things we have to take care of.
We'll get out of this Giant stuff and then get to the grab bag.
Because I'm getting real sick of talking Giants and real sick of not talking grab bag.
I know.
That's kind of where I'm at. We're going to take a quick break. Scarecrow, David, Joe, we will get to your calls on the Giants coming up. I do like Dwayne coming with the positivity on the Giants. It is funny. With as much as I know he frustrates people with his Brock takes or his Niner takes.
Not a fan of Purdy.
When he talks Giants, though, he comes in and he's like, yo, you think Buster Posey's going to fold? You think that's something that
That's
Buster?
some sucker.
He's like, that's some sucker. And when he said,
Yes.
he said, that's some weenie ass, dude.
Yeah.
That's some weenie stuff, dude. That's folding. We don't fold.
Sucker ass.
That's it, dude. I like that. I like that. Be aggressive. He says, we got 50 more. Let's go get them. And by the way, as pointed out earlier, the Giants do have the 7th easiest schedule remaining in all of baseball. That said, they did just drop one of the Bucks.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about this. Scarecrow, David, Joe, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. And we got to get on this merch, boys. We got to get on the filthy merch.
Dom, I need you, buddy.
We need Dom. Where's our guy Dom Peralta? Is he on the chat today?
He's on the chat today. And by the way, I've seen some of his art. It's legit.
I thought he was coming out on Friday. Well, he's a designer. I thought he was going to come out on Friday.
He got caught in traffic.
Oh, dude. What?
Yeah, but you know what? So did Dave Fleming, so I'm not.
Yeah.
On Friday, Flem did too?
It just happens on Fridays down there, you know. Well, we got Pat H.
Yeah. You always get Pat H.
He didn't bring us any gear.
We love you, Pat H.
What up,
We love
Pat?
you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come on back, get some more of your calls. Then Chris Rose, a grab bag. Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. It's the best day of the week on the greatest show in America. It's dirty work, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dude, Tim, during the break, Tim goes, dude, Dwayne got me back, man. I think I'm fired up.
Yeah? What about you?
Tim's backing on. Dude, it's the best I felt all day after talking to Dwayne.
Honestly, I do love Dwayne, but all he said was, come on, guys.
That's what I'm saying.
We got 50 games left. Come on, let's turn it around.
He didn't say anything of, like, actual substance that they have to do, but he was like,
that's weenie-esque.
You know what, though? But sometimes that's what you need. You need the guy who, like, rolls in and is like, what are y'all being so down on yourselves for? Quit feeling sorry for yourselves.
Come on now.
Quit feeling sorry for yourselves, man. Because honestly, it is true. Like, did Buster Posey ever give up in a bat or a game or a pitch? Or like, this guy's not a guy who's laying down.
No.
He ain't going down.
Did Posey ever give up?
He ain't going down
Did
quietly.
the French ever give up?
Was it over when the Germans hey, bombed Pearl Harbor?
Yeah, stop it. He's rolling.
Yeah, forget it. He's rolling. No, I'm part of me thinks the same way. It's just about, he said, the one thing he did say, the one tangible thing he said is, we got vets, man. You got vets.
Does that really mean anything? Because the vets haven't been hitting for the majority of the season.
You have vets, though, who have been on runs, who have been in ruts, and who have been to both postseasons and World Series. I mean, Rafael Devers is a World Series champion. Willie Adames has been to a World Series, albeit a Mickey Mouse World Series. He went to a World Series in 2020.
He was there for that,
against the
Matt Chapman's been in the postseason. Lost a lot, but he's been there.
He's been there many times. I just
a Verlander.
Logan Webb has pitched phenomenally in two of the two biggest games of his career, Game 1 and Game 5 of the DS. I mean, Justin Verlander, of course, a guy who's been to many postseasons and World Series.
And to be fair, Bob Melvin has taken many teams to the postseason. And I know right now, I know you're down on him. I know a lot of fans are down on him.
I'm down on him. I'm down on Bob.
I get it. But also at the same time, and I like it's easy to compare him to Gabe Kapler, but like he was the guy for the right moment.
I like the guy. Don't get me wrong. I didn't dislike the hire. I wanted the hire.
But it would be disingenuous for him to like change right now. Like I heard weeks ago where there were mental errors in a game, and I think Murph was asking Kuiper Krukow about why isn't Bob Melvin more fiery, and he goes, well, if you're not like that for the majority of the season, just out of nowhere, like turn that switch on.
That's fake.
Guys will be like, what the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, it'll seem like fabricated. It seems like you're being somebody you're not. That's not what I'm asking for. It's also, and two things equally true here. Shout out Ralph Barbieri. Two things true.
Yep.
I don't like where they are, and I don't like the perceived. Again, I don't believe he feels this way. I don't think he's ho-hum about the way the team's playing. But when things are going this bad, and we're like, dude, come on. And then we hear Bob, he's like, yeah, well, felt like we were going to come on back.
Yeah, but you know what?
I know. I don't need it. If he were fired up, I don't think it would. I don't need that, but I'm also like, God, I just don't like any of this right now.
I've heard
body of work.
You're looking for something to channel your rage into, right? And it's Bob right now. And I get that because it's kind of that vanilla. And to your point, he's not going to hang his guys out to dry. No. But when you hear it, it kind of makes you more pissed. It's kind of just like, I don't want to hear that.
I want him to be successful.
I know. It's almost like fans are going like Farhan round. It's like when he came on with us, he was like, well, and people are like, no, I don't want to hear that crap. I get it. At the same time, yes, like Bob's not going to be that guy that's going to air out his team. And to be honest, the only time I ever heard Bob Melvin be upset was his last year with the Padres, where he had to play somebody. I forget the whole circumstance, but he had to play somebody, and he was like, you can ask A.J. Preller about that crap. That was the only time he was really like going to let his guard down and be like, I'm pissed about the situation because I'm managing a team right now that I don't have control of. And A.J. Preller's telling me to do this and that.
Might have had to do with Blake Snell if they or something about pitching. Yeah,
it might have been actually. But yeah, like Bob's in control of the team right now, and it's not going well, and he's not going to hang his guys out to dry. So I get it. He's not fiery. There will come a point though, I have to believe that just because he said something to the media in the clubhouse, he's like, guys, what are we doing? Since the All-Star break, we're playing like crap. And I don't think we need to hear that, but the players need to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah. I imagine there are guys there for that. I think there are guys there with that attitude. I mean, you got a Verlander, you got a Chapman who's not happy, you got a Logan Webb, you got an Adames. I don't know. Just the body of work of it has not been fun to watch. What did you say to me? You had a texter you wanted us to get to?
I just wanted to shout out the 415 Dave. You said, forget the 415 section. It's the 415 section. I like that.
831 says, by the way, in reference to Derek, he says, the French gave up Paris without firing a shot. Just adding that in there. Let's go back out to the phone line. Scarecrow's been waiting. Scarecrow is in Sac. What up, Scarecrow? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. I feel a little bit disappointed with where the Giants are. And then I sat there and I thought about it a little bit this morning. Would I rather have the 22, 23, 24 Giants or this current Giant team?
Okay.
And without a doubt, I would have this current Giant team. Are they flawed? Yeah. Do they make mistakes? Yeah. That's what a 162-game season is going to bring out. Is it fixable? Yeah, it is. But it's going to take a little bit of patience. And what I find really interesting is how the expectations are overtaking the reality. It's not often that a team goes from being absolutely irrelevant to in the playoffs in 1 year. It might actually take maybe a year, maybe two. But it looks like the core is generally there. And this gnashing of teeth and wailing, yeah, okay, I get it. You're disappointed. But, that was yesterday's game. It's not coming back. So you got tonight's game. And then when it's played, you'll have tomorrow's game. And whether they make it to the playoffs or not, I don't think it's that important as that they actually have a core there that looks like they could contend. Maybe you just need a starting pitcher and a power bat outfielder. That would work for me. But right now, like I said, selling, buying doesn't really make a hell of a lot of difference. I'm perfectly happy with this version of the Giants. Thank you very much.
Appreciate the call, Scarecrow.
I don't know if you can be perfectly happy to that. I mean, I hear what he's saying. I had the same reaction a couple weeks ago where they were, however many games above 500. And I would have said, yeah, but is it better than 2022? Is it better than 2023? Is it better than 2024? Absolutely. But in recent weeks, post-All-Star break, it's kind of reverted back to those teams. So I hear what Scarecrow is saying. Like, in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't about this season to be like, all right, they're World Series contenders again. It was about to establish the Buster Posey regime and what this team is going to look like for years to come. When are we going to see Bryce Eldridge? When are we going to see Carson Wizenhunt? Maybe that's not. We saw Carson Wizenhunt yesterday, but maybe that's down the line. I keep saying it was going to be an evaluation season. Does that come with winning? Hopefully. But in recent weeks, yeah, I hear what Scarecrow was saying. I would have made the same point a month ago. But now, it kind of does look like the team a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny because he did make a point there where I was thinking about, while he was talking, I thought when we did our Giants roundtable, when we were at the Presidio Golf Course, and we were all making our picks for where we thought they'd finish. And basically everybody was like, most people were in a little bit above 500, maybe 85, 87, somewhere like that.
I said 88 wins. I thought it was going to be reminiscent of the 2009 team.
And that was 88 wins for that team. Most fans, not most, a lot of the fans, the loudest fans that we heard from, I think that's the best way to say that. The loudest ones that we heard from, text line, phone calls, and whatnot, were saying things like, it's the same team as last year. Yeah. Why would you have better expectations? There's no denying this is a different team than last year.
Of course.
It's absolutely different. The season as a whole has been more fun. All the walk-offs in the first half, the competitive nature of the team in the first half, the Devers trade in and of itself as a news story was a blast. There's been some emerging talent and guys like Landon Root, but I said that, how can you write off this team when you don't know what the unknowns are? You don't know what you don't know about this team or any team before the season starts. So to say, it's the same team as last year, you don't know what's going to develop. We didn't know Birdsong would have the great start and then would fall off. We didn't know Landon Root would be as good as he's been. We didn't know Ryan Walker would lose the closer role, go back to Doval. Who knows what happens? Randy Rodriguez becoming the first non-closer all-star. To the point Scarecrow's making, in and of itself, the core they have does seem like it's pieces that they can use to be a competitive team going forward. He's right. Teams don't normally come out of nowhere. It's not baseball or football, I should say.
Yeah.
The NFL, where the schedule is parity and it's designed to allow up-and-coming teams to play an easy schedule after having a bad season the year before.
Absolutely.
Right? That's what the league is designed for. Baseball, you got to earn every one of those.
Yeah.
You got to claim every victory. You got to improve. The Rockies are still rebuilding. They've been rebuilding for 20 years, it seems like. Since the 07 team went to the World Series, they've effectively been in a rebuild. Rebuilding doesn't always work. There are no guarantees. So to his point, saying I'm perfectly fine with this iteration, I agree to an extent.
Well, not perfectly fine.
I'm happy with this iteration of the Giants relative to the previous. I agree.
Right, yeah.
Because it does seem like they have a core and sustainability. Last year's iteration of the Giants didn't know if Matt Chapman would be back for a long time. Didn't know if Blake Snell would be back. Didn't know how long we were going to hang on with the Farhan style and the 1-and-1 contracts. This seems like it's building towards something sustainable. I will agree to that point. That said, expectations based on results change throughout the season. And because of what they showed us early on they were capable of and what they had, and some of that talent, the core we're talking about, maybe it's not ready to be a playoff team yet. However, it changed the way we saw the team. So when things like this happen and you fall back to, at one point they were 7, 8, 9, nearly maybe 10 games over 500.
Oh, they were.
They were one game behind the Dodgers going into that series when they played that Friday night.
Right.
And then
52 and 40. They were 51 and 43 going into that series.
Then
They
the
won
Denver
that
straight
Friday
happens.
night.
And
They
then,
They won that Friday night to get to 9 over.
And that's why everybody's upset. I get it. Like, I think that even at the beginning of the season, we're like, okay, I still don't know what they're going to be yet. Like, even when they swept the Astros and they had that great opening day victory. I forget who it was, but against who it was, where Verlander got pulled, I think, after like 4 innings, whatever it was. But they were on a roll, and you're thinking like, okay, this team actually could be better than what we expected them to be. When they made the Rafael Devers trade, that's when we're like, they should be a postseason team, and there is no excuses. Like, I know that the offense has floundered at times, but really, they should be a postseason team. I don't know why they're not right now, and they very well could. Who knows what happens at the end of the season? Yes, it is disappointing. Things fluctuate through the season of what your expectations are. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, when you look on this season, they're going in the right direction. But maybe Buster Posey needs to realize this team is not as good as I thought they were.
I I understand the points that he's making too, where he's going, and today you got another game, and tomorrow you got another game, and he's right. That's the thing is, am I writing them off? Do I think the season's salvageable? I do think it's salvageable. There are 2 months left. I've watched lots of baseball. Everybody's watched lots of baseball. And if you have, you can't believe a team 4 out with this many games to play is dead in the water.
No.
What you can believe is I haven't seen them show what it's going to take to get out of this rut.
Right.
And that's where I lose some of my faith. Keep my hope, lose some of that faith in it actually happening.
To the point that you're making, and I think it's the right point, people are pissed and people are upset because of the expectations of, okay, I'm looking at this roster construction and going, I can see what this should be. I think I ranted about this last week. Whereas, last year, or especially during the Kapler time, what do we hear every single day? They don't have everyday players. Oh, they keep marching left and right in situation, and this sucks, and it's a terrible brand of baseball. Well, now you have your everyday players, and they're not performing. And again, the goalposts are always going to move. It's the way it goes. I understand. But again, the opposite of loving your team isn't, I hate my team, it's apathy. And nobody's apathetic about this. Everyone's going, how do we fix this? What do we do? I think that's really what's going on.
I like Scarecrow kind of being like, hey, man, I like this team. This team likes me. The end is none of my business, man. He goes, tomorrow's coming either way.
And the next day.
The next day. Tomorrow's coming either way. The end is none of my business. It's kind of what Scarecrow said.
That's like me.
It's pretty, dude. It's a pretty reasonable Scarecrow take, dude. I like that.
Crow, the voice of reason.
That's what somebody on the text line said. Real quick, I got to read this to you, Derek, before you get back to your thought. 510 says, dude, the filth needs to be worried if Scarecrow is now the voice of reason. So.
He does make sense. It's kind of like me, like a couple weeks ago, where I was like, yeah, if they get swept by the Marlins, life goes on. Although that was terrible. Like, what I'm saying is, yes. Scarecrow's basically saying the same thing. It's like, there's still more baseball to be played, but yeah, we just enjoy it.
Yeah,
which is hard to do when they play like that.
The 09 Giants are one of my favorite teams because we saw a lot of the fruits of the 07 labor, the 07-08 labor of the Giants trying to bring guys up. They cycled through a lot of guys. At one point, Brad Hennessy was closing games for the Giants in like 08.
Brad Hennessy was at the game yesterday, by the way?
Was he really?
Yeah, they had him on camera.
Dude, that's bizarre. Dude, it's the guys who've been showing up on Friday night. Dude, got a good bear hug from our guy Tyler Walker on Friday night. Dude.
Oh, nice.
I saw Tyler Walker leaving the game. How about at the game on Friday night? You had Tyler Walker. I tweeted it out. I can't remember who the third one was. There's 3 good dudes there. Tyler Walker. Gene Machi was the one that got me. They had mean Gene Machi at the ballpark, and he got on the screen. I was like, hell yeah, dude. Anyway, shout out Brad Hennessy, who, by the way, made a start against Greg Maddux at Oracle Park when Greg Maddux won his 300th game.
Oh, nice.
Against the Giants. Odd little footnote that I was there for, and I always forget that I was at the Maddux 300. It's a weird accolade because the pitcher's not on the field when he gets the award.
Yeah, true.
Or hits the mark, right?
Yeah.
We do have to take a quick break. We're going to get out of this. We're going to get out of some Giants baseball. I like that we're ending it on this note. I like that. Let's end it with Scarecrow. We marinated enough. Let's keep the faith. Again, I've got some faith. I haven't seen enough of it, though, at least consistently to make me think they really can turn things around.
Right.
But Buster Posey's not a guy who's going to fold. As Dwayne said, that's some weenie ass, dude.
Yeah.
We ain't folding.
Some sucker ass.
We ain't folding. That's some sucker ass. That's some weenie ass. I like that, Dwayne. Our filth bed slinger. 808 KNBR, the number to call and the number to text. Why don't we talk to our guy Chris Rose of the Rose Rotation podcast? Also noted Browns fan, NFL Network.
Yeah.
See him all over the place.
He's making the rounds of training camp this weekend.
So we talking football or baseball with him?
Let's talk both.
We'll talk both with Chris Rose, who joins us next. And then you guys know what's coming. An NBA grab bag of Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
All right.
And a Vic Tafer.
NBA grab bag.
That's all coming out.
That always comes on
I don't know why
Tuesdays.
Vic latched into that, too. We love our guy, Vic. It's all coming up. Dirty Work rolls on. It's the greatest show in America, man. We love the filth. Love talking to you guys on the Sports Leader.
The Major League Baseball trade deadline is Thursday, 3 p.m., so keep it locked right here for all the latest movement around baseball. Who goes full riverboat? Who stands pat? Who ignores their phone? It's deadline time right here on the Wheelin' and Dealin' Leader.
Tim talking riverboats there. Adam Copeland here talking O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be that way. You know, Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to helping you achieve a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. You know, sooner than you think, you might have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline to transition into retirement confidently and to do so on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number to call is 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300. Or you can visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
All right, love coming to work where I get a vent session on the Giants, and I can get myself back to even. I can be balanced. We can talk to our next guest.
We talked it through.
You hear him on the Rose Rotation, and you see him on the Rose Rotation podcast, as well as the NFL Network. One of the best, Chris Rose, joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man? Welcome to the show.
Hey, Chris.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Pretty good.
Doing
So,
well.
I figure we'll jump around. We'll talk some baseball and some football with you, but we've been doing a bunch of Giants talk. So why don't we start with some baseball? First and foremost, I mean, you're a Guardians guy. Every Giants fan, seemingly in San Francisco and beyond, wants Stephen Kwan. Does it seem like he's a guy who's actually going to get moved?
Funny. So I'm watching the game right now with my sons, who are in their 20s, and we're trying to figure out, like, if we trade Stephen Kwan, who's got 2 years of control after this year, we're going to trade him looking for a guy who maybe one day can be as good as Stephen Kwan.
Right.
Like, it's so screwed up. But the reason we won't is because we're not going to be able, or will, is because we won't be able to extend him. And it's such a crappy way to go through baseball life when you're in a small market team.
Yeah.
I do think that there's a possibility, though, and I actually think that the Class A situation has made it so that whatever they feel like they can get, and he is right now far and away their most tradable player in terms of getting something sizable back in return. Like, they've got some guys who are at the end of their deals, but then it's not going to bring anything back. So there's no reason to trade any of their walk guys. So it would have to be a Stephen Kwan. It would have to be a Cade Smith, but he's got 4 more years of control after this. So you're going to have to hang on to somebody.
That's kind of it. And I look at the Giants system and I look at the pieces the Giants have and I go, I don't know if it makes sense because the point you're making, he's so controllable. He's a Gold Glove outfielder. He's phenomenal at the top of the lineup. And I know he went through a pretty big slump over the last month or so, but in a couple of homer game last week and obviously an all-star and one of the better players in the American League. I just don't know the Giants have the pieces to give up to get a guy like that. And I don't know that that's the market that they're in per se right now. I'm always interested because we watch every game. We talk about it every day. You know, what's the perception you think of the Giants right now from the outside looking in? Because in our minds, they're as bad as they've been all year in terms of the Devers trade to now, worst in baseball, and they're only a game above 500, though still in the hunt with 2 months to play.
Yeah, kind of in the hunt.
There you go. Yeah, hanging on.
Life.
Yeah.
And, you know, when they got off to such a great start this year, I remember talking about them on our daily podcast, Baseball Today. I do it with Trevor Plouffe, former major leaguer. And I remember saying, I don't like the lineup enough. That, yes, it's gotten off to a nice start, even though Willie Adames had really struggled out of the gate. But I said, I just don't feel like it's established enough to feel like we can see this for 6 months. And I think, unfortunately, it's rang true at this point. It just isn't a good offense. The Devers deal, I know why they did it, right? They've had such a hard time getting a middle-of-the-order bat to sign there. You know, they got, like, Matt Chapman's a great player. But we're talking, you know, Rafael Devers, when he is right, he's a top 10, top 12 threat at the dish. And he's been this side of horrific for them. You know, he's been a little bit better since the break, but overall not good. And I just, unfortunately, with the teams that are around, I just don't see that they've got enough punch to do it. I hate to say that, but that's the way I assess it.
Yeah.
Talking to Chris Rose on the Yuma guest line. So then if you're Buster Posey, what would you do at the deadline, Chris? Because I doubt that in his competitive nature, he's going to just stand pat and not do anything. They're one game above 500. You can make a move for a bat, but this team has had so much turnover offensively that I don't know if it's going to prove much. You obviously need to add an arm because of what they're going through right now with the injuries. But what would you do if you're Buster Posey?
Yeah, there's not a lot to be had out there. I just, you know, when we were talking about Kwan earlier, you said, I'm not so sure they match up with the Guardians. And that's the problem, is that any sort of bat that you would want to get for not only this year, but for down the road is going to cost you a ton, right? And I don't know if the Giants have that. I just don't know if they can go swing for swing with some of these other teams that are a bit deeper at not only the major league level, but at the minor league level as well. So you're right about Buster. Like this is pissing him off beyond belief. He's just got to be. He's got to be seeing red right now. Like he's probably thinking, "My God, over the last week you could have made this a little bit easier on me." But they're kind of caught in no man's land where, like, if they don't do anything, people are going to be ticked off about it. But it might be the right thing to do. To be honest with you, that's what it feels like to me.
It's kind of what we were talking about. Like I don't know that they have we have some fans who go, you got to sell. I go, but what does selling even mean? I mean, you'd be giving up controllable pieces like you're talking about. And I don't know that. I think they do have a core. Go ahead.
What do they want to sell? What do people want to sell?
So Robbie Ray and Doval is what they're saying. I'm going, but why?
Okay, so so that one I get a little bit, right? Because they each have one more year of control left, I believe, right? And in a short market, those are the sort of guys. Doval is, I don't know. If I'm another GM, I don't know if I could put my neck on the line saying that's the reliever I want. There are times where he looks amazing, and there are times where I cannot trust him late in the game, and I don't know if I could do that. Robbie Ray's a different story, man. You know, he's rediscovered it. He's pitched great this year, and another year, that one could bring you back something. That could bring you back some pop in that lineup that they've been desperately searching, and then you go out in the free agent market and go get an arm to replace him next year. That one I think I would listen on.
I guess my fear on trading Robbie Ray is right now. I mean, Verlander's aged, obviously. I don't think he's going to hang it up based on the way things are going right now. I haven't heard anything or any rumblings about that, but they've only got 3 healthy starters right now anyway. It's Logan Webb, it's Robbie Ray, it's Verlander. So if I project into next season and you assume Landon Roop is finishing the year in the rotation, still only 2 guys in your rotation going into the offseason. I don't know that they'd set themselves up to do that. It's kind of my thought.
No, I understand that, but think of what Kansas City did a couple years ago when they totally rebuilt their rotation on the fly. They brought in Waka, they brought in Lugo, they made a trade for Cole Reagans, and now they've got the pieces where it's not going to work out this year. It's just been a dumpster fire offensively for the most part, but they're in good shape moving forward rotation-wise. They just extended Lugo the other day instead of opting to trade him. But the Giants could do that in the offseason too. They've had a problem getting good, solid, productive bats. If you can get that in a Robbie Ray trade, that's one where I would do it.
Talking to Chris Rose on the UMA guest line. Switching over to football, we saw you at training camp with the Rams on Saturday with Maurice Jones-Drew. And Sean McVay was sitting with you guys, kind of talking about the Matthew Stafford situation, saying that it was going to be another week with him not practicing. And that, it doesn't sound like that big of a deal right now, but we heard that story 3 years ago with the elbow, I think it was tendonitis, whatever was going on with Matthew Stafford. And that seemed to be a factor in the regular season where they had, he didn't play much, and they had an all-time bad season. So what do you make of the Matthew Stafford situation with the Rams right now?
Yeah, he was out there on the field in his T-shirt and shorts, so I suppose that's good news. It didn't look like anything was bothering him, right? It wasn't like a limp in his gait or anything. He wasn't moving at a slower pace. So just by passing the eye test, that was good. And yeah, they feel like they're going to be okay. McVay is one of those guys that I think if they could go straight from the beginning of camp to let's go week 1, he would do it. Yeah. He doesn't play anybody in the preseason. He never has. He never will. I think that if he feels like Stafford is there the 10 days leading up to game 1 against the Houston Texans, that they're fine. The thing that worries you is that it's been 17 years of pounding for a 37-year-old who's gotten hit a ton in the NFL. So we'll see. They say he's fine, but until I see him on the field, I would be a little worried if I were a Rams fan.
Yep, definitely.
I'd be worried if I was Devontae Adams.
Yeah, Jimmy thrown to him now?
I mean, he notably was not happy about that when he was in Vegas.
Yeah, well, I did see some Netflix crew out there.
There you go. What did you make of how the Brock Purdy contract situation played out and where the 49ers stand right now? I mean, they're a big question mark, I think, in the NFC West in terms of on paper, the easy schedule. You've got an expensive quarterback, a big retool of young defensive line. I mean, they may have 8 spots open on the defense in terms of guys who could claim jobs. They may have 3 rookies starting on the defensive line, used 11 draft picks and didn't revamp the O-line really. You get an aging Trent Williams. How do you view the 49ers entering 2025?
Yeah, I worry about that offensive line. Yeah, the defensive line should be interesting, as it is every year out there, right? They went from Super Bowl team to what we thought might even be a better defensive line to, gosh, just it wasn't productive enough, and then they cut ties with some guys and all that sort of stuff. So I guess when you write down the top teams in the NFC, how long is the list before you get to the Niners? Have you guys done that exercise yet?
Not yet, but I'm assuming they would probably, I mean, obviously they'd be after the Eagles and the Commanders, probably a lot of the teams in the NFC North. But just based on their schedule, Chris, I do think they're going to improve. But that's just, based...
That's the schedule game's dangerous.
Exactly.
Yeah. So NFC North, there's minimum of 2.
2, maybe 3.
Yeah.
And possibly 3, depending how it shakes out. NFC East, definitely 1, possibly 2, and I think that's where it maxes out.
Mm-hmm.
Buccaneers, I still think are pretty good. Tristan Wirfs, he better play the first month of the season, or it could get ugly. Atlanta, I don't know, and then the other 2, no. And then the rest of this division, like Seattle went 10-7 last year, right? And they didn't make the playoffs. I like Geno more than I like Sam Darnold, but I still, they still could be really interesting. I think they're going to run the ball, I think, a lot more is my guess, if they can up there. So that leaves the Niners at somewhere between 6 and 9-ish.
Yeah.
I guess. But I'm a Shanahan guy.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
a Shanahan Lynch. I'm a fan of their connection. But this is really going to be a test. And we'll see. I mean, the pressure could change on Brock Purdy. There's some guys in sports where, they say the pressure is getting that first big contract. But I've talked to plenty of guys who, whether it's football or baseball, when they get the deal, they don't want to let their organizations down. And so they feel even more pressure once they get the money. So it'll be interesting to see how he handles it.
A couple more minutes with Chris Rose on the UMA guest line. I want to get your thoughts on these contract situations going on in the NFL right now. You got Trey Hendrickson, who I guess it was just reported that he's going to show up to training camp tomorrow. Terry McLaurin with the Commanders right now, and Micah Parsons. Just out of the 3, which one do you think is actually like heading in the right directions, and which one is just kind of like ridiculous, where you're just like, oh my god, like why is this team not paying this guy already?
Well, that's the Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
I mean, but we already have the answer to that test. It's because who is signing the checks, and this is the 4th time he's done it. He's done it with Dak twice. He did it with CD, and now he's doing it with Micah Parsons. And he's going to pay him, but what could he have paid him instead of what will he pay him? I mean, every time the player ends up winning, I mean, ultimately the owner is winning.
Yeah, always.
The franchise value.
He's writing the check, right?
He does. Silly me, he's going to end up winning. But you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Could they have saved a bit of money? Yes. Could they have helped themselves cap-wise? Probably. But for whatever reason, it doesn't go on. The Hendrickson thing would drive me nuts if I were a Bengals fan.
Yeah.
It really would. Like, they have been willing to pay players. I mean, look at what they did to keep their 2 pass catchers happy. And that's fine. I mean, those guys are great. I'm a huge Jamar Chase fan. I think T. Higgins is a really, really good football player. But on an awful defense, what sort of sense does it make to not extend the guy who led the league in sacks?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe somebody can explain it to me, but not right now.
I got nothing on that front. And relative to what's going on across the league at his position in the last couple of years, he's been one of the top. I mean, Myles Garrett got paid.
Yeah.
Max Crosby got paid. I know he's maybe not quite on that level as name recognition, but the production is there.
I guess the only thing the Bengals would. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. Well, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I guess from the Bengals standpoint, their rationale is, well, I mean, historically they've been cheap and they never really paid their guys, and now they put a lot of cash towards Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. So now they're like, do we have enough money to actually pay the pass rusher? When they actually do, but they're going to act like, it's so much money and he's 31 years old. We don't want to go down like so many guaranteed years for him. So that's their rationale, but I'm with you. They should pay him.
Well, so the alternative was this. Trade him before the draft, get multiple picks for him, and help out Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and the rest of that team right now. Don't do it for 2026. Why are you going to keep wasting years? It just doesn't make any sense. The thing is that the Bengals have not drafted a guy on defense who made the Pro Bowl for their team. That once again, they drafted, I think, since 2010. It was like Geno Atkins and Carlos Dunlap. Those were like the two guys that they drafted that eventually made Pro Bowls with the Cincinnati Bengals. And so maybe they don't trust themselves to utilize those draft picks, which is even more reason to pay him. So I don't get it. I don't understand it. As a Browns fan, I don't hate it, but I got my own issues to worry about.
Like which of the four guys is going to play?
Oh, it's Flacco.
We'll figure it. Well, it's down to 3 now.
It's down to 3, the hamstring.
A little bit of a hamstring. I will tell you this, and I love it. It's my hometown team, and I get to call the Browns preseason package on television.
So cool. Yeah, very cool.
Is that every snap counts for this team. It doesn't matter who is in at quarterback. Sometimes you get to the second half of those preseason games, you're like, yeesh, like who are these guys?
Yeah.
But for the Browns, that is not a problem. Like our most exciting month might be August.
That's true.
This is the biggest battle of the year right here. The voice you hear, Chris Rose. What's the daily podcast you do with Trevor Plouffe? I catch videos of that all the time. Give me the title of that again.
Yeah, it's called Baseball Today. So it's between 30 and 40 minutes. We hit the 5 biggest topics of the day. Just kind of give you our opinion on what's going on, have fun, nice relaxed atmosphere, and then Rose Rotation became a show called Dugout Discussion.
Right,
so it's similar. It's a little different. We just had Logan Webb on recently for the All-Star game. And, so it's nice to be able to catch up with as many players as you can.
Fantastic. And we'll keep watching you on the NFL Network. Always fun catching up, Chris. Get back to the Guardians game. Enjoy.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, well, I just need to make sure that we haven't lost any other pitchers. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, that whole thing.
We started our conversation.
Remains to be seen. I didn't want to pick on that. I was like, we'll just let that play out. I don't really know what to get into with it. All right, man. We'll talk to you later, Chris. Thanks,
Chris.
Man. The great Chris Rose. Always fun catching up with him. Yeah, dude, the Class A thing is funky.
Yeah, so I didn't read into that much because I know they had the issue with the pitcher.
There's another pitcher that this happened to. So here's the thing: is they've been investigating this for like a couple of months. Here's my one thing on this: am I to believe that baseball's launched like a couple of month investigation on this, and they still haven't come out with they don't know about the involvement. And there was some weird stuff about like individual pitches that were being bet on, or like balls or strikes, or I don't really know exactly. Maybe some live betting stuff,
right?
Whatever the case may be. You're telling me the Ohtani thing was open, closed like that?
Was it open and closed like that?
It was pretty quick. It was pretty quick that they were like, Ohtani had nothing to do with it. This has gone on for like 2 months with this other pitcher, a month and a half. Now Class A's in there.
Well,
I'm just saying, nobody believes for a second, right? With all the gambling stuff that's come out, still nobody buys for a minute that Ohtani didn't have any idea.
Well, you know what happened, right?
What was going on?
Behind closed doors, Rob Manfred was like, we have to investigate this a little further. And Ohtani got in his face and said, get the F out of my locker room.
He said, it was Ipe. He said, get the F out of my bank, dude. I don't know, man. I mean, Ohtani, for all the money he's making and all the money he's going to make in deferred money, Barry Bonds had Greg Anderson sitting in a jail cell for a year and a half. Didn't say a word. Tell me that guy didn't get a buck. Yeah. Tell me that guy didn't get a payout.
But you know what? Good commissioners save the sport, save their superstars. You think David Stern wanted to suspend Michael Jordan for two seasons?
The other thing was none of the Ohtani stuff was happening. None of the Ohtani bets were happening on baseball. That's the other thing. None of the reports were that any of it ever happened on baseball. I'm just of the belief. I don't know that I believe Ohtani was ever gambling. I don't know that because we got to know that Ipe was based on all the text records and the phone call.
It's shady, though.
Based on the phone calls that he made to the bank and pretending. It was all really weird. I'm not convinced or sold that, like, Ohtani was gambling. But are you telling me that this guy didn't know that any of that money was gone, that none of this was happening, that Ippei was this degenerate? It was unraveling so hard for Ippei. Ohtani is just, he's so locked into just playing baseball that he never recognized. He's the biggest athlete in the world.
Is it hard to believe, though, that some athletes... Is it hard to believe, though, when some athletes are just like, just handle my money for me. I don't care what happens with what. I don't look up at bank statements.
I know that. Guys get money stolen all the time, and guys get scammed out of stuff all the time. It does, in fact, happen.
But with the recent stuff with the
thing
Guardians
is that it's his buddy. It's like his guy.
Well,
it's not like a money manager.
Believe me, the whole thing a year ago was definitely shady. But given what's going on with the Guardians pitchers and whatnot, yeah, I have to believe that they wrapped it up relatively quickly for Ohtani. But I can't say definitively that something happened there.
Yeah, I just don't buy that he didn't know anything. I don't buy it.
Yeah.
And by the way, he pled guilty to Ippei, and he's doing like less than 5 years, right?
Yeah.
He's doing easy time.
So would it make you happier, though, if Ohtani was, like, out of baseball right now?
Well, yeah. Make me happy if he was not playing for the Dodgers right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I got to tell you, it's as a baseball fan, I want to see him play.
Of course.
It's incredible.
Of course.
Watching him play. Hey, maybe Wizenhunt will take the world by storm, huh? Number 88. That's our dude. By the way, did you see the Justice De Los Santos story on Wizenhunt's dad? So he got told on Saturday his scratch from his start in Sacramento.
Yeah.
They put him on a bus or whatever, and they sent him to San Francisco. So at first, I read that he thought like maybe he was getting traded. It was a taxi squad situation.
Yeah.
Then he shows up in San Francisco and he's like, oh, okay. They tell him, you're going to start on Monday. He goes, wow, okay, great. I'm going to start Monday. Calls his family, because I think he's from the Carolinas, or can't remember exactly where he's from.
Mm-hmm.
Calls his family. His mom flies out. Couldn't get a hold of his dad. Dad was on a business trip to the Philippines.
Okay.
He was in the Philippines. So his dad had to hop on a plane and get back from the Philippines. He made it in time for the
that's
start.
awesome.
Get this. He lost his wallet on the flight or in transit.
Oh, really?
He lost something. I don't know if they lost his luggage or anything. They lost his wallet, so all he had was his cell phone and his passport or something when he landed to get to the stadium. So he ended up getting to the stadium in time. Turns out they had to deliver his luggage to him at the stadium. His dad from the Philippines, he didn't wait for it. They delivered it to him.
Yeah.
When they delivered it to him, they delivered him the wrong luggage.
Oh.
Because the luggage he got had this big old, it had like 3 words printed on it. It was like it was an acronym, and then it was 2 other words. And what it said was NBA grab bag. And we'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Damn it, you got me.
The Giants' losing streak continues as San Francisco fell 6-5 to the Pirates last night, going just 4 for 13 with runners in scoring position. Carson Wizenhunt gave up 4 runs in 5 innings while striking out 3. Tonight, Justin Verlander looks to end the skid versus lefty Bailey Falter. Pre-game 5:45, first pitch 6:45 right here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, people have all kinds of concerns when it comes to their tax returns, especially if they realize they've got unfiled tax returns from years in the past. If there's somebody who's dealing with a situation like that, unfiled returns, what should they do?
They should call us. We deal with so many of those cases that cuts across all walks of life, all kinds of people. And the number one reason people don't file returns is plain old simple. They didn't have the money to pay, and the first year they just didn't file the return. They made a mistake. Then the second year rolled around. They said, now how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. That becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle, looking over your shoulder. It's today the day the IRS agent comes to knock on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. It doesn't have to be. We can file all your old back returns. If you can't pay them, that's okay. We want to make a deal for you. If you don't have your records, that's okay. We'll get all the records the government has on you. Or if your bookkeeping's a mess, that's okay. We can do the bookkeeping for you. The bottom line is, whatever your situation, we want to help you, and we want to hand you back a normal life. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone, call us for your free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And then if you want us to, we'll do everything for you. You don't have to talk to the government. Just say, hey, Steve, get me out of this now.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com. You have the breath of a goat.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We'll get you the grab bag here in just a minute. Well, actually, we'll probably take a quick break and then do the grab bag because I want to make sure we have enough time to stretch out here before we get to Vic Tafer, who's going to join us from The Athletic talking some 49er football.
Your incredible setup just put us a couple bucks.
Well, dude, I had to do it. That was the problem.
Had to be done.
We went with Rose, and then that's the thing is if I don't tell you how we obtained the grab bag, is there any point in even doing it?
Is there even a bag?
Is there a point in doing the grab bag if I don't tell you how we got it? And as I tell you every week, everything about that story that I did tell you about the grab bag is true, except for the parts that I made up.
It's like that story with Ling. That was real.
Dude.
Oh, I forgot about Ling.
I'm telling you, everything I tell you guys about the grab bag is true. The Ling story, absolutely true. When I had to help part of that.
Well, I'm glad that story you told about.
It did go down that way with Carson Wizenhunt's dad.
Well, our own Greg Silver, who's coming back tomorrow, got duped in our KNBR chat. We have like this
producers group chat.
Yeah, so we sent this last night.
He got buffaloed.
This is a little account called Pavs After Dark, and he writes, Carson
I gotta
Wizenhunt
follow that account.
is making his MLB debut tonight, but don't tell his parents. The SF Giants accidentally flew Carson Ragsdale's parents to Oracle Field tonight. Ragsdale was DFA'd an hour ago. Posey is trying to find Ragsdale parents in the stands to explain the situation.
Are you saying that this is a fake tweet?
This is a fake. Obviously, did not happen.
This is a fake
The
tweet.
idea of Buster roaming around,
Can you imagine this?
not
Excuse me,
knowing where
excuse
the
me.
parents are. Yeah.
Yeah, guys, sorry, it was the wrong Carson. Greg Silver thought this was real. We all had to tell him, sorry, that's not actually.
Let's get your ass back from London before you start sending texts, Silver. Huh? You know what I mean? I bet you keep your little your fake tweets out of this, huh?
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, come on, Greg. Like just reading that, I'm like, there's no way in hell that was true.
Are you suggesting, Greg, that the Ragsdale's family, had he been called up, would not have been notified by him that he was going to the major leagues? Dude?
Just be like, guys, don't go to the ballpark. I've been DFA'd.
That's pretty
You're
funny.
You go for nobody.
209 checks in, says, excellently done on the grab bag story. I'm just telling you what's going on. I'm just telling you how we obtained it.
You duped me. You got me.
415 says, I think it's a crock of S to do the NBA grab bag setup that close to 420. This one for sure got me. 916 says, you effer, you had me. 209 says, you effing got me, Copes. And I was waiting for the grab bag story. I was invested in the dude losing his luggage, and then that was it.
Yeah,
you
I know.
got me, yeah.
You did get me.
Yeah, 916 says, Copes' grab bag stories are more believable than Depop calling out sick.
Well, sorry, is it not believable? How'd you sleep last night? You feeling a little better?
Oh, I'm good. I'm back.
Okay.
Your boy's back.
See, but Copes is sick all weekend. So must have been me.
Dude, I'm back. Your boy's here. I'm good.
There you go.
Yeah.
Neither of you breathe on me, by the way, okay?
Yeah,
I'm glad I'm in this room.
We can't lose you. Well, we can.
We could. That's actually
totally
he's the,
could.
Actually, he's the one. I think we're good. Yeah.
Danny could fill in.
Or
Raph,
Raph. Yeah, we got Jake. We actually, Tim, whatever you need, bro.
Even Dirty Work's little sister.
Yeah, Jordo could do it. Can we get
Feeling
Jordo
sick right now, sick in my heart.
Can you imagine if we got Jordo on the board at some point, dude?
Oh my god.
I don't need Jordo opening the mic.
No, I
don't. I don't need her cracking the mic. Hey. All she does is fly the birds at me, and then go.
She's feisty.
She just did. She said, "F you, B." That's what she just yelled at me before I came in.
Well,
no, she didn't say the letters.
I mean, knowing you was probably warranted.
She did say them all. Sometimes she just does it.
Yeah, she likes to curse.
281 says best grab bag yet, and that's why we're going to get into the NBA grab bag.
You got caught, partner.
We do it each and every week. It's a big old potato sack looking thing. It's got 3 words on it. It says NBA. Well, it's 2 words and then it's an acronym. It says NBA and then it says grab bag, and we'll do it next only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
One of our favorite parts of dirty work and hanging with the filth on a Tuesday is, well, a couple of reasons. You get Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia coming up about 5:15 today. You also get part of our subscription service here as members of the filth, the NBA Grab Bag. Go ahead, Tim. Open it on up.
For the
NBA Grab Bag.
NBA Grab Bag.
Oh, the NBA Grab Bag on a Tuesday, a little later than usual, but we get to it.
Nonetheless.
And let's start, of course, with baseball.
NBA Grab Bag.
Jeff Passan dropped a very interesting article yesterday. So last week, Rob Manfred, he's making the rounds. He usually does this every year. He visits the Philadelphia Phillies clubhouse. He usually visits all 32 teams at some point in the season to answer some questions from the players.
Okay.
While the words salary cap were never actually uttered by Manfred, sources say discussion on the economics of the league irked Bryce Harper to the point where Bryce Harper got in the face of Manfred and said, "Get the F out of our clubhouse." Manfred then responded by saying, "I'm not doing that. I'm not getting the F out of this clubhouse." Eventually, both men came to an agreement and shook hands. But can you imagine any other sport having their commissioner visit a team and a star player getting in his face and saying, "Get the F out of here"? Is this an indictment on Harper or Manfred?
I think it tells you something about how one of the faces of baseball views the commissioner of the league.
Yeah.
You know, Rob Manfred rubbed a lot of guys the wrong way in 2020, not just with not even in 2020, prior to that.
The hunk of metal
comment?
comment?
The hunk of metal comments. The hunk of metal comments where guys who have been, working and playing their whole lives and careers to reach this moment and to reach this stage and have an opportunity to win a title, that etches you in history, right? That's what you just get the title of commissioner.
Yeah.
You're just going to have all this stuff you did to change the game
You
on
hand out
your
that hunk
legend.
of metal.
Yeah, and so to say it's a hunk of metal, I mean, that I think rubbed a lot of players and a lot of people within the game, fans included, the wrong way. Right? Because then you go, we understand this is a business, but we all are in it, as Buster says, is a memory-making thing. It's almost like a public. What did I say to you before? It's almost like a civic institution. Our sports organizations, and especially baseball. It's like a park, right? It's something for an area of your town or your city or your region to have pride in and have faith in, where people can gather and have a common bond over something you got no control over, but we all find love around this one thing that represents the city that we're in and from.
Right.
And when you win a championship, that emboldens you. It mints you. It means what you've been rooting for was the right thing. I don't know what this says about either guy, except that, hey, pro baseball players are just like us. They hate Rob Manfred.
Yep.
I mean, I got no love for Rob Manfred. I don't know that anybody does. I wish he'd walk into our studio. You know what I mean?
Tell him to get the F
Tell
out
him
of
to
here.
get the F out. I treat him like Jack Loader. Yeah. Who, by the way, I told you yesterday to get the F out of the studio. Remember that?
Yeah.
Haven't seen him since.
No, I did this to him yesterday. I reenacted as Bryce Harper when he was talking to us about, what's your take on this with the Giants? And I just got in his face, said, "Get the F out of here. This is our bullpen."
Kind of makes me like Harper more.
Well, here's my thing with that. Harper's just like us, too, where you take his money away and he gets pissed off. He has one of the richest contracts in all of baseball. So when he kind of totes the line of saying something along the lines of, "We're going to get rid of the way that the MLB does business, so we're going to do a salary cap," I'm sure Harper's like, no. I'm getting my money. At the same time, can you imagine anybody in the NFL going to Roger Goodell and saying, "Get the F out of our locker room"? Would Patrick Mahomes ever do this to him? Would LeBron James, he probably would actually, would LeBron James go up to Adam Silver and say, "Get the F out of this locker room"?
The NBA is the one I could see it happening in. Not to Silver per se, but I could see an NBA. I could see a player in the NBA of superstar status doing that.
Now, the funniest part of this story that Jeff Passan wrote about was Nick Castellanos. There was a tension in the room, obviously, when this happened, and Nick Castellanos goes, "I have more questions." As comic relief, and everybody's like, "Not right now."
You're saying
Nick.
that's what he said?
Yeah.
Castellanos said, "Wait, I have more questions."
No, like Bryce Harper says, "Get the F out of the room," and Rob Manfred says, "I'm not getting the F out of here." And Nick Castellanos goes, "Wait, guys, I have more questions about this."
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what. I mean, Harper. I don't know if he's the guy to be making that argument with the guy who's the richest contract. I mean, they're talking salary floor. You can't have a salary floor without a salary. You can't have a salary floor without a salary cap.
Exactly.
It's kind of where I'm going. So if people believe there should be a salary floor, and I kind of do.
Yeah, I agree.
Kind of do think there should be a salary floor. Then you got to have a salary cap, or you've got to have a luxury tax situation that operates in an apron-like way, in the way that maybe the NBA does, and I don't know. I've always understood baseball finances. I don't want to get to a point where I don't understand them.
It's
like
going to
the NBA.
suck, but we're definitely going down that route. I would just say twofold. I think Rob Manfred is the least respected owner or commissioner in all of sports.
Gary Bettman?
No, Bettman. Tim, what do you? Bettman respected?
I mean,
he's been there for so long.
The
He's pretty hated, I
NHL,
thought, by
he
fans,
is definitely hated in the NHL. But the thing is at least the NHL is expanding right now. Like they're adding teams and whatnot. Manfred right now is basically, overseeing what is. You could argue that it's kind of a tragedy in baseball where there's the haves, there's the have-nots.
Yeah.
What's going on with Oakland? Obviously, the Tampa Bay situation's a little bit different, but there's a lot wrong with baseball right now.
Owners love them. Attendance up, viewership up across every platform.
Owners love them, and they want a salary cap. Players, not so much.
Streaming and RSNs, everything across, all viewership up across baseball, attendance up across baseball. They're saying that the rules that have been instituted are a part of that. I mean, the owners love it because they're printing money right now. All these teams are the Rays just sold for over $1 billion.
Yeah,
they don't even have a stadium. You know what I mean?
And you could make the argument that the health of the sport is probably at its worst right now.
And they would argue the opposite, I think.
They're making money, but the regionality of it and the fact that we've made this argument over and over again, you've eliminated nearly a third of the teams right at the very beginning of the season.
Yeah. Bottom line is just twofold. I think
he sucks.
Yeah, Rob Manfred, not respected in the baseball community, and also Bryce Harper, kind of a D.
Yeah, I like him more after this, though.
Okay.
Like if he,
NBA grab
moving on
the NBA grab bag. Speaking of baseball, Dusty Baker's coming back to baseball.
This one killed me. Yeah,
the man who claims he invented the high five, I'm a little skeptical on that one, will be the manager of Team Nicaragua
Hold on, say that one again.
Nicaragua.
First of all, careful
I know.
and say it again.
Nicaragua.
Thank you.
In 2026, the World Baseball Classic. I knew I would not be able to spit that one out.
I was like, Nicaragua, please.
Yeah, I know. It was close enough.
I was like, Nica, please. Dude, Tim, I know. I gotta be careful.
I was scared of that one.
I don't have thoughts on this.
Talking Nick Kurtz. Dude, Dusty taking over Team Nicaragua is one of the best, just a chef's kiss, with the best piece of news I've seen. I want to see Dusty with the toothpick down there, managing the WBC. I love it. I love the idea of him rocking some big, like, blue sweatbands or whatever he's got in his arms. Our guy Walt loved it. Our guy Walt was all over this.
Yeah, I mean,
Boach did was it Team Italy? No, it's Team France. Yeah.
France.
I have that,
Bonjour.
I have that soundbite of him that I got from the Murph and Mac show. Yeah. I'm down with this. I like that. I like getting the legends back in there. First World Baseball Classic game ever played was an exhibition by Team USA. Was with a scrimmage against the Giants in Scottsdale. I was at the game in 2006, I want to say. Dude, they had like Bonds on the team, Clemens, Griffey. Like, it was a pretty stacked team. They got rolled in the first year of the WBC. We need Team USA to return to prominence, huh? We're looking to take down Shohei Ohtani in Japan.
It's going to be tough.
Dude, the most watched moment in the history of baseball was that at bat to end the WBC.
Oh, it was fun.
How about when they asked Ohtani what his greatest achievement was in baseball?
Striking
at the
out
All-Star
Mike
game?
Trout?
Well, they asked him, is it the 50-50? Is it the All-Star appearances? Was it MVPs? They asked him something else. World Series victory last year.
Right.
Or WBC, and he said WBC far and away.
Yeah, it should
the
be.
international game, I love that this is becoming a true World Cup thing, that finally U.S. has some, like, hey, we should be on top of this, and we're not.
Bonjour.
So only one title for Team USA. Anyway, moving on here.
Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
During Saturday's Milwaukee Brewers game, Wisconsin's own J.J. Watt attended the game and took to social media to say he completed the 999 challenge in only 5.5 innings.
That's incredible.
Now, that's 9 hot dogs, 9 beers in 5.5 innings. Now, J.J. Watt's a big dude. I don't question him getting the hot dogs down, but 9 beers in 5.5 innings? I mean, that sounds like a lot for anybody.
Dude, 9 beers in 5.5 innings. The guy went to Wisconsin, though.
Yeah, true.
I look at J.J. Watt and I go, that's a man who, in his off time from playing football in college, was partying.
Yeah.
That's a guy who was putting them away.
Oh, yeah.
That's a guy who could definitely slam some brews.
But now he's, 38? You know.
I don't know. You seen Tom Brady
Also a big man.
You saw Tom
He's a
Brady
big,
quaff
big
that
man.
beer that one time on Jimmy Fallon or somebody he did that
No, I
with?
haven't, actually.
Well, they did a beer check thing, and dude, Tom Brady can That dude can slam
I've heard stories.
a pint.
I've heard stories.
He went to Michigan. Dude's at big college schools.
Yeah, my guy Pacers guy went to Wisconsin. Could put him back.
That's what I'm saying,
Put him back.
dude. Pacers guy.
Can he drink 9 beers in 5.5 innings? That's a lot.
I would put Pacers guy and J.J. Watt with the ability to do that.
Okay, all right, okay.
I love hot dogs. Okay. I do. I love hot dogs.
I love Pecan behind Marty. They're going, okay.
I love hot dogs.
Okay.
I do. I love hot dogs.
Dude, Marty used to say that kind of stuff to me all the time on Sundays. You're like,
I
all
love
right.
a good hot dog.
I love a good hot dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I like 9 hot dogs, 9 beers in 5.5 innings.
Well,
he was done before the end of the 6th.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, considering that we did our hot dog challenge and I ate 4 in 4 hours, I can't hang with J.J. Watt. I don't think any of us can.
That's insane. I mean, he put away. This is the thing, too, is I think part of it is doing 1 an inning. Because if you sit for, have you ever done like Century Club or Power Hour? A shot of beer every minute for 60 minutes would be Power Hour. Dude, by the time you get to like shot number like, I don't know, 25, you're like, doesn't seem like that much. It's just a shot of beer.
Yeah.
It's not about the getting drunk, dude. It's about the bloating
Yes,
and the gas
absolutely.
starts to get you, and you're like, dude, it's just getting harder and harder to put these down. I wonder if you let the food digest, or you let the beer sit there for a minute, if it has the same impact on you, or if it extrapolates a little bit.
Yeah, probably would.
J.J. Watt, though, I've told you this before. I read this article in Men's Health like 10 years ago about him when he was putting on self-imposed 2-a-days. The dude was eating between 7,000 or 3-a-days. He was eating between 7,000 and 9,000 calories a day. He was eating like 25 chicken breasts. He was eating like a pack of bacon.
25 chicken breasts in a day?
Or like maybe it's fewer, a little fewer than that. 25 strips of bacon.
Okay.
12 to 13 chicken
That's still a
breasts
lot.
in a day. That's wild.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely dedicated to his craft to get like built and everything. But like, yeah, I mean, 9 hot dogs in 5.5 innings. That's impressive. Maybe I'm underestimating him, but that seems like a lot.
6'5", 289. He started his breakfast with a 900 calories of oatmeal and a half dozen eggs. Then a second breakfast a few hours later, 4 to 5 eggs, meaning he goes through nearly a carton of eggs a day.
Damn.
And that was just breakfast, dude. I mean, I'm not surprised at all.
A lot of eggs.
These guys do not. Here's what J.J. Watt's his meals used to consist of.
Go for it.
Here we go. This is crazy. So he'd do this. His first breakfast, oatmeal, blueberries, strawberries, 6 eggs, a banana, and an apple.
Okay.
That's still 6
That's
eggs.
a lot.
Second breakfast, after his first workout, 4 eggs, 2 slices of wheat toast with peanut butter and banana and honey, 2 slices of wheat toast with jelly. Then for lunch, 3 chicken breasts with whole wheat pasta, and Italian dressing, and a side of broccoli.
Jesus.
His second lunch, more chicken breasts with mashed sweet potatoes, steamed carrots. Dinner, multiple lamb chops with whole wheat pasta, grilled asparagus. His second dinner was filet like beef filet, like filet mignon, with whole wheat pasta and steamed broccoli. The dude was having 2 breakfasts, 2 lunches, 2 dinners every day.
Okay, then yeah, I'm not going to question him drinking.
He was like 9 hot dogs.
Yeah.
I love hot dogs.
I mean, the hot dogs seem like nothing. The beers, that's what I question. Okay, moving on to the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Jaguars' second overall pick, Travis Hunter, has been really getting to work in as a dual threat. As of Monday, he has 36 snaps on offense and 47 snaps on defense so far in training camp. The expectation is Hunter is going to play both wide receiver and defensive back in a scrimmage on Friday. So out of all the silly stats that we look at during training camp, like the kicking stats and the quarterback stats, this is interesting with the amount of snaps that Travis Hunter is actually playing.
So what's the discrepancy? It's only like 6 or 8 snap difference, isn't it?
36 to 47.
Oh, okay, so it's 11 snaps.
Yeah, but still, like the fact that he's actually doing this, like I didn't think he was going to do this. I think that he would have to play. I thought he was going to be a defensive back and not be a wide receiver. The Jaguars are fully on board with him being a dual threat. So we'll count the snaps when he actually plays in a game. Like, we'll see if he gets preseason snaps. Probably will.
He's actually doing this. He's not yet. He's not doing it yet. They're gonna try.
No, but they're definitely trying it out.
If you had to guess, in your mind, I mean, you've watched football for a long time.
Yeah.
We all have. How long in his career does the 2 ways last? Years-wise. Give me seasons.
Can I give you an answer?
I'm talking with the model that they're going with. Like, I'm not saying...
That's hard to say.
I'm not saying he does the Troy Brown thing where he'll run out there sometimes on D. Like,
no.
I don't mean that. I mean, how long is he actually playing wide receiver and playing DB?
Well, I have to see how it goes in the first game where it actually is like... How many snaps is he actually doing on defense? How many is he doing on offense? So I can't give you an answer because I want to see a full season's worth of, like, this guy actually doing both because I don't think it's sustainable.
So you think it's maybe that's what I'm saying. How long do you think it could last? Do you think it could last more than a year?
I'd say maybe 3 years.
If you think 3 is the cap.
As long as this coaching staff and this GM are around until someone actually else comes in and like a coach with experience being like, hey, we need you on one side of the ball. So maybe 3 years.
It's just about execution and performance, right?
Yeah,
it's three-pronged. As our guy Dwayne told us, everything in life comes in bunches of threes, dude.
Yeah, that's true.
It's good. He's like, I go with basketball. You need a big three, right? That was Dwayne's take. I like that, dude. I'm going to go multi-pronged here. I'm saying it's about execution on either side of the ball, also about health, and it's about management. It's about what does management want you to do, right? And are they willing? Because, like, what happens if and when he becomes a free agent and he wants to play more on another side that he's not getting? If he wants to play, like, more receiver, he's like, I'm capable of it. They just won't let me.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting.
It's going to be a factor because he's going to want to be, if he wants to play both ways and believes he can still at that level, the question is, does he keep the same attitude about it once he gets his taste of the NFL?
Yeah, and I mean, and this GM's all about him playing two ways. That's why they traded it up for second overall pick to get him. So, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea how this is going to go, but I don't think he could do it for the rest of his career.
I think it's a lot to ask. I think it lasts. I think it lasts into next season, and I think by next season we start to see a big drop off of the actual usage of both. I think what we'll start to see is packages on one side, and a full-time gig on the other.
Yeah,
I'm talking DB full-time and packages at receiver because that's the easiest way to do it.
No, definitely. I think he could flash as a wide receiver, but he's probably going to make his money being a DB. Okay, last one, the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Hey, Tim kind of makes his money being a DB. Go ahead.
NBA grab bag.
And I'll say this one slowly too, like I said earlier with Nicaragua.
Yeah, thank you, dude. Somebody texted in and said, Yo,
I'm
Cole,
sure they did.
Somebody texted and like, Yo, Cole, what the hell did he call him?
Okay, I'm going to say this slowly as well. Get ready for more
Honduras.
Fockers. If you didn't like little Fockers, well, if you thought that little Fockers
Careful.
wasn't enough 15 years ago, well, your prayers have been answered because Focker-in-Law is coming to theaters. We needed a fourth one after Meet the Parents and Meet the Fockers, Little Fockers. Now we get Focker-in-Law with Robert De Niro and Ben Stiller. It's coming Thanksgiving 2026.
I don't think I ever saw Little Fockers.
Oh, I unfortunately did.
Is no good?
It was when they had kids.
Are they both? Well, I mean, they have kids in the second one, don't they?
No.
But maybe I did see the third one. The second one's when they go to meet his parents for the first
time.
time.
No, the third one is where Jessica Alba's in it, and she's like hitting on Ben Stiller, and Robert De Niro's like, "You come on, you have a wife at home and everything."
I did see it.
Yeah,
I did see that one. Yeah, I did.
Saw that in theaters. I don't know why I saw it in theaters. Greg Papa laughed his ass off the entire time, and then we left. He's like, that was kind of crappy, huh?
Greg laughed his ass off in the theater. I love these little fuckers.
Yeah, I know. He's like laughing the whole time they were driving home. He's like, God, they really need that movie?
That's a classic Brian Copeland move, too, dude. He'll see a movie, and then my dad's big on, like, seeing a movie, walking out and being like, that was great. And then a month later, he's like, that movie sucked, man.
Yeah.
That wasn't good. He like changes his mind about it after he sees it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I mean, dude, it's Bob De Niro, yeah?
Yeah, it's Bob De Niro. But I mean, like, at this point, like, what else do we need to know with the Fockers universe?
You put Adam Sandler's going to be hitting theaters this week. Did you mean to say?
I meant to say Ben Stiller, but yeah.
Stiller?
I had Gilmore on the mind. Apparently you did too. You saw it again last night. Happy Gilmore too?
Yeah, I did. What'd you say, Tim?
Said Hal H or whatever.
Hal L.
Hal.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. I watched it again. I went in last night.
Better than the second viewing?
I stand by my take. Some funny stuff in Gilmore too.
He definitely has some funny moments, but like, yeah, overall,
don't come back around now.
Not address it in the takes.
You don't get to come back around now and change your.
I'm not changing my opinion at all.
You don't get to.
Did I not say the first half of the movie was good?
Give it a C minus, Tim.
C minus.
C minus.
Yeah.
That's barely passing.
I think that's appropriate.
Actually, Derek loved it. He just thought that was as high as you could get based on
that's what I thought.
Past. Yeah.
And that's your NBA grab bag.
That's the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
C minus. Thunderbucks be damned.
Yeah.
We'll take a quick break. Our guy Vic Tafer of The Athletic is going to join us coming up on the. I don't know why I was going to say coming up on the Uma Gesselin. Vic Tafer's going to join us next on Dirty Work, and then we'll get into Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. We got Giants baseball at 5:45 for a 6:45 first pitch. Justin Verlander takes the ball off of his first win tonight. Back into some football with Vic Tafer next. Dirty Work, the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Rams quarterback Matt Stafford has been sidelined with back soreness and will be out a few weeks, with the team eyeing Week 1 for his availability.
I broke my back.
The 37-year-old is entering his 17th season in the NFL. If you have a bad back, tell us about it on the Sports Leader YouTube chat, the only place for 49er fans to talk injuring yourself while sleeping.
Spinal.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, a real treat here. We tried to do it last week. We've made the connection with our guy Vic Tafer, covers the 49ers for The Athletic. I think it's the first time Vic's joining us.
Yes,
He's coming over to The Athletic, covering the Niners. Vic joins us on the UMA guest line. Vic, how you doing, man? Welcome to the show.
What's up, Vic?
Doing good, guys. How you doing?
We're doing well, dude. How's the new beat treating you?
It's pretty chill. I pretty like it. It's kind of relaxed. Vibes are good. It's weather's not too bad, so I'm doing well.
Nice. Good deal, man. So we're obviously into week 2 of training camp. We're 2 days from the Hall of Fame game, just over a week away from the first 49er preseason game. Storylines for you or things that you're focused on at the start of the early part of camp here. Is wide receiver room at the top of kind of where everybody's focus is?
Yeah, it's a little thin. I mean, Juwan Jennings has got a calf injury. They're saying day to day. We're not sure how serious it is. Ricky Pearsall's kind of coming back slowly from a hamstring. I think he practiced a little bit yesterday, not today, but I think he's okay, just kind of easing it back into it. So those two guys are key. And they also got DeMarcus Robinson facing a possible suspension. So they're trying to hold the fort down until Aiyuk comes back probably in October or so.
So speaking of that, Vic, I mean, given the wide receiver issues right now, would you say that they need to look to the veteran free agents right now, and maybe Keenan Allen, a guy you know very well, and Amari Cooper? I know they picked up Equinemius St. Brown the other day, and they just released Quintez Cephas. But do you think that the Niners potentially, given the situation, should look to a wide receiver from the veteran route?
I think it's good to have those guys' numbers handy, Allen and Cooper, but I wouldn't call them quite yet. We'll see how Jennings does. He comes back this week. I think Pearsall's on the way back. Cowling, a guy they're pretty high on, had a good offseason. He's also has a hamstring, so he'll be back in a couple of weeks. So I think there's enough young guys they like to kind of keep it going. But again, if Jennings is out for a while and another guy goes down, then I go ahead and call up Keenan Allen or Coop and see what's up.
When do you expect, or when does the team expect them to hand down the Robinson punishment?
Normally, no. That's the thing with the league. The league kind of does what they want. They'll kind of give you a heads up. I think the educated guess is a couple of weeks probably, I think, and you probably know next month or so. But I don't think it's coming down right away. I think it's kind of up in the air. So you kind of hope for the best. But I think in the back of their minds, you're thinking, okay, maybe 2 weeks, and we'll get them back in week 3.
Talking to the Athletics' Vic Tafer on the UMA guest line. We talked to Matt Mayoko yesterday, and he was talking about the talk of training camp has been the 4th-round draft pick, the defensive tackle C.J. West. How's he look so far in the training camp so far?
Yeah, he's a problem. I tell you what, today he's kind of getting on the nerves of the O-linemen. There's some shoving matches. Some guys are muttering themselves. He definitely is a guy who's a nonstop motor. He's got the violent hands. He's not the biggest guy, but he's kind of built like Robert Saleh, like a fire hydrant with violent hands. So I think he's been a great impression so far. It's definitely bugging the O-lineman, which is a good thing for a young guy.
I mean, it's interesting, Vic, because they have so many young guys, and I mean, we're going to see how some of this plays out in terms of the 8 spots that we don't know where some of the starters are going to go, right? You got a guy at each level. You got Demo Lenore, you got Fred Warner, you got Nick Bosa, and then we're kind of waiting to see how everything else shakes out. I mean, having like 3 starters on the defensive line that were rookies would be kind of a surprise to me, but would also mean that those guys earned that out of camp. How do you see this shaking out? And traditionally, it's not a situation where Kyle Shanahan puts a lot of faith or onus on rookies early in their career. How do you think they'll go about this with this many young guys having to develop, because it's key to their success this year?
I think they have the luxury of having some depth in that front line. The guys like I've been impressed with the guy named Kalia Davis, who I think was a part-time guy last year, but he looks good so far in camp. That's a guy who gives you some time. I think Alfred Collins is going to take a while. I don't think he's going to be an immediate impact guy. He's huge, but at this point, a little stiff, kind of getting to know, getting to get comfortable. So I think he's not a guy who'll have an immediate impact, whereas I think Michael Williams and West are going to have big-time impacts right away. So there's probably 2 starters there, I would guess. And the other guys, like I said, on the D-line, some veteran guys who can step in for the time being.
What have you seen from D. Winters? Because I know, like, he and Nick Martin, I think it'd be a tough ask for a rookie to step in, Nick Martin, and take that weak side linebacker spot. But in terms of D. Winters, I mean, there was a lot of talk about him in spring. He's got good speed. We've seen that, but he just hadn't put it all together quite yet. What have you seen from him? Because I feel like there's been some talk and some excitement about what he's capable of.
Yeah, from my first day of watching these guys back in the off-season workouts, he definitely jumped out. He definitely is a guy who's always had the speed and the downhill ability. He's kind of learned how to read the offenses better. He's got a more comfortable, more confidence. He's learned from Fred Warner how to have good nutritional habits and kind of just a big consummate pro. So I think he definitely took the drafting of Nick Martin as a big-time challenge. And in his mind, it's his spot. He's not going to give it up. But I think so far, that's all indications are he'll keep his job and do pretty well.
Obviously, the 49ers' success will be predicated on the health of Christian McCaffrey, who they didn't have the majority of the season a year ago. How's he looked in training camp, and how does the other running backs look? Their draft pick, I believe they had in the 5th round from Oregon. And how has Isaac Arendo looked in his second season so far?
Yeah, Gwynedd looks good. He's definitely in good shape. He definitely learned from last year. I like the rookie. Jordan James has looked really good. I think he's definitely a guy who'll make the roster and be a possible guy who can get some carries down the road. But it's all about McCaffrey. I mean, fantasy heads around the country are always asking, and he looks great. I mean, I guess there was a video that went viral where he had a deep pass. He made some moves. Just a guy who looks like he's raring to go. He's been, last year was tough for him, but definitely in great shape as always is. Definitely has all the skills that he has. And I think even if you get him back at 90%, not 100%, he's still one of the top 5 offensive players in the league. So I think right now everything is pointing all signs up for him.
Vic Tafer, nice enough to join us of The Athletic, covers the 49ers. Eli Apple was signed the other day, and we mentioned we spoke to Matt Mayoker yesterday, and he had pointed out, this was probably due in part to the Renardo Green injury, and he's looking at maybe 2 to 3 weeks, I guess is what they had said, sort of similar to where Jacob Cowing is right now. Is there a chance that Eli Apple could make the team still as a veteran? You think that's on the table? I'm always curious about signings this late in the offseason, even this early in camp, but due to an injury, do you think that they'd feel comfortable having another guy like this around?
Yeah, it's always good to have him. I mean, I don't know what he's got left, what to see in these practices and also in preseason games, but there's always a chance for a veteran guy to kind of show he still belongs in the league. I think ideally the young guys that have kind of step up, and they go up and stout. The rookies look really good so far in camp, and they have other guys who come in. So I think ideally Green's back in whatever you said 2 or 3 weeks is the guess, and at that point you tell Eli good luck somewhere else.
It's a good sign for the 49ers training camp. For the past, I don't know how many seasons, they've always talked about the issues, whether it's the Brandon Ayuk situation or Trent Williams or Nick Bosa, all the contract stuff. One of the biggest talking points this training camp has been the kicking competition between Jake Moody and Greg Joseph. And I think that, last year, I think that Jake Moody was kind of treated unfairly. He had the high ankle sprain, and fans just don't like him. He misses one kick, and everybody just goes crazy about it. So how do you think that's going right now? And would you be surprised at the end of the day, given where he was drafted in the 3rd round, that Jake Moody isn't the kicker come opening day?
Yeah, it's a heated battle. It's hot. Every day they go out there, they go head-to-head. The beat writers are all like charting kicks and distances and angles and everything. People are excited about this thing. It's going to go down to the wire. I think they brought in Joseph for that reason. They really want to push Moody. He's made some adjustments to his stance this series. He's a 2-step guy, was a 3-step guy. So he definitely has his mindset in the right way. He wants to prove he can do it. And I agree with you. Last year, he got a raw deal. He was really good. Yeah. And he got hurt, and then he wasn't good. So I don't know what a guy's supposed to do. But, again, he has to prove it again this year. They brought a veteran guy in, and Greg Joseph, who definitely has been proven, been around the league for a while. So he won't give him the job. He wants the job. They're not really looking. When I watch them in practice, they're not really like show me. They're not like talking to each other. I think they're both kind of into it, kind of this battle. So it should go down to the wire.
Funny thing about this, the kicking battle, it's hot and heavy, man, down in Santa Clara. So, Vic, we're obviously we're getting to know you as a Niner beat, right? You covered the Raiders for many years. I'm wondering, we were talking about this earlier as it related to the Niners' status this season in the division. The Rams are dealing with an injury right now to Matt Stafford. He's got a back, and he's week to week. Jimmy Garoppolo, you covered him in Vegas. We saw him for years here in San Francisco. He right now would be the starting quarterback for the Rams. He's got a buddy there, Devontae Adams. I say buddy sort of facetiously. Tell us about that relationship from the time that they were in Vegas together.
It was great the first couple of weeks, and then when Jimmy had to play, Jimmy was terrible, and in that one game against the Lions, Monday Night Football, he missed him deep twice, and that was the end of it. Devontae blew him out and just cussed him out. And so I'm sure they're both professionals. Jimmy's everybody loves the guy personally. I think he's healthier now than he was back then. So I imagine he's throwing the ball better, but not the ideal situation that Devontae set up for. But again, I think Stafford will be back at some point. And Jimmy's as a backup. I think he's a great guy to have. As a starting quarterback, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, just one more Raider question. I wanted to ask you this because I saw you comment on Twitter on Twitter about Christian Wilkins. I know you were there a season ago. I'm not asking for the details or anything, but the whole situation seems a little weird. I'm not talking about what Adam Schefter said yesterday with the kiss or whatnot. Just did it seem to you like when Christian Wilkins was injured a year ago, around week 5, that he really didn't have the enthusiasm to get back, and that's why Pete Carroll and everybody were hoping that he would get that surgery? I know that, this is a new regime right now. You're not familiar with that. But what was the vibe of the locker room of Christian Wilkins a year ago?
I shouldn't have chimed in on Twitter that one day. I was caught myself like, well, why am I doing this? But I couldn't help myself. The thing about Christian Wilkins is, if you go back even in college, he's kind of a different guy. He's not really a normal football guy, and you're hearing some of the stories now. I think more stories will come out. I think when he was away from the team and came back and rehab, it wasn't a great environment. He wasn't really totally all in, which I think was obvious. And also, he kind of, again, there's things socially which are kind of awkward. So I just think at some point they realized enough was enough, and now they think they have a chance to get away with the guarantee and get it back. So I think they're taking a shot. He'll have a grievance, but I do think it wasn't a good fit. He was great when he played, but we didn't play very long. And when he got hurt, things all went downhill.
Now, Vic, before we let you go, this is the first time I've asked this training camp or preseason to anybody, any of the writers that we've talked to, and you strike me as a guy who has a lot of training camp crushes. So, who's your one guy? Who's your training camp guy you think is going to make it out of camp? Who's maybe not on everybody's radar?
It's a good question, man. I'm just getting my feet wet. And this guy I mentioned earlier, Kalia Davis, I knew nothing about him. And I'm watching yesterday in practice, and I asked your guy Mayoko and Matt Barrow, hey, is this guy making the roster? They was like, no, he's not. I'm like, really? He looks pretty good to me. So I like him. He's got a good push. He's definitely he's a big dude. I think he's definitely knows he has to win a spot. So he's been an all-in aggression-wise. So that's my guy so far is Kalia Davis.
Yeah, he took some snaps with the Niners last year. Vic Tate, for the voice you hear, does a great job covering the Niners for The Athletic. Hey, we're lucky to have you. Raiders lost our gain here for the 49ers. We'll talk to you throughout the season, Vic. Thanks so much, man.
Thanks, Vic.
All right, boy. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, bro. The great Vic Tafer, longtime writer. I mean, love Vic. Respected, beloved. I mean, I got a chance to hang with him a little bit in Vegas during the Super Bowl, and as one of the texters here says, the best Raider beat writer, I'm sick. This is the 707. He was there with the Raiders forever.
Dude, I remember seeing Vic at Raiders training camp up in Napa all the time. And, yeah, I mean, he could tell some horror stories about going, to that Marriott and just, some weird stuff with the PR staff and what was going on with training camp. So, no, Vic knows all the details. And Vic, in Las Vegas, who was the posse? It was Mike Silver, Vic Tafer, and Paul Gutierrez.
Yeah.
Always rolling with each other.
Hanging with each other, dude, yeah.
Kind of like their own version of Entourage a little bit.
Sometimes JD get wedged in there, too.
Exactly.
So you can all stick in between a JD, yeah.
JD would be the turtle.
Think so?
Yeah, maybe.
Will we go
Every
to the turtle?
day that ends in Y, brother.
Yeah, he's definitely not the drama. He's definitely not the. He's not. Even though the JD Johnny drama would work.
No, definitely.
Victory!
Yeah.
All right, Adam Copeland, Depop.
Every day that ends in Y, bro.
Tim Webb with you on a Tuesday afternoon. I had something I was going to tell you about or get into, and now I can't remember what it was. I thought it was something fun.
Was it our Dirty Work get-together?
No.
Oh. Should we tell people about that, though?
Go ahead. We are doing a Dirty Work get-together.
Yeah, August the 13th, we're going to be at the Alamo Draft House.
Dwayne will be there.
Yeah, Dwayne will be there in the Mission, right? That's where this one's located?
Yeah, so basically what the premise of this is the show is named after the movie Dirty Work. Yep. They re-released a brand new R-rated cut
that none of us have seen.
Of the movie. And it's apparently in the way that Norm Macdonald wanted it done. And they re-released it. And you can buy the DVDs and whatnot. And there's a whole production thing of it, behind-the-scenes stuff of it. Anyway, they're showing it as part of their Weird Wednesdays at the Alamo Draft House. We caught wind of this from our guy Brian Primetime Smith. And we were like, dude, we should get all the filth out there. So Tim, Derek, Mr. KNBR, and I are all going to be there. It's a Wednesday night. The Giants play the Padres that afternoon. We'll do the show. I'll be at the game. Our guy Dwayne said he's going to come out. Get a ticket. The link is up on my Twitter account. They're at Adam Copes if you want to go check out where you can. And Tim, I think, retweeted it. So did Derek. Yep. Where you can get your tickets. Buy a ticket. Come hang with us. Watch Dirty Work. A little filth get together. Dirty Work watches Dirty Work with members of the filth.
I'd say about half the seats that were there yesterday are not there today.
Really? You've been checking tickets.
Take a look. Yeah.
You've been monitoring, huh?
Okay.
How about that?
People want to go. They want to. Forget us. They don't want to see the movie. The movie is an R-rated cut of this. I'm fired up.
Dude, I'm very interested because, as we've said, we love the movie Dirty Work, but it does feel like it's a little rushed. It's like 95 minutes, and there's some jokes where you're like, yeah, that lands, but I'm sure they intended to be very different.
Like the end when he's like, so that's it.
On a bad day.
Yep, so that's it. That's how it ends.
That's something that I'm really hoping for is more Rickles.
Got a call yesterday from Baskin Robbins. They said that they're down to only 5 flavors. You're swelling up as I talk to you. Look at you. How's this? How's it doing? Hello, ice cream. Having a good time? Running around?
It's Baldwin and Glengarry Glenn Ross, where he's in the movie for 5 minutes, and it's the best 5 minutes of the movie.
He's just cutting a promo for 5.
And I'm sure there was no script involved. It was just Rickles riffing.
Got a personality like a dead moth.
What do you laugh when I called your friend a fat pig, huh?
Yeah? You like that?
You get a horse and live in the mountains someplace and don't bother anybody.
Just laughing when you're talking to his belly. All right, we'll take a quick break. How about this? Tim, dude, we made him wait an extra hour. We normally do it about 4:15.
I know, I feel bad.
I know, I do feel bad, dude.
No, you don't.
After you wet your pants that time begging and pleading for your own segment. Tim did ask for it. By the way, Tim...
Too damn bad!
Tim's the host of Trivia at the Bitter End
He
every
is.
Tuesday
I
night.
am.
See him tonight. Great night of trivia. Best trivia going. Best trivia in the country is what I'm told at the Bitter End. Tim
Over
Webb's
200 people there last week. It was crazy.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Tim's Tuesday Takes in Trivia. Tim begged for a segment. We gave it to him. Tim gives us a sports take, a slice of life take, and then he gives us some trivia questions that you'll hear tonight at the Bitter End. We'll do it next. All part of Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
The Athletics' Jim Bowden joined Marcus and Carey this morning to discuss the challenges Buster Posey faces ahead of his first trade deadline and the potential for San Francisco to buy or sell. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, head to thesportsleader.com or on our app.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb. Getting ready for Giants baseball to take on the Pirates in about 25 minutes. Hopefully they get off the schneid here with their 4-game losing streak. How do you feel about tonight? I mean, last night, you got Carson Wizenhunt going. You never want to lose to that team, but, situation at hand. They have to win tonight to salvage. If you want to salvage the season, it starts tonight.
How do I feel?
You feel confident, like a little bit better, or same old, same
About
old?
what?
I don't know, just the fact that they, how bad it's been, they got to win a game.
Yeah, I mean...
You went through the ringer today. You were upset. Then we got back with our guys. How are you feeling right in this moment?
Yeah, sorry to bring it back to Giants baseball, but...
How do I feel about, what's my level of confidence? Is that what you're asking?
I mean, just as far as... I guess you're not feeling confident with
any
the way
any one game with baseball, it's I don't know how I feel any one game. I always feel better when I got Logan Webb going, no matter how he's going. I feel okay with Verlander. Bailey Falter's not bad. I got to get some numbers, I guess, for this matchup tonight, I think is what I'd want to look at. But, I've loved what I've seen from Adames this month. I'd love to see more from Rafael Devers. I've liked what I've seen from Chapman. You need clean play. Do we have a lineup yet, Tim? Do we know what the lineup looks like tonight?
Yeah, we got a lineup. Hang on.
I'd love to see a lineup here. I'll get it out for you. I got it right now. If you give me 2 seconds as I pull it up here. The lineup for tonight, Ramos in left, leading off again. Devers, Adames, Chapman, Flores, Schmidt back in there at second base today. Jung-Hoo Lee is in the 7 hole tonight. Bailey does the catching, and then Ramos is in right. Excuse me, Matos is in right in batting ninth. There you go.
Okay.
I don't feel
same
great.
Same old.
I don't feel great. I think, it's a game they should win. They're playing the Pirates. It's a team that has not had a good time scoring runs or has not done well scoring runs. They are, since, what was that note from Alden Gonzalez? Since the Devers trade, the Giants have scored the fewest runs of any team in baseball. Is that right?
Right next to the
And they're
Pirates.
tied with the Pirates. So if they can score, they can win. How much can they score? They gave up 6 last night. Couldn't get to 6. Getting to 5 feels like frequently it's difficult for this team.
It feels like a repeat of a week ago where they had a piss-poor loss to the Braves, and we were like, this is the lowest point of the season. Now it feels like it all over again just a week later.
Yeah. You've played 4 home games, and you've lost all 4 since the All-Star break, and they traded the lines day after tomorrow. Here's the thing. You lose tonight, you're at 500. And when I asked Chris Rose earlier, I said, how do you see the Giants from the outside looking in? I said, they're in contention. And he said, kinda.
Barely.
He said, kinda.
Yeah.
They're hanging on by a thread, but they're playing themselves out of it. So show me you're a contender. Show me you're still in it. But, again, you got to show me for the next 3 straight to 4 weeks.
Of course.
To show me that that's legit. All right, we got pregame coming up in 25 minutes. Why don't we get right into it? We gave him his own segment. It's a slice of life, it's a sports take, and it's some trivia in Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
It's time for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on KNBR, the Takes Leader.
All right, my friends. Well, let's see what I've done so far. I've ruined Randy Rodriguez's season.
Nice work, yeah.
I made sure Jimmy Butler will never come on the station.
Right.
I gave the Giants some love, and they promptly go on a 4-game losing streak.
Sick.
As per usual, the takes are scorching.
Don't forget Kevon Looney. You said he's a dirty work guy.
I chased him out of the bay.
No, he's gone.
Yeah.
No, and he's talking ass. He's like, I wasn't happy there anyway last year.
So
But hey, you know what, Tim? You love the cold.
You do love the cold, too.
Ice cold. So if you're in your car, you're looking for some reason to blame or someone to blame why today sucks, why your kids hate you, or why your marriage has failed, just name it right here because, again, the takes are red hot.
Nice.
So while I'm at it, why don't we chat 49ers? Because as the open of the show says, what could go wrong? Today's takes are all about reasons to be optimistic and pessimistic about the 2025 49ers season.
Okay.
As camp rolls on, we inch closer to preseason action, and God knows we can't live without preseason ball. It feels like a good time as any to talk about the things 49ers should feel great about, and those little groans, those fears, those worries that keep Larry Kruger up at night. By the way, I have it on good authority that Krug is devastated about the team cutting Quintez Cephas. But that's another take for another day.
Got a little Cephas.
A little Cephas in me. Yeah, so here are 3 things to feel great about and 3 things that could be an issue. Number 1, let's start with the positive. A lack of drama is fresh air. After multiple off seasons of contract negotiations, holdouts, holds in, hold my beers, trade demands, real or fake, this year's been relatively calm, dare I say dull, and I, for one, love it. Yes, we've talked about this before. As someone who hates the soap opera that is the NBA drama machine, I am totally fine with dull. Contract extensions were doled out. Players reported to camp. Yeah, Jawan Jennings' hitch is there, but to be honest, does anybody think that situation won't work itself out amicably? And look at the body language and demeanor of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Just the fact that they don't have to answer the same question every day. How's negotiations going with so-and-so? Will so-and-so participate, et cetera, has got to be refreshing because the team can just focus on football, which is exactly what this team needs. 6-11 is unacceptable. Kyle knows it. John knows it. Everybody knows it. You can blame injuries. You can call it fluky. Hell, you can blame the schedule. But the focus of this team is showing, especially from the vets. It's everything I want to see heading into a season, which brings me to my next 2 points. Number 2 positive reason, the schedule. The 49ers schedule might be the best thing that they have going on for them, and it might be the only benefit from the 6-11 crap fest that was last year. Yeah, any team can lose to anyone, but after years of getting screwed by the most miles traveled, the national game disadvantage, the rest days lost, we can say the 49ers are in a position to take advantage of a weaker schedule. They have games versus the Giants. They play the Browns. They play the Jags. They play Mike Holler's Titans. They play Raft's Bears. There's a lot of winnable games on paper. And whatever you think about the NFC West improving or regressing, a focused 49er squad, if healthy, should take advantage of the weakest schedule in the NFL. So number 3, leadership. The 49ers are loaded at the top with leaders. They've got Fred Warner. They've got Trent Williams. They've got George Kittle. All the big money guys are leaders on this team. It's earned respect. Guys you want to go into battle with. By securing the long-term future of the team's leaders, accountability and cohesiveness become the pillars teams build their locker rooms on. By having we instead of me guys, the focus is singular. Let's get back to winning. These guys know what it takes to win, and more importantly, they know the pain of not just losing, but being irrelevant. Is this the best team in the NFL? Probably not. But Kyle has his leaders getting the young guys on board. There should be no limit to what this team can do. Those are the positives. You ready to run through a wall yet? Yeah, you feeling that? Well, let's come back to earth with some of the more annoying, terrible reason that your pessimistic uncle will absolutely assuredly throw at you while telling you what a disappointment you are. Number 1, the team's...
That sounded like something that came out that really happened.
That might be a little real. Number 1, the team's lack of depth. While the Niners are stacked at the top of the roster with top echelon players in key position, the depth is not great. With as many as 8 rookies expect to compete for starting positions on defense, a thin wide receiver core, and an unproven sophomore slump guy crew, there could be a lot of we need the guys to step up, which can be interpreted as we don't know if we have enough. It's why the departure of Dre Greenlaw hurts. It's why Talanofonga hurts. You get the idea. 49er fans saw last year what happens when your team is decimated by injury and lack of depth from their proven second tier of talent is the number 1 reason I think that this season could go off the rails. Number 2, this team kind of has a run it back feeling, right? While it's, they got their main guys under contract, they didn't exactly blow anyone's skirt up with their offseason. What's the biggest offseason move? Well, it was Robert Saleh. And while I love Big Bob, if the biggest deal you made was Luke Farrell, I think it's fair to fans to say, well, what about linebacker? What about the defensive line that couldn't stop Walter Ichabal-Seta? Absolutely a fair criticism.
He's intimidating.
Right. And while I do find it interesting that the Shanahan philosophy of making rookies earn their time is somewhat opposite of this 2025 approach, with so many rookies expected to play big roles, I think it's fair to raise an eyebrow, especially given that the team has excess cap space. And number three, let me ask the filth. In your mind, are the 49ers better than they were last year? Well, if they're healthy, of course. But that's every team, every year, always in the NFL. This is where you look around the NFL and compare your roster with other powerhouses that you're competing against. The Eagles, the Ravens, the Bills, the Chiefs, you know the names. Without knowing what to expect from a lot of rookies, and you hope that you stay healthy, it is fair to say this team is another year older in a league that continues to evolve and improve. That's my 49er preseason outlook. What say you?
Okay. I'm with you, Tim. While this team,
go ahead, Jerry,
probably has less talent than it did a year ago, I feel better about them. Having said that, what is the take?
Yeah, was there any take in there?
And I'm not trying to be like Copes here, where I come down your road.
There,
this seems like an article you wrote about the Niners for the 2025 season.
And then he ended up by saying,
but what's the take?
He ended by saying that's my outlook, and then you frequently, I think at least twice throughout, said, I think it's fair to ask, blah, blah, blah. It's fair to say. My question then to you is, it may be fair. What do you think, Tim, when you say those things? Is it fair to argue that you said, you first said there's eight new rookies or 11 new players, could be 8 new starters. Then you say it's like running the same thing back. Fair argument. But what's your argument?
By presenting this as 3 things that you could be optimistic or pessimistic about, you are allowed to form your own opinion. I am of the belief that there's more reason for optimism this year than pessimism. I think that this team, given the schedule and given the personnel and more importantly, given the leadership that they have on this team, that they're going to compete for a playoff spot.
I agree.
That being said, we should also identify the blind spots that are there, because otherwise you could be accused of being a homer or just putting on rosy glasses.
I mean,
we're just identifying what it is.
Yeah, no one's saying that I'm a homer by any means when it comes to 49er football. But I will say, you have to feel good about this team from where they were a year ago.
408, seriously, Tim, mixing a take with that word salad. 707. This one jumped around. Sorry.
No, I mean, Tim, I agree with you. Like, this team should be better given the schedule and just the better vibes. But yeah, there's a ton of question marks. But yeah, basically.
So you're saying there was no take?
Yeah.
A lot of words, no take.
Yeah, it's kind of where I came.
Basically, everything that's going on with the team right now, you were like, yeah, it could be this, could be that.
We're just identifying, I guess.
That's all.
You guys keep moving the goalposts.
You ended it with an outlook, and my take on this, and my take on your take, Tim, simply. Little wordy. Yeah. Let's move on to your slice of life take.
All right, slice of life. Well, yesterday we gave the dirty work review.
Let's bounce back, dude. You can still redeem yourself, Tim.
It's going to be more words, more salad.
Good.
I love a good salad.
Yesterday we gave the dirty work review of Happy Gilmore 2. And I gave it the highest grade on the show. I gave it a B+. Adam went B, kind of B-. Derek went C-. And I'll give you guys the spoiler warning if you haven't seen it, but that's not really the point of what we're going to talk about here. This take is about expectations when watching a sequel to a movie you might love, no matter how those and how those expectations can ruin your experience. Now, I'm not here to yuck anybody's yum. You don't have to love or even like the sequel, but really this is a plea to go into Gilmore with an open mind and minimal expectations, because all you're going to do is set yourself up for failure. A sequel will never hit the lofty nature of the original because you're not the same person you were 29 years ago. Pleasing everyone is always an impossible task, but even more so when the original is beloved, because invariably you will compare it to the original. Those callbacks in the movie, that's for you. The resets, that's for the younger audience that didn't have the benefit of seeing it when it first came out or the 400 times replayed on TBS. By the way, I would wager if we looked hard enough, we could find it on right now.
Probably, yeah.
Let's call it what it is. It's absurd stupidity packaged in the sophomoric wrapping that Adam Sandler fans have come to love. Are there parts that are dumb? It would be a crime against cinema if there wasn't. So maybe you don't like the cameos. That's fine. To me, it just goes to show how many people loved the original and wanted to be part of the second. Yep. The sheer number of professional golfers that went into this movie should tell you everything about how the golf community feels about Happy Gilmore. Hell, you got Bryson DeChambeau, Brooks Koepka, and Rory McIlroy to share scenes together. They hate each other.
It's pretty incredible.
As well as Mr. Personality Scotty Scheffler riffing on being arrested multiple times. And this really goes for all movies. A few weeks ago when I was hosting, 6 out of the top 8 movies at the box office were either sequels or reboots, which tells you 2 things. 1, there are no more original ideas.
Yeah.
And 2, studios know that sequels are big business. All I'm saying, if you love them, hate them, do whatever you want. But if you go in with heightened expectations, all you're doing is setting yourself up for disappointment. What do you think?
That's a good take.
Agree 100%. And it wasn't like I was expecting Happy Gilmore 2 to be better than Happy Gilmore 1. I just wanted, not as many cameos, but the cameos didn't ruin it for me. It was just some things with some of the jokes. It just didn't have the same feel. At the end of the day, I knew that this movie was not going to be as good as the original Happy Gilmore. Just as I'm not expecting the Naked Gun reboot to be as good as the original. There's only few sequels in life that are better than the original. Like, I think Naked Gun 2 is better than Naked Gun 1.
I would agree.
I think that The Dark Knight's better than...
22 and a half, but go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. The Smell of Fear.
Yeah, Dark Knight is better than Knight's better than Begins. It's better than Rises, too.
Godfather 2 better than Godfather 1, some would say. So some people say that. I'm not one of those people.
You can count them on one hand is sort of the point, though.
Exactly. There's so few.
Charlie's Angels Full Throttle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tops the second one.
Oh, absolutely.
It's about the same.
Yeah. Breakin' 2, Electric Boogaloo, the sequel's better than the original.
Gremlins 2.
Yeah, Gremlins 2, all that. Bottom line is, yes, I agree with you, Tim. If you were expecting Happy Gilmore 2 to be better than Happy Gilmore 1, then I don't know what the hell you were anticipating. And also, if you just hated the movie, if you were like, what a waste of time, then you're just an unhappy person. I had a good time watching it, but will I watch it again? Probably not, but it was fun.
I already watched it again. I'm in. I think it's funny. I thought it was funnier the second time through.
Yeah, the Coming to America made me so irritated.
Oh,
because
dude.
It was like, hey, here's this movie with none of the laughs. It's fine.
Yeah.
And again, I don't want to have any expectations because I feel like like we're going to go see Naked Gun.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of trying to avoid as many of the previews as possible because I want to laugh at all the stupid slapstick, the way that it's written.
Yeah.
Like that is sort of missing in movies right now, and I really hope it brings the whole genre back. Personally.
By the way, real quick, did not know this. Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson are in it. They're dating now, too.
Liam Neeson is dating Pam Anderson?
Would you ever imagine that?
Like I said,
Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson.
Like I said to Clay when I found out he was dating Megan Thee Stallion. Oh, my man. All right, dude. Yeah, I'm down with that take. I'm down with
I'm down with it.
I'm down with the take. It basically says, Derek, stop having such high expectations.
Stop it.
Terminator 2, as somebody says, you're better than
definitely,
1. Yeah,
definitely.
2 is good. 2's better.
Again, we could do this all day. Second movies that are better than the first, but it's few and far between.
Very few.
Yeah, I'm down with this take. I like that. Somebody says Ghostbusters 2 also. 916
with the weird ooze guy, the ooze that was like the purple ooze that was in the streets.
Yeah, that's different than the because the first one is the one with
Stay Puft Marshmallow.
Yes, right.
No, Ghostbusters 1's better than Ghostbusters 2.
I don't think I have a preference.
Okay.
Either way, let's get to some trivia. What you
Okay,
got?
some trivia. This
the only
one's
reason any of us are here.
This is more for Derek. I wrote this question tonight. It's for Derek.
Oh, perfect.
In the United States, I believe it's the same worldwide, but in the United States, what pizza chain has more locations, Domino's or Pizza Hut?
You wrote this for Derek, huh?
I did.
So I'm a pizza guy.
In the continental U.S.?
Yeah, but I believe it's the same in the world.
So Pizza Hut or Domino's?
Correct.
It's got to be an easy one.
I'm going to go Domino's.
It's got to be Domino's.
By about 500, it's Domino's.
I was gonna say there's no way Pizza Hut has
Very
more.
few Pizza Hut these days.
Dude, where is there a Pizza Hut even around here?
Yeah.
Well, they're all wrapped up in those Yum brands where it's KFC and Taco Bell and Pizza Hut.
Oh, the old Yum brand.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody about this recently. Maybe it was Marcus. I think he and my cousin and I were talking when we were up at Clear Lake last weekend or a couple weekends ago, and we were discussing the joint restaurants because there's an A&W that you pass when you go on your way up to Clear Lake, and we were in Santa Rafael, maybe, can't remember where it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, we go, dude, there's an A&W by itself, and I go, dude, I only ever now. There's one in San Leandro that's an A&W KFC. It's a part of that group too.
Yeah.
There's KFC Taco Bells. There's like the Pizza Hut KFCs.
Yep.
Then we started talking about restaurants that are part of a double that you've never seen on its own. Has anybody ever seen a standalone green burrito?
I was just going to say never.
I don't trust anything that won't stand by itself.
In Los Angeles, yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, I've never ordered it anyway, but like
No,
you always get
never been.
You always get a Carl's Jr. green burrito.
Yep.
And I was like, I've never seen one by itself.
Yeah, it was weird. I actually said the same thing. I was like, I've never seen a standalone green burrito, but yeah, it's there in L.A.
925 checks in, by the way, on movies and says Rocky 1 is by far the best. I would say it's the best film. It won Best Picture, didn't it?
It
won
did.
Best
It
Original
did.
Screenplay,
It did,
maybe,
yeah.
as well.
It did.
It was nominated for Oscars. My opinion is that 2 and 3 are more fun than Rocky 1.
They're more fun?
They're better movies, but 1 is a film.
Yeah.
1 is like it's about something other than boxing. It uses boxing as the vehicle.
Oh, of course.
It's about
Yeah, I mean, 2 and 3 are fun.
the will of a man.
Of course. You know, like 2, what happens at 2? He just fights Apollo Creed
2 is
again.
because remember, Apollo tells him at the end, ain't going to be no rematch.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't want one. Yeah, and then they end up fighting again.
And then Clubber Lang in the third one.
2 is the one when then what's her name? Adrian goes into the coma. Right. They have the baby, and then he won't go train, and then she wakes up and she says, I only want you to do one thing, win. And then the
Well,
bell
what are we
hits.
waiting for?
Well, what the hell are we waiting for?
Places.
Yeah, and then that's the one at the end when he drops the, yo, Adrian, I did it. I think that's that one, right?
That's right, that's right.
I just want to say one thing
No,
to
I'm
my
with
wife
you.
at home.
The second and third one are more fun movies, like popcorn movies. The first one's a film. Academy Award-winning film.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
3's the best.
I'm with you.
3's by far the best. Anyway, moving on.
Better than 4
is
yeah.
fun as well, too.
4 is okay.
Silly.
There's 9 different montages in
I know.
4.
Rocky
It's
solves the
fine.
Cold War.
It's ridiculous.
4 is my 4th favorite of the first 4.
Yeah, probably.
I'd go
with you, though.
3, 2,
the
1.
Fifth one's unwatchable, honestly.
5th one, dude. What? You Tommy the Machine Gun?
Yeah.
Terrible. What? He's fighting. You get Rocky fighting in a street fight. That's it.
I can't say.
I'd rather watch Balboa than 5.
I do remember though, like multiple times in that movie, the 5th one, when Tommy's like staying at Rocky's house and he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it. Adrian will make you a sandwich." And Adrian's like, "I don't want to make him a sandwich, Rocky."
This is in 5.
Yeah. She says it multiple times. She's like, "Don't worry about it. Adrian will make you a sandwich." I'm making a sandwich.
Oh, dude, I'm not down with 5. I maybe have seen 5 once, maybe once.
Ugh.
Just throw it. I got a DVD box set one time. I almost just threw 5 away. I was like, just get rid of this one.
What do you think of Balboa, the 6th one?
It's not great.
Yeah.
It's not great, but it was the first Rocky movie I ever got to see in theaters, too.
Yep,
It came out when I was in high school, so I was nostalgic. I had a little bit nostalgia about it, but it's got some good lines in it, too. Anyway, Balboa, not great. It's fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
But then you move on and you get the Creed movies, and I'm all about them. I'm all about the same universe.
Don't forget, it's not technically a Rocky movie. Did you ever see the one where it's De Niro and Stallone fighting each other?
I never saw it. It's 2 old guys who come out of retirement to fight each other.
It's basically Raging Bull versus Rocky, but they have 2 different character names.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, okay.
Not great.
Yeah,
Not
anyway,
great.
you got any more trivia, Tim, or is that it?
I got a couple more if
Okay.
you want.
Sure.
One more.
You guys fancy yourselves cognac men? Or do you like
Not
yourself
really,
some
actually.
Hennessy, a little Courvoisier, a little
Seems
Rennie?
like this is a racially
Pass the
charged
Courvoisier.
comment, but go ahead, Tim.
I said you guys.
We knew who you were talking to.
Not at all.
Yeah, I love the first one was for Derek, but this one wasn't for me.
Yeah.
Nicely done, Tim.
Well, I have a geography question specifically for you.
Okay, pass the Courvoisier. Go ahead.
What does the XO stand for in a bottle of cognac?
Can't remember the last time I drank cognac.
Jeez. I mean, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't know.
Was it stand for?
Yeah.
Hugs and kisses.
I do not know.
It stands for extra old.
Oh, come on. Dude. Yeah.
I think a lot of the bitter end crew is going to get that one
I'm
tonight.
gonna start using that. I'm gonna start using that
Well, you
on
know
people.
that's dumb because extra starts with an E.
Yeah.
Listen, I didn't invent cognac.
Listen, I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming the cognac people.
Big cognac.
Yeah, big cognac.
Big cognac wants you to know.
All right, one more, Tim. One more, and
All
then
right.
we'll get out of here.
Okay. Alaska is a somewhat unique state because it does not border any other state, Hawaii being the other one. However, it does board 2 Canadian provinces or territories. Can you name either of them?
One more time. Say it again.
Okay, so Alaska doesn't border any other state, but it does border either a province or a territory of Canada. Name either. There's 2 of them.
A province or a territory? Is it like Victoria?
Nope.
British Columbia?
British Columbia is one of them.
And there's 2?
You can name the other one if you got it.
I don't. What is it?
Long River, the Yukon.
The Yukon. There you go.
Not gonna
Victoria's
know that
like,
one.
province is British Columbia, BC.
I feel good about my dominoes.
I'm doing the Canadian Rockies is what we're talking. Yeah. That's going to do it for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. And now you want me to do a favor for you, Tim?
I think
Is
you're
that
going to do it for me.
Fine,
I'll
I'll
do
do
it.
it.
You teased it.
No, I'll do it for you. I did tell you it was coming. And it's the Dirty Work and Tim's Takes are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. Giants baseball, 6:45 pregame, 5:45. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Oh, yeah.
Dirty work on a Tuesday, putting the show to bed here on a Tuesday evening as Giants baseball's right around the corner. You got Bailey Falter, a left-handed pitcher today, going for the Bucks, and you got Justin Verlander off his first win as a Giant, 1-8 on the season, 4.70 ERA. He'll get the start tonight. The Giants a game over 500. I don't want to show up tomorrow looking at well. How about this? We're gonna have 2 games played between the time we do our show next.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys this: are the Giants over 500 when I talk to you guys next?
Yes. I think it's a repeat of last week where we felt down about them on Monday and then
to go over 500 is be 1-1 in the next 2.
No. I expect them to win the next 2 games and feel a little bit better before the trade deadline. Just a little bit. Not enough where you're like, oh, this team's turning it around. Just like, beat this team. Beat the Pirates.
I don't have expectations. I have hope, but they should beat this team. But then again, I don't know what it's going to take. And it's a team that has 62 losses. And then tomorrow, last game before the deadline, off day Thursday, and then they hit the road again for the Mets and the Pirates. All right, time to put the show to bed here is Giants baseball right around the corner. Tim, you got a note to self for us?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. We didn't really mention it, but definitely worth mentioning. Rest in peace, Ryan Sandberg. One of the first homers I ever saw hit was from him, and just an incredible human all the way around. Talked to our guy Franny, just one of the all-time people, 65, way too young.
Franny loved him some Sandberg. I saw Sean Dunston, played with him for a long time, double play partner, was on the MLB Network earlier. Yeah, gone too soon, 65, way too young. So the Hall of Famer Ryan Sandberg, rest in peace.
No, definitely. Note to self, I'm not a fan of self-imposed nicknames, but I do love Dwayne's Filthy Bedslinger.
Yeah, I do like that, the Filthy Bedslinger for our guy Dwayne in Stockton. And I got one more here. Note to self. Derek has no idea how to say Nicaragua.
Yeah, it was dicey. It was dicey.
Close. You want to try one more?
Nicaragua.
Well, there you go. Attaboy. Slow it down a little bit.
I was scared.
It's going to do it. Thanks to our guest today, Vic Tafer, and to who else did we talk to today?
Chris Rose.
Chris Rose. Yeah, that's right. Chris Rose joined us. For anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. Just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work. But it does get easier. Giants and the Pirates game 2 starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Oh, yeah.